The Book's Galaxy.
The Headless Horseman. Prologue. The stag of Texas, reclining in midnight lair, is startled from his slumbers by the hoofstroke of a horse. He does not forsake his covert, nor yet rise to his feet. His domain is shared by the wild steeds of the savannah, given to nocturnal straying. He only uprears his head, and with antlers o'ertopping the tall grass, listens for a repetition of the sound. Again is the hoofstroke heard, but with altered intonation. There is a ring of metal, the clinking of steel against stone. The sound, significant to the ear of the stag, causes a quick change in his air and attitude. Springing clear of his couch and bounding a score of yards across the prairie, he pauses to look back upon the disturber of his dreams. In the clear moonlight of a southern sky, he recognizes the most ruthless of his enemies, man. One is approaching upon horseback. Yielding to instinctive dread, he is about to resume his flight, when something in the appearance of the horseman, some unnatural seeming, holds him transfixed to the spot. With haunches in quivering contact with the sward and frontlet face to the rear, he continues to gaze, his large brown eyes straining upon the intruder in a mingled expression of fear and bewilderment. What has challenged the stag to such protracted scrutiny? The horse is perfect in all its parts, a splendid steed, saddled, bridled, and otherwise completely caparisoned. In it there appears nothing amiss, nothing to produce either wonder or alarm. But the man, the rider, about him there is something to cause both, something weird, something wanting. By heavens, it is the head. Even the unreasoning animal can perceive this, and after gazing a moment with wildered eyes, wondering what abnormal monster thus mocks its serving intelligence, terror-stricken it continues its retreat, nor again pauses till it has plunged through the waters of the Leona and placed the current of the stream between itself and the ghastly intruder. Heedless of the affrighted deer, either of its presence or precipitate flight, the Headless Horseman rides on. He too is going in the direction of the river. Unlike the stag, he does not seem pressed for time, but advances in a slow, tranquil pace, so silent as to seem ceremonious. Apparently absorbed in solemn thought, he gives free rein to his steed, permitting the animal at intervals to snatch a mouthful of the herbage growing by the way. Nor does he, by voice or gesture, urge it impatiently onward, when the howl bark of the prairie wolf causes it to fling its head on high and stand snorting in its tracks. He appears to be under the influence of some all-absorbing emotion, from which no common incident can awake him. There is no speech, not a whisper to betray its nature. The startled stag, his own horse, the wolf, and the midnight moon are the sole witnesses of his silent abstraction. His shoulders shrouded under a serape, one edge of which, flirted up by the wind, displays a portion of his figure, his limbs encased in water guards of jaguar skin, thus sufficiently sheltered against the dews of the night or the showers of a tropical sky. He rides on silent as the stars shining above, unconcerned as the cicada that chirrups in the grass beneath, or the prairie breeze playing with the drapery of his dress. Something at length appears to rouse from his reverie and stimulate him to greater speed, his steed, at the same time. The latter, tossing up its head, gives utterance to a joyous neigh, and with outstretched neck and spread nostrils, advances in a gait gradually increasing to a canter. The proximity of the river explains the altered pace. The horse halts not again till the crystal current is surging against his flanks, and the legs of his rider are submerged knee-deep under the surface. The animal eagerly assuages its thirst, crosses to the opposite side, and with vigorous stride ascends the sloping bank. Upon the crest occurs a pause, as if the rider tarried till his steed should shake the water from its flanks. There is a rattling of saddle flaps and stirrup leathers resembling thunder amidst a cloud of vapor, white as the spray of a cataract. Out of this self-constituted nimbus, the Headless Horseman emerges and moves onward as before. Apparently pricked by the spur and guided by the rein of his rider, the horse no longer strays from the track, but steps briskly forward, as if upon a path already trodden. A treeless savanna stretches before selvedged by the sky. Outlined against the azure is seen the imperfect centaurian shape gradually dissolving in the distance till it becomes lost to view under the mystic gloaming of the moonlight. Chapter 1. The Burnt Prairie. On the Great Plain of Texas, about 100 miles southward from the old Spanish town of San Antonio de Bejar, the noonday sun is shedding his beams from a sky of cerulean brightness. Under the golden light appears a group of objects, but little in unison with the landscape around them, since they betoken the presence of human beings, in a spot where there is no sign of human habitation. The objects in question are easily identified even at a great distance. They are wagons, each covered with its ribbed and rounded tilt of snow-white Osnaburg. There are 10 of them, scarce enough to constitute a caravan of traders, nor yet a government train. They are more likely the individual property of an emigrant, who has landed upon the coast and is wending his way to one of the late-formed settlements on the Leona. Slowly crawling across the savanna, it could scarce be told that they are in motion, but for their relative position in long serried line, indicating the order of march. The dark bodies between each two declare that the teams are attached, and that they are making progress is proved by the retreating antelope, scared from its noonday siesta, and the long-shanked curlew, rising with a screech from the sward, both bird and beast wondering at the string of strange behemoths, thus invading their wilderness domain. Elsewhere upon the prairie, no movement may be detected either of bird or quadruped. It is the time of day when all tropical life becomes torpid, or seeks repose in the shade, man alone, stimulated by the love of gain or the promptings of ambition, disregarding the laws of nature and defying the fervor of the sun. So seems it with the owner of the tilted train, who, despite the relaxing influence of the fierce midday heat, keeps moving on. That he is an emigrant, and not one of the ordinary class, is evidenced in a variety of ways. The 10 large wagons of Pittsburgh build, each hauled by 8 able-bodied mules. Their miscellaneous contents, plenteous provisions, articles of costly furniture, even of luxe, livestock in the shape of colored women and children, the groups of black and yellow bondsmen walking alongside, or straggling footsore in the rear, the light traveling carriage in the lead, drawn by a span of sleek-coated Kentucky mules and driven by a black Jehu, sweltering in a suit of livery, all bespeak, not a poor northern state settler in search of a new home, but a rich southerner who has already purchased one and is on his way to take possession of it. And this is the exact story of the train. It is the property of a planter who has landed at Indianola on the Gulf of Matagorda and is now traveling overland en route for his destination. In the cortege that accompanies it, riding habitually at its head, is the planter himself, Woodley Poindexter, a tall, thin man of 50, with a slightly sallowish complexion and aspect proudly severe. He is simply, though not inexpensively clad, in a loosely fitting frock of alpaca cloth, a waistcoat of black satin, and trousers of nankin. A shirt of finest linen shows its plaits through the opening of his vest, its collar embraced by a piece of black ribbon, while the shoe, resting in his stirrup, is of finest tanned leather. His features are shaded by a broad-brimmed leghorn hat. 2 horsemen are riding alongside, one on his right, the other on the left, a stripling scarce 20, and a young man 6 or 7 years older. The former is his son, a youth, whose open, cheerful countenance contrasts, not only with the severe aspect of his father, but with the somewhat sinister features on the other side, and which belong to his cousin. The youth is dressed in a French blouse of sky-colored cottonade, with trousers of the same material, a most appropriate costume for a southern climate, and which, with the Panama hat upon his head, is equally becoming. The cousin, an ex-officer of volunteers, affects a military undress of dark blue cloth, with a forage cap to correspond. There is another horseman riding near who, only on account of having a white skin, not white for all that, is entitled to description. His coarser features and cheaper habiliments, the keel-colored cowhide clutched in his right hand and flirted with such evident skill, proclaim him the overseer and whipper-up of the swarthy pedestrians composing the entourage of the train. The traveling carriage, which is a carriole, a sort of cross between a Jersey wagon and a barouche, has 2 occupants. One is a young lady of the whitest skin, the other a girl of the blackest. The former is the daughter of Woodley Poindexter, his only daughter. She of the sable complexion is the young lady's handmaid. The emigrating party is from the coast of the Mississippi, from Louisiana. The planter is not himself a native of this state, in other words, a Creole, but the type is exhibited in the countenance of his son, still more in that fair face, seen occasionally through the curtains of the carriole, and whose delicate features declare descent from one of those endorsed damsels, Phyllis à la Cazette, who, more than 100 years ago, came across the Atlantic provided with proofs of their virtue in the casket. A grand sugar planter of the South is Woodley Poindexter, one of the highest and haughtiest of his class, one of the most profuse in aristocratic hospitalities, hence the necessity of forsaking his Mississippian home and transferring himself and his penates, with only a remnant of his niggers, to the wilds of southwestern Texas. The sun is upon the meridian line and almost in the zenith. The travelers tread upon their own shadows. Enervated by the excessive heat, the white horsemen sit silently in their saddles. Even the dusky pedestrians, less sensible to its influence, have ceased their garrulous gumbo, and in straggling groups, shamble listlessly along in the rear of the wagons. The silence, solemn as that of a funereal procession, is interrupted only at intervals by the pistol-like crack of a whip, or the loud woha, delivered in deep baritone from the thick lips of some sable teamster. Slowly the train moves on, as if groping its way. There is no regular road. The route is indicated by the wheel marks of some vehicles that have passed before, barely conspicuous, by having crushed the culms of the shot grass. Notwithstanding the slow progress, the teams are doing their best. The planter believes himself within less than 20 miles of the end of his journey. He hopes to reach it before night, hence the march continued through the midday heat. Unexpectedly, the drivers are directed to pull up by a sign from the overseer, who has been riding 100 yards in the advance, and who is seen to make a sudden stop, as if some obstruction had presented itself. He comes trotting back towards the train. His gestures tell of something amiss. What is it? There has been much talk about Indians, of a probability of their being encountered in this quarter. Can it be the red-skinned marauders? Scarcely. The gestures of the overseer do not betray actual alarm. "What is it, Mr. Sansom?" asked the planter as the man rode up. "The grass air burnt. The prairie's been afire." "Been on fire? Is it on fire now?" hurriedly inquired the owner of the wagons, with an apprehensive glance towards the traveling carriage. "Where? I see no smoke." "No, sir, no," stammered the overseer, becoming conscious that he had caused unnecessary alarm. "I didn't say it air afire now, only that it haze been, and the whole ground air as black as the 10 spades." "Ta! What of that? I suppose we can travel over a black prairie as safely as a green one." "What nonsense of you, Josh Sansom, to raise such a row about nothing, frightening people out of their senses. Ho, there, you niggers. Lay the leather to your teams and let the train proceed. Whip up, whip up." "But, Captain Calhoun," protested the overseer, in response to the gentleman who had reproached him in such chaste terms, "how are we to find the way?" "Find the way? What are you raving about? We haven't lost it, have we?" "I'm afeard we have, though. The wheel tracks ain't no longer to be seen. They're burnt out along with the grass." "What matters that? I reckon we can cross a piece of scorched prairie without wheel marks to guide us. We'll find them again on the other side." "Yees," naively responded the overseer, who, although a Downeaster, had been far enough west to have learned something of frontier life. "If there air any other side, I kedn't see it out of the settle, ne'er a sign o' it." "Whip up, niggers. Whip up," shouted Calhoun, without heeding the remark, and spurring onwards, as a sign that the order was to be obeyed. The teams are again set in motion, and, after advancing to the edge of the burnt tract, without instructions from anyone, are once more brought to a stand. The white men on horseback draw together for a consultation. There is need, as all are satisfied by a single glance directed to the ground before them. Far as the eye can reach, the country is of one uniform color, black as Erebus. There is nothing green, not a blade of grass, not a reed nor weed. It is after the summer solstice. The ripened culms of the gramineae and the stalks of the prairie flowers have alike crumbled into dust under the devastating breath of fire. In front, on the right and left to the utmost verge of vision, extends the scene of desolation. Over it the cerulean sky is changed to a darker blue. The sun, though clear of clouds, seems to scowl rather than shine, as if reciprocating the frown of the earth. The overseer has made a correct report. There is no trail visible. The action of the fire, as it raged among the ripe grass, has eliminated the impression of the wheels hitherto indicating the route. What are we to do? The planter himself put this inquiry in a tone that told of a vacillating spirit. Do, Uncle Woodley? What else but keep straight on? The river must be on the other side. If we don't hit the crossing to a half-mile or so, we can go up, or down the bank, as the case may require. But Cassius, if we should lose our way? We can't. There's but a patch of this, I suppose? If we do go a little astray, we must come out somewhere on one side or the other. Well, nephew, you know best. I shall be guided by you. No fear, uncle. I've made my way out of a worse fix than this. Drive on, niggers. Keep straight after me. The ex-officer of volunteers, casting a conceited glance towards the traveling carriage, through the curtains of which appears a fair face, slightly shadowed with anxiety, gives the spur to his horse, and with confident air trots onward. A chorus of whip-cracks is succeeded by the trampling of 80 mules, mingled with the clanking of wheels against their hubs. The wagon train is once more in motion. The mules step out with greater rapidity. The sable surface, strange to their eyes, excites them to brisker action, causing them to raise the hoof as soon as it touches the turf. The younger animals show fear, snorting as they advance. In time, their apprehensions become allayed, and, taking the cue from their older associates, they move on steadily as before. A mile or more is made, apparently in a direct line from the point of starting. Then there is a halt. The self-appointed guide has ordered it. He has reined up his horse, and is sitting in the saddle with less show of confidence. He appears to be puzzled about the direction. The landscape, if such it may be called, has assumed a change, though not for the better. It is still sable as ever, to the verge of the horizon. But the surface is no longer a plain, it rolls. There are ridges, gentle undulations with valleys between. They are not entirely treeless, though nothing that may be termed a tree is in sight. There have been such before the fire, algarobias, mesquites, and others of the acacia family standing solitary or in copses. Their light pinnate foliage has disappeared like flax before the flame. Their existence is only evidenced by charred trunks and blackened boughs. "You've lost the way, nephew," said the planter, riding rapidly up. "No, uncle, not yet. I've only stopped to have a look. It must lie in this direction down that valley. Let them drive on. We're going all right. I'll answer for it." Once more in motion, adown the slope, then along the valley, then up the acclivity of another ridge, and then there is a second stoppage upon its crest. "You've lost the way, Cash?" said the planter, coming up and repeating his former observation. "Damned if I don't believe I have, uncle," responded the nephew, in a tone of not very respectful mistrust. "Anyhow, who the devil could find his way out of an ashpit like this? No, no," he continued, reluctant to betray his embarrassment as the carriole came up. "I see now. We're all right yet. The river must be in this direction. Come on." On goes the guide, evidently irresolute. On follow the sable teamsters who, despite their stolidity, do not fail to note some signs of vacillation. They can tell that they are no longer advancing in a direct line, but circuitously among the copses and across the glades that stretch between. All are gratified by a shout from the conductor, announcing recovered confidence. In response, there is a universal explosion of whipcord, with joyous exclamations. Once more they are stretching their teams along a traveled road where a half-score of wheeled vehicles must have passed before them. And not long before, the wheel tracks are of recent impress, the hoofprints of the animals fresh as if made within the hour. A train of wagons, not unlike their own, must have passed over the burnt prairie. Like themselves, it could only be going towards the Leona, perhaps some government convoy on its way to Fort Inga. In that case, they have only to keep in the same track. The fort is on the line of their march, but a short distance beyond the point where their journey is to terminate. Nothing could be more opportune. The guide, hitherto perplexed, though without acknowledging it, is at once relieved of all anxiety, and with a fresh exhibition of conceit, orders the route to be resumed. For a mile or more the wagon tracks are followed, not in a direct line, but bending about among the skeleton copses. The countenance of Cassius Calhoun, for a while wearing a confident look, gradually becomes clouded. It assumes the profoundest expression of despondency on discovering that the 44 wheel tracks he is following have been made by 10 Pittsburgh wagons and a carriole, the same that are now following him, and in whose company he has been traveling all the way from the Gulf of Matagorda. Chapter 2. The Trail of the Lazo. Beyond doubt, the wagons of Woodley Poindexter were going over ground already traced by the tiring of their wheels. "Our own tracks," muttered Calhoun on making the discovery, adding a fierce oath as he reined up. "Our own tracks. What mean you, Cassius? You don't say we've been traveling." "On our own tracks." "I do, uncle, that very thing. We must have made a complete circumbendibus of it. See, here's the hind hoof of my own horse, with half a shoe off, and there's the foot of the niggers. Besides, I can tell the ground. That's the very hill we went down as we left our last stopping place. Hang the crooked luck. We've made a couple of miles for nothing." Embarrassment is no longer the only expression upon the face of the speaker. It has deepened to chagrin, with an admixture of shame. It is through him that the train is without a regular guide. One, engaged at Indianola, had piloted them to their last camping place. There, in consequence of some dispute, due to the surly temper of the ex-captain of volunteers, the man had demanded his dismissal and gone back. For this, as also for an ill-timed display of confidence in his power to conduct the march, is the planter's nephew now suffering under a sense of shame. He feels it keenly as the carriole comes up, and bright eyes become witnesses of his discomfiture. Poindexter does not repeat his inquiry. That the road is lost is a fact evident to all. Even the barefooted or brogand pedestrians have recognized their long-heeled footprints and become aware that they are for the second time treading upon the same ground. There is a general halt, succeeded by an animated conversation among the white men. The situation is serious. The planter himself believes it to be so. He cannot that day reach the end of his journey, a thing upon which he had set his mind. That is the very least misfortune that can befall them. There are others possible and probable. There are perils upon the burnt plain. They may be compelled to spend the night upon it, with no water for their animals. Perhaps a second day and night, or longer, who can tell how long? How are they to find their way? The sun is beginning to descend, though still too high in heaven to indicate his line of declination. By waiting a while they may discover the quarters of the compass. But to what purpose? The knowledge of east, west, north, and south can avail nothing now. They have lost their line of march. Calhoun has become cautious. He no longer volunteers to point out the path. He hesitates to repeat his pioneering experiments after such manifest and shameful failure. A 10 minutes discussion terminates in nothing. No one can suggest a feasible plan of proceeding. No one knows how to escape from the embrace of that dark desert, which appears to cloud not only the sun and sky, but the countenances of all who enter within its limits. A flock of black vultures is seen flying afar off. They come nearer and nearer. Some alight upon the ground, others hover above the heads of the strayed travelers. Is there a boding in the behavior of the birds? Another 10 minutes is spent in the midst of moral and physical gloom. Then, as if by a benignant mandate from heaven, does cheerfulness reassume its sway. The cause: a horseman riding in the direction of the train. An unexpected sight. Who could have looked for human being in such a place? All eyes simultaneously sparkle with joy, as if in the approach of the horseman they beheld the advent of a savior. "He's coming this way, is he not?" inquired the planter, scarce confident in his failing sight. "Yes, father. Straight as he can ride," replied Henry, lifting the hat from his head and waving it on high, the action accompanied by a shout intended to attract the horseman. The signal was superfluous. The stranger had already sighted the halted wagons and, riding towards them at a gallop, was soon within speaking distance. He did not draw bridle until he had passed the train and arrived upon the spot occupied by the planter and his party. "A Mexican," whispered Henry, drawing his deduction from the habiliments of the horseman. "So much the better," replied Poindexter in the same tone of voice. "He'll be all the more likely to know the road." "Not a bit of Mexican about him," muttered Calhoun, accepting the rig. "I'll soon see. Buenos dias, caballero. ¿Está vi mexicano?" "Good day, sir. Are you a Mexican?" "No, indeed," replied the stranger, with a protesting smile. "Anything but that. I can speak to you in Spanish if you prefer it, but I dare say you will understand me better in English, which, I presume, is your native tongue." Calhoun, suspecting that he had spoken indifferent Spanish, or indifferently pronounced it, refrains from making rejoinder. "American, sir," replied Poindexter, his national pride feeling slightly piqued. Then, as if fearing to offend the man from whom he intended asking a favor, he added, "Yes, sir, we are all Americans from the southern states." "That I can perceive by your following." An expression of contempt, scarce perceptible, showed itself upon the countenance of the speaker, as his eye rested upon the groups of black bondsmen. "I can perceive, too," he added, "that you are strangers to prairie traveling. You have lost your way?" "We have, sir, and have very little prospect of recovering it, unless we may count upon your kindness to direct us." "Not much kindness in that. By the merest chance I came upon your trail, as I was crossing the prairie. I saw you were going astray, and have ridden this way to set you right. It is very good of you. We shall be most thankful, sir. My name is Poindexter, Woodley Poindexter, of Louisiana. I have purchased a property on the Leona River near Fort Inge. We were in hopes of reaching it before nightfall. Can we do so?" "There is nothing to hinder you, if you follow the instructions I shall give." On saying this, the stranger rode a few paces apart, and appeared to scrutinize the country as if to determine the direction which the travelers should take. Poised conspicuously upon the crest of the ridge, horse and man presented a picture worthy of skillful delineation. A steed, such as might have been ridden by an Arab sheikh, blood-bay in color, broad in counter, with limbs clean as culms of cane, and hips of elliptical outline, continued into a magnificent tail sweeping rearward like a rainbow. On his back a rider, a young man of not more than 25, of noble form and features. Habited in the picturesque costume of a Mexican ranchero, Spencer jacket of velveteen, calzoneros laced along the seams, calzoncillos of snow-white lawn, botas of buff leather, heavily spurred at the heels, around the waist a scarf of scarlet crepe, and on his head a hat of black glaze, banded with gold bullion. Picture to yourself a horseman thus habited, seated in a deep tree saddle, of Moorish shape and Mexican manufacture, with housings of leather stamped in antique patterns, such as were worn by the caparisoned steeds of the conquistadores. Picture to yourself such a caballero, and you will have before your mind's eye a counterpart of him, upon whom the planter and his people were gazing. Through the curtains of the traveling carriage he was regarded with glances that spoke of a singular sentiment. For the first time in her life, Louise Poindexter looked upon that hitherto known only to her imagination, a man of heroic mold. Proud might he have been, could he have guessed the interest which his presence was exciting in the breast of the young Creole. He could not, and did not. He was not even aware of her existence. He had only glanced at the dust-bedaubed vehicle in passing as one might look upon the rude incrustation of an oyster, without suspecting that a precious pearl may lie gleaming inside. "By my faith," he declared, facing round to the owner of the wagons, "I can discover no landmarks for you to steer by. For all that, I can find the way myself. You will have to cross the Leona 5 miles below the fort, and as I have to go by the crossing myself, you can follow the tracks of my horse. Good day, gentlemen." Thus abruptly bidding adieu, he pressed the spur against the side of his steed, and started off at a gallop. An unexpected, almost uncourteous departure. So thought the planter and his people. They had no time to make observations upon it, before the stranger was seen returning towards them. In 10 seconds he was again in their presence, all listening to learn what had brought him back. "I fear the tracks of my horse may prove of little service to you. The mustangs have been this way, since the fire. They have made hoof marks by the thousand. Mine are shod. but as you are not accustomed to trailing, you may not be able to distinguish them, the more so that in these dry ashes all horse tracks are so nearly alike." "What are we to do?" despairingly asked the planter. "I am sorry, Mr. Poindexter. I cannot stay to conduct you. I am riding express, with a dispatch for the fort. If you should lose my trail, keep the sun on your right shoulders, so that your shadows may fall to the left, at an angle of about 15 degrees to your line of march. Go straight forward for about 5 miles. You will then come in sight of the top of a tall tree, a cypress. You will know it by its leaves being in the red. Head direct for this tree. It stands on the bank of the river, and close by is the crossing." The young horseman, once more drawing up his reins, was about to ride off, when something caused him to linger. It was a pair of dark, lustrous eyes observed by him for the first time, glancing through the curtains of the traveling carriage. Their owner was in shadow, but there was light enough to show that they were set in a countenance of surpassing loveliness. He perceived, moreover, that they were turned upon himself, fixed, as he fancied, in an expression that betokened interest, almost tenderness. He returned it with an involuntary glance of admiration which he made but an awkward attempt to conceal. Lest it might be mistaken for rudeness, he suddenly faced round, and once more addressed himself to the planter, who had just finished thanking him for his civility. "I am but ill-deserving thanks," was his rejoinder, "thus to leave you with a chance of losing your way. But, as I've told you, my time is measured." The dispatch-bearer consulted his watch as though not a little reluctant to travel alone. "You are very kind, sir," said Poindexter, "but with the directions you have given us, I think we shall be able to manage. The sun will surely show us." "No. Now I look at the sky. It will not. There are clouds looming up on the north. In an hour the sun may be obscured at all events before you can get within sight of the cypress. It will not do. Stay," he continued, after a reflective pause. "I have a better plan still. Follow the trail of my lazo." While speaking, he had lifted the coiled rope from his saddlebow and flung the loose end to the earth, the other being secured to a ring in the pommel. Then, raising his hat in graceful salutation, more than half directed towards the traveling carriage, he gave the spur to his steed, and once more bounded off over the prairie. The lazo, lengthening out, tightened over the hips of his horse, and, dragging a dozen yards behind, left a line upon the cinereous surface, as if some slender serpent had been making its passage across the plain. "An exceedingly curious fellow," remarked the planter, as they stood gazing after the horseman, fast becoming hidden behind a cloud of sable dust. "I ought to have asked him his name." "An exceedingly conceited fellow, I should say," muttered Calhoun, who had not failed to notice the glance sent by the stranger in the direction of the carriole, nor that which had challenged it. "As to his name, I don't think it matters much. It mightn't be his own he would give you. Texas is full of such swells who take new names when they get here by way of improvement, if for no better reason." "Come, Cousin Cash," protested young Poindexter, "you are unjust to the stranger. He appears to be educated, in fact, a gentleman, worthy of bearing the best of names, I should say. A gentleman, deuced unlikely, rigged out in that fanfaron fashion. I never saw a man yet that took to a Mexican dress who wasn't a jack. He's one, I'll be bound." During this brief conversation, the fair occupant of the carriole was seen to bend forward and direct a look of evident interest after the form of the horseman fast receding from her view. To this, perhaps, might have been traced the acrimony observable in the speech of Calhoun. "What is it, Lou?" he inquired, riding close up to the carriage, and speaking in a voice not loud enough to be heard by the others. "You appear impatient to go forward? Perhaps you'd like to ride off along with that swaggering fellow? It isn't too late. I'll lend you my horse." The young girl threw herself back upon the seat, evidently displeased, both by the speech and the tone in which it was delivered. But her displeasure, instead of expressing itself in a frown, or in the shape of an indignant rejoinder, was concealed under a guise far more galling to him who had caused it. A clear, ringing laugh was the only reply vouchsafed to him. So. I thought there must be something by the way you behaved yourself in his presence. You looked as if you would have relished a tete-a-tete with this showy dispatch-bearer. Taken with his stylish dress, I suppose? Fine feathers make fine birds. His are borrowed. I may strip them off some day, along with a little of the skin that's under them. For shame, Cassius. Your words are a scandal. 'Tis you should think of scandal, Lou, to let your thoughts turn on a common scamp, a masquerading fellow like that. No doubt the letter carrier, employed by the officers at the fort. A letter carrier, you think? Oh, how I should like to get love letters by such a postman. You had better hasten on and tell him so. My horse is at your service. Ha! 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 What a simpleton you show yourself. Suppose, for jesting's sake, I did have a fancy to overtake this prairie postman. It couldn't be done upon that dull steed of yours, not a bit of it. At the rate he is going, he and his blood bay will be out of sight before you could change saddles for me. Oh no. He's not to be overtaken by me, however much I might like it, and perhaps I might like it. Don't let your father hear you talk in that way. Don't let him hear you talk in that way, retorted the young lady, for the first time speaking in a serious strain. Though you are my cousin, and Papa may think you the pink of perfection, I don't, not I. I never told you I did I? A frown, evidently called forth by some unsatisfactory reflection, was the only reply to this tantalizing interrogative. You are my cousin, she continued, in a tone that contrasted strangely with the levity she had already exhibited, but you are nothing more. Nothing more, Captain Cassius Calhoun. You have no claim to be my counselor. There is but one from whom I am in duty bound to take advice or bear reproach. I therefore beg of you, Master Cash, that you will not again presume to repeat such sentiments as those you have just favored me with. I shall remain mistress of my own thoughts and actions, too, till I have found a master who can control them. It is not you. Having delivered this speech with eyes flashing half angrily, half contemptuously upon her cousin, the young Creole once more threw herself back upon the cushions of the carriole. The closing curtains admonished the ex-officer that further conversation was not desired. Quailing under the lash of indignant innocence, he was only too happy to hear the loud gee-on of the teamsters as the wagons commenced moving over the somber surface, not more somber than his own thoughts. Chapter 3. The Prairie Fingerpost. The travelers felt no further uneasiness about the route. The snake-like trail was continuous, and so plain that a child might have followed it. It did not run in a right line, but meandering among the thickets, at times turning out of the way, in places where the ground was clear of timber. This had evidently been done with an intent to avoid obstruction to the wagons, since at each of these windings the travelers could perceive that there were breaks, or other inequalities, in the surface. How very thoughtful of the young fellow, remarked Poindexter. I really feel regret at not having asked for his name. If he belonged to the fort, we shall see him again. No doubt of it, assented his son. I hope we shall. His daughter, reclining in shadow, overheard the conjectural speech, as well as the rejoinder. She said nothing, but her glance towards Henry seemed to declare that her heart fondly echoed the hope. Cheered by the prospect of soon terminating a toilsome journey, as also by the pleasant anticipation of beholding, before sunset, his new purchase, the planter was in one of his happiest moods. His aristocratic bosom was moved by an unusual amount of condescension to all around him. He chatted familiarly with his overseer, stopped to crack a joke with Uncle Scipio, hobbling along on blistered heels, and encouraged Aunt Chloe in the transport of her pickaninny. Marvelous, might the observer exclaim, misled by such exceptional interludes, so pathetically described by the scribblers in Lucifer's pay. What a fine patriarchal institution is slavery after all. After all we have said and done to abolish it, a waste of sympathy, sheer philanthropic folly to attempt the destruction of this ancient edifice, worthy cornerstone to a chivalric nation. O ye abolition fanatics, why do ye clamor against it? Know ye not that some must suffer, must work and starve, that others may enjoy the luxury of idleness? That some must be slaves, that others may be free? Such arguments at which a world might weep have been of late but too often urged. Woe to the man who speaks and the nation that gives ear to them. The planter's high spirits were shared by his party, Calhoun alone excepted. They were reflected in the faces of his black bondsmen, who regarded him as the source and dispenser of their happiness or misery, omnipotent next to God. They loved him less than God, and feared him more. though he was by no means a bad master, that is, by comparison. He did not absolutely take delight in torturing them. He liked to see them well fed and clad, their epidermis shining with the exudation of its own oil. These signs bespoke the importance of their proprietor himself. He was satisfied to let them off with an occasional cowhiding salutary, he would assure you, and in all his stock there was not one black skin marked with the mutilations of vengeance, a proud boast for a Mississippian slave owner, and more than most could truthfully lay claim to. In the presence of such an exemplary owner, no wonder that the cheerfulness was universal, or that the slaves should partake of their master's joy and give way to their garrulity. It was not destined that this joyfulness should continue to the end of their journey. It was after a time interrupted, not suddenly, nor by any fault on the part of those indulging in it, but by causes and circumstances over which they had not the slightest control. As the stranger had predicted, the sun ceased to be visible before the cypress came in sight. There was nothing in this to cause apprehension. The line of the lazo was conspicuous as ever, and they needed no guidance from the sun, only that his cloud eclipse produced a corresponding effect upon their spirits. "One might suppose it close upon nightfall," observed the planter, drawing out his gold repeater and glancing at its dial, "and yet it's only 3 o'clock. Lucky the young fellow has left us such a sure guide. But for him, we might have floundered among these ashes till sundown, perhaps have been compelled to sleep upon them." "A black bed it would be," jokingly rejoined Henry, with the design of rendering the conversation more cheerful. "Ugh, I should have such ugly dreams were I to sleep upon it." "And I too," added his sister, protruding her pretty face through the curtains, and taking a survey of the surrounding scene. "I am sure I should dream of Tartarus, and Pluto, and Proserpine, and—" "Here, grinned the black Jehu on the box enrolled in the plantation books as Pluto Poindexter. "De young miss a dream 'bout me in de mids ob dis brack prairie. Golly, dat am a good joke, Barry. Heya. "Don't be too sure, all of ye," said the surly nephew at this moment coming up, and taking part in the conversation. "Don't be too sure that you won't have to make your beds upon it yet. I hope it may be no worse." "What mean you, Cash?" inquired the uncle. "I mean, uncle, that fellow's been misleading us. I won't say it for certain, but it looks ugly. We've come more than 5 miles, 6, I should say, and where's the tree? I've examined the horizon with a pair of as good eyes as most have got, I reckon, and there isn't such a thing in sight. But why should the stranger have deceived us?" "Ah, why? That's just it. There may be more reasons than one." "Give us one, then," challenged a silvery voice from the carriole. "We're all ears to hear it." "You're all ears to take in everything that's told you by a stranger," sneeringly replied Calhoun. "I suppose if I gave my reason, you'd be so charitable as to call it a false alarm." "That depends on its character, Master Cassius. I think you might venture to try us. We scarcely expect a false alarm from a soldier, as well as traveler of your experience." Calhoun felt the taunt, and would probably have withheld the communication he had intended to make, but for Poindexter himself. "Come, Cassius, explain yourself," demanded the planter, in a tone of respectful authority. "You have said enough to excite something more than curiosity. For what reason should the young fellow be leading us astray?" "Well, uncle," answered the ex-officer, retreating a little from his original accusation, "I haven't said for certain that he is, only that it looks like it." "In what way?" "Well, one don't know what may happen. Traveling parties as strong and stronger than we have been attacked on these plains, and plundered of everything, murdered." "Mercy," exclaimed Louise in a tone of terror, more affected than real. "By Indians," replied Poindexter. "Ah, Indians indeed. Sometimes it may be, and sometimes too, they may be whites who play at that game, not all Mexican whites neither. It only needs a bit of brown paint, a horsehair wig, with half a dozen feathers stuck into it, that, and plenty of hullabalooing. If we were to be robbed by a party of white Indians, it wouldn't be the first time the thing's been done. We as good as half deserve it for our greenness in trusting too much to a stranger." "Good heavens, nephew. This is a serious accusation. Do you mean to say that the dispatch rider, if he be one, is leading us into an ambuscade?" "No, uncle, I don't say that. I only say that such things have been done, and it's possible he may." "But not probable," emphatically interposed the voice from the carriole in a tone tauntingly quizzical. "No!" exclaimed the stripling Henry, who, although riding a few paces ahead, had overheard the conversation. "Your suspicions are unjust, cousin Cassius. I pronounce them a calumny. What's more, I can prove them so. Look there." The youth had reined up his horse and was pointing to an object placed conspicuously by the side of the path, which, before speaking, he had closely scrutinized. It was a tall plant of the columnar cactus, whose green succulent stem had escaped scathing by the fire. It was not to the plant itself that Henry Poindexter directed the attention of his companions, but to a small white disc of the form of a parallelogram impaled upon one of its spines. No one accustomed to the usages of civilized life could mistake the card. It was one. "Hear what's written upon it," continued the young man, riding nearer and reading aloud the directions penciled upon the bit of pasteboard. "The cypress in sight." "Where?" inquired Poindexter. "There's a hand," rejoined Henry, with a finger pointing no doubt in the direction of the tree. All eyes were instantly turned towards the quarter of the compass, indicated by the cipher on the card. Had the sun been shining, the cypress might have been seen at the first glance. As it was, the sky, late of cerulean hue, was now of a leaden gray, and no straining of the eyes could detect anything along the horizon resembling the top of a tree. "There's nothing of the kind," asserted Calhoun with restored confidence, at the same time returning to his unworthy accusation. "It's only a dodge, another link in the chain of tricks the scamp is playing us." "You mistake, cousin Cassius," replied that same voice that had so often contradicted him. "Look through this lorgnette. If you haven't lost the sight of those superior eyes of yours, you'll see something very like a tree, a tall tree, and a cypress, too, if ever there was one in the swamps of Louisiana." Calhoun disdained to take the opera glass from the hands of his cousin. He knew it would convict him, for he could not suppose she was telling an untruth. Poindexter availed himself of its aid, and adjusting the focus to his failing sight, was enabled to distinguish the red-leafed cypress, topping up over the edge of the prairie. "It's true," he said. "The tree is there. The young fellow is honest. You've been wronging him, Cash. I didn't think it likely he should have taken such a queer plan to make fools of us. He there, Mr. Sansom. Direct your teamsters to drive on." Calhoun, not caring to continue the conversation, nor yet remain longer in company, spitefully spurred his horse and trotted off over the prairie. "Let me look at that card, Henry," said Louise, speaking to her brother in a restrained voice. "I'm curious to see the cipher that has been of such service to us. Bring it away, brother. It can be of no further use where it is, now that we have sighted the tree." Henry, without the slightest suspicion of his sister's motive for making the request, yielded obedience to it. Releasing the piece of pasteboard from its impalement, he chucked it into her lap. "Maurice Gerald," muttered the young Creole, after deciphering the name upon the card. "Maurice Gerald," she repeated, in apostrophic thought, as she deposited the piece of pasteboard in her bosom. "Whoever you are, whence you have come, whither you are going, what you may be, henceforth there is a fate between us. I feel it, I know it, sure as there's a sky above. Oh, how that sky lowers. Am I to take it as a type of this still untraced destiny?" Chapter 4. The Black Norther. For some seconds after surrendering herself to the sibylline thoughts thus expressed, the young lady sate in silence, her white hands clasped across her temples, as if her whole soul was absorbed in an attempt either to explain the past or penetrate the future. Her reverie, whatever might be its cause, was not of long duration. She was awakened from it on hearing exclamations without mingled with words that declared some object of apprehension. She recognized her brother's voice, speaking in tones that betokened alarm. "Look, father, don't you see them?" "Where, Henry? Where?" "Yonder, behind the wagons. You see them now?" "I do, though I can't say what they are. They look like Poindexter was puzzled for a simile. I really don't know what." "Waterspouts," suggested the ex-captain, who, at sight of the strange objects, had condescended to rejoin the party around the carriole. "Surely it can't be that? It's too far from the sea. I never heard of their occurring on the prairies." "They are in motion, whatever they be," said Henry. "See," They keep closing and then going apart. But for that, one might mistake them for huge obelisks of black marble. Giants or ghouls, jokingly suggested Calhoun, ogres from some other world who've taken a fancy to have a promenade on this abominable prairie. The ex-officer was only humorous with an effort. As well as the others, he was under the influence of an uneasy feeling. And no wonder. Against the northern horizon had suddenly become upreared a number of ink-colored columns, half a score of them, unlike anything ever seen before. They were not of regular columnar form, nor fixed in any way, but constantly changing size, shape, and place, now steadfast for a time, now gliding over the charred surface like giants upon skates, anon bending and balancing towards one another in the most fantastic figurings. It required no great effort of imagination to fancy the titans of old resuscitated on the prairies of Texas, leading a measure after some wild carousal in the company of Bacchus. In the proximity of phenomena never observed before, unearthly in their aspect, unknown to every individual of the party, it was but natural these should be inspired with alarm. And such was the fact. A sense of danger pervaded every bosom. All were impressed with a belief that they were in the presence of some peril of the prairies. A general halt had been made on first observing the strange objects, the Negroes on foot, as well as the teamsters, giving utterance to shouts of terror. The animals, mules as well as horses, had come instinctively to a stand, the latter neighing and trembling, the former filling the air with their shrill screams. These were not the only sounds. From the sable towers could be heard a hoarse, swishing noise that resembled the sough of a waterfall, at intervals breaking into reverberations like the roll of musketry or the detonations of distant thunder. These noises were gradually growing louder and more distinct. The danger, whatever it might be, was drawing nearer. Consternation became depicted on the countenances of the travelers, Calhoun's forming no exception. The ex-officer no longer pretended levity. The eyes of all were turned towards the lowering sky and the band of black columns that appeared coming on to crush them. At this crisis, a shout, reaching their ears from the opposite side, was a source of relief, despite the unmistakable accent of alarm in which it was uttered. Turning, they beheld a horseman in full gallop riding direct towards them. The horse was black as coal, the rider of like hue, even to the skin of his face, for all that he was recognized as the stranger upon the trail of whose lazo they had been traveling. The perceptions of woman are quicker than those of man. The young lady within the carriole was the first to identify him. "Onward," he cried, as soon as within speaking distance. On, as fast as you can drive." "What is it?" demanded the planter, in bewildered alarm. "Is there a danger?" "There is. I did not anticipate it as I passed you. It was only after reaching the river I saw the sure signs of it." "Of what, sir?" "The norther." "You mean the storm of that name?" "I do." "I never heard of its being dangerous," interposed Calhoun, "except to vessels at sea. It's precious cold, I know, but—" "You'll find it worse than cold, sir," interrupted the young horseman. "If you're not quick in getting out of its way, Mr. Poindexter," he continued, turning to the planter, and speaking with impatient emphasis, "I tell you that you and your party are in peril. A norther is not always to be dreaded, but this one, look yonder. You see those black pillars? We've been wondering, didn't know what to make of them. They're nothing, only the precursors of the storm. Look beyond. Don't you see a coal-black cloud spreading over the sky? That's what you have to dread. I don't wish to cause you unnecessary alarm, but I tell you, there's death in yonder shadow. It's in motion and coming this way. You have no chance to escape it, except by speed. If you do not make haste, it will be too late. In 10 minutes' time you may be enveloped, and then, quick, sir, I entreat you. Order your drivers to hurry forward as fast as they can. The sky, heaven itself, commands you." The planter did not think of refusing compliance with an appeal urged in such energetic terms. The order was given for the teams to be set in motion and driven at top speed. Terror that inspired the animals equally with their drivers rendered superfluous the use of the whip. The traveling carriage with the mounted men moved in front as before. The stranger alone threw himself in the rear as if to act as a guard against the threatening danger. At intervals, he was observed to rein up his horse and look back, each time by his glances betraying increased apprehension. Perceiving it, the planter approached and accosted him with the inquiry. "Is there still a danger?" "I am sorry to answer you in the affirmative," said he. "I had hopes that the wind might be the other way." "Wind, sir? There is none that I can perceive." "Not here. Yonder it is blowing a hurricane, and this way too, direct. By heavens, it is nearing us rapidly. I doubt if we shall be able to clear the burnt track." "What is to be done?" exclaimed the planter, terrified by the announcement. "Are your mules doing their best?" "They are. They could not be driven faster." "I fear we shall be too late then." As the speaker gave utterance to this gloomy conjecture, he reined round once more, and sate regarding the cloud columns as if calculating the rate at which they were advancing. The lines, contracting around his lips, told of something more than dissatisfaction. "Yes, too late," he exclaimed, suddenly terminating his scrutiny. "They are moving faster than we, far faster. There is no hope of our escaping them." "Good God, sir! Is the danger so great? Can we do nothing to avoid it?" The stranger did not make immediate reply. For some seconds he remained silent, as if reflecting, his glance no longer turned towards the sky, but wandering among the wagons. "Is there no chance of escape?" urged the planter with the impatience of a man in presence of a great peril. "There is," joyfully responded the horseman, as if some hopeful thought had at length suggested itself. "There is a chance. I did not think of it before. We cannot shun the storm, the danger we may. Quick, Mr. Poindexter, order your men to muffle the mules, the horses too, otherwise the animals will be blinded and go mad. Blankets, cloaks, anything will do. When that's done, let all seek shelter within the wagons. Let the tilts be closed at the ends. I shall myself look to the traveling carriage." Having delivered this chapter of instructions, which Poindexter, assisted by the overseer, hastened to direct the execution of, the young horseman galloped towards the front. "Madame," said he, reining up alongside the carriole, and speaking with as much suavity as the circumstances would admit of, "you must close the curtains all round. Your coachman will have to get inside, and you, gentlemen," he continued, addressing himself to Henry and Calhoun, "and you, sir," to Poindexter, who had just come up. "There will be room for all, inside, I beseech you. Lose no time. In a few seconds the storm will be upon us." "And you, sir?" inquired the planter, with a show of interest in the man who was making such exertions to secure them against some yet unascertained danger. "What of yourself? Don't waste a moment upon me. I know what's coming. It isn't the first time I have encountered it. I entreat you. You haven't a second to spare. Listen to that shriek. Quick, or the dust cloud will be around us." The planter and his son sprang together to the ground and retreated into the traveling carriage. Calhoun, refusing to dismount, remained stiffly seated in his saddle. Why should he skulk from a visionary danger that did not deter a man in Mexican garb? The latter turned away, as he did so, directing the overseer to get inside the nearest wagon, a direction which was obeyed with alacrity, and, for the first time, the stranger was left free to take care of himself. Quickly unfolding his serape, hitherto strapped across the cantle of his saddle, he flung it over the head of his horse. Then, drawing the edges back, he fastened it, bag fashion, around the animal's neck. With equal alertness, he undid his scarf of China crepe and stretched it around his sombrero, fixing it in such a way that one edge was held under the bullion band, while the other dropped down over the brim, thus forming a silken visor for his face. Before finally closing it, he turned once more towards the carriole and, to his surprise, saw Calhoun still in the saddle. Humanity triumphed over a feeling of incipient aversion. "Once again, sir, I adjure you to get inside. If you do not, you'll have cause to repent it. Within 10 minutes' time, you may be a dead man." The positive emphasis with which the caution was delivered produced its effect. In the presence of mortal foemen, Cassius Calhoun was no coward. But there was an enemy approaching that was not mortal, not in any way understood. It was already making itself manifest, in tones that resembled thunder in shadows that mocked the darkness of midnight. Who would not have felt fear at the approach of a destroyer so declaring itself? The ex-officer was unable to resist the united warnings of earth and heaven, and, slipping out of his saddle with a show of reluctance intended to save appearances, he clambered into the carriage and ensconced himself behind the closely drawn curtains. To describe what followed is beyond the power of the pen. No eye beheld the spectacle, for none dared look upon it. Even had this been possible, nothing could have been seen. In 5 minutes after the muffling of the mules, the train was enveloped in worse than Cimmerian darkness. The opening scene can alone be depicted, for that only was observed by the travelers. One of the sable columns, moving in the advance, broke as it came in collision with the wagon tilts. Down came a shower of black dust, as if the sky had commenced raining gunpowder. It was a foretaste of what was to follow. There was a short interval of open atmosphere, hot as the inside of an oven. Then succeeded puffs and whirling gusts of wind, cold as if projected from caves of ice, and accompanied by a noise as though all the trumpets of Aeolus were announcing the advent of the Storm King. In another instant the norther was around them, and the wagon train, halted on a subtropical plain, was enveloped in an atmosphere akin to that which congeals the icebergs of the Arctic Ocean. Nothing more was seen, nothing heard, save the whistling of the wind, or its hoarse roaring, as it thundered against the tilts of the wagons. The mules, having instinctively turned stern towards it, stood silent in their traces, and the voices of the travelers, in solemn converse inside, could not be distinguished amid the howling of the hurricane. Every aperture had been closed, for it was soon discovered that to show a face from under the sheltering canvas was to court suffocation. The air was surcharged with ashes, lifted aloft from the burnt plain, and reduced by the whirling of the wind to an impalpable but poisonous powder. For over an hour did the atmosphere carry this cinereous cloud, during which period lasted the imprisonment of the travelers. At length a voice, speaking close by the curtains of the carriole, announced their release. "You can come forth," said the stranger, the crepe scarf thrown back above the brim of his hat. "You will still have the storm to contend against. It will last to the end of your journey, and perhaps for 3 days longer. But you have nothing further to fear. The ashes are all swept off. They've gone before you, and you're not likely to overtake them this side the Rio Grande." "Sir," said the planter, hastily descending the steps of the carriage, "we have to thank you for our lives, father," cried Henry, supplying the proper words. "I hope, sir, you will favor us with your name?" "Maurice Gerald," returned the stranger, "though at the fort you will find me better known as Maurice the Mustanger." "A Mustanger," scornfully muttered Calhoun, but only loud enough to be heard by Louise. "Only a Mustanger," reflected the aristocratic Poindexter, the fervor of his gratitude becoming sensibly chilled. "For guide you will no longer need either myself or my lazo," said the hunter of wild horses. "The cypress is in sight. Keep straight towards it. After crossing, you will see the flag over the fort. You may yet reach your journey's end before night. I have no time to tarry, and must say adieu." Satan himself, astride a Tartarian steed, could not have looked more like the devil than did Maurice the Mustanger, as he separated for the second time from the planter and his party. But neither his ashy envelope, nor the announcement of his humble calling, did aught to damage him in the estimation of one whose thoughts were already predisposed in his favor, Louise Poindexter. On hearing him declare his name by presumption already known to her, she but more tenderly cherished the bit of cardboard, chafing against her snow-white bosom, at the same time muttering in soft, pensive soliloquy, heard only by herself. "Maurice the Mustanger, despite your sooty covering, despite your modest pretense, you have touched the heart of a Creole maiden. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, he is too like Lucifer for me to despise him." Chapter 5. The Home of the Horse Hunter. Where the Rio de Nueces River of Nuts collects its waters from 100 tributary streams lining the map like the limbs of a grand genealogical tree, you may look upon a land of surpassing fairness. Its surface is rolling prairie, interspersed with clumps of post oak and pecan, here and there along the banks of the watercourses uniting into continuous groves. In some places, these timbered tracts assume the aspect of the true chaparral, a thicket rather than a forest, its principal growth being various kinds of acacia, associated with copaiba and creosote trees, with wild aloes, with eccentric shapes of cereus, cactus, and arborescent yucca. These spinous forms of vegetation, though repulsive to the eye of the agriculturist, as proving the utter sterility of the soil, present an attractive aspect to the botanist or the lover of nature, especially when the cereus unfolds its huge wax-like blossoms, or the Fuchsia splendens overtops the surrounding shrubbery with its spike of resplendent flowers, like a red flag hanging unfolded along its staff. The whole region, however, is not of this character. There are stretches of greater fertility, where a black calcareous earth gives nourishment to trees of taller growth and more luxuriant foliage. The wild china, a true sapindle, the pecan, the elm, the hackberry, and the oak of several species, with here and there a cypress or cottonwood, form the components of many a sylvan scene which, from the blending of their leaves of various shades of green and the ever-changing contour of their clumps, deserves to be denominated fair. The streams of this region are of crystal purity, their waters tinted only by the reflection of sapphire skies. Its sun, moon, and stars are scarcely ever concealed behind a cloud. The demon of disease has not found his way into this salubrious spot. No epidemic can dwell within its borders. Despite these advantages, civilized man has not yet made it his home. Its paths are trodden only by the red-skinned rovers of the prairie, Lipano or Comanche, and these only when mounted, and upon the maraud towards the settlements of the lower Nueces or Leona. It may be on this account, though it would almost seem as if they were actuated by a love of the beautiful and picturesque, that the true children of nature, the wild animals, have selected this spot as their favorite habitat and home. In no part of Texas does the stag bound up so often before you, and nowhere is the timid antelope so frequently seen. The rabbit and his gigantic cousin, the mule rabbit, are scarcely ever out of sight, while the polecat, the opossum, and the curious peccary are encountered at frequent intervals. Birds, too, of beautiful forms and colors, enliven the landscape. The quail whirs up from the path, the king vulture wheels in the ambient air. The wild turkey, of gigantic stature, suns his resplendent gorget by the side of the pecan copse, and the singular tailor bird, known among the rude rangers as the bird of paradise, flouts his long scissors-like tail among the feathery fronds of the acacia. Beautiful butterflies spread their wide wings in flapping flight, or, perched upon some gay corolla, look as if they formed part of the flower. Huge bees, Melipone, clad in velvet liveries, buzz amid the blossoming bushes, disputing possession with hawk moths and hummingbirds not much larger than themselves. They are not all innocent, the denizens of this lovely land. Here the rattlesnake attains to larger dimensions than in any other part of North America, and shares the covert with the more dangerous moccasin. Here, too, the tarantula inflicts its venomous sting, the scorpion poisons with its bite, and the centipede, by simply crawling over the skin, causes a fever that may prove fatal. Along the wooded banks of the streams may be encountered the spotted ocelot, the puma, and their more powerful congener, the jaguar, the last of these felidae being here upon the northern limit of its geographical range. Along the edges of the chaparral skulks the gaunt Texan wolf, solitarily and in silence, while a kindred and more cowardly species, the coyote, may be observed, far out upon the open plain, hunting in packs. Sharing the same range with these, the most truculent of quadrupeds, may be seen the noblest and most beautiful of animals, perhaps nobler and more beautiful than man, certainly the most distinguished of man's companions, the horse. Here, independent of man's caprice, his jaw unchecked by bit or curb, his back unscathed by pack or saddle, he roams unrestrained, giving way to all the wildness of his nature. But even in this, his favorite haunt, he is not always left alone. Man presumes to be his pursuer and tamer, for here was he sought, captured, and conquered by Maurice the mustanger. On the banks of the Alamo, one of the most sparkling streamlets that pay tribute to the Nueces, stood a dwelling, unpretentious as any to be found within the limits of Texas, and certainly as picturesque. Its walls were composed of split trunk of the arborescent yucca, set stockade fashion in the ground, while its roof was a thatch furnished by the long bayonet-shaped loaves of the same gigantic lily. The interstices between the uprights, instead of being chinked with clay, as is common in the cabins of western Texas, were covered by a sheeting of horse skins, attached, not by iron tacks, but with the sharp spines that terminate the leaves of the pita plant. On the bluffs, that on both sides overlooked the rivulet, and which were but the termination of the escarpment of the higher plain, grew in abundance the material out of which the hut had been constructed. Tree yuccas and maggies, amidst other rugged types of sterile vegetation, whereas the fertile valley below was covered with a growth of heavy timber, consisting chiefly of red mulberry, post oak, and pecan, that formed a forest of several leagues in length. The timbered tract was, in fact, conterminous with the bottom lands, the tops of the trees scarce rising to a level with the escarpment of the cliff. It was not continuous. Along the edge of the streamlet were breaks forming little meads or savannas, covered with that most nutritious of grasses, known among Mexicans as grama. In the concavity of one of these, of semicircular shape, which served as a natural lawn, stood the primitive dwelling above described, the streamlet representing the chord, while the curve was traced by the trunks of the trees, that resembled a series of columns supporting the roof of some sylvan coliseum. The structure was in shadow, a little retired among the trees, as if the site had been chosen with a view to concealment. It could have been seen but by one passing along the bank of the stream, and then only with the observer directly in front of it. Its rude style of architecture and russet hue contributed still further to its inconspicuousness. The house was a mere cabin not larger than a marquee tent with only a single aperture, the door, if we accept the flue of a slender clay chimney, erected at one end against the upright posts. The doorway had a door, a light framework of wood, with a horse skin stretched over it and hung upon hinges cut from the same hide. In the rear was an open shed, thatched with yucca leaves and supported by half a dozen posts. Around this was a small enclosure, obtained by tying cross poles to the trunks of the adjacent trees. A still more extensive enclosure, containing within its circumference more than an acre of the timbered tract, and fenced in a similar manner, extended rearward from the cabin, terminating against the bluff. Its turf tracked and torn by numerous hoofprints, in some places trampled into a hard surface, told of its use, a corral for wild horses, mustangs. This was made still more manifest by the presence of a dozen or more of these animals within the enclosure, whose glaring eyeballs and excited actions gave evidence of their recent capture and how ill they brooked the imprisonment of that shadowy paddock. The interior of the hut was not without some show of neatness and comfort. The sheeting of mustang skins that covered the walls, with the hairy side turned inward, presented no mean appearance. The smooth, shining coats of all colors, black, bay, snow-white, sorrel, and skewbald, offered to the eye a surface pleasantly variegated, and there had evidently been some taste displayed in their arrangement. The furniture was of the scantiest kind. It consisted of a counterfeit camp bedstead, formed by stretching a horsehide over a framework of trestles, a couple of stools, diminutive specimens on the same model, and a rude table shaped out of hewn slabs of the yucca tree. Something like a second sleeping place appeared in a remote corner, a shakedown or spread of the universal mustang skin. What was least to be expected in such a place was a shelf containing about a score of books, with pens, ink, and papeterie, also a newspaper lying upon the slab table. Further proofs of civilization, if not refinement, presented themselves in the shape of a large leathern portmanteau, a double-barreled gun with Wesley Richards upon the breech, a drinking cup of chased silver, a huntsman's horn, and a dog call. Upon the floor were a few culinary utensils, mostly of tin, while in one corner stood a demijohn, covered with wicker, and evidently containing something stronger than the water of the Alamo. Other chattels in the cabin were perhaps more in keeping with the place. There was a high-peaked Mexican saddle, a bridle with headstall of plaited horsehair, and reins to correspond, 2 or 3 spare serapes, and some odds and ends of rawhide rope. Such was the structure of the mustanger's dwelling, such its surroundings, such its interior and contents, with the exception of its living occupants, 2 in number. On one of the stools standing in the center of the floor was seated a man who could not be the mustanger himself. In no way did he present the semblance of a proprietor. On the contrary, the air of the servitor, the mien of habitual obedience, was impressed upon him beyond the chance of misconstruction. Rude as was the cabin that sheltered him, no one entering under its roof would have mistaken him for its master. Not that he appeared ill-clad or fed, or in any way stinted in his requirements. He was a round, plump specimen, with a shock of carrot-colored hair and a bright, ruddy skin, habited in a suit of stout stuff, half corduroy, half cotton velvet. The corduroy was in the shape of a pair of knee breeches with gaiters to correspond. The velveteen, once bottle green, now faded to a brownish hue, exhibited itself in a sort of shooting coat, with ample pockets in the breast and skirts. A wide-awake hat, cocked over a pair of eyes equally deserving the appellation, completed the costume of the individual in question, if we accept a shirt of coarse calico, a red cotton kerchief loosely knotted around his neck, and a pair of Irish brogues upon his feet. It needed neither the brogues nor the corduroy breeches to proclaim his nationality. His lips, nose, eyes, air, and attitude were all unmistakably Milesian. Had there been any ambiguity about this, it would have been dispelled as he opened his mouth for the emission of speech, and this he at intervals did, in an accent that could only have been acquired in the Shire of Galway. As he was the sole human occupant of the cabin, it might be supposed that he spoke only in soliloquy. Not so, however. Couched upon a piece of horse-skin in front of the fire, with snout half buried among the ashes, was a canine companion whose appearance bespoke a countryman, a huge Irish staghound that looked as if he too understood the speech of Connemara. Whether he did so or not, it was addressed to him, as if he was expected to comprehend every word. "Och, Tara, me jewel!" exclaimed he in the corduroys, fraternally interrogating the hound. "Hadn't yez wish now to be back in Ballybollogue? Wadn't yez loike to be once more in the courtyard av the old castle, friskin' over the clane stones, and bein' tripe-fed till there wasn't a rib to be seen in your sides, so different from what they are now, when I can count ivery one of them? Soul, it's meself that 'ud loike to be there anyhow. But there's no knowin' when the young master'll go back, and take us along wid him. Niver mind, Tara. He's going to the settlements soon, ye old dog, and he's promised to take us there. That's some consolation, be japers. It's over 3 months since I've been to the fort, myself. Maybe I'll find some ould acquaintance among them Irish sodgers that's come lately, and be me soul, av I do. Won't there be a drap between us, won't there, Tara?" The staghound, raising his head at hearing the mention of his name, gave a slight sniff, as if saying yes in answer to the droll interrogatory. "I'd like a drap now," continued the speaker, casting a covetous glance towards the wickered jar. "Mightily I wud that same, but the dimijohn is too near being empty, and the young master might miss it. Besides, it wouldn't be ral honest av me to take it widout lave, would it, Tara?" The dog again raised his head above the ashes and sneezed as before. "Why, that was yez, the last time ye spoke. Div yez Mayne is for the same now. Till me, Tara." Once more the hound gave utterance to the sound that appeared to be caused either by a slight touch of influenza or the ashes having entered his nostrils. "Yez again? In trath, that's just what the dumb crether manes. Don't tempt me, ye old thief. No, I won't touch the whiskey. I'll only draw the cork out av the dimijohn and take a smell at it. Sure the master won't know anything about that, and if he did, he wouldn't mind it. Smelling can't do the potheen any harm." During the concluding portion of this utterance, the speaker had forsaken his seat and approached the corner where stood the jar. Notwithstanding the professed innocence of his intent, there was a stealthiness about his movements that seemed to argue either a want of confidence in his own integrity or in his power to resist temptation. He stood for a short while listening, his eyes turned towards the open doorway, and then, taking up the demijohn, he drew out the stopper and held the neck to his nose. For some seconds he remained in this attitude, giving out no other sign than an occasional sniff, similar to that uttered by the hound, and which he had been fain to interpret as an affirmative answer to his interrogatory. It expressed the enjoyment he was deriving from the bouquet of the potent spirit. But this only satisfied him for a very short time, and gradually the bottom of the jar was seen going upwards, while the reverse end descended in like ratio in the direction of his protruding lips. "Be japers," he exclaimed, once more glancing stealthily towards the door. "Flesh and blood couldn't stand the smell av that bituful whiskey, without tastin' it. Trath, I'll chance it just the smallest thrifle to wet the tap av my tongue. Maybe it'll burn the skin av it, but no matter, here goes." Without further ado, the neck of the demijohn was brought in contact with his lips, but instead of the smallest thrifle to wet the top of his tongue, the gluck-gluck of the escaping fluid told that he was administering a copious saturation to the whole lining of his larynx, and something more. After half a dozen smacks of the mouth with other exclamations denoting supreme satisfaction, he hastily restored the stopper, returned the demijohn to its place, and glided back to his seat upon the stool. "Tara, ye old thief," said he, addressing himself once more to his canine companion, "it was you that tempted me. No mather, man. The master'll niver miss it. Besides, he's going soon to the fort, and can lay in a fresh supply." For a time the pilferer remained silent, either reflecting on the act he had committed, or enjoying the effects which the potheen had produced upon his spirits. His silence was of short duration, and was terminated by a soliloquy. "I wonder," muttered he, "what makes Master Maurice so anxious to get back to the settlements. He says he'll go whenever he catches that spotty mustang he has seen lately. Soul, isn't he bad after that baste? I suppose it must be something beyond the common, the more betoken, as he has chased the crether 3 times without being able to throw his rope over it, and mounted on the blood bay too. He says he won't give it up till he gets hoult of it. Trath, I hope it'll be grouped soon, or Wes may stay here till the marnin' av doomsday. Hush, what's that?" Tara, springing up from his couch of skin and rushing out with a low growl, had caused the exclamation. "Fill hailed a voice from the outside. "Fill "It's the master," muttered Phelim as he jumped from his stool and followed the dog through the doorway. Chapter 6. The Spotted Mustang. Phelim was not mistaken as to the voice that had hailed him. It was that of his master, Maurice Gerald. On getting outside, he saw the mustanger at a short distance from the door and advancing towards it. As the servant should have expected, his master was mounted upon his horse, no longer of a reddish color, but appearing almost black. The animal's coat was darkened with sweat, its counter and flanks speckled with foam. The blood bay was not alone. At the end of the lazo, drawn taut from the saddle tree, was a companion, or, to speak more accurately, a captive, with a leathern thong looped around its under jaw and firmly embracing the bars of its mouth, kept in place by another passing over its neck immediately behind the ears, was the captive secured. It was a mustang of peculiar appearance, as regarded its markings, which were of a kind rarely seen even among the largest gangs that roam over the prairie pastures, where colors of the most eccentric patterns are not uncommon. That of the animal in question was a ground of dark chocolate in places approaching to black, with white spots distributed over it, as regularly as the contrary colors upon the skin of the jaguar. As if to give effect to this pleasing arrangement of hues, the creature was of perfect shape, broad-chested, full in the flank, and clean-limbed, with a hoof showing half a score of concentric rings, and a head that might have been taken as a type of equine beauty. It was of large size for a mustang, though much smaller than the ordinary English horse, even smaller than the blood bay, himself a mustang, that had assisted in its capture. The beautiful captive was a mare, one of a manada that frequented the plains near the source of the Alamo, and where, for the 3rd time, the mustanger had unsuccessfully chased it. In his case, the proverb had proved untrue. In the 3rd time he had not found the charm, though it favored him in the 4th. By the fascination of a long rope, with a running noose at its end, he had secured the creature that, for some reason known only to himself, he so ardently wished to possess. Phelim had never seen his master return from a horse-hunting excursion in such a state of excitement, even when coming back, as he often did, with half a dozen mustangs led loosely at the end of his lazo. But never before at the end of that implement had Phelim beheld such a beauty as the spotted mare. She was a thing to excite the admiration of one less a connoisseur in horseflesh than the ci devant stable-boy of Castle Ballag. "Hooch! Hoop! Hora!" cried he, as he set eyes upon the captive, at the same time tossing his hat high into the air. Thanks to the Howly Vargin and St. Patrick to boot, Master Maurice, yez have cotched the spotty at last. It's a mare, be japers, oak, the Perthy Crether. I don't wonder yez hiv been so bad about gettin' halt of her. Soul, if yez had her in Ballinasloe fair, yez might ask your own price, and get it too, without givin' sixpence av luckpenny. Oh, the Perthy Crether. Where will yez hiv her foot, master? Into the corral with the others? No, she might get kicked among them. We shall tie her in the shed. Castro must pass his night outside among the trees. If he's got any gallantry in him, he won't mind that. Did you ever see anything so beautiful as she is? Phelim, I mean in the way of horseflesh? Niver, Master Maurice, niver in all me life. And I've seen some nice bits av blood about PROLOGUE. Oh, the Perthy Crether. She looks as if a body cud ate her, and yit, in trath, she looks like she would ate you. Yez haven't given her the schoolin' lesson, have yez? No, Phelim. I don't want to break her just yet, not till I have time and can do it properly. It would never do to spoil such perfection as that. I shall tame her, after we've taken her to the settlements. Yez be going there, Master Maurice. When? Tomorrow. We shall start by daybreak, so as to make only one day between here and the fort. Sowl, I'm glad to hear it. Not on me own account, but yours, Master Maurice. Maybe yez don't know that the whiskey's on the idge of bein' out. From the rattle av the jar, I don't think there's more than 3 naggins left. Them suitlers at the fort aren't honest. They chate ye in the misure, besides watherin' the whiskey, so that it won't bear a drap more out av the strame hair. Trath, a gallon av Inishowen would last equal to 3 av this American rotgut, as the Yankees themselves christen it. Never mind about the whiskey, Phelim. I suppose there's enough to last us for this night, and fill our flasks for the journey of tomorrow. Look alive, old Ballybollogue. Let us stable the spotted mare, and then I shall have time to talk about a fresh supply of potheen, which I know you like better than anything else except yourself. And you, Master Maurice, retorted the Galwegian, with a comical twinkle of the eye that caused his master to leap laughingly out of the saddle. The spotted mare was soon stabled in the shed, Castro being temporarily attached to a tree, where Phelim proceeded to groom him after the most approved prairie fashion. The mustanger threw himself on his horse-skin couch, wearied with the work of the day. The capture of the yegua Pinta had cost him a long and arduous chase, such as he had never ridden before in pursuit of a mustang. There was a motive that had urged him on, unknown to Phelim, unknown to Castro, who carried him, unknown to living creature, save himself. Notwithstanding that he had spent several days in the saddle, the last 3 in constant pursuit of the spotted mare, despite the weariness thus occasioned, he was unable to obtain repose. At intervals he rose to his feet and paced the floor of his hut, as if stirred by some exciting emotion. For several nights he had slept uneasily, at intervals tossing upon his catre, till not only his henchman Phelim, but his hound Tara, wondered what could be the meaning of his unrest. The former might have attributed it to his desire to possess the spotted mare, had he not known that his master's feverish feeling antedated his knowledge of the existence of this peculiar quadruped. It was several days after his last return from the fort that the yegua Pinta had first presented herself to the eye of the mustanger. That therefore could not be the cause of his altered demeanor. His success in having secured the animal, instead of tranquilizing his spirit, seemed to have produced the contrary effect. At least so thought Phelim, who, with the freedom of that relationship known as foster brother, had at length determined on questioning his master as to the cause of his inquietude. As the latter lay shifting from side to side, he was saluted with the interrogatory. Master Maurice, what, in the name of the Howly Vargin, is the matter wid ye? Nothing, Phelim. Nothing, Mabohil. What makes you think there is? Alana, how can I help thinking it? Yez can't get a wink av sleep, niver since ye returned the last time from the settlement. Oak, yez eve seen something there that kapes ye awake? Sure now, it isn't one of them Mexican girls, muchachas as they call them. No, I won't believe it. You wouldn't be one of the old Geralds to care for such trash as them. Nonsense, my good fellow. There's nothing the matter with me. It's all your own imagination. Trath, master, yez are mistaken. If there's anything as thray wid me imagination, What is it that's gone wrong with your own? That is, when yez are asleep, which aren't often av late. When I'm asleep? What do you mean, Phelim? What div I mean? Why, that whenever yez close your eyes and think yez are sleepin', ye begin palaverin', as if a priest was confessin' ye. Ah, is that so? What have you heard me say? Not much, master, that I could make sense out av. Yez be always tryin' to pronounce a big name that appears to have no indin, though it begins wid a point. A name. What name? Sowell. I can't tell ye exactly. It's too long for me to remember, seein' that my education was entirely neglected. But there's another name that yez foot before it, and that I can tell ye. It's a woman's name, though it's not common in the owld country. It's Luaz that ye say, Master Maurice, and then comes the point. Ah, interrupted the young Irishman, evidently not caring to converse longer on the subject. Some name I may have heard somewhere, accidentally. One does have such strange ideas in dreams. Trath, yez spake the truth there, for in your dreams, master, ye talk about a purty girl lookin' out of a carriage wid curtains to it, and tellin' her to close them against some danger that yez are going to save her from. I wonder what puts such nonsense into my head. I wonder myself, rejoined Phelim, fixing his eyes upon his young master with a stealthy but scrutinizing look. Sure, he continued, if I may make bold to ax the question, sure, Master Maurice, yez haven't been making a Judy Fitzsimmons' mother ave yourself, and fallen in love wid one of these Yankee weemen out here. Okanani. That wud be a misfortune. And thwat wud she say the purty colleen with the goodland hair and blue eyes, that lives not 20 miles from Ballybollogue? Po, Phelim, you're taking leave of your senses, I fear. Trath, master, I aren't, but I know something I would like to take lave av. What is that? Not me, I hope? You, Alana? Niver. It's Texas, I Mayne. I'd like to take lave of that, and you goin' along wid me back to the owld sad. Ara, now, what's the use av your stayin' here, wastin' the best part av your days in doin' nothin'? Sure yez don't make more than a bare livin' by the horse catchin', and if yez did, what matters it? Yer owld aunt at Castle Balloch can't howld out much longer, and when she's did, the beautiful domain'll be yours, spite of the dirty way she's thratin' ye. Sure the property's got a tail to it, and not a mother's son av them can cape ye out av it. Ha! 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 Laughed the young Irishman. You're quite a lawyer, Phelim. What a first-rate attorney you'd have made. But come, you forget that I haven't tasted food since morning. What have you got in the larder? Trath, there's no great stock, master. Yez haven't laid in anything for the 3 days yez hiv been after spotty. There's only the cowed venison and the cornbread. If yez like, I'll foot the venison in the pat, and make a hash of it. Yes, do so. I can wait. Won't yez wait betther after tastin' a drap of the crather? True, let me have it. Will yez take it nate, or with a little wather? Trath, it won't carry much av that same. A glass of grog, draw the water fresh from the stream. Phelim took hold of the silver drinking cup, and was about stepping outside when a growl from Tara, accompanied by a start, and followed by a rush across the floor, caused the servitor to approach the door with a certain degree of caution. The barking of the dog soon subsided into a series of joyful whimperings, which told that he had been gratified by the sight of some old acquaintance. It's old Zeb Stump, said Phelim, first peeping out, and then stepping boldly forth with the double design of greeting the newcomer and executing the order he had received from his master. The individual, who had thus freely presented himself in front of the mustanger's cabin, was as unlike either of its occupants as one from the other. He stood full 6 feet high in a pair of tall boots, fabricated out of tanned alligator skin, into the ample tops of which were thrust the bottoms of his pantaloons, the latter being of woolen homespun that had been dyed with dogwood ooze, but was now of a simple dirt color. A deerskin undershirt, without any other, covered his breast and shoulders, over which was a blanket coat that had once been green, long since gone to a greenish yellow, with most of the wool worn off. There was no other garment to be seen, a slouch felt hat, of grayish color, badly battered, completing the simple and somewhat scant collection of his wardrobe. He was equipped in the style of a backwoods hunter of the true Daniel Boone breed, bullet pouch and large crescent-shaped powder horn, both suspended by shoulder straps hanging under the right arm, a waist belt of thick leather keeping his coat closed and sustaining a skin sheath, from which protruded the rough staghorn handle of a long-bladed knife. He did not affect either moccasins, leggings, nor the caped and fringed tunic shirt of dressed deerskin worn by most Texan hunters. There was no embroidery upon his coarse clothing, no carving upon his accoutrements or weapons, nothing in his tout ensemble intended as ornamental. Everything was plain almost to rudeness, as if dictated by a spirit that despised fanfaron. Even the rifle, his reliable weapon, the chief tool of his trade, looked like a rounded bar of iron, with a piece of brown unpolished wood at the end, forming its stock and barrel, when the butt rested on the ground, reaching up to the level of his shoulder. The individual thus clothed and equipped was apparently about 50 years of age, with a complexion inclining to dark, and features that, at first sight, exhibited a grave aspect. On close scrutiny, however, could be detected an underlying stratum of quiet humor, and in the twinkle of a small grayish eye there was evidence that its owner could keenly relish a joke, or at times perpetrate one. The Irishman had pronounced his name. It was Zebulon Stump, or Old Zeb Stump, as he was better known to the very limited circle of his acquaintances. Kaintuck, by birth and raisin, as he would have described himself if asked the country of his nativity, he had passed the early part of his life among the primeval forests of the lower Mississippi, his sole calling that of a hunter, and now, at a later period, he was performing the same métier in the wilds of southwestern Texas. The behavior of the staghound, as it bounded before him, exhibiting a series of canine welcomes, told of a friendly acquaintance between Zeb Stump and Maurice the mustanger. Evening laconically saluted Zeb as his tail figure shadowed the cabin door. "Good evening, Mr. Stump," rejoined the owner of the hut, rising to receive him. "Step inside and take a seat." The hunter accepted the invitation and, making a single stride across the floor, after some awkward maneuvering, succeeded in planting himself on the stool lately occupied by Phelim. The lowness of the seat brought his knees upon a level with his chin, the tall rifle rising like a pikestaff several feet above his head. "Dern stools, anyhow," muttered he, evidently dissatisfied with the posture. "And churs, too, for that matter. I likes to plant my starn upon a log. Thur, you've got something under ye as ain't like to guv way." "Try that," said his host, pointing to the leathern portmanteau in the corner. "You'll find it a firmer seat." Old Zeb, adopting the suggestion, unfolded the zigzag of his colossal carcase and transferred it to the trunk. "On foot, Mr. Stump, as usual?" "No, I got my old critter out thur, tied to a saplin'. I want a huntin'." "You never hunt on horseback, I believe?" "I shed be a greenhorn if I dud. Anybody as goes huntin' a hossback must be a durnation fool." "But it's the universal fashion in Texas." "Univarsal or no, it air a fool's fashion, a derned lazy fool's fashion. I kill more meat in one day afoot, then I kid in a whole week wi' a hoss atween my legs. I don't misdoubt that a hoss air the best thing for you, bine as your game's entire different. But when ye go arter bar, or deer, or turkey either, ye won't see much o' them, trampin' about through the timmer a hossback, and scarin' everything as has got ears athin the circuit o' a mile. As for hosses, I shodn't be bothered with ne'er a one nohow, if 'twent for packin' the meat. That's why I keep my ol' mar." "She's outside, you say? Let Phelim take her round to the shed. You'll stay all night?" "I kim for that purpose, but ye needn't trouble about the mar, she air hitched safe enough. I'll let her out on the lariat afore I take to grass." "You'll have something to eat?" Phelim was just getting supper ready. "I'm sorry I can't offer you anything very dainty, some hash of venison. Nothin' better in good deer meat, 'ceptin' it be bar, but I like both done over the coals. Maybe I can help ye to summat that'll make a roast. Mr. Phelim, ef ye don't mind steppin' to whar my critter air hitched, ye'll find a gobbler hangin' over the horn o' the settle. I shot the bird as I wore comin' up the crick." "Oh, that is rare good fortune. Our larder has got very low, quite out in truth. I've been so occupied for the last 3 days in chasing a very curious mustang that I never thought of taking my gun with me. Phelim and I and Tara, too, had got to the edge of starvation. "Wet sort o' a Mustang?" inquired the hunter, in a tone that betrayed interest, and without appearing to notice the final remark. "A mare with white spots on a dark chocolate ground, a splendid creature. Durn it, young fellower, thet air's the very business that's brung me over to ye." "Indeed. I've seed that Mustang mar ye say it air, though I kedn't tell, as she'd niver let me ithin half a mile o' her. I've seed her several times out on the Purera, and I jest wanted ye to go arter her. I'll tell you why. I've been to the Leona settlements since I seed you last, and since I seed her too. Wall, theer hev cum thur a man as I knowed on the Mississippi. He air a rich planter as used to keep up the tallest kind o' doin's, specially in the feastin' way. Many's the jaint o' deer meat, and many's the turkey gobbler this higher coon hez supplied for his table. His name air Poindexter." "Poindexter?" "That air the name one o' the best known on the Mississippi from Orleans to St. Louis. He war rich then, and I reckon ain't poor now, seein' as he's brought about 100 niggers along wi' him. Beside, there's a nephew o' his'n, by name Calhoun. He's got the dollars, and nothin' to do with 'em but lend 'em to his uncle, the which, for a sartain reason, I think he will. Now, young feller, I'll tell you why I wanted to see you. Thet air planter hev got a darter as air dead bent upon hossflesh. She used to ride the skittishest kind o' cattle in Louisiana, whar they lived. She hearn me tellin' the old un 'bout the spotted Mustang, and nothin' would content her thur and then, till he promised he'd offer a big price for catchin' the critter. He said he'd give a couple o' $100 for the animal, if 'twere anythin' like what I said it were. In course, I knowed thet'd send all the Mustangers in the settlement straight custrut arter it, so, saying nothin' to nobody, I kim over here, fast as my ol' mar would fetch me. You group thet air spotty, and Zeb Stump'll go your bail. You'll grab them $200. "Will you step this way, Mr. Stump?" said the young Irishman, rising from his stool and proceeding in the direction of the door. The hunter followed, not without showing some surprise at the abrupt invitation. Maurice conducted his visitor round to the rear of the cabin, and, pointing into the shed, inquired, "Does that look anything like the Mustang you've been speaking of?" "Doggone my cats, if 'tain't the identical same. Grupped already. $200 easy as slidin' down a barked saplin'. Young feller, you're in luck. 200 slick sure, and durn me if the animal ain't worth every cent o' the money. Geehosophat, what a putty beast it air. Won't Miss Poindexter be pleased? It'll turn that young critter most crazy." Chapter 7. Nocturnal Annoyances. The unexpected discovery that his purpose had been already anticipated by the capture of the spotted Mustang raised the spirits of the old hunter to a high pitch of excitement. They were further elevated by a portion of the contents of the demijohn, which held out beyond Phelim's expectations, giving all hands an appetizing nip before attacking the roast turkey, with another go each to wash it down, and several more to accompany the post-senile pipe. While this was being indulged in, a conversation was carried on, the themes being those that all prairie men delight to talk about, Indian and hunter lore. As Zeb Stump was a sort of living encyclopedia of the latter, he was allowed to do most of the talking, and he did it in such a fashion as to draw many a wondering ejaculation from the tongue of the astonished Galwegian. Long before midnight, however, the conversation was brought to a close. Perhaps the empty demijohn was, as much as anything else, the monitor that urged their retiring to rest, though there was another and more creditable reason. On the morrow, the mustanger intended to start for the settlements, and it was necessary that all should be astir at an early hour to make preparation for the journey. The wild horses, as yet but slightly tamed, had to be strung together, to secure against their escaping by the way, and many other matters required attending to previous to departure. The hunter had already tethered out his ol' mar, as he designated the sorry specimen of horseflesh he was occasionally accustomed to bestride, and had brought back with him an old yellowish blanket, which was all he ever used for a bed. "You may take my bedstead," said his courteous host. "I can lay myself on a skin along the floor." "No," responded the guest. "None o' your shelves for Zeb Stump to sleep on. I prefer the solid ground. I kin sleep sounder on it, and besides, There's no fear o' falling over. If you prefer it, then take the floor. Here's the best place. I'll spread a hide for you. Young feller, don't you do anything o' the sort, you'll only be wasting your time. This child don't sleep on no floors. His bed air the green grass o' the purera. What? You're not going to sleep outside? Inquired the mustanger in some surprise, seeing that his guest, with the old blanket over his arm, was making for the door. I ain't a-going to do anything else. Why, the night is freezing cold, almost as chilly as a norther. Dern that. It air better to stan a leetle chillishness than a feelin' o' suffocation which last I would sartainly hev to go through if I slep inside o' a house. Surely you are jesting, Mr. Stump? Young feller, emphatically rejoined the hunter, without making direct reply to the question. It air now nigh all o' 6 years since Zeb Stump hev stretched his old carcass under a roof. I oncest used to hev a sort o' a house in the hollow o' a sycamore tree, that were on the Massissippi, when my ol' ooman were alive, and I kep up the 'stablishment to commerdate her. Arter she went under, I moved into Louisiany, and then arterward kim out higher. Since then the blue sky o' Texas hev been my only kiver, either wakin' or sleepin'. If you prefer to lie outside, I prefar it, laconically rejoined the hunter, at the same time stalking over the threshold and gliding out upon the little lawn that lay between the cabin and the creek. His old blanket was not the only thing he carried along with him. Beside it, hanging over his arm, could be seen some 6 or 7 yards of a horsehair rope. It was a piece of a cabriesto usually employed for tethering horses, though it was not for this purpose it was now to be used. Having carefully scrutinized the grass within a circumference of several feet in diameter, which a shining moon enabled him to do, he laid the rope with like care around the spot examined, shaping it into a sort of irregular ellipse. Stepping inside this, and wrapping the old blanket around him, he quietly let himself down into a recumbent position. In an instant after he appeared to be asleep. And he was asleep, as his strong breathing testified, for Zeb Stump, with a hale constitution and a quiet conscience, had only to summon sleep, and it came. He was not permitted long to indulge his repose without interruption. A pair of wondering eyes had watched his every movement, the eyes of Phelim O'Neill. "Mother av Motsies," muttered the Galwegian. "What can be the mannin' av the old chap's surroundin' himself with the rope?" The Irishman's curiosity for a while struggled with his courtesy, but at length overcame it, and just as the slumberer delivered his third snore, he stole towards him, shook him out of his sleep, and propounded a question based upon the one he had already put to himself. "Dern ye for a Irish donkey," exclaimed Stump, in evident displeasure at being disturbed. "Ye made me think it war mornin'. What do I put the rope round me for? What else would it be for but to keep off the varmints?" "What varmints, Mr. Stump?" "Snakes, divyes Mayne. Snakes in course. Dern ye, go to your bed." Notwithstanding the sharp rebuke, Phelim returned to the cabin apparently in high glee. If there was anything in Texas, barren and above the Indians themselves, as he used to say, that kept him from slapin', it was them venomous sarpents. He hadn't had a good night's rest, either since he'd been in the country for thinking av the ugly vipers, or drammin' about thim. What a pity St. Patrick hadn't paid Tixas a visit before going to grace. Phelim, in his remote residence, isolated as he had been from all intercourse, had never before witnessed the trick of the cabriesto. He was not slow to avail himself of the knowledge thus acquired. Returning to the cabin, and creeping stealthily inside as if not wishing to wake his master, already asleep, he was seen to take a cabriesto from its peg, and then going forth again, he carried the long rope around the stockade walls, paying it out as he proceeded. Having completed the circumvallation, he re-entered the hut, as he stepped over the threshold, muttering to himself, "Saul, Fali Monel, you'll slape sound for this night, spite of all the snakes in Tixas." For some minutes after Phelim's soliloquy, a profound stillness reigned around the hut of the mustanger. There was like silence inside, for the countryman of St. Patrick, no longer apprehensive on the score of reptile intruders, had fallen asleep, almost on the moment of his sinking down upon his spread horse skin. For a while it seemed as if everybody was in the enjoyment of perfect repose, Tara and the captive steeds included. The only sound heard was that made by Zeb Stump's mare, close by cropping the sweet grama grass. Presently, however, it might have been perceived that the old hunter was himself stirring. Instead of lying still in the recumbent attitude to which he had consigned himself, he could be seen shifting from side to side, as if some feverish thought was keeping him awake. After repeating this movement some half-score of times, he at length raised himself into a sitting posture and looked discontentedly around. "God rot his ignorance and imperence, the Irish cuss," were the words that came hissing through his teeth. "He's spoilt my night's rest, damn him. 'Twould sarve him 'bout right to drag him out and give him a duckin' in the crick. Doggoned if I don't feel clind torst doin' it, only I don't like to displease the other Irish, who air a somebody. Possible I don't get a wink o' sleep till mornin'." Having delivered himself of this peevish soliloquy, the hunter once more drew the blanket around his body and returned to the horizontal position. Not to sleep, however, as was testified by the tossing and fidgeting that followed, terminated by his again raising himself into a sitting posture. A soliloquy, very similar to his former one, once more proceeded from his lips, this time the threat of ducking Phelim in the creek being expressed with a more emphatic accent of determination. He appeared to be wavering as to whether he should carry the design into execution, when an object coming under his eye gave a new turn to his thoughts. On the ground, not 20 feet from where he sate, a long, thin body was seen gliding over the grass. Its serpent shape and smooth, lubricated skin, reflecting the silvery light of the moon, rendered the reptile easy of identification. "Snake," mutteringly exclaimed he, as his eye rested upon the reptilian form. "Wonder what sort it air, slickerin' about here at this time o' the night? It air too large for a rattle, though thur air some in these parts most as big as it, but it air too clur I the color, and thin about the belly, for old Rattletail. No, 'tain't one o' them. Ha, now I recognize the varmint. It air a chicken, out on the sarch arter eggs, I reckon. Dern the thing. It air comin' torst me, straight as it kin crawl." The tone in which the speaker delivered himself told that he was in no fear of the reptile, even after discovering that it was making approach. He knew that the snake would not cross the cabriesto, but on touching it would turn away, as if the horsehair rope was a line of living fire. Secure within his magic circle, he could have looked tranquilly at the intruder, though it had been the most poisonous of prairie serpents. But it was not. On the contrary, it was one of the most innocuous, harmless as the chicken from which the species takes its trivial title, at the same time that it is one of the largest in the list of North American reptilia. The expression on Zeb's face, as he sat regarding it, was simply one of curiosity, and not very keen. To a hunter in the constant habit of couching himself upon the grass, there was nothing in the sight either strange or terrifying, not even when the creature came close up to the cabriesto and, with head slightly elevated, rubbed its snout against the rope. After that there was less reason to be afraid, for the snake, on doing so, instantly turned round and commenced retreating over the sward. For a second or two the hunter watched it moving away, without making any movement himself. He seemed undecided as to whether he should follow and destroy it, or leave it to go as it had come unscathed. Had it been a rattlesnake, copperhead, or moccasin, he would have acted up to the curse delivered in the Garden of Eden and planted the heel of his heavy alligator skin boot upon its head. But a harmless chicken snake did not come within the limits of Zeb Stump's antipathy, as was evidenced by some words muttered by him as it slowly receded from the spot. "Poor crawlin' critter, let it go. It ain't no enemy o' mine, though it do suck a turkey's egg now and then, and in course scarcity's the breed o' the birds. That air only its nater, and no reason why I shed be angry wid it. But there's a derned good reason why I shed be with that Irish, the dog-goned, stinkin' fool, to ha' woke me as he dud. I feel dod-rotted like sarvin' him out, if I could only think o' some way as wouldn't discommode the young feller. Stay, by Geehosaphat, I've got the idea, the very thing sure as my name air Zeb Stump." On giving utterance to the last words, the hunter, whose countenance had suddenly assumed an expression of quizzical cheerfulness, sprang to his feet, and, with bent body, hastened in pursuit of the retreating reptile. A few strides brought him alongside of it, when he pounced upon it with all his 10 digits extended. In another moment its long, glittering body was uplifted from the ground and writhing in his grasp. "Now, Mr. Phelim," exclaimed he, as if apostrophizing the serpent, "ef I don't gie your Irish soul a scare that'll keep ye awake till mornin', I don't know buzzart from turkey. Here goes to provide ye wi' a bedfeller." On saying this, he advanced towards the hut, and silently skulking under its shadow, released the serpent from his gripe, letting it fall within the circle of the cabriesto, with which Phelim had so craftily surrounded his sleeping place. Then, returning to his grassy couch, and once more pulling the old blanket over his shoulders, he muttered, "The varmint won't come out across the rope, that air sartin, and it ain't a-going to leave a yerd o' the ground without explorin' for a place to get clur, that's equally sartin. If it don't crawl over thet Irish greenhorn ithin the hef o' an hour, then Ola Zeb stump air a greenhorn hisself. Hi, what's that? Doggoned of taint on him already." If the hunter had any further reflections to give tongue to, they could not have been heard, for at that moment there arose a confusion of noises that must have startled every living creature on the Alamo, and for miles up and down the stream. It was a human voice that had given the cue, or rather, a human howl, such as could proceed only from the throat of a Galwegian. Phelim O'Neill was the originator of the infernal fracas. His voice, however, was soon drowned by a chorus of barkings, snortings, and neighings that continued without interruption for a period of several minutes. "What is it?" demanded his master as he leaped from the catre and groped his way towards his terrified servitor. "What the devil has got into you, Phelim? Have you seen a ghost?" "Oh, master! By Jesus! Worse than that. I've been murdered by a snake. It's bit me all over the body. Blessed St. Patrick. I'm a poor lost sinner. I'll be sure to die." "Bitten you, you say? Where?" asked Maurice, hastily striking a light and proceeding to examine the skin of his henchman, assisted by the old hunter who had by this time arrived within the cabin. "I see no sign of bite," continued the mustanger, after having turned Phelim round and closely scrutinized his epidermis. "Ne'er a scratch," laconically interpolated Stump. "Sowl, then, if I'm not bit. So much the better, but it crawled all over me. I can feel it now as cowled as charity on me skin." "Was there a snake at all?" demanded Maurice, inclined to doubt the statement of his follower. "You've been dreaming of one, Phelim, nothing more." "Not a bit of a drame, master. It was a rawl sarpent. Be me soul, I'm sure of it." "I reckon Thur's been snake," dryly remarked the hunter. "Let's see if we can track it up. Curious it air, too. Thur's a hair rope all round the house. Wonder how the varmint could ha' crossed thet. Thur it is." The hunter, as he spoke, pointed to a corner of the cabin, where the serpent was seen spirally coiled. "Only a chicken," he continued. "No more harm in it than in a suckin' dove. It kedn't ha' bit ye, Mr. Phelim, but we'll put it past bitin', anyhow." Saying this, the hunter seized the snake in his hands and, raising it aloft, brought it down upon the floor of the cabin with a thwank that almost deprived it of the power of motion. "Through now, Mr. Phelim," he exclaimed, giving it the finishing touch with the heel of his heavy boot. "Ye may go back to your bed agin, and sleep without fear o' bein' disturbed till the mornin', leastwise by snakes." Kicking the defunct reptile before him, Zeb Stump strode out of the hut, gleefully chuckling to himself, as, for the third time, he extended his colossal carcass along the sward. Chapter 8. The Crawl of the Alacran. The killing of the snake appeared to be the cue for a general return to quiescence. The howlings of the hound ceased with those of the henchmen. The mustangs once more stood silent under the shadowy trees. Inside the cabin, the only noise heard was an occasional shuffling, when Phelim, no longer feeling confidence in the protection of his cabriesto, turned restlessly on his horseskin. Outside also there was but one sound, to disturb the stillness, though its intonation was in striking contrast with that heard within. It might have been likened to a cross between the grunt of an alligator and the croaking of a bullfrog, but proceeding, as it did, from the nostrils of Zeb Stump, it could only be the snore of the slumbering hunter. Its sonorous fullness proved him to be soundly asleep. He had been, almost from the moment of re-establishing himself within the circle of his cabriesto. The revanche obtained over his late disturber had acted as a settler to his nerves, and once more was he enjoying the relaxation of perfect repose. For nearly an hour did this contrasting duet continue, varied only by an occasional recitative in the hoot of the great horned owl, or a cantata penserosa in the lugubrious wail of the prairie wolf. At the end of this interval, however, the chorus recommenced, breaking out abruptly as before, and as before led by the vociferous voice of the Connemara man. "Malaya murder!" cried he, his first exclamation not only startling the host of the hut, but the guests so soundly sleeping outside. "Howly mother, Vargin av unprotected innocence, save me, save me." "Save you from what?" demanded his master, once more springing from his couch and hastening to strike a light. "What is it, you confounded fellow?" "Another snake, your hanner, oak, be me sowl, a far wickeder sarpent than the wan Mr. Stump killed. It's bit me all over the breast. I feel the place burnin' where it crawled across me, just as if the horse shower at Ballybollock had scorched me wid a rid-hot iron." "Durn ye for a stinkin' skunk," shouted Zeb Stump, with his blanket about his shoulder, quite filling the doorway. "Ye've twicest spiled my night's sleep, ye Irish fool." "'Scuse me, Mr. Gerald, thur air fools in all countries, I reckon, 'Merican as well as Irish, but this higher follerer o' yourn air the derndest o' the kind iver I kim acrost. Doggoned if I see how we air to get any sleep the night, less we drowned him in the crick fust." "Oak, Mr. Stump dear, don't talk that way. I swear to yez both there's another snake. I'm sure it's in the cabin yit. It's only a minute since I feeled it creepin' over me." "You must have been dreamin'," rejoined the hunter in a more complacent tone and speaking half interrogatively. "I tell ye no snake in Texas will cross a hosh-hair rope. The tother un must have been inside the house afore ye laid the lariat round it. 'Tain't likely their keel have been two on 'em. We kin soon settle that by sarchin'." "Oh, murder! Luke Hare!" cried the Galwegian, pulling off his shirt and laying bare his breast. "There is the riptoil's track right across over me ribs. Didn't I tell yez there was another snake? Oh, blissed mother, what will become av me? It feels like a strake av fire." "Snake!" exclaimed Stump, stepping up to the affrighted Irishman and holding the candle close to his skin. "Snake I deed, by the tarnal earthquake, it air no snake, it air wuss than that." "Worse than a snake!" shouted Phelim in dismay. "Worse, yez say, Mr. Stump, div yez mane that it's dangerous?" "Well, it mout be, and it moutn't. That air'll depend on whether I can find somethin' 'bout here, and find it soon. Ef I don't then, Mr. Phelim, I won't answer." "Oh, Mr. Stump, don't say there's danger." "What is it?" demanded Maurice, as his eyes rested upon a reddish line running diagonally across the breast of his follower, and which looked as if traced by the point of a hot spindle. "What is it, anyhow?" he repeated with increasing anxiety, as he observed the serious look with which the hunter regarded the strange marking. "I never saw the like before. Is it something to be alarmed about?" "All o' thet, Mr. Gerald," replied Stump, motioning Maurice outside the hut, and speaking to him in a whisper, so as not to be overheard by Phelim. "But what is it?" eagerly asked the mustanger. "It air the crawl o' the p'ison centipede." "The poison centipede. Has it bitten him?" "No, I hardly think it hes, but it don't need that. The crawl o' itself air enough to kill him." "Merciful heaven, you don't mean that?" "I do, Mr. Gerald. I've seed more'n one good feller go under with that same sort o' a stripe across his skin. If thur ain't somethin' done, and thet soon, he'll fust get into a ragin' fever, and then he'll go out o' his senses, jest as if the bite o' a mad dog had gin him the hydrophoby. It air no use frightenin' him howsomedever till I sees what I kin do. Thur's a yarb, or rather it air a plant, as grows in these parts. Ef I kin find it handy, there'll be no difficulty in currin' o' him. But as the cussed lack would hev it, the moon hes sneaked out o' sight, and I kin only get the yarb by gropin'. I know there air plenty o' it up on the bluff, and ef you'll go back inside, and keep the feller quiet, I'll see what kin be done. I won't be gone but a minute." The whispered colloquy, and the fact of the speakers having gone outside to carry it on, instead of tranquilizing the fears of Phelim, had by this time augmented them to an extreme degree, and just as the old hunter, bent upon his herborizing errand, disappeared in the darkness, he came rushing forth from the hut, howling more piteously than ever. It was some time before his master could get him tranquilized, and then only by assuring him on a faith not very firm that there was not the slightest danger. A few seconds after this had been accomplished, Zeb Stump reappeared in the doorway, with a countenance that produced a pleasant change in the feelings of those inside. His confident air and attitude proclaimed, as plainly as words could have done, that he had discovered that of which he had gone in search, the yarb. In his right hand he held a number of oval-shaped objects of dark green color, all of them bristling with sharp spines, set over the surface in equidistant clusters. Maurice recognized the leaves of a plant well known to him, the oregano cactus. "Don't be skeart, Mr. Phelim," said the old hunter, in a consolatory tone, as he stepped across the threshold. "There's nothing to fear now. I have got the balsam as'll draw the burnin' out o' your blood, quicker'n flame would scorch a feather. Stop your yellin', man. Y'ave rousted every bird and beast and creepin' thing too, I reckon, out o' thar slumbers, for more'n 20 mile up and down the crick. If you go on at that grist much longer, you'll bring the Comanches out o' Thur Mountains, and that 'ud be wuss mayhap than the crawl o' this 100-legged critter. Mr. Gerald, you get riddy a bandage, whiles I prepares the poultice." Drawing his knife from its sheath, the hunter first lopped off the spines, and then, removing the outside skin, he split the thick, succulent leaves of the cactus into slices of about 1/8 of an inch in thickness. These he spread contiguously upon a strip of clean cotton stuff already prepared by the mustanger, and then, with the ability of a hunter, laid the poultice, as he termed it, along the inflamed line, which he declared to have been made by the claws of the centipede, but which in reality was caused by the injection of venom from its poison-charged mandibles, 1,000 times inserted into the flesh of the sleeper. The application of the oregano was almost instantaneous in its effect. The acrid juice of the plant, producing a counterpoison, killed that which had been secreted by the animal, and the patient, relieved from further apprehension and soothed by the sweet confidence of security, stronger from reaction, soon fell off into a profound and restorative slumber. After searching for the centipede and failing to find it for this hideous reptile, known in Mexico as the alacrán, unlike the rattlesnake, has no fear of crossing a cabriesto, the improvised physician strode silently out of the cabin, and once more committing himself to his grassy couch, slept undisturbed till the morning. At the earliest hour of daybreak all three were astir, Phelim having recovered both from his fright and his fever. Having made their matutinal meal upon the debris of the roast turkey, they hastened to take their departure from the hut. The quondam stable boy of Ballyballogue, assisted by the Texan hunter, prepared the wild steeds for transport across the plains by stringing them securely together, while Maurice looked after his own horse and the spotted mare. More especially did he expend his time upon the beautiful captive, carefully combing out her mane and tail, and removing from her glossy coat the stains that told of the severe chase she had cost him before her proud neck yielded to the constraint of his lazo. "Durn it, man!" exclaimed Zeb, as with some surprise he stood watching the movements of the mustanger. "Ye needn't ha' been hef so pertickler. Woodley Poindexter ain't the man as lil go back from a bargain. Ye'll get the $200, sure as my name air Zebloon Stump, and doggone my cats, if the mar ain't worth every red cent o' the money." Maurice heard the remarks without making reply, but the half-suppressed smile playing around his lips told that the Kentuckian had altogether misconstrued the motive for his assiduous grooming. In less than an hour after, the mustanger was on the march, mounted on his blood bay, and leading the spotted mare at the end of his lazo, while the captive cavallada, under the guidance of the Galwegian groom, went trooping at a brisk pace over the plain. Zeb Stump, astride his old lamar, could only keep up by a constant hammering with his heels, and Tara, picking his steps through the spinous mesquite grass, trotted listlessly in the rear. The hut, with its skin door closed against animal intruders, was left to take care of itself, its silent solitude for a time, to be disturbed only by the hooting of the horned owl, the scream of the cougar, or the howl bark of the hungering coyote. Chapter 9. The Frontier Fort. The star-spangled banner suspended above Fort Inge, as it flouts forth from its tall staff, flings its fitful shadow over a scene of strange and original interest. It is a picture of pure frontier life, which perhaps only the pencil of the younger Vernet could truthfully portray, half military, half civilian, half savage, half civilized, mottled with figures of men whose complexions, costumes, and callings proclaim them appertaining to the extremes of both and every possible gradation between. Even the mise-en-scene, the fort itself, is of this misogynist character. That star-spangled banner waves not over bastions and battlements. It flings no shadow over casemate or covered way, fosse, scarpment, or glacis, scarce anything that appertains to a fortress. A rude stockade, constructed out of trunks of algarobia, enclosing shed stabling for 200 horses. Outside this, a half-score of buildings of the plainest architectural style, some of them mere huts of wattle and daub, jacales, the biggest a barrack, behind it the hospital, the stores of the commissary and quartermaster, on one side the guardhouse, and on the other, more pretentiously placed, the mess room and officers' quarters, all plain in their appearance, plastered and whitewashed with the lime plentifully found on the Leona, all neat and clean, as becomes a cantonment of troops wearing the uniform of a great civilized nation. Such is Fort Inge. At a short distance off, another group of houses meets the eye, nearly, if not quite, as imposing as the cluster above described, bearing the name of the fort. They are just outside the shadow of the flag, though under its protection, for to it are they indebted for their origin and existence. They are the germ of the village that universally springs up in the proximity of an American military post in all probability, and at no very remote period, to become a town, perhaps a great city. At present their occupants are a sutler, whose store contains knickknacks not classed among commissariat rations, an hotel keeper whose bar-room, with white sanded floor and shelves sparkling with prismatic glass, tempts the idler to step in, a brace of gamblers whose rival tables of faro and Monte extract from the pockets of the soldiers most part of their pay, a score of dark-eyed señoritas of questionable reputation, a like number of hunters, teamsters, mustangers, and nondescripts, such as constitute in all countries the hangers-on of a military cantonment, or the followers of a camp. The houses in the occupancy of this motley corporation have been sited with some design. Perhaps they are the property of a single speculator. They stand around a square, where instead of lamp-posts or statues, may be seen the decaying trunk of a cypress, or the bushy form of a hackberry rising out of a tapis of trodden grass. The Leona, at this point a mere rivulet, glides past in the rear both of fort and village. To the front extends a level plain, green as verdure can make it in the distance, darkened by a bordering of woods, in which post oaks and pecans, live oaks and elms, struggle for existence with spinous plants of cactus and annona, with scores of creepers, climbers, and parasites almost unknown to the botanist. To the south and east along the banks of the stream, you see scattered houses, the homesteads of plantations, some of them rude and of recent construction, with a few of more pretentious style and evidently of older origin. One of these last particularly attracts the attention, a structure of superior size with flat roof, surmounted by a crenelled parapet, whose white walls show conspicuously against the green background of forest with which it is half encircled. It is the hacienda of Casa del Corvo. Turning your eye northward, you behold a curious isolated eminence, a gigantic cone of rocks, rising several hundred feet above the level of the plain, and beyond, in dim distance, a waving horizontal line indicating the outlines of the Guadalupe Mountains, the outstanding spurs of that elevated and almost untrodden plateau, the Llano Estacado. Look aloft. You behold a sky half sapphire, half turquoise, by day, showing no other spot than the orb of its golden god, by night, studded with stars that appear clipped from clear steel, and a moon whose well-defined disk outshines the effulgence of silver. Look below at that hour when moon and stars have disappeared, and the land wind arrives from Matagorda Bay, laden with the fragrance of flowers. When it strikes the starry flag, unfolding it to the eye of the morn, then look below, and behold the picture that should have been painted by the pencil of Vernet, too varied and vivid, too plentiful in shapes, costumes, and coloring, to be sketched by the pen. In the tableau you distinguish soldiers in uniform, the light blue of the United States infantry, the darker cloth of the dragoons, and the almost invisible green of the mounted riflemen. You will see but few in full uniform, only the officer of the day, the captain of the guard, and the guard itself. Their comrades off duty lounge about the barracks, or within the stockade enclosure, in red flannel shirts, slouch hats, and boots innocent of blacking. They mingle with men whose costumes make no pretense to a military character, tall hunters in tunics of dressed deerskin, with leggings to correspond, herdsmen and mustangers, habited a la Mexican Mexicans themselves, in wide calzoneros, serapes on their shoulders, botas on their legs, huge spurs upon their heels, and glazed sombreros set jauntily on their crowns. They palaver with Indians on a friendly visit to the fort, for trade or treaty, whose tents stand at some distance, and from whose shoulders hang blankets of red and green and blue, giving them a picturesque, even classical appearance, in spite of the hideous paint with which they have bedaubed their skins, and the dirt that renders sticky their long black hair, lengthened by tresses taken from the tails of their horses. Picture to the eye of your imagination this jumble of mixed nationalities in their varied costumes of race, condition, and calling. Jot in here and there a black-skinned scion of Ethiopia, the body servant of some officer, or the emissary of a planter from the adjacent settlements. Imagine them standing in gossiping groups, or stalking over the level plain, amidst some half-dozen halted wagons. A couple of 6-pounders upon their carriages with caissons close by. A square tent or two, with its surmounting fly occupied by some eccentric officer who prefers sleeping under canvas. A stack of bayoneted rifles belonging to the soldiers on guard. Imagine all these component parts, and you will have before your mind's eye a truthful picture of a military fort upon the frontier of Texas, and the extreme selvage of civilization. About a week after the arrival of the Louisiana planter at his new home, 3 officers were seen standing upon the parade ground in front of Fort Inge, with their eyes turned towards the hacienda of Casa del Corvo. They were all young men, the oldest not over 30 years of age. His shoulder straps with the double bar proclaimed him a captain, the second, with a single crossbar, was a first lieutenant, while the youngest of the two, with an empty chevron, was either a second lieutenant or brevet. They were off duty, engaged in conversation, their theme, the new people in Casa del Corvo, by which was meant the Louisiana planter and his family. A sort of housewarming it's to be, said the infantry captain, alluding to an invitation that had reached the fort, extending to all the commissioned officers of the garrison. Dinner first, and dancing afterwards, a regular field day, where I suppose we shall see paraded the aristocracy and beauty of the settlement. Aristocracy? Laughingly rejoined the lieutenant of dragoons. Not much of that here, I fancy, and of beauty still less. You mistake, Hancock. There are both upon the banks of the Leona. Some good states families have strayed out this way. We'll meet them at Poindexter's party, no doubt. On the question of aristocracy, the host himself, if you'll pardon a poor joke, is himself a host. He has enough of it to inoculate all the company that may be present, and as for beauty, I'll back his daughter against anything this side the Sabine. The commissary's niece will be no longer belle about here. Oh, indeed, drawled the lieutenant of rifles in a tone that told of his being chafed by this representation. Miss Poindexter must be deuced good-looking, then. She's all that, I tell you, if she be anything like what she was when I last saw her, which was at a Bayou Lafourche ball. There were 6 young Creoles there, who came nigh crossing swords about her. A coquette, I suppose, insinuated the rifleman. Nothing of the kind, Crossman. Quite the contrary, I assure you. She's a girl of spirit, though likely enough to snub any fellow who might try to be too familiar. She's not without some of the father's pride. It's a family trait of the Poindexters. Just the girl I should cotton to, jocosely remarked the young dragoon, and if she's as good-looking as you say, Captain Sloman, I shall certainly go in for her. Unlike Crossman here, I'm clear of all entanglements of the heart. Thank the Lord for it. Well, Mr. Hancock, rejoined the infantry officer, a gentleman of sober inclinings, I'm not given to betting, but I'd lay a big wager you won't say that, after you have seen Louise Poindexter. That is, if you speak your mind. Pshaw, Sloman, don't you be alarmed about me. I've been too often under the fire of bright eyes to have any fear of them. None so bright as hers. Deuce take it. You make a fellow fall in love with this lady without having set eyes upon her. She must be something extraordinary, incomparable. She was both when I last saw her. How long ago was that? The Lafourche ball? Let me see, about 18 months. just after we got back from Mexico. She was then coming out as society styles it. A new star in the firmament, to light and glory born. 18 months is a long time, sagely remarked Crossman. A long time for an unmarried maiden, especially among Creoles, where they often get spliced at 12 instead of sweet 16. Her beauty may have lost some of its bloom? I believe not a bit. I should have called to see, only I knew they were in the middle of their plenishing and mightn't desire to be visited. But the Major has been to Casa del Corvo and brought back such a report about Miss Poindexter's beauty as almost got him into a scrape with the lady commanding the post. Upon my soul, Captain Sloman, asseverated the Lieutenant of Dragoons, you've excited my curiosity to such a degree, I feel already half in love with Louise Poindexter. Before you get altogether into it, rejoined the officer of infantry in a serious tone, let me recommend a little caution. There's a bête noire in the background. A brother, I suppose? That is the individual usually so regarded. There is a brother, but it's not he. A free, noble young fellow he is, the only Poindexter I ever knew not eaten up with pride. He's quite the reverse. The aristocratic father, then? Surely he wouldn't object to a quartering with the Hancocks. I'm not so sure of that, seeing that the Hancocks are Yankees and he's a chivalric Southerner. But it's not old Poindexter I mean. Who then is the black beast, or what is it, if not a human? It is human, after a fashion. A male cousin. A queer card he is, by name Cassius Calhoun. I think I've heard the name. So have I, said the Lieutenant of Rifles. So has almost everybody who had anything to do with the Mexican War, that is, who took part in Scott's campaign. He figured there extensively, and not very creditably either. He was captain in a volunteer regiment of Mississippians, for he hails from that state, but he was oftener met with at the Monte table than in the quarters of his regiment. He had one or two affairs that gave him the reputation of a bully, but that notoriety was not of Mexican War origin. He had earned it before going there, and was well known among the desperadoes of New Orleans as a dangerous man. What of all that? Asked the young dragoon, in a tone slightly savoring of defiance. Who cares whether Mr. Cassius Calhoun be a dangerous man or a harmless one? Not I. He's only the girl's cousin, you say? Something more, perhaps. I have reason to think he's her lover. Accepted, do you suppose? That I can't tell. I only know, or suspect, that he's the favorite of the father. I have heard reasons why, given only in whispers, it is true, but too probable to be scouted. The old story influence springing from mortgage money. Poindexter's not so rich as he has been, else we'd never have seen him out here. If the lady be as attractive as you say, I suppose we'll have Captain Cassius out here also before long? Before long? Is that all you know about it? He is here, came along with the family, and is now residing with them. Some say he's a partner in the planting speculation. I saw him this very morning down in the hotel barroom, liquoring up and swaggering in his old way. A swarthy complexioned man of about 30, with dark hair and mustaches, wearing a blue cloth frock, half military cut, and a Colt's revolver strapped over his thigh. Aye, and a bowie knife, if you had looked for it, under the breast of his coat. That's the man. He's rather a formidable-looking fellow, remarked the young rifleman. If a bully, his looks don't belie him. Damn his looks, half angrily exclaimed the dragoon. We don't hold commissions in Uncle Sam's army to be scared by looks, nor bullies either. If he comes any of his bullying over me, he'll find I'm as quick with a trigger as he. At that moment the bugle brayed out the call for morning parade, a ceremony observed at the little frontier fort as regularly as if a whole corps d'armée had been present, and the three officers, separating, betook themselves to their quarters to prepare their several companies for the inspection of the major in command of the cantonment. Chapter 10. Casa del Corvo. The estate, or hacienda, known as Casa del Corvo, extended along the wooded bottom of the Leona River for more than a league, and twice that distance southwards across the contiguous prairie. The house itself, usually, though not correctly, styled the hacienda, stood within long cannon range of Fort Inge, from which its white walls were partially visible, the remaining portion being shadowed by tall forest trees that skirted the banks of the stream. Its site was peculiar and no doubt chosen with a view to defense, for its foundations had been laid at a time when Indian assailants might be expected, as indeed they might be, and often are at the present hour. There was a curve of the river closing upon itself, like the shoe of a racehorse or the arc of a circle, 3 parts complete, the chord of which, or a parallelogram traced upon it, might be taken as the ground plan of the dwelling. Hence the name, Casa del Corvo, the House of the Curve, Curved River. The facade, or entrance side, fronted towards the prairie, the latter forming a noble lawn that extended to the edge of the horizon, in comparison with which an imperial park would have shrunk into the dimensions of a paddock. The architecture of Casa del Corvo, like that of other large country mansions in Mexico, was of a style that might be termed Morisco-Mexican, being a single story in height, with a flat roof, azotea spouted and parapeted all round, having a courtyard inside the walls termed patio, open to the sky, with a flagged floor, a fountain, and a stone stairway leading up to the roof. A grand entrance gateway, the saguan, with a massive wooden door, thickly studded with bolt heads, and 2 or 3 windows on each side, defended by a grille of strong iron bars called reja. These are the chief characteristics of a Mexican hacienda, and Casa del Corvo differed but little from the type almost universal throughout the vast territories of Spanish America. Such was the homestead that adorned the newly acquired estate of the Louisiana planter, that had become his property by purchase. As yet no change had taken place in the exterior of the dwelling, nor much in its interior, if we accept the personnel of its occupants. A physiognomy, half Anglo-Saxon, half Franco-American, presented itself in courtyard and corridor, where formerly were seen only faces of pure Spanish type, and instead of the rich sonorous language of Andalusia, was now heard the harsher guttural of a semi-Teutonic tongue, occasionally diversified by the sweeter accentuation of Creolian French. Outside the walls of the mansion, in the village-like cluster of yucca-thatched huts, which formerly gave housing to the peons and other dependents of the hacienda, the transformation was more striking. Where the tall, thin vaquero, in broad-brimmed hat of black glaze and checkered serape, strode proudly over the sward, his spurs tinkling at every step, was now met the authoritative overseer in blue jersey or blanket coat, his whip cracking at every corner, where the red children of Azteca and Anahuac, scantily clad in tan sheepskin, could be seen, with sad, solemn aspect, lounging listlessly by their jacals or trotting silently along, were now heard the black sons and daughters of Ethiopia, from morn till night chattering their gay gumbo, or with song and dance seemingly contradicting the idea that slavery is a heritage of unhappiness. Was it a change for the better upon the estate of Casa del Corvo? There was a time when the people of England would have answered no, with a unanimity and emphasis calculated to drown all disbelief in their sincerity. Alas, for human weakness and hypocrisy! Our long-cherished sympathy with the slave proves to have been only a tissue of sheer dissembling, led by an oligarchy, not the true aristocracy of our country, for these are too noble to have yielded to such deep designings, but an oligarchy composed of conspiring plebs, who have smuggled themselves into the first places of power in all the 4 estates, guided by these prurient conspirators against the people's rights. England has proved untrue to her creed so loudly proclaimed, truculent to the trust reposed in her by the universal acclaim of the nations. On a theme altogether different dwelt the thoughts of Louise Poindexter, as she flung herself into a chair in front of her dressing-glass, and directed her maid Florinda to prepare her for the reception of guests, expected soon to arrive at the hacienda. It was the day fixed for the housewarming, and about an hour before the time appointed for dinner to be on the table. This might have explained a certain restlessness observable in the air of the young Creole, especially observed by Florinda. But it did not. The maid had her own thoughts about the cause of her mistress's disquietude, as was proved by the conversation that ensued between them. Scarce could it be called a conversation. It was more as if the young lady were thinking aloud, with her attendant acting as an echo. During all her life, the Creole had been accustomed to look upon her sable handmaid as a thing from whom it was not worth while concealing her thoughts, any more than she would from the chairs, the table, the sofa, or any other article of furniture in the apartment. There was but the difference of Florinda being a little more animated and companionable, and the advantage of her being able to give a vocal response to the observations addressed to her. For the first 10 minutes after entering the chamber, Florinda had sustained the brunt of the dialogue on indifferent topics, her mistress only interfering with an occasional ejaculation. "Oh, Miss Louis," pursued the negress, as her fingers fondly played among the lustrous tresses of her young mistress's hair, "how beautiful you hair am, like de long panish moss dat hang from de cypress tree, only dat it am of a different color, and shine like the sugar-house lasses." As already stated, Louise Poindexter was a Creole. After that, it is scarce necessary to say that her hair was of a dark color, and as the sable maid in rude speech had expressed it, luxuriant as Spanish moss. It was not black, but of a rich glowing brown, such as may be observed in the tinting of a tortoise-shell or the coat of a winter-trapped sable. "Ah," continued Florinda, spreading out an immense hank of the hair that glistened like a chestnut against her dark palm, "if I had dat lovely hair on ma head, inteed ob dis cussed cully wool, I fotch 'em all to ma feet, every one o' dem." "What do you mean, girl?" inquired the young lady, as if just aroused from some dreamy reverie. "What's that you've been saying? Fetch them to your feet. Fetch whom?" "Nah, now, you know what dis child mean? Pawn honor I do not. Make 'em lub me. Dat's what I should hab say." "But whom?" "All de white genlum, de young planter, de officer ob de fort, all ob dem. Wif you hair, Miss Louis, I could dem all make conquest." "Ha! Ha! Ha!" laughed the young lady, amused at the idea of Florinda figuring under that magnificent chevelure. "You think, with my hair upon your head, you would be invincible among the men? No, missa, not you hair alone, but with you sweet face, you skin, white as de alabaster, you tall figure, you grand look. Oh, Miss Louis, you am so splendidly beeful. I hear de white gen'lum say so. I no need hear 'em say it. I see dat for myself." "You're learning to flatter, Florinda." "No, deed, missa. Ne'er a word ob flattery, ne'er a word, I swa it. By de 'postles, I swa it." To one who looked upon her mistress, the earnest asseveration of the maid was not necessary to prove the sincerity of her speech, however hyperbolical it might appear. To say that Louise Poindexter was beautiful would only be to repeat the universal verdict of the society that surrounded her. A single glance was sufficient to satisfy anyone upon this point, strangers as well as acquaintances. It was a kind of beauty that needed no discovering, and yet it is difficult to describe it. The pen cannot portray swell a face. Even the pencil could convey but a faint idea of it, for no painter, however skilled, could represent upon cold canvas the glowing ethereal light that emanated from her eyes and appeared to radiate over her countenance. Her features were purely classic, resembling those types of female beauty chosen by Phidias or Praxiteles. And yet in all the Grecian pantheon there is no face to which it could have been likened, for it was not the countenance of a goddess, but something more attractive to the eye of man, the face of a woman. A suspicion of sensuality, apparent in the voluptuous curving of the lower lip, still more pronounced in the prominent rounding beneath the cheeks, while depriving the countenance of its pure spiritualism, did not perhaps detract from its beauty. There are men who, in this departure from the divine type, would have perceived a superior charm, since in Louise Poindexter they would have seen not a divinity to be worshipped, but a woman to be loved. Her only reply vouchsafed to Florinda's earnest asseveration was a laugh, careless, though not incredulous. The young Creole did not need to be reminded of her beauty. She was not unconscious of it, as could be told by her taking more than one long look into the mirror before which her toilet was being made. The flattery of the negress scarce called up an emotion, certainly not more than she might have felt at the fawning of a pet spaniel, and she soon after surrendered herself to the reverie from which the speech had aroused her. Florinda was not silenced by observing her mistress's air of abstraction. The girl had evidently something on her mind, some mystery, of which she desired the éclaircissement and was determined to have it. "Ah," she continued, as if talking to herself, "if Florinda had half to charm ob young missa, she for nobody care, she for nobody heave do deep sigh." "Sigh," repeated her mistress, suddenly startled by the speech. "What do you mean by that?" "Pas Dieu, Miss Louis, Florinda no so blind you tink, nor so deaf neither. She you see long time sit in de same place. You never peak no word, you only heave de sigh. de long deep sigh. You never do dat in de ole plantation in Louisiana. Florinda, I fear you are taking leave of your senses or have left them behind you in Louisiana. Perhaps there's something in the climate here that affects you. Is that so, girl? Pas Dieu, Miss Louis, dat question of you self ask. You no be angry case I peak so plain. Florinda you slave, she you lub like brack sisser. She no happy hear you sigh. Dat why she hab take to freedom. You no be angry with me? Certainly not. Why should I be angry with you, child? I am not. I didn't say I was, only you are quite mistaken in your ideas. What you've seen or heard could be only a fancy of your own. As for sighing, hey-ho, I have something else to think of just now. I have to entertain about 100 guests, nearly all strangers too, among them the young planters and officers whom you would entangle if you had my hair. Ha, ha, ha. I don't desire to enmesh them, not one of them. So twist it up as you like, without the semblance of a snare in it. Oh, Miss Louis, you so pique? Inquired the negress with an air of evident interest. You say none ob dem genelm you care for? Dere am two tree, very handsome. One planter, dar be, and two ob de officer, all young genelm, you know de tree, I mean. All ob dem have been tentive to you. You sure, missa? Tain't one ob them dat you make sigh? Sigh again. Ha, 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 ha. But come, Florinda, we're losing time. Recollect I've got to be in the drawing room to receive 100 guests. I must have at least half an hour to compose myself into an attitude befitting such an extensive reception. No fear, Miss Louis, no fear. I you toilette make in time, plenty ob time. No much trouble you dress. Pas Dieu, in any dress you look splendid. You be de belle if you dress like one ob de feel hand ob de plantation. What a flatterer you are grown, Florinda. I shall begin to suspect that you are after some favor. Do you wish me to intercede and make up your quarrel with Pluto? No, missus. I be friend never more wid Pluto. He show hissef such great coward when come dat storm on de brack prairie. Ah, Miss Louis, what we both do if dat young white gen'lm on de red hoss no come riding dat way? If he had not, Chair Florinde, it is highly probable neither of us should now have been here. Oh, missa, wasn't he real fancy man, dat air? You see him beautiful face. You see him thick hair, just de color ob you own, only curled leetle bit like mine. Talk ob de young planter or dem officer at de fort. De brack folks say he no good for nuffin, like dem. He only poor white trash. Who care for dat? He am de sort ob man could dis child make sigh. Ah, de berry sort. Up to this point the young Creole had preserved a certain tranquility of countenance. She tried to continue it, but the effort failed her. Whether by accident or design, Florinda had touched the most sensitive chord in the spirit of her mistress. She would have been loath to confess it, even to her slave, and it was a relief to her when loud voices heard in the courtyard gave a colorable excuse for terminating her toilette, along with the delicate dialogue upon which she might have been constrained to enter. Chapter 11. An unexpected arrival. Say, ye dernationed nigger, war's your master? Mass Poindexter, sar, de ole masser, or de young un? Young un be derned. I mean Mr. Poindexter. Who else shed I? War air he. Ho, ho, sar, de am bof at home, dat is, de am bof away from de house, de ole masser and de young masser Henry. De am down de river, where de folk am making de new fence. Ho, ho, you find 'em dar. Down the river. How fur d'yah reckon? Ho, ho, sar. Dis nigger reckon it be 'bout 3 or 4 mile dat at de Berry Lees. 3 or 4 mile? Ye must be a dernationed fool, nigger. Mr. Poindexter's plantation don't go thet fur, and I reckon he ain't the man to be makin' a fence on somebody else's clarin. Looky hure. What time air he expected hum? Ye've got a straighter idea o' thet, I hope. Dey bof pecked home berry soon, de young masser and de ol' masser, and Mass Cajon too. Ho, ho, dar's a gwine to be big doin's 'bout dis yar shanty. Yar see dat fo yesef by de smell ob de kitchen. Ho, ho. All sorts o' grand fayasin, du roas and de bile, and de barbecue, de pot pies, and de chicken fixins. Ho ho, ain't thar a gwine to go at high just like de old times on de coas ob de Massippi. Hora fo ole Mass Poindexter, he de right sort. Ho ho. Tranger, why you no holla too? You no friend ob de masser. Dern you nigger, don't you remember me? Now I look into your ugly mug, I recollects you. Goramighty, tain't Mass Tump, to use to fotch de venison and de turkey gobbler to de ole plantation? By de jumbo it am though. Law Mass Tump, dis nigger members you like it wa de day afore yesterday. Ease hearn you called de odder day, but I wore away from bout de place. I'm de coachman now, dribes de carriage dat carries de lady ob de tablishment, de beautiful Missy Lou. Lor, masser, she berry fine gal. Dey do say she beat Florinday into fits. Nebber mind Mass Tump. You better wait till old masser come home. He am a bound to be higher, in de shortest possible time. Wall, if that's so, I'll wait upon him, rejoined the hunter, leisurely lifting his leg over the saddle in which up to this time he had retained his seat. Now, ole feller, he added, passing the bridle into the hands of the negro, you gie the mar half a dozen years o' corn out of the crib. I've rid the critter better'n a score o' miles like a streak o' lightnin', all to do your master a sarvice. Oh, Mr. Zebulon Stump, is it you? Exclaimed a silvery voice, followed by the appearance of Louise Poindexter upon the veranda. I thought it was, continued the young lady, coming up to the railings, though I didn't expect to see you so soon. You said you were going upon a long journey. Well, I am pleased that you are here, and so will Papa and Henry be. Pluto, go instantly to Chloe, the cook, and see what she can give you for Mr. Stump's dinner. You have not dined, I know. You are dusty. You've been traveling? Here, Mirinda. Haste you to the sideboard and pour out some drink. Mr. Stump will be thirsty, I'm sure, this hot day. What would you prefer, port, sherry, claret? Ah, now, if I recollect, you used to be partial to Monongahela whiskey. I think there is some. Mirinda, see if there be. Step into the veranda, dear Mr. Stump, and take a seat. You were inquiring for Papa? I expect him home every minute. I shall try to entertain you till he come. Had the young lady paused sooner in her speech, she would not have received an immediate reply. Even as it was, some seconds elapsed before Zeb made rejoinder. He stood gazing upon her, as if struck speechless by the sheer intensity of his admiration. Lord o' Marcy, Miss Louise, he at length gasped forth. I thort when I used to see you on the Massissippi, ye wore the puttiest critter on the airth. But now, I think ye the puttiest thing either on airth or in hewing. Geehosophat. The old hunter's praise was scarce exaggerated. Fresh from the toilette, the gloss of her luxuriant hair untarnished by the notion of the atmosphere, her cheeks glowing with a carmine tint, produced by the application of cold water, her fine figure, gracefully draped in a robe of India muslin, white and semi-translucent, certainly did Louise Poindexter appear as pretty as anything upon earth, if not in heaven. Jehoshaphat, again exclaimed the hunter, following up his complimentary speech, I hev in my time seed what I thort wore some putty critters o' the shemale kind. My ol' ooman herself warn't so bad lookin' when I fast kim across her in Kintuck, that she warn't. But I will say this, Miss Louise, ef the puttiest bits o' all o' them wore clipped out and then janed thegither agin, they wouldn't make up the 1000th part o' a angel sec as you. Oh. Mr. Stump, I'm astonished to hear you talk in this manner. Texas has quite turned you into a courtier. If you go on so, I fear you will lose your character for plain speaking. After that, I am sure you will stand in need of a very big drink. Haste, Mirinda, I think you said you would prefer whiskey? If I didn't say it, I thunk it, and that air about the same. You're right, miss, I prefer the corn afore any o' them furrin liquors, and I sticks to it wherever I can get it. Texas hain't made no alteration in me in the matter o' liquorin'. Mass Tump you at hab mix whiff water? Inquired Florinda, coming forward with a tumbler about 1/2 full of Monongahela. No, girl. Dern your water. I hev hed enough o' thet since I started this mornin'. I hain't hed a taste o' liquor the whole day, ne'er as much as the smell o' it. Dear Mr. Stump, surely you can't drink it that way? Why, it will burn your throat. Have a little sugar or honey along with it? Spale it, miss. It air sweet enough without that sort o' doctorin'. Especially arter you have looked into the glass. You will see if I can't drink it. Higher goes to try." The old hunter raised the tumbler to his chin, and after giving 3 gulps and the fraction of a fourth, returned it empty into the hands of Florinda. A loud smacking of the lips almost drowned the simultaneous exclamations of astonishment uttered by the young lady and her maid. "Burn my throat, ye say? Ne'er a bit. It hes jest ailed thet ere jugler and put it in order for a bit o' a palaver I wants to hev wi' your father, 'bout thet ere spotty mostang." "Oh, true, I had forgotten. No, I hadn't either. But I did not suppose you had time to have news of it. Have you heard anything of the pretty creature?" "Putty critter ye may well pronounce it. It are all o' thet. Besides, it are a mar." "A mar? What is that, Mr. Stump? I don't understand." "A mar, I said. Surely ye know what a mar is?" "Mar? Mar? Why, no, not exactly. Is it a Mexican word?" "Mar in Spanish signifies the sea." "In course it air a Mexican mar, all mostangs air. They air all on 'em o' a breed as were oncest brought over from some European country by the fust o' them as settled in these here parts. Leastwise I have hearn so." "Still, Mr. Stump, I do not comprehend you. What makes this mustang a mar?" "What makes her a mar? Case she ain't a hoss. Thet's what make it, Miss Pintdexter." "Oh, now I think I comprehend. But did you say you have heard of the animal, I mean, since you left us?" "Hear know her, seed her, and feeled her." "Indeed." She grouped. "Ah, caught. What capital news. I shall be so delighted to see the beautiful thing, and ride it too. I haven't had a horse worth a piece of orange peel since I've been in Texas. Papa has promised to purchase this one for me at any price. But who is the lucky individual who accomplished the capture?" "Ye mean who grupped the mar?" Yes, who?" "Why, in course it were a mostanger." "A mustanger?" "Yees, and such a one as there ain't another on all these Pereiras, either to ride a hoss, or throw a lariat over one. Yo may talk about your Mexicans. I never seed neary Mexican ked manage hoss doins like that young feller, and thur ain't a drop o' thur pisen blood in his veins. He are as white as I am myself." "His name?" "Wall, as to the name o' his family, that I niver hearn. His Christian name air Maurice. He's knowed up thur about the fort as Maurice the Mostanger." The old hunter was not sufficiently observant to take note of the tone of eager interest in which the question had been asked, nor the sudden deepening of color upon the cheeks of the questioner as she heard the answer. Neither had escaped the observation of Florinda. "La, Miss Louis," exclaimed the latter. "Shoo dat de name ob de brave young white gen'lm, he dat us save from being smotered on de brack prairie." "Jehoshaphat, yes," resumed the hunter, relieving the young lady from the necessity of making reply. "Now I think o't. He told me o' Thet's succumstance this very mornin', afore we started. He air the same. Thet's the very feller as hev trapped Spotty, and he air totin' the critter along at this identical minute, in company wi' about a dozen others o' the same cavard. He oughter be here afore sundown. I pushed my ol' mar ahead, so's to tell your father the Spotty war comin', and let him git the fust chance o' buyin'. I knowed as how Thet ere bit o' hosdoons don't get druv fur into the settlements efore somebody snaps her up. I thought o' you, Miss Louise, and how ye took on so when I taught ye 'bout the critter. Wall, make your mind easy, ye shall have the fast chance. Ola Zeb Stump'll be your bail for Thet." "Oh, Mr. Stump, it is so kind of you. I am very, very grateful. You will now excuse me for a moment. Father will soon be back. We have a dinner party today, and I have to prepare for receiving a great many people. Florinda, see that Mr. Stump's luncheon is set out for him. Go, girl. Go at once about it. And, Mr. Stump," continued the young lady, drawing nearer to the hunter and speaking in a more subdued tone of voice, "if the young gentleman should arrive while the other people are here, perhaps he don't know them, will you see that he is not neglected? There is wine yonder in the veranda and other things. You know what I mean, dear Mr. Stump?" "Derned if I do, Miss Louise, that air not exactly. I kin understan' all Thet air 'bout the liquor and other fixin's, but who air the young gentleman you're speakin' o'? Thet's the thing as bamboozles me." "Surely you know who I mean. The young gentleman, the young man who, you say, is bringing in the horses. Oh, Maurice the Mustanger. That's it, is it? Wall, I reckon you're not 100 mile astray in calling him a gentleman, though it ain't often as a Mustanger gets the entitlement, or deserves it either. He air one, every inch o' him a gentleman by barth, breed, and raisin, though he air a hoss hunter, an Irish at that. The eyes of Louise Poindexter sparkled with delight as she listened to opinions so perfectly in unison with her own. I must tell ye, howsomediver, continued the hunter, as some doubt had come across his mind, it won't do to show that air young feller any sort o' second-hand hospitality. As they used to say on the Massissippi, he air as proud as a Pintdexter. Excuse me, Miss Louise, for lettin' the word slip. I did think out that I wore talkin' to a Pintdexter, not the proudest, but the puttiest o' the name. Oh, Mr. Stump, you can say what you please to me. You know that I could not be offended with you, you dear old giant. He'd be meaner than a dwarf as could either say or do anything to offend you, miss. Thanks. I know your honest heart, I know your devotion. Perhaps sometime, Mr. Stump. She spoke hesitatingly, but apparently without any definite meaning, I might stand in need of your friendship. Ye won't need it long afore ye get it. Then, that old Zeb Stump kin promise ye, Miss Paintdexter. He'd be stinkener than a skunk, and a bigger coward than a coyoat, as wouldn't stand by sec as you, while there were a bottle full o' breath left in the inside o' his body. 1,000 thanks again and again. But what were you going to say? You spoke of second-hand hospitality? I dud. You meant? I meaned that it 'ud be no use o' my inviting Maurice the Mustanger either to eat or drink unner this higher roof. Unless your father do that, the young feller'll go without tastin'. You unnurstin', Miss Louise. He ain't one o' that sort o' poor whites as kin be sent round to the kitchen. The young Creole stood for a second or two, without making rejoinder. She appeared to be occupied with some abstruse calculation that engrossed the whole of her thoughts. Never mind about it, she at length said, in a tone that told the calculation completed. Never mind, Mr. Stump. You need not invite him. Only let me know when he arrives unless we be at dinner, and then, of course, he would not expect anyone to appear. But if he should come at that time, you detain him, won't you? Bound to do it if you bid me. You will, then, and let me know he is here. I shall ask him to eat. Ef ye do, miss, I reckon you'll spiel his appetite. The sight o' you, to say nothin' o' listenin' to your melodious voice, 'ud cure a starvin' wolf o' bein' hungry. When I kim in higher, I war peckish enough to swaller a raw buzzard. Neo, I don't care a dern about eatin'. I could go without chawin' meat for month. As this exaggerated chapter of euphemism was responded to by a peal of clear ringing laughter, the young lady pointed to the other side of the patio, where her maid was seer emerging from the cochina, carrying a light tray, followed by Pluto with one of broader dimensions, more heavily weighted. You great giant, was the reply, given in a tone of sham reproach. I won't believe you have lost your appetite until you have eaten Jack. Yonder come Pluto and Mirinda. They bring something that will prove more cheerful company than I, so I shall leave you to enjoy it. Goodbye, Zeb, goodbye, or as the natives say here, hasta luego. Gaily with these words spoken, lightly did Louise Poindexter trip back across the covered corridor. Only after entering her chamber and finding herself chez soi-même did she give way to a reflection of a more serious character that found expression in words low murmured, but full of mystic meaning. It is my destiny, I feel, I know that it is. I dare not meet, and yet I cannot shun it, I may not, I would not, I will not. Chapter 12. Taming a Wild Mare. The pleasantest apartment in a Mexican house is that which has the roof for its floor and the sky for its ceiling, the azotea. In fine weather, ever fine in that sunny clime, it is preferred to the drawing room, especially after dinner, when the sun begins to cast rose-colored rays upon the snow-clad summits of Orizaba, Popocatepec, Toluca, and the twin sister, when the rich wines of Xeres and Madeira have warmed the imaginations of Andalusia's sons and daughters, descendants of the conquistadores who mount up to their housetops to look upon a land of worldwide renown rendered famous by the heroic achievements of their ancestors. Then does the Mexican caballero, clad in embroidered habiliments, exhibit his splendid exterior to the eyes of some señorita, at the same time puffing the smoke of his paper cigarrito against her cheeks. Then does the dark-eyed doncella favorably listen to soft whisperings, or perhaps only pretends to listen, while, with heart distraught, and eye wandering away, she sends stealthy glances over the plain towards some distant hacienda, the home of him she truly loves. So enjoyable a fashion as that of spending the twilight hours upon the housetop could not fail to be followed by anyone who chanced to be the occupant of a Mexican dwelling, and the family of the Louisiana planter had adopted it as a matter of course. On that same evening, after the dining hall had been deserted, the roof, instead of the drawing room, was chosen as the place of reassemblage, and as the sun descended towards the horizon, his slanting rays fell upon a throng as gay, as cheerful, and perhaps as resplendent as ever trod the azotea of Casa del Corvo. Moving about over its tessellated tiles, standing in scattered groups, or lined along the parapet with faces turned towards the plain, were women as fair and men as brave as had ever assembled on that same spot, even when its ancient owner used to distribute hospitality to the hidalgos of the land, the bluest blood in Coahuila and Texas. The company now collected to welcome the advent of Woodley Poindexter on his Texan estate could also boast of this last distinction. They were the elite of the settlements, not only of the Leona, but of others more distant. There were guests from Gonzales, from Castroville, and even from San Antonio, old friends of the planter who, like him, had sought a home in southwestern Texas, and who had ridden some of them over 100 miles to be present at this, his first grand reception. The planter had spared neither pains nor expense to give it eclat. What with the sprinkling of uniforms and epaulettes, supplied by the fort, what with the brass band borrowed from the same convenient repository, what with the choice wines found in the cellars of Casa del Corvo, and which had formed part of the purchase, there could be little lacking to make Poindexter's party the most brilliant ever given upon the banks of the Leona. And to ensure this effect, his lovely daughter Louise, late belle of Louisiana, the fame of whose beauty had been before her, even in Texas, acted as mistress of the ceremonies, moving about among the admiring guests with the smile of a queen and the grace of a goddess. On that occasion was she the cynosure of 100 pairs of eyes, the happiness of a score of hearts, and perhaps the torture of as many more, for not all were blessed who beheld her beauty. Was she herself happy? The interrogatory may appear singular, almost absurd. Surrounded by friends, admirers, one at least, who adored her, a dozen whose incipient love could but end in adoration, young planters, lawyers, embryo statesmen, and some with reputation already achieved, sons of Mars in armor, or with armor late laid aside, how could she be otherwise than proudly, supremely happy? A stranger might have asked the question, one superficially acquainted with Creole character, more especially the character of the lady in question. But mingling in that splendid throng was a man who was no stranger to either, and who, perhaps more than anyone present, watched her every movement, and endeavored more than any other to interpret its meaning. Cassius Calhoun was the individual thus occupied. She went not hither nor thither without his following her, not close, like a shadow, but by stealth, flitting from place to place, upstairs and downstairs, standing in corners with an air of apparent abstraction, but all the while with eyes turned askant upon his cousin's face, like a plain-clothes policeman employed on detective duty. Strangely enough, he did not seem to pay much regard to her speeches, made in reply to the compliments showered upon her by several would-be winners of a smile, not even when these were conspicuous and respectable, as in the case of young Hancock of the Dragoons. To all such he listened without visible emotion, as one listens to a conversation in no way affecting the affairs either of self or friends. It was only after ascending to the azotea, on observing his cousin near the parapet, with her eye turned interrogatively towards the plain, that his detective zeal became conspicuous, so much so as to attract the notice of others. More than once was it noticed by those standing near, for more than once was repeated the act which gave cause to it. At intervals, not very wide apart, the young mistress of Casa del Corvo might have been seen to approach the parapet and look across the plain with a glance that seemed to interrogate the horizon of the sky. Why she did so no one could tell. No one presumed to conjecture, except Cassius Calhoun. He had thoughts upon the subject, thoughts that were torturing him. When a group of moving forms appeared upon the prairie, emerging from the garish light of the setting sun, when the spectators upon the azotea pronounced it a drove of horses in charge of some mounted men, the ex-officer of volunteers had a suspicion as to who was conducting that cavalada. Another appeared to feel an equal interest in its advent, though perhaps from a different motive. Long before the horse drove had attracted the observation of Poindexter's guests, his daughter had noted its approach from the time that a cloud of dust soared up against the horizon, so slight and filmy as to have escaped detection by any eye not bent expressly on discovering it. From that moment the young Creole, under cover of a conversation carried on amid a circle of fair companions, had been slyly scanning the dust cloud as it drew nearer, forming conjectures as to what was causing it, upon knowledge already, and as she supposed, exclusively her own. "Wild horses," announced the Major Commandant of Fort Inge, after a short inspection through his pocket telescope. "Someone bringing them in," he added, a second time raising the glass to his eye. "Oh, I see now, it's Maurice the mustanger, who occasionally helps our men to a remount. He appears to be coming this way, direct to your place, Mr. Poindexter." "If it be the young fellow you have named, that's not unlikely," replied the owner of Casa del Corvo. "I bargained with him to catch me a score or two, and maybe this is the first installment he's bringing me." "Yes, I think it is," he added, after a look through the telescope. "I am sure of it," said the planter's son. "I can tell the horseman yonder to be Maurice Gerald." The planter's daughter could have done the same, though she made no display of her knowledge. She did not appear to be much interested in the matter, indeed, rather indifferent. She had become aware of being watched by that evil eye, constantly burning upon her. The cavalada came up, Maurice sitting handsomely on his horse, with the spotted mare at the end of his lazo. "What a beautiful creature!" exclaimed several voices, as the captured mustang was led up in front of the house, quivering with excitement at a scene so new to it. "It's worth a journey to the ground to look at such an animal," suggested the Major's wife, a lady of enthusiastic inclinings. "I propose we all go down. What say you, Miss Poindexter?" "Oh, certainly," answered the mistress of the mansion, amidst a chorus of other voices crying out, "Let us go down. Let us go down." Led by the majoress, the ladies filed down the stone stairway, the gentlemen after, and in a score of seconds the horse hunter, still seated in his saddle, became, with his captive, the center of the distinguished circle. Henry Poindexter had hurried down before the rest, and already, in the frankest manner, bidden the stranger welcome. Between the latter and Louise only a slight salutation could be exchanged. Familiarity with a horse dealer, even supposing him to have had the honor of an introduction, would scarce have been tolerated by the society. Of the ladies, the Major's wife alone addressed him in a familiar way, but that was in a tone that told of superior position, coupled with condescension. He was more gratified by a glance, quick and silent, when his eye changed intelligence with that of the young Creole. Hers was not the only one that rested approvingly upon him. In truth, the mustanger looked splendid, despite his travel-stained habiliments. His journey of over 20 miles had done little to fatigue him. The prairie breeze had freshened the color upon his cheeks, and his full round throat, naked to the breastbone, and slightly bronzed with the sun, contributed to the manliness of his mien. Even the dust clinging to his curled hair could not altogether conceal its natural gloss, nor the luxuriance of its growth, while a figure tersely knit told of strength and endurance beyond the ordinary endowment of man. There were stolen glances endeavoring to catch his, sent by more than one of the fair circle. The pretty niece of the commissary smiled admiringly upon him. Some said the commissary's wife, but this could be only a slander to be traced perhaps to the doctor's better half, the Lady Teazle of the cantonment. "Surely," said Poindexter, after making an examination of the captured mustang, "this must be the animal of which old Zeb Stump has been telling me." "It erreth at identicule same," answered the individual so described, making his way towards Maurice with the design of assisting him. "Yees, Mr. Poindexter, the identicule critter, a mar, as ye can all see for yourselves." "Yes, yes," hurriedly interposed the planter, not desiring any further elucidation. "The young feller had grouped her afore I got thur, so I were Jess in the nick o' time bout it. She mout a been tuck elsewhere, and then Miss Louisa thur mout a missed heaven her." "It is true indeed, Mr. Stump. It was very thoughtful of you. I know not how I shall ever be able to reciprocate your kindness." Reciprocate. Wall, I suppose that air means to do soothin' in return. Ye kin do thet, miss, without much difficulty. I han't dud nothin' for you, 'ceptin' make a bit o' a journey across the Pereira, to see your beautiful self mounted on thet mar, wi' your plumed head upon your head, and your long-tailed petticoat streakin' it ahint you, would pay old Zeb Stump to go clear to the Rockies and back again. Oh, Mr. Stump, you are an incorrigible flatterer. Look around you. You will see many here more deserving of your compliments than I. Wall, rejoined Zeb, casting a look of careless scrutiny towards the ladies. I ain't a-goin' to deny thet thur air gobs o' putty critters here, dog-goned putty critters, but as they used to say in old Louisiany, thur air but one Louise Pint-Dexter. A burst of laughter in which only a few feminine voices bore part was the reply to Zeb's gallant speech. I shall owe you $200 for this, said the planter, addressing himself to Maurice, and pointing to the spotted mare. I think that was the sum stipulated for by Mr. Stump. I was not a party to the stipulation, replied the mustanger, with a significant but well-intentioned smile. I cannot take your money. She is not for sale. Oh, indeed, said the planter, drawing back with an air of proud disappointment, while his brother planters, as well as the officers of the fort, looked astonished at the refusal of such a munificent price. $200 for an untamed mustang, when the usual rate of price was from 10 to 20. The mustanger must be mad? He gave them no time to descant upon his sanity. Mr. Poindexter, he continued, speaking in the same good-humored strain, you have given me such a generous price for my other captives, and before they were taken too, that I can afford to make a present, what we over in Ireland call a luck penny. It is our custom there also, when a horse trade takes place at the house, to give the douceur, not to the purchaser himself, but to one of the fair members of his family. May I have your permission to introduce this Hibernian fashion into the settlements of Texas? Certainly, by all means, responded several voices, 2 or 3 of them unmistakably with an Irish accentuation. Oh, certainly, Mr. Gerald, replied the planter, his conservatism giving way to the popular will, as you please about that. Thanks, gentlemen, thanks, said the mustanger, with a patronizing look towards men who believed themselves to be his masters. This mustang is my luck penny, and if Miss Poindexter will condescend to accept of it, I shall feel more than repaid for the 3 days' chase which the creature has cost me. Had she been the most cruel of coquettes, she could scarce have been more difficult to subdue. I accept your gift, sir, and with gratitude, responded the young Creole, for the first time prominently proclaiming herself, and stepping freely forth as she spoke. But I have a fancy, she continued, pointing to the mustang, at the same time that her eye rested inquiringly on the countenance of the mustanger. A fancy that your captive is not yet tamed? She but trembles in fear of the unknown future. She may yet kick against the traces, if she find the harness not to her liking, and then what am I to do, poor I? True, Maurice, said the major, widely mistaken as to the meaning of the mysterious speech, and addressing the only man on the ground who could possibly have comprehended it. Miss Poindexter speaks very sensibly. That mustang has not been tamed yet. Anyone may see it. Come, my good fellow, give her the lesson. Ladies and gentlemen, continued the major, turning towards the company, this is something worth your seeing, those of you who have not witnessed the spectacle before. Come, Maurice, mount, and show us a specimen of prairie horsemanship. She looks as though she would put your skill to the test. You are right, Major, she does, replied the mustanger, with a quick glance directed not towards the captive quadruped, but to the young Creole, who, with all her assumed courage, retired tremblingly behind the circle of spectators. No matter, my man, pursued the major, in a tone intended for encouragement. In spite of that devil sparkling in her eye, I'll lay 10 to 1 you'll take the conceit out of her. Try. Without losing credit, the mustanger could not have declined acceding to the major's request. It was a challenge to skill, to equestrian prowess, a thing not lightly esteemed upon the prairies of Texas. He proclaimed his acceptance of it by leaping lightly out of his saddle, resigning his own steed to Zeb Stump, and exclusively giving his attention to the captive. The only preliminary called for was the clearing of the ground. This was effected in an instant, the greater part of the company, with all the ladies, returning to the azotea. With only a piece of raw-hide rope looped around the underjaw and carried headstall fashion behind the ears, with only one rein in hand, Maurice sprang to the back of the wild mare. It was the first time she had ever been mounted by man, the first insult of the kind offered to her. A shrill, spiteful scream spoke plainly her appreciation of and determination to resent it. It proclaimed defiance of the attempt to degrade her to the condition of a slave. With equine instinct, she reared upon her hind legs, for some seconds balancing her body in an erect position. Her rider, anticipating the trick, had thrown his arms around her neck and, close clasping her throat, appeared part of herself. But for this she might have poised over upon her back and crushed him beneath her. The uprearing of the hindquarters was the next trick of the mustang, sure of being tried, and most difficult for the rider to meet without being thrown. From sheer conceit in his skill, he had declined saddle and stirrup that would now have stood him instead, but with these he could not have claimed accomplishment of the boasted feat of the prairies to tame the naked steed. He performed it without them. As the mare raised her hindquarters aloft, he turned quickly upon her back, threw his arms around the barrel of her body, and resting his toes upon the angular points of her fore shoulders, successfully resisted her efforts to unhorse him. Twice or three times was the endeavor repeated by the mustang, and as often foiled by the skill of the mustanger, and then, as if conscious that such efforts were idle, the enraged animal plunged no longer but, springing away from the spot, entered upon a gallop that appeared to have no goal this side the ending of the earth. It must have come to an end somewhere, though not within sight of the spectators, who kept their places waiting for the horse-tamer's return. Conjectures that he might be killed or, at the least, badly crippled, were freely ventured during his absence, and there was one who wished it so. But there was also one upon whom such an event would have produced a painful impression, almost as painful as if her own life depended upon his safe return. Why Louise Poindexter, daughter of the proud Louisiana sugar planter, a belle, a beauty of more than provincial repute, who could, by simply saying yes, have had for a husband the richest and noblest in the land. Why she should have fixed her fancy, or even permitted her thoughts to stray, upon a poor horse hunter of Texas, was a mystery that even her own intellect, by no means a weak one, was unable to fathom. Perhaps she had not yet gone so far as to fix her fancy upon him. She did not think so herself. Had she thought so, and reflected upon it, perhaps she would have recoiled from the contemplation of certain consequences that could not have failed to present themselves to her mind. She was but conscious of having conceived some strange interest in a strange individual, one who had presented himself in a fashion that favored fanciful reflections, one who differed essentially from the commonplace types introduced to her in the world of social distinctions. She was conscious, too, that this interest, originating in a word, a glance, a gesture listened to or observed, amid the ashes of a burnt prairie, instead of subsiding, had ever since been upon the increase. It was not diminished when Maurice the mustanger came riding back across the plain, with the wild mare between his legs, no more wild, no longer desiring to destroy him, but with lowered crest and mien submissive, acknowledging to all the world that she had found her master. Without acknowledging it to the world, or even to herself, the young Creole was inspired with a similar reflection. "Miss Poindexter," said the mustanger, gliding to the ground, and without making any acknowledgment to the plaudits that were showered upon him, "may I ask you to step up to her, throw this lazo over her neck, and lead her to the stable? By so doing, she will regard you as her tamer, and ever after submit to your will, if you but exhibit the sign that first deprived her of her liberty." A prude would have paltered with the proposal. A coquette would have declined it. A timid girl have shrunk back. Not so Louise Poindexter, a descendant of one of the Fields à la Cassette. Without a moment's hesitation, without the slightest show of prudery or fear, she stepped forth from the aristocratic circle, as instructed, took hold of the horsehair rope, whisked it across the neck of the tamed mustang, and led the captive off towards the caballeriza of Casa del Corvo. As she did so, the mustanger's words were ringing in her ears and echoing through her heart with a strange, foreboding, weird signification. "She will regard you as her tamer, and ever after submit to your will, if you but exhibit the sign that first deprived her of her liberty." Chapter 13. A Prairie Picnic. The first rays from a rosy aurora, saluting the flag of Fort Inge, fell with a more subdued light upon an assemblage of objects occupying the parade ground below, in front of the officers' quarters. A small Sumter wagon stood in the center of the group, having attached to it a double span of tight little Mexican mules whose quick, impatient stomping, tails spitefully whisked, and ears at intervals turning awry, told that they had been for some time in harness and were impatient to move off, warning the bystanders as well against a too close approximation to their heels. Literally speaking, there were no bystanders if we accept a man of colossal size in blanket coat and slouch felt hat, who, despite the obscure light straggling around his shoulders, could be identified as Zeb Stump, the hunter. He was not standing either, but seated astride his old mar, that showed less anxiety to be off than either the Mexican mules or her own master. The other forms around the vehicle were all in motion, quick, hurried, occasionally confused, hither and thither, from the wagon to the door of the quarters, and back again from the house to the vehicle. There were half a score of them, or thereabouts, varied in costume as in the color of their skins. Most were soldiers in fatigue dress, though of different arms of the service. 2 would be taken to be mess cooks, and 2 or 3 more, officers' servants who had been detailed from the ranks. A more legitimate specimen of this profession appeared in the person of a well-dressed darky, who moved about the ground in a very authoritative manner, deriving his importance from his office of valet de tout to the major in command of the cantonment. A sergeant, as shown by his 3-barred chevron, was in charge of the mixed party, directing their movements, the object of which was to load the wagon with eatables and drinkables, in short, the paraphernalia of a picnic. That it was intended to be upon a grand scale was testified by the amplitude and variety of the impedimenta. There were hampers and baskets of all shapes and sizes, including the well-known parallelepipedon, enclosing its 12 necks of shining silver lead, while the tin canisters, painted Spanish brown, along with the universal sardine case, proclaimed the presence of many luxuries not indigenous to Texas. However delicate and extensive the stock of provisions, there was one in the party of purveyors who did not appear to think it complete. The dissatisfied Lucullus was Zeb Stump. "Looky here, sergeant," said he, addressing himself confidentially to the individual in charge. "I hain't seed neary smell o' corn put into the vehicle as yet, an', I reckon, thet out on the parira, there'll be some folks who'd prefar a leetle corn to any o' thet there furrin French stuff. Champagne, ye call it, I believe. Prefer corn to champagne? The horses, you mean?" "Hosses be derned. I ain't talkin' 'bout hoss corn, I mean Monongahela." "Oh, I comprehend. You're right about that, Mr. Stump. The whiskey mustn't be forgotten, Pomp. I think I saw a jar inside that's intended to go." Yaw, Sagant," responded the dark-skinned domestic. "Dar am dat same wessicle. Hiya it is," he added, lugging a large jar into the light and swinging it up into the wagon. Old Zeb, appearing to think the packing now complete, showed signs of impatience to be off. "Ain't you riddy, sergeant?" he inquired, shifting restlessly in his stirrups. "Not quite, Mr. Stump. The cook tells me the chickens want another turn upon the spit before we can take 'em along." "Dern the chickens and the cook too. What air any dunghill fowl to compare wi' a wild turkey o' the Pereira? And how am I to shoot one arter the sun hev clomb 10 mile up the sky? The major say it I war to get him a gobbler, whatever shed happen. 'Tain't so dernation easy to kill turkey gobbler arter sun up, wi' a clam-jam fairy like this comin' clost upon a feller's heels. Ye mustn't suppose, sergeant, that air bird air as big a fool as the sodger o' a fort. Of all the cunnin' critters as frequents these here Pereiras, a turkey air the cunninest, and to get halfway round one o' 'em, ye must be up along with the sun, and prehap a leetle earlier." "True, Mr. Stump. I know the major wants a wild turkey, he told me so, and expects you to procure one on the way. No doubt he do, and prehap expects me likeways to provide him wi' a baffler's tongue, and hump seein' as there ain't sech a anymal on the Pereiras o' South Texas, nor hain't a been for good 20 years past, notwithstandin' what European writers o' books have said to the contrary, and specially French uns, as I've hearn. There ain't no burner 'bout higher." Thurs bar and deer and goats and plenty o' gobblers, but to hev one o' these critters for your dinner, ye must git it early enough for your breakfast. Unless I hev my own time, I won't promise to guide your party, and git gobbler both. So, Sergeant, if ye expects your grand company to chaw turkey meat this day, ye'll do well to be makin' tracks for the Pereira." Stirred by the hunter's representation, the sergeant did all that was possible to hasten the departure of himself and his party-colored company, and shortly after, the provision train, with Zeb Stump as its guide, was wending its way across the extensive plain that lies between the Leona and the River of Nuts. The parade ground had been cleared of the wagon and its escort scarce 20 minutes, when a party of somewhat different appearance commenced assembling upon the same spot. There were ladies on horseback, attended, not by grooms as at the meet in an English hunting field, but by the gentlemen who were to accompany them, their friends and acquaintances, fathers, brothers, lovers, and husbands. Most, if not all, who had figured at Poindexter's dinner party were soon upon the ground. The planter himself was present, as also his son Henry, his nephew Cassius Calhoun, and his daughter Louise, the young lady mounted upon the spotted mustang that had figured so conspicuously on the occasion of the entertainment at Casa del Corvo. The affair was a reciprocal treat, a simple return of hospitality, the major and his officers being the hosts, the planter and his friends the invited guests. The entertainment about to be provided, if less pretentious in luxurious appointments, was equally appropriate to the time and place. The guests of the cantonment were to be gratified by witnessing a spectacle grand as rare, a chase of wild steeds. The arena of the sport could only be upon the Wild Horse Prairies, some 20 miles to the southward of Fort Inge, hence the necessity for an early start, and being preceded by a vehicle laden with an ample commissariat. Just as the sunbeams began to dance upon the crystal waters of the Leona, the excursionists were ready to take their departure from the parade ground with an escort of 20 dragoons that had been ordered to ride in the rear. Like the party that preceded them, they too were provided with a guide, not an old backwoodsman in battered felt hat and faded blanket coat, astride a scraggy roadster, but a horseman completely costumed and equipped, mounted upon a splendid steed, in every way worthy to be the chaperone of such a distinguished expedition. "Come, Maurice," cried the major, on seeing that all had assembled, "we're ready to be conducted to the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this young fellow is thoroughly acquainted with the haunts and habits of the wild horses. If there's a man in Texas who can show us how to hunt them, 'tis Maurice the mustanger." "Faith, you flatter me, Major," rejoined the young Irishman, turning with a courteous air towards the company. "I have not said so much as that. I can only promise to show you where you may find them." "Modest fellow," soliloquized one who trembled as she gave thought to what she more than half suspected to be an untruth. "Lead on, then," commanded the major, and at the word, the gay cavalcade, with the mustanger in the lead, commenced moving across the parade ground, while the star-spangled banner, unfurled by the morning breeze, fluttered upon its staff as if waving them an elegant adieu. A 20-mile ride upon prairie turf is a mere bagatelle before breakfast, an airing. In Texas it is so regarded by man, woman, and horse. It was accomplished in less than 3 hours without further inconvenience than that which arose from performing the last few miles of it with appetites uncomfortably keen. Fortunately, the provision wagon, passed upon the road, came close upon their heels, and long before the sun had attained the meridian line, the excursionists were in full picnic under the shade of a gigantic pecan tree that stood near the banks of the Nueces. No incident had occurred on the way worth recording. The mustanger, as guide, had ridden habitually in the advance, the company, with 1 or 2 exceptions, thinking of him only in his official capacity, unless when startled by some feat of horsemanship, such as leaping clear over a prairie stream or dry arroyo, which others were fain to ford, or cross by the crooked path. There may have been a suspicion of bravado in this behavior, a desire to exhibit. Cassius Calhoun told the company there was. Perhaps the ex-captain spoke the truth for once. If so, there was also some excuse. Have you ever been in a hunting field, at home, with riding habits trailing the sward and plumed hats proudly nodding around you? You have, and then what? Be cautious how you condemn the Texan mustanger. Reflect that he too was under the artillery of bright eyes, a score pair of them, some as bright as ever looked love out of a lady's saddle. Think that Louise Poindexter's were among the number. Think of that, and you will scarce feel surprised at the ambition to shine. There were others equally demonstrative of personal accomplishments of prowess that might prove manhood. The young dragoon, Hancock, frequently essayed to show that he was not new to the saddle, and the lieutenant of mounted rifles, at intervals, strayed from the side of the commissary's niece for the performance of some equestrian feat, without looking exclusively to her, his reputed sweetheart, as he listened to the whisperings of applause. Ah, daughter of Poindexter, whether in the salons of civilized Louisiana or the prairies of savage Texas, peace could not reign in thy presence. Go where thou wilt, romantic thoughts must spring up, wild passions be engendered around thee. Chapter 14. The Manada. Had their guide held the prairies in complete control, its denizens subject to his secret will, responsible to time and place, he could not have conducted the excursionists to a spot more likely to furnish the sport that had summoned them forth. Just as the sparkling Johannesburger, obtained from the German wine stores of San Antonio, had imparted a brighter blue to the sky and a more vivid green to the grass, the cry "Mustenos" was heard above the hum of conversation, interrupting the half-spoken sentiment with the peal of merry laughter. It came from a Mexican vaquero who had been stationed as a vidette on an eminence near at hand. Maurice, at the moment partaking of the hospitality of his employers, freely extended to him, suddenly quaffed off the cup, and springing to his saddle, cried out, "Cavalada?" "No," answered the Mexican, "Manada." "What do the fellows mean by their gibberish?" inquired Captain Calhoun. "Mustenos is only the Mexican for mustangs," replied the major, "and by manada he means they are wild mares, a drove of them. At this season they herd together and keep apart from the horses, unless when." "When what?" impatiently asked the ex-officer of volunteers, interrupting the explanation. "When they are attacked by asses," innocently answered the major. A general peal of laughter rendered doubtful the naivete of the major's response, imparting to it the suspicion of a personality not intended. For a moment Calhoun writhed under the awkward misconception of the auditory, but only for a moment. He was not the man to succumb to an unlucky accident of speech. On the contrary, he perceived the chance of a triumphant reply, and took advantage of it. "Indeed," he drawled out, without appearing to address himself to anyone in particular, "I was not aware that mustangs were so dangerous in these parts." As Calhoun said this, he was not looking at Louise Poindexter, or he might have detected in her eye a glance to gratify him. The young Creole, despite an apparent coolness towards him, could not withhold admiration at anything that showed cleverness. His case might not be so hopeless? The young dragoon, Hancock, did not think it so, nor yet the lieutenant of rifles. Both observed the approving look, and both became imbued with the belief that Cassius Calhoun had, or might have in his keeping, the happiness of his cousin. The conjecture gave a secret chagrin to both, but especially to the dragoon. There was but short time for him to reflect upon it. The manada was drawing near. "To the saddle," was the thought upon every mind, and the cry upon every tongue. The bit was rudely inserted between teeth still industriously grinding the yellow corn, the bridle drawn over shoulders yet smoking after the quick scurry of 20 miles through the close atmosphere of a tropical morn, and before 100 could have been deliberately counted, everyone, ladies and gentlemen alike, was in the stirrup, ready to ply whip and spur. By this time the wild mares appeared coming over the crest of the ridge upon which the vidette had been stationed. He, himself a horse-catcher by trade, was already mounted, and in their midst endeavoring to fling his lazo over one of the herd. They were going at mad gallop, as if fleeing from a pursuer, some dreaded creature that was causing them to whire and snort. With their eyes strained to the rear, they saw neither the sumpter wagon nor the equestrians clustering around it, but were continuing onward to the spot, which chanced to lie directly in the line of their flight. "They are chased," remarked Maurice, observing the excited action of the animals. "What is it, Crespino?" he cried out to the Mexican who, from his position, must have seen any pursuer that might be after them. There was a momentary pause as the party awaited the response. In the crowd were countenances that betrayed uneasiness, some even alarm. It might be Indians who were in pursuit of the mustangs. Un asino cimarron was the phrase that came from the mouth of the Mexican, though by no means terminating the suspense of the picnickers. Un macho, he added. "Oh, that's it. I thought it was," muttered Maurice. "The rascal must be stopped, or he'll spoil our sport. So long as he's after them, they'll not make halt this side the sky line. Is the macho coming on?" "Close at hand, Don Mauricio. Making straight for myself. Fling your rope over him if you can. If not, cripple him with a shot, anything to put an end to his capers." The character of the pursuer was still a mystery to most, if not all, upon the ground, for only the mustanger knew the exact signification of the phrases "un asino cimarron," "un macho." "Explain, Maurice," commanded the major. "Look yonder," replied the young Irishman, pointing to the top of the hill. The 2 words were sufficient. All eyes became directed towards the crest of the ridge, where an animal, usually regarded as the type of slowness and stupidity, was seen advancing with the swiftness of a bird upon the wing. But very different is the asino cimarron from the ass of civilization, the donkey becudgeled into stolidity. The one now in sight was a male, almost as large as any of the mustangs it was chasing, and if not fleet as the fleetest, still able to keep up with them by the sheer pertinacity of its pursuit. The tableau of nature thus presented on the green surface of the prairie was as promptly produced as it could have been upon the stage of a theater or the arena of a hippodrome. Scarce a score of words had passed among the spectators before the wild mares were close up to them, and then, as if for the first time, perceiving the mounted party, they seemed to forget their dreaded pursuer and shied off in a slanting direction. "Ladies and gentlemen," shouted the guide to a score of people, endeavoring to restrain their steeds, "keep your places if you can. I know where the herd has its haunt. They are heading towards it now, and we shall find them again, with a better chance of a chase. If you pursue them at this moment, they'll scatter into yonder chaparral, and 10 to 1 if we ever more get sight of them. Hola, Señor Crespino, send your bullet through that brute. He's near enough for your escopette, is he not?" The Mexican, detaching a short gun, escopeta, from his saddle flap, and hastily bringing its butt to his shoulder, fired at the wild ass. The animal brayed on hearing the report, but only as if in defiance. He was evidently untouched. Crespino's bullet had not been truly aimed. "I must stop him," exclaimed Maurice, "or the mares will run on till the end of daylight." As the mustanger spoke, he struck the spur sharply into the flanks of his horse. Like an arrow projected from its bow, Castro shot off in pursuit of the jackass, now galloping regardlessly past. Half a dozen springs of the blood bay, guided in a diagonal direction, brought his rider within casting distance, and like a flash of lightning, the loop of the lazo was seen descending over the long ears. On launching it, the mustanger halted, and made a half-wheel, the horse going round as upon a pivot, and with like mechanical obedience to the will of his rider, bracing himself for the expected pluck. There was a short interval of intense expectation, as the wild ass, careering onward, took up the slack of the rope. Then the animal was seen to rise erect on its hind legs and fall heavily backward upon the sward, where it lay motionless, and apparently as dead as if shot through the heart. It was only stunned, however, by the shock, and the quick tightening of the loop causing temporary strangulation, which the Mexican mustanger prolonged to eternity by drawing his sharp-edged machete across its throat. The incident caused a postponement of the chase. All awaited the action of the guide, who, after throwing the macho, had dismounted to recover his lazo. He had succeeded in releasing the rope from the neck of the prostrate animal, when he was seen to coil it up with a quickness that betokened some new cause of excitement, at the same time that he ran to regain his saddle. Only a few of the others, most being fully occupied with their own excited steeds, observed this show of haste on the part of the mustanger. Those who did, saw it with surprise. He had counseled patience in the pursuit. They could perceive no cause for the eccentric change of tactics, unless it was that Louise Poindexter, mounted on the spotted mustang, had suddenly separated from the company, and was galloping off after the wild mares, as if resolved on being foremost of the field. But the hunter of wild horses had not construed her conduct in this sense. That uncourteous start could scarce be an intention except on the part of the spotted mustang. Maurice had recognized the manada as the same from which he had himself captured it, and, no doubt, with the design of rejoining its old associates, it was running away with its rider. So believed the guide, and the belief became instantly universal. Stirred by gallantry, half the field spurred off in pursuit. Calhoun, Hancock, and Crossman leading, with half a score of young planters, lawyers, and legislators close following, each as he rode off reflecting to himself what a bit of luck it would be to bring up the runaway. But few, if any, of the gentlemen felt actual alarm. All knew that Louise Poindexter was a splendid equestrian. A spacious plain lay before her, smooth as a racetrack. The mustang might gallop till it tired itself down. It could not throw her. There could be little chance of her receiving any serious injury. There was one who did not entertain this confident view. It was he who had been the first to show anxiety, the mustanger himself. He was the last to leave the ground. Delayed in the rearrangement of his lazo, a moment more in remounting, he was 100 paces behind every competitor, as his horse sprang forward upon the pursuit. Calhoun was a like distance in the lead, pressing on with all the desperate energy of his nature and all the speed he could extract from the heels of his horse. The dragoon and rifleman were a little in his rear, and then came the ruck. Maurice soon passed through the thick of the field, overlapped the leaders one by one, and forging still further ahead, showed Cassius Calhoun the heels of his horse. A muttered curse was sent hissing through the teeth of the ex-officer of volunteers as the blood bay, bounding past, concealed from his sight the receding form of the spotted mustang. The sun, looking down from the zenith, gave light to a singular tableau. A herd of wild mares going at reckless speed across the prairie, one of their own kind, with a lady upon its back, following about 400 yards behind, at a like distance after the lady, a steed of red bay color, bestridden by a cavalier picturesquely attired, and apparently intent upon overtaking her. Still further to the rear a string of mounted men, some in civil, some in military garb. Behind these a troop of dragoons going at full gallop, having just parted from a mixed group of ladies and gentlemen also mounted, but motionless on the plain, or only stirring around the same spot with excited gesticulations. In 20 minutes the tableau was changed. The same personages were upon the stage, the grand tapis vert of the prairie, but the grouping was different, or, at all events, the groups were more widely apart. The manada had gained distance upon the spotted mustang, the mustang upon the blood bay, and the blood bay, his competitors were no longer in sight, or could only have been seen by the far-piercing eye of the caracara, soaring high in the sapphire heavens. The wild mares, the mustang and its rider, the red horse, and his, had the savannah to themselves. Chapter 15. The runaway overtaken. For another mile the chase continued without much change. The mares still swept on in full flight, though no longer screaming or in fear. The mustang still uttered an occasional neigh, which its old associates seemed not to notice, while its rider held her seat in the saddle unshaken, and without any apparent alarm. The blood bay appeared more excited, though not so much as his master, who was beginning to show signs either of despondency or chagrin. "Come, Castro," he exclaimed, with a certain spitefulness of tone. "What the deuce is the matter with your heels today of all others? Remember, you overtook her before, though not so easily, I admit. But now she's weighted. Look yonder, you dull brute. Weighted with that which is worth more than gold, worth every drop of your blood, and mine too. The yegua pinta seems to have improved her paces. Is it from training? Or does a horse run faster when ridden? What if I lose sight of her? In truth, it begins to look queer. It would be an awkward situation for the young lady. Worse than that, there's danger in it, real danger. If I should lose sight of her, she'd be in trouble to a certainty." Thus muttering, Maurice rode on, his eyes now fixed upon the form still flitting away before him, at intervals interrogating with uneasy glances the space that separated him from it. Up to this time he had not thought of hailing the rider of the runaway. His shouts might have been heard, but no words of warning or instruction. He had refrained, partly on this account, partly because he was in momentary expectation of overtaking her, and partly because he knew that acts, not words, were wanted to bring the mustang to a stand. All along he had been flattering himself that he would soon be near enough to fling his lazo over the creature's neck and control it at discretion. He was gradually becoming relieved of this hallucination. The chase now entered among copses that thickly studded the plain, fast closing into a continuous chaparral. This was a new source of uneasiness to the pursuer. The runaway might take to the thicket or become lost to his view amid the windings of the wood. The wild mares were already invisible at intervals. They would soon be out of sight altogether. There seemed no chance of their old associate overtaking them. What mattered that? A lady lost on a prairie, or in a chaparral alone, or in the midst of a manada, either contingency pointed to certain danger. A still more startling peril suggested itself to the mind of the mustanger, so startling as to find expression in excited speech. "By heavens," he ejaculated, his brow becoming more clouded than it had been from his first entering upon the chase. "If the stallions should chance this way, 'tis their favorite stamping ground among these mottos. They were here but a week ago, and this, yes, 'tis the month of their madness." The spur of the mustanger again drew blood, till its rowels were red, and Castro, galloping at his utmost speed, glanced back upbraidingly over his shoulder. At this crisis the manada disappeared from the sight both of the blood bay and his master, and most probably at the same time from that of the spotted mustang and its rider. There was nothing mysterious in it. The mares had entered between the closing of two copses, where the shrubbery hid them from view. The effect produced upon the runaway appeared to proceed from some magical influence. As if their disappearance was a signal for discontinuing the chase, it suddenly slackened pace, and the instant after came to a standstill. Maurice, continuing his gallop, came up with it in the middle of a meadow-like glade, standing motionless as marble, its rider, reins in hand, sitting silent in the saddle, in an attitude of easy elegance, as if waiting for him to ride up. "Miss Poindexter," he gasped out, as he spurred his steed within speaking distance, "I am glad that you have recovered command of that wild creature. I was beginning to be alarmed about—" "About what, sir?" was the question that startled the mustanger. "Your safety, of course," he replied, somewhat stammeringly. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Gerald, but I was not aware of having been in any danger. Was I really so?" "Nary danger," echoed the Irishman, with increased astonishment, "on the back of a runaway mustang, in the middle of a pathless prairie. And what of that? The thing couldn't throw me. I'm too clever in the saddle, sir. I know it, madame, but that accomplishment would have availed you very little had you lost yourself. A thing you were like enough to have done among these chaparral copses, where the oldest Texan can scarce find his way." "Oh, lost myself. That was the danger to be dreaded? There are others besides. Suppose you had fallen in with—" "Indians," interrupted the lady, without waiting for the mustanger to finish his hypothetical speech. "And if I had, what would it have mattered? Are not the Comanches and Pas at present? Surely they wouldn't have molested me, gallant fellows as they are. So the major told us as we came along. 'Pon my word, sir, I should seek, rather than shun, such an encounter. I wish to see the noble savage on his native prairie and on horseback, not, as I've hitherto beheld him, reeling around the settlements in a state of debasement from too freely partaking of our firewater. I admire your courage, miss, but if I had the honor of being one of your friends, I should take the liberty of counseling a little caution. The noble savage you speak of is not always sober upon the prairies, and perhaps not so very gallant as you've been led to believe. If you had met him. If I had met him, and he had attempted to misbehave himself, I would have given him the go-by, and ridden straight back to my friends. On such a swift creature as this, he must have been well mounted to have overtaken me. You found some difficulty, did you not?" The eyes of the young Irishman, already showing astonishment, became expanded to increased dimensions, surprise and incredulity being equally blended in their glance. "But," said he after a speechless pause, "you don't mean to say that you could have controlled that the mustang was not running away with you? Am I to understand?" "No, no, no," hastily rejoined the fair equestrian, showing some slight embarrassment. "The mare certainly made off with me, that is, at the first, but I found, that is, at the last, I found I could easily pull her up. In fact, I did so. You saw it? And could you have done it sooner?" A strange thought had suggested the interrogatory, and with more than ordinary interest the questioner awaited the reply. Perhaps I might, no doubt, if I had dragged a little harder upon the rein. But you see, sir, I like a good gallop, especially upon a prairie, where there's no fear of running over pigs, poultry, or people. Maurice looked amazed. In all his experience, even in his own native land, famed for feminine bravery, above all in the way of bold riding, he had met no match for the clever equestrian before him. His astonishment, mixed with admiration, hindered him from making a ready rejoinder. To speak truth, continued the young lady, with an air of charming simplicity, I was not sorry at being run off with. One sometimes gets tired of too much talk of the kind called complimentary. I wanted fresh air, and to be alone. So you see, Mr. Gerald, it was rather a bit of good fortune, since it saved explanations and adieus. You wanted to be alone? Responded the mustanger with a disappointed look. I am sorry I should have made the mistake to have intruded upon you. I assure you, Miss Poindexter, I followed, because I believed you to be in danger. Most gallant of you, sir, and now that I know there was danger, I am truly grateful. I presume I have guessed aright. You meant the Indians? No, not Indians exactly, at least. It was not of them I was thinking. Some other danger? What is it, sir? You will tell me so that I may be more cautious for the future. Maurice did not make immediate answer. A sound striking upon his ear had caused him to turn away, as if inattentive to the interrogatory. The Creole, perceiving there was some cause for his abstraction, likewise assumed a listening attitude. She heard a shrill scream, succeeded by another and another, close followed by a loud hammering of hoofs, the conjunction of sounds causing the still atmosphere to vibrate around her. It was no mystery to the hunter of horses. The words that came quick from his lips, though not designed, were a direct answer to the question she had put. The wild stallions, he exclaimed in a tone that betokened alarm. I knew they must be among those Matas, and they are. Is that the danger of which you have been speaking? It is. What fear of them? They are only mustangs. True, and at other times there is no cause to fear them. But just now, at this season of the year, they become as savage as tigers, and equally as vindictive. Ah, the wild steed in his rage is an enemy more to be dreaded than wolf, panther, or bear. What are we to do? Inquired the young lady now, for the first time, giving proof that she felt fear by riding close up to the man who had once before rescued her from a situation of peril, and gazing anxiously in his face as she awaited the answer. If they should charge upon us, answered Maurice, there are but two ways of escape. One, by ascending a tree and abandoning our horses to their fury. The other? Asked the Creole, with a sang-froid that showed a presence of mind likely to stand the test of the most exciting crisis. Anything but abandon our animals. 'Twould be but a shabby way of making our escape. We shall not have an opportunity of trying it. I perceive it is impracticable. There's not a tree within sight large enough to afford us security. If attacked, we have no alternative but to trust to the fleetness of our horses. Unfortunately, continued he, with a glance of inspection towards the spotted mare, and then at his own horse, they've had too much work this morning. Both are badly blown. That will be our greatest source of danger. The wild steeds are sure to be fresh. Do you intend us to start now? Not yet. The longer we can breathe our animals, the better. The stallions may not come this way, or if so, may not molest us. It will depend on their mood at the moment. If battling among themselves, we may look out for their attack. Then they have lost their reason, if I may so speak, and will recklessly rush upon one of their own kind, even with a man upon his back. Ha! 'Tis as I expected. They are in conflict. I can tell by their cries, and driving this way too. But, Mr. Gerald, why should we not ride off at once in the opposite direction? 'Twould be of no use. There's no cover to conceal us, on that side. Nothing but open plain. They'll be out upon it before we could get a sufficient start, and would soon overtake us. The place we must make for the only safe one I can think of lies the other way. They are now upon the direct path to it, if I can judge by what I hear, and if we start too soon we may ride into their teeth. We must wait, and try to steal away behind them. If we succeed in getting past, and can keep our distance for a 2-mile gallop, I know a spot where we shall be as safe as if inside the corrals of Casa del Corvo. You are sure you can control the Mustang?" "Quite sure," was the prompt reply, all idea of deception being abandoned in presence of the threatening peril. Chapter 16. Chased by wild stallions. The two sat expectant in their saddles, she, apparently, with more confidence than he, for she confided in him. Still, but imperfectly comprehending it, she knew there must be some great danger. When such a man showed sign of fear, it could not be otherwise. She had a secret happiness in thinking that a portion of this fear was for her own safety. "I think we may venture now," said her companion, after a short period spent in listening. "They appear to have passed the opening by which we must make our retreat. Look well to your riding, I entreat you. Keep a firm seat in the saddle, and a sure hold of the rein. Gallop by my side, where the ground will admit of it, but in no case let more than the length of my horse's tail be between us. I must perforce go ahead to guide the way. Ha! They are coming direct for the glade. They're already close to its edge. Our time is up." The profound stillness that but a short while before pervaded the prairie no longer reigned over it. In its stead had arisen a fracas that resembled the outpouring of some overcrowded asylum, for in the shrill neighing of the steeds might have been fancied the screams of maniacs, only 10 times more vociferous. They were mingled with a thunder-like hammering of hoofs, a swishing and crashing of branches, savage snorts, accompanied by the sharp snapping of teeth, the dull thud of heels coming in contact with ribs and rounded hips, squealing that betokened spite or pain, all forming a combination of sounds that jarred harshly upon the ear and caused the earth to quake, as if oscillating upon its orbit. It told of a terrible conflict carried on by the wild stallions, who, still unseen, were fighting indiscriminately among themselves, as they held their way among the motus. Not much longer unseen. As Maurice gave the signal to start, the speckled crowd showed itself in an opening between two copses. In a moment more it filled the gangway-like gap and commenced disgorging into the glade, with the impetus of an avalanche. It was composed of living forms the most beautiful known in nature, for in this man must give way to the horse. Not the unsexed horse of civilization, with hunched shoulders, bandied limbs, and bowed frontlet, scarce one in 1,000 of true equine shape, and this, still further, mutilated by the shears of the coper and gentleman jockey, but the wild steed of the savannas. Foaled upon the green grass, his form left free to develop as the flowers that shed their fragrance around him. I never beheld a more splendid sight than a cavallada of wild stallions, prancing upon a prairie, especially at that season when, stirred by strong passions, they seek to destroy one another. The spectacle is more than splendid. It is fearful, too fearful to be enjoyed by man, much less by timid woman. Still more when the spectator views it from an exposed position, liable to become the object of their attack. In such situation were the riders of the blood bay and spotted mustang. The former knew it by past experience, the latter could not fail to perceive it by the evidence before her. "This way," cried Maurice, lancing his horse's flanks with the spur, and bending so as to oblique to the rear of the cavallada. "By heaven, they've discovered us. On, Miss Poindexter. Remember you are riding for your life." The stimulus of speech was not needed. The behavior of the stallions was of itself sufficient to show that speed alone could save the spotted mustang and its rider. On coming out into the open ground and getting sight of the ridden horses, they had suddenly desisted from their internecine strife, and, as if acting under the orders of some skilled leader, come to a halt. In line, too, like cavalry checked up in the middle of a charge. For a time their mutual hostility seemed to be laid aside as if they felt called upon to attack a common enemy, or resist some common danger. The pause may have proceeded from surprise, but, whether or no, it was favorable to the fugitives. During the 20 seconds it continued, the latter had made good use of their time, and accomplished the circuit required to put them on the path of safety. Only on the path, however. Their escape was still problematical, for the steeds, perceiving their intention, wheeled suddenly into the line of pursuit, and went galloping after, with snorts and screams that betrayed a spiteful determination to overtake them. From that moment it became a straight, unchanging chase across country, a trial of speed between the horses without riders and the horses that were ridden. At intervals did Maurice carry his chin to his shoulder, and though still preserving the distance gained at the start, his look was not the less one of apprehension. Alone he would have laughed to scorn his pursuers. He knew that the blood bay, himself a prairie steed, could surpass any competitor of his race. But the mare was delaying him. She was galloping slower than he had ever seen her, as if unwilling, or not coveting escape, like a horse with his head turned away from home. "What can it mean?" muttered the mustanger, as he checked his pace, to accommodate it to that of his companion. "If there should be any balk at the crossing, we're lost. A score of seconds will make the difference." "We keep our distance, don't we?" inquired his fellow fugitive, noticing his troubled look. "So far, yes. Unfortunately, there's an obstruction ahead. It remains to be seen how we shall get over it. I know you are a clever rider and can take a long leap. But your mount? I'm not so sure of the mare. You know her better than I. Do you think she can carry you over?" "Over what, sir?" "You'll see in a second. We should be near the place now." The conversation thus carried on was between two individuals riding side by side, and going at a gallop of nearly a mile to the minute. As the guide had predicted, they soon came within sight of the obstruction, which proved to be an arroyo, a yawning fissure in the plain full 15 feet in width, as many in depth, and trending on each side to the verge of vision. To turn aside either to the right or left would be to give the pursuers the advantage of the diagonal, which the fugitives could no longer afford. The chasm must be crossed, or the stallions would overtake them. It could only be crossed by a leap, 15 feet at the least. Maurice knew that his own horse could go over it. He had done it before. But the mare? "Do you think she can do it?" he eagerly asked as, in slackened pace, they approached the edge of the barranca. "I am sure she can," was the confident reply. "But are you sure you can sit her over it?" "Ha! Ha!" scornfully laughed the Creole. What a question for an Irishman to ask. "I'm sure, sir, one of your own countrywomen would be offended at your speech. Even I, a native of swampy Louisiana, don't regard it as at all gallant. Sit her over it. Sit her anywhere she can carry me." "But Miss Poindexter," stammered the guide, still doubting the powers of the spotted mustang, "suppose she cannot? If you have any doubts, had you not better abandon her? I know that my horse can bear us both to the other side, and with safety. If the mustang be left behind, in all likelihood we shall escape further pursuit. The wild steeds—" "Leave Luna behind. Leave her to be trampled to death, or torn to pieces as you say she would. No, no, Mr. Gerald. I prize the spotted mare too much for that. She goes with me, over the chasm if we can. If not, we both break our necks at the bottom. Come, my pretty pet. This is he who chased, captured, and conquered you. Show him you're not yet so subdued, but that you can escape, when close pressed, from the toils of either friend or enemy. Show him one of those leaps, of which you've done a dozen within the week. Now for a flight in the air." Without even waiting for the stimulus of example, the courageous Creole rode recklessly at the arroyo, and cleared it by one of those leaps of which she had done a dozen within the week. There were three thoughts in the mind of the mustanger. Rather might they be called emotions as he sat watching that leap. The first was simple astonishment, the second, intense admiration. The third was not so easily defined. It had its origin in the words, "I prize the spotted mare too much for that." "Why?" reflected he, as he drove his spur rowels into the flanks of the blood bay, and the reflection lasted as long as Castro was suspended in mid-air over the yawning abysm. Cleverly as the chasm was crossed, it did not ensure the safety of the fugitives. It would be no obstruction to the steeds. Maurice knew it, and looked back with undiminished apprehension. Rather was it increased. The delay, short as it was, had given the pursuers an advantage. They were nearer than ever. They would not be likely to make a moment's pause, but clear the crevasse at a single bound of their sure-footed gallop. And then, what then? The mustanger put the question to himself. He grew paler as the reply puzzled him. On alighting from the leap, he had not paused for a second, but gone galloping on as before, close followed by his fugitive companion. His pace, however, was less impetuous. He seemed to ride with irresolution, or as if some half-formed resolve was restraining him. When about a score lengths from the edge of the arroyo, he reined up and wheeled round, as if he had suddenly formed the determination to ride back. "Miss Poindexter," he called out to the young lady, at that moment just up with him. "You must ride on alone." "But why, sir?" asked she, as she jerked the muzzle of the mustang close up to its counter, bringing it almost instantaneously to a stand. "If we keep together, we shall be overtaken. I must do something to stay those savage brutes. Here there is a chance, nowhere else. For heaven's sake, don't question me. 10 seconds of lost time, and 'twill be too late. Look ahead yonder. You perceive the sheen of water. 'Tis a prairie pond. Ride straight towards it. You will find yourself between 2 high fences. They come together at the pond. You'll see a gap with bars. If I'm not up in time, gallop through, dismount, and put the bars up behind you. And you, sir? You are going to undergo some great danger? Have no fear for me. Alone I shall run but little risk. 'Tis the mustang. For mercy's sake, gallop forward. Keep the water under your eyes. Let it guide you like a beacon fire. Remember to close the gap behind you. Away. Away." For a second or two, the young lady appeared irresolute, as if reluctant to part company with the man who was making such efforts to ensure her safety, perhaps at the peril of his own. By good fortune, she was not one of those timid maidens who turn frantic at a crisis, and drag to the bottom the swimmer who would save them. She had faith in the capability of her counselor, believed that he knew what he was about, and once more spurring the mare into a gallop, she rode off in a direct line for the prairie pond. At the same instant, Maurice had given the rein to his horse, and was riding in the opposite direction, back to the place where they had leaped the arroyo. On parting from his companion, he had drawn from his saddle holster the finest weapon ever wielded upon the prairies, either for attack or defense against Indian buffalo or bear. It was the 6-chambered revolver of Colonel Colt, not the spurious improvement of Dean Adams and a host of retrograde imitators, but the genuine article from the land of wooden nutmegs, with the Hartford brand upon its breech. "They must get over the narrow place where we crossed," muttered he, as he faced towards the stallions, still advancing on the other side of the arroyo. If I can but fling one of them in his tracks, it may hinder the others from attempting the leap, or delay them long enough for the mustang to make its escape. The big sorrel is leading. He will make the spring first. The pistol's good for 100 paces. He's within range now." Simultaneous with the last words came the crack of the 6-shooter. The largest of the stallions, a sorrel in color, rolled headlong upon the sward, his carcass falling transversely across the line that led to the leap. Half a dozen others, close following, were instantly brought to a stand, and then the whole cavalada. The mustanger stayed not to note their movements. Taking advantage of the confusion caused by the fall of their leader, he reserved the fire of the other 5 chambers, and, wheeling to the west, spurred on after the spotted mustang, now far on its way towards the glistening pond. Whether dismayed by the fall of their chief, or whether it was that his dead body had hindered them from approaching the only place where the chasm could have been cleared at a leap, the stallions abandoned the pursuit, and Maurice had the prairie to himself as he swept on after his fellow fugitive. He overtook her beyond the convergence of the fences on the shore of the pond. She had obeyed him in everything, except as to the closing of the gap. He found it open, the bars lying scattered over the ground. He found her still seated in the saddle, relieved from all apprehension for his safety, and only trembling with a gratitude that longed to find expression in speech. The peril was past. Chapter 17. The Mustang Trap. No longer in dread of any danger, the young Creole looked interrogatively around her. There was a small lake, in Texan phraseology a pond, with countless horse tracks visible along its shores, proving that the place was frequented by wild horses, their excessive numbers showing it to be a favorite watering place. There was a high rail fence constructed so as to enclose the pond, and a portion of the contiguous prairie, with 2 diverging wings, carried far across the plain, forming a funnel-shaped approach to a gap, which, when its bars were up, completed an enclosure that no horse could either enter or escape from. "What is it for?" inquired the lady, indicating the construction of split rails. "A Mustang trap," said Maurice. "A Mustang trap? A contrivance for catching wild horses. They stray between the wings which, as you perceive, are carried far out upon the plain. The water attracts them, or they are driven towards it by a band of mustangers who follow and force them on through the gap. Once within the corral, there is no trouble in taking them. They are then lassoed at leisure." "Poor things! Is it yours? You are a mustanger? You told us so?" "I am, but I do not hunt the wild horse in this way. I prefer being alone, and rarely consort with men of my calling. Therefore I could not make use of this contrivance, which requires at least a score of drivers. My weapon, if I may dignify it by the name, is this, the lasso." "You use it with great skill? I've heard that you do, besides having myself witnessed the proof. It is complimentary of you to say so, but you are mistaken. There are men on these prairies to the manor born Mexicans who regard what you are pleased to call skill as sheer clumsiness." "Are you sure, Mr. Gerald, that your modesty is not prompting you to overrate your rivals? I have been told the very opposite." "By whom?" "Your friend, Mr. Zebulon Stump." "Ha! Ha! Old Zeb is but indifferent authority on the subject of the lasso." "I wish I could throw the lasso," said the young Creole. "They tell me 'tis not a ladylike accomplishment. What matters so long as it is innocent and gives one a gratification? Not ladylike? Surely 'tis as much so as archery or skating. I know a lady who is very expert at it." "An American lady?" "No, she's Mexican and lives on the Rio Grande, but sometimes comes across to the Leona, where she has relatives." "A young lady?" "Yes. About your own age, I should think, Miss Poindexter." "Size? Not so tall as you, but much prettier, of course. The Mexican ladies, I've heard, in the matter of good looks, far surpass us plain Americanos." "I think Creoles are not included in that category," was the reply, worthy of one whose lips had been in contact with the famed boulder of Blarney. "I wonder if I could ever learn to fling it," pursued the young Creole, pretending not to have been affected by the complimentary remark. "Am I too old? I've been told that the Mexicans commence almost in childhood, that is why they attain to such wonderful skill." "Not at all," replied Maurice encouragingly. "'Tis possible, with a year or two's practice, to become a proficient lassoer. I, myself, have only been 3 years at, and—" He paused, perceiving he was about to commit himself to a little boasting. "And you are now the most skilled in all Texas?" said his companion, supplying the presumed finale of his speech. "No, no," laughingly rejoined he. "That is but a mistaken belief on the part of Zeb Stump, who judges my skill by comparison, making use of his own as a standard." "Is it modesty?" reflected the Creole. "Or is this man mocking me? If I thought so, I should go mad." "Perhaps you are anxious to get back to your party?" said Maurice, observing her abstracted air. "Your father may be alarmed by your long absence. Your brother, your cousin—" "Ah, true," she hurriedly rejoined in a tone that betrayed either pique or compunction. "I was not thinking of that. Thanks, sir, for reminding me of my duty. Let us go back." Again in the saddle, she gathered up her reins and plied her tiny spur, both acts being performed with an air of languid reluctance, as if she would have preferred lingering a little longer in the mustang trap. Once more upon the prairie, Maurice conducted his protégé by the most direct route towards the spot where they had parted from the picnic party. Their backward way led them across a peculiar tract of country, what in Texas is called a weed prairie, an appellation bestowed by the early pioneers, who were not very choice in their titles. The Louisianians saw around her a vast garden of gay flowers, laid out in one grand parterre, whose borders were the blue circle of the horizon, a garden designed, planted, nurtured by the hand of nature. The most plebeian spirit cannot pass through such a scene without receiving an impression calculated to refine it. I've known the illiterate trapper habitually blind to the beautiful pause in the midst of his weed prairie, with the flowers rising breast high around him, gaze for a while upon their gaudy corollas waving beyond the verge of his vision, then continue his silent stride with a gentler feeling towards his fellow man, and a firmer faith in the grandeur of his God. "Pardieu, 'tis very beautiful," exclaimed the enthusiastic Creole, reining up as if by an involuntary instinct. You admire these wild scenes, Miss Poindexter? Admire them? Something more, sir. I see around me all that is bright and beautiful in nature. Verdant turf, trees, flowers, all that we take such pains to plant or cultivate, and such too as we never succeed in equaling. There seems nothing wanting to make this picture complete. 'Tis a park perfect in everything. Except the mansion? That would spoil it for me. Give me the landscape where there is not a house in sight, slate, chimney, or tile to interfere with the outlines of the trees. Under their shadow could I live, under their shadow let me. The word love uppermost in her thoughts was upon the tip of her tongue. She dexterously restrained herself from pronouncing it, changing it to one of very different signification, die. It was cruel of the young Irishman not to tell her that she was speaking his own sentiments, repeating them to the very echo. To this was the prairie indebted for his presence. But for a kindred inclination, amounting almost to a passion, he might never have been known as Maurice the Mustanger. The romantic sentiment is not satisfied with a sham. It will soon consume itself, unless supported by the consciousness of reality. The mustanger would have been humiliated by the thought that he chased the wild horse as a mere pastime, a pretext to keep him upon the prairies. At first he might have condescended to make such an acknowledgment, but he had of late become thoroughly imbued with the pride of the professional hunter. His reply might have appeared chillingly prosaic. I fear, miss, you would soon tire of such a rude life. No roof to shelter you, no society, no. And you, sir, how is it you have not grown tired of it? If I have been correctly informed, your friend, Mr. Stump, is my authority. You've been leading this life for several years. Is it so? Quite true. I have no other calling. Indeed, I wish I could say the same. I envy you your lot. I'm sure I could enjoy existence amid these beautiful scenes for ever and ever. Alone? Without companions? Without even a roof to shelter you? I did not say that. But you've not told me. How do you live? Have you a house? It does not deserve such a high-sounding appellation, laughingly replied the mustanger. Shed would more correctly serve for the description of my jackale, which may be classed among the lowliest in the land. Where is it? Anywhere near where we've been today? It is not very far from where we are now. A mile, perhaps. You see those treetops to the west? They shade my hovel from the sun and shelter it from the storm. Indeed, how I should like to have a look at it. A real rude hut, you say? In that, I have but spoken the truth. Standing solitary? I know of no other within 10 miles of it. Among trees and picturesque? That depends upon the eye that beholds it. I should like to see it and judge. Only a mile, you say? A mile there, the same to return, would be 2. That's nothing. It would not take us a score of minutes. Should we not be trespassing on the patience of your people? On your hospitality, perhaps? Excuse me, Mr. Gerald, continued the young lady, a slight shadow suddenly overcasting her countenance. I did not think of it. Perhaps you do not live alone? Some other shares your jacale, as you call it? Oh, yes. I have a companion, one who has been with me ever since I... The shadow became sensibly darker. Before the mustanger could finish his speech, his listener had pictured to herself a certain image that might answer to the description of his companion. A girl of her own age, perhaps more inclining to embonpoint, with a skin of chestnut brown, eyes of almond shade, set piquantly oblique to the lines of the nose, teeth of more than pearly purity, a tinge of crimson upon the cheeks. Hair like Castro's tail, beads and bangles around neck, arms and ankles, a short kirtle elaborately embroidered, moccasins covering small feet, and fringed leggings laced upon limbs of large development. Such were the style and equipments of the supposed companion, who had suddenly become outlined in the imagination of Louise Poindexter. Your fellow tenant of the jacale might not like being intruded upon by visitors, more especially a stranger. On the contrary, he's but too glad to see visitors at any time, whether strangers or acquaintances. My foster brother is the last man to shun society, of which, poor fellow, he sees precious little on the Alamo. Your foster brother? Yes. Phelim O'Neill by name, like myself a native of the Emerald Isle and Shire of Galway, only perhaps speaking a little better brogue than mine. Oh, the Irish brogue. I should so like to hear it spoken by a native of Galway. I am told that theirs is the richest. Is it so, Mr. Gerald? Being a Galwegian myself, my judgment might not be reliable, but if you will condescend to accept Phelim's hospitality for half an hour, he will, no doubt, give you an opportunity of judging for yourself. I should be delighted. 'Tis something so new. Let Papa and the rest of them wait. There are plenty of ladies without me, or the gentlemen may amuse themselves by tracing up our tracks. 'Twill be as good a horse hunt as they are likely to have. Now, sir, I'm ready to accept your hospitality. There's not much to offer you, I fear. Phelim has been several days by himself, and as he's but an indifferent hunter, his larder is likely to be low. 'Tis fortunate you had finished luncheon before the stampede. It was not Phelim's larder that was leading Louise Poindexter out of her way, nor yet the desire to listen to his Connemara pronunciation. It was not curiosity to look at the jacal of the mustanger, but a feeling of a far more irresistible kind, to which she was yielding, as if she believed it to be her fate. She paid a visit to the lone hut, on the Alamo. She entered under its roof. She scanned with seeming interest its singular penates, and noted, with pleased surprise, the books, writing materials, and other chattels that betokened the refinement of its owner. She listened with apparent delight to the paltogue of the Connemara man, who called her a culling bawn. She partook of Phelim's hospitality, condescendingly tasting of everything offered, except that which was most urgently pressed upon her, a drap of the crather, drawn fresh from the demijohn, and finally made her departure from the spot, apparently in the highest spirits. Alas, her delight was short-lived, lasting only so long as it was sustained by the excitement of the novel adventure. As she recrossed the flower prairie, she found time for making a variety of reflections, and there was one that chilled her to the very core of her heart. Was it the thought that she had been acting wrongly in keeping her father, her brother, and friends in suspense about her safety? Or had she become conscious of playing a part open to the suspicion of being unfeminine? Not either. The cloud that darkened her brow in the midst of that blossoming brightness was caused by a different, and far more distressing, reflection. During all that day in the journey from the fort, after overtaking her in the chase, in the pursuit while protecting her, lingering by her side on the shore of the lake, returning across the prairie, under his own humble roof, in short everywhere, her companion had only been polite, had only behaved as a gentleman. Chapter 18. Jealousy upon the trail. Of the 20 rescuers who had started in pursuit of the runaway, but few followed far. Having lost sight of the wild mares, the mustang and the mustanger, they began to lose sight of one another, and before long became dispersed upon the prairie, going single, in couples, or in groups of 3 and 4 together. Most of them, unused to tracking up a trail, soon strayed from that taken by the manada, branching off upon others made, perhaps, by the same drove upon some previous stampede. The dragoon escort, in charge of a young officer, a fresh fledgling from West Point, ran astray upon one of these ramifications, carrying the hindmost of the field along with it. It was a rolling prairie through which the pursuit was conducted, here and there intersected by straggling belts of brushwood. These, with the inequalities of the surface, soon hid the various pursuing parties from one another, and in 20 minutes after the start, a bird looking from the heavens above might have beheld 100 horsemen, distributed into 60 of groups, apparently having started from a common center, spurring at full speed towards every quarter of the compass. But one was going in the right direction, a solitary individual, mounted upon a large, strong-limbed chestnut horse, that, without any claim to elegance of shape, was proving the possession both of speed and bottom. The blue frock coat of half-military cut and forage cap of corresponding color were distinctive articles of dress habitually worn by the ex-captain of volunteer cavalry, Cassius Calhoun. He it was who directed the chestnut on the true trail, while with whip and spur he was stimulating the animal to extraordinary efforts. He was himself stimulated by a thought sharp as his own spurs that caused him to concentrate all his energies upon the object in hand. Like a hungry hound, he was laying his head along the trail in hopes of an issue that might reward him for his exertions. What that issue was he had but vaguely conceived, but on occasional glance towards his holsters, from which protruded the butts of a brace of pistols, told of some sinister design that was shaping itself in his soul. But for a circumstance that assisted him, he might, like the others, have gone astray. He had the advantage of them, however, in being guided by two shoe tracks he had seen before. One, the larger, he recollected with a painful distinctness. He had seen it stamped upon a charred surface, amid the ashes of a burnt prairie. Yielding to an undefined instinct, he had made a note of it in his memory, and now remembered it. Thus directed, the ci-devant captain arrived among the copses, and rode into the glade where the spotted mustang had been pulled up in such a mysterious manner. Hitherto his analysis had been easy enough. At this point it became conjecture. Among the hoofprints of the wild mares, the shoe tracks were still seen, but no longer going at a gallop. The two animals thus distinguished must have been halted, and standing in juxtaposition. Whither next? Along the trail of the manada, there was no imprint of iron, nor elsewhere. The surface on all sides was hard, and strewn with pebbles. A horse going in rude gallop might have indented it, but not one passing over it at a tranquil pace. And thus had the spotted mustang and blood bay parted from that spot. They had gone at a walk for some score yards before starting on their final gallop towards the mustang trap. The impatient pursuer was puzzled. He rode round and round, and along the trail of the wild mares and back again, without discovering the direction that had been taken by either of the ridden horses. He was beginning to feel something more than surprise, when the sight of a solitary horseman advancing along the trail interrupted his uncomfortable conjectures. It was no stranger who was drawing near. The colossal figure, clad in coarse habiliments, bearded to the buttons of his blanket coat, and bestriding the most contemptible-looking steed that could have been found within 100 miles of the spot, was an old acquaintance. Cassius Calhoun knew Zebulon Stump, and Zeb Stump knew Cash Calhoun, long before either had set foot upon the prairies of Texas. "You hain't seed nothin' o' the young lady, hev ye, Mr. Calhoun?" inquired the hunter, as he rode up, with an unusual impressiveness of manner. "No, ye hain't," he continued, as if deducing his inference from the blank looks of the other. "Doggone my cats. I wonder what the hell hev becomed o' her. Curious, too, sech a rider as she air. Ter let the derned goat o' a thing run away wi' her. Wall, ther's not much danger to be reprehended. The mustanger air putty sartin to throw his rope around the critter, and that'll put an end to its capers. Why hev ye stopped higher? I'm puzzled about the direction they've taken. Their tracks show they've been halted here, but I can see the shod hoofs no farther." "Hoo! You're right, Mr. Cassius. They hev been halted higher, and been close thigither too. They hain't gone no further on the trail o' the wild mars. Sartin they hain't. What then?" The speaker scanned the surface of the plain with an interrogative glance, as if there, and not from Cassius Calhoun, expecting an answer to his question. "I cannot see their tracks anywhere," replied the ex-captain. "No, can't ye? I kin, though. Look ye here. Don't ye see them thur bruises on the grass? No. Dern it, thur plain as the nose on a Jew's face. Thur's a big shoe, and a little unclose to side o' it. Thet's the way they've rud off, which show that they hain't follered the wild mars no further than here. We'd better keep on arter them?" "By all means." Without further parley, Zeb started along the new trail, which, though still undiscernible to the eye of the other, was to him as conspicuous as he had figuratively declared it. In a little while it became visible to his companion, on their arrival at the place where the fugitives had once more urged their horses into a gallop to escape from the cavallada, and where the shod tracks deeply indented the turf. Shortly after, their trail was again lost, or would have been to a scrutiny less keen than that of Zeb Stump, among the hundreds of other hoof marks seen now upon the sward. "Hillo!" exclaimed the old hunter, in some surprise at the new sign. "What's been a-doin' here? This air some at curious." "Only the tracks of the wild mares," suggested Calhoun. "They appear to have made a circuit, and come round again? If they hev, it's been arter the others rude past them. The chase must have changed sides, I reckon." What do you mean, Mr. Stump? That instead o' them gallopin' arter the Mars have been gallopin' arter them. How can you tell that? Don't ye see that the shod tracks air kivered by them o' the Mars? Mars, no. By the 'ternal earthquake, them's not Mar tracks. They air a inch bigger. Thur's been studs this way, a whole cavayard o' them. Geehosophat. I hope they hain't. Haven't what? Gone arter Spotty. If they have, then Thur will be danger to Miss Pintdexter. Come on. Without waiting for a rejoinder, the hunter started off at a shambling trot, followed by Calhoun, who kept calling to him for an explanation of his ambiguous words. Zeb did not deign to offer any excusing himself by a backward sweep of the hand, which seemed to say, "Do not bother me now, I am busy." For a time he appeared absorbed in taking up the trail of the shod horses, not so easily done, as it was in places entirely obliterated by the thick trampling of the stallions. He succeeded in making it out by piecemeal, still going on at a trot. It was not till he had arrived within 100 yards of the arroyo that the serious shadow disappeared from his face, and, checking the pace of his mare, he vouchsafed the explanation once more demanded from him. "Oh, that was the danger," said Calhoun on hearing the explanation. "How do you know they have escaped it?" "Look, Thur. A dead horse. Freshly killed, he appears. What does that prove? That the Mustanger has killed him. It frightened the others off, you think, and they followed no further?" "They followed no further, but it wa'n't exactly that as scared 'em off. Thur's the thing as kept them from follerin'. Ole Hickory, what a jump." The speaker pointed to the arroyo, on the edge of which both riders had now arrived. "You don't suppose they leaped it?" said Calhoun. "Impossible. Leaped it clear as the crack o' a rifle. Don't ye see Thur toe marks, both on this side and the t'other? And Miss Pintdexter fuss, too. By the jumpin' Geehosophat, what a girl she air sure enough. They must both a jumped afore the stallion war shot, else they kedn't a got at it. Thur's no other place where a hoss could go over. Jerusalem. Wanted cunnin' o' the Mustanger to throw the stud in his tracks, jest in the very gap? You think that he and my cousin crossed here together?" "Not exactly the gither," explained Zeb, without suspecting the motive of the interrogatory. "As I've said, Spotty went fust. You see the critter's tracks yonner on t'other side?" "I do." "Wall, don't ye see they air kivered wi' them o' the Mustanger's hoss?" "True, true. As for the stallions, they hain't got over ne'er a one o' the whole cavayard. I can see how it has been. The young feller pulled up on t'other side, and sent a bullet back inter this brute's carcage. 'Twar just like closin' the gap ahint him, and the pursuers, seein' it shet, guv up the chase, and scampered off in a different direction. Thur's the way they have gone up the side o' the gully. They may have crossed at some other place, and continued the pursuit? If they dud, they'd have 10 mile to go, afore they could git back higher, 5 up, and 5 back again. Not a bit o' that, Mr. Calhoun. To needn't be uneasy 'bout Miss Loisy bein' pursued by them any further. Arter the jump, she's rooed off along with the Mustanger, both on 'em as quiet as a couple o' lambs. Thur want no danger then, and by this time they oughter be doggoned well on torst rejoinin' the people as stayed by the provision wagon." "Come on!" cried Calhoun, exhibiting as much impatience as when he believed his cousin to be in serious peril. "Come on, Mr. Stump. Let us get back as speedily as possible." "Not so fast, if you please," rejoined Zeb, permitting himself to slide leisurely out of his saddle and then drawing his knife from his sheath. "I'll only want you to wait for a matter o' 10 minutes, or thereabout." "Wait. For what?" peevishly inquired Calhoun. "Till I can strip the hide off o' this here sorrel. It appear to be a skin o' the fust quality, and oughter fetch a $5 bill in the settlements. $5 bills ain't picked up every day on these higher Pereiras." "Damn the skin!" angrily ejaculated the impatient southerner. "Come on and leave it." "Ain't a-going to do anything o' the sort," coolly responded the hunter, as he drew the sharp edge of his blade along the belly of the prostrate steed. "You can go on if ye like, Mr. Calhoun, but Zeb Stump don't start till he packs the hide of this higher stallion on the crupper o' his old mar. Thet he don't. Come, Zeb. What's the use of talking about my going back by myself? You know I can't find my way? That air like enough. I didn't say ye ked. Look here, you obstinate old case. Time's precious to me just at this minute. It'll take you a full half-hour to skin the horse. Not 20 minutes. Well, say 20 minutes. Now, 20 minutes are of more importance to me than a $5 bill. You say that's the value of the skin? Leave it behind, and I agree to make good the amount. Wall, that air derned gin'rous, I admit, dog-goned gin'rous. But I mustn't accept your offer. It ood be a mean trick o' me, mean enough for a yeller-bellied Mexican to take your money for such a sarvice as that, the more so as I ain't no stranger to ye, and myself a-going the same road. On the t'other hand, I can't afford to lose the $5 worth o' hosshead which ood be rotten as punk, to say nothin' o' its bein' tored into screeds by the buzzarts and coyotes, afore I mout find a chance to come this way agin. 'Tis very provoking. What am I to do? You air in a hurry? Wall, I'm sorry to discommodate ye, but stay. There's no reason for your waitin' on me. There's nothin' to hinder ye from findin' your way to the wagon. Ye see that tree standin' up agin the skyline, the tall poplar yonner? I do. Wall, do you remember ever to have seed it afore? It air a queery-lookin' plant, appearin' more like a church steeple than a tree. Yes, yes, said Calhoun. Now you've pointed it out, I do remember it. We rode close past it while in pursuit of the wild mares. You dud that very thing, and now, as ye know it, what air to hinder you from ridin' past it agin, and follering the trail o' the Mars back'ard, that 'ud bring ye to your startin' pint, where, if I ain't out o' my reckonin', you'll find your cousin Miss Peintdexter and the whole o' your party enjoying themselves with that air French stuff they call champagne. I hope they'll stick to it, and spare the Monongahela, of which liquor I shed like to have a triflin' suck arter I get back myself. Calhoun had not waited for the wind-up of this characteristic speech. On the instant after recognizing the tree, he had struck the spurs into the sides of his chestnut and gone off at a gallop, leaving old Zeb at liberty to secure the coveted skin. Girozalim! Ejaculated the hunter, glancing up and noticing the quick, unceremonious departure. It don't take much o' a headpiece to tell why he air in sech a derned hurry. I ain't myself much guv torst guessin', but if I ain't doggonedly mistaken it air a clear case o' jealousy on the trail. Zeb's stump was not astray in his conjecture. It was jealousy that urged Cassius Calhoun to take that hasty departure, black jealousy, that had first assumed shape in a kindred spot, in the midst of a charred prairie, that had been every day growing stronger from circumstances observed and others imagined, that was now intensified so as to have become his prevailing passion. The presentation and taming of the spotted mustang, the acceptance of that gift, characteristic of the giver, and gratifying to the receiver, who had made no effort to conceal her gratification, these and other circumstances, acting upon the already excited fancy of Cassius Calhoun, had conducted him to the belief that in Maurice the mustanger he would find his most powerful rival. The inferior social position of the horse hunter should have hindered him from having such belief, or even a suspicion. Perhaps it might have done so had he been less intimately acquainted with the character of Louise Poindexter. But, knowing her as he did, associating with her from the hour of childhood, thoroughly understanding her independence of spirit, the bravery of her disposition, bordering upon very recklessness, he could place no reliance on the mere idea of gentility. With most women this may be depended upon as a barrier, if not to mésalliance, at least to absolute imprudence. But in the impure mind of Cassius Calhoun, while contemplating the probable conduct of his cousin, there was not even this feeble support to lean upon. Chafing at the occurrences of the day to him crookedly inauspicious, he hurried back towards the spot where the picnic had been held. The steeple-like tree guided him back to the trail of the manada, and beyond that there was no danger of straying. He had only to return along the path already trodden by him. He rode at a rapid pace, faster than was relished by his now tired steed, stimulated by bitter thoughts, which for more than an hour were his sole companions, their bitterness more keenly felt in the tranquil solitude that surrounded him. He was but little consoled by a sight that promised other companionship, that of two persons on horseback, riding in advance, and going in the same direction as himself, upon the same path. Though he saw but their backs, and at a long distance ahead, there was no mistaking the identity of either. They were the two individuals that had brought that bitterness upon his spirit. Like himself, they were returning upon the trail of the wild mares, which, when first seen, they had just struck, arriving upon it from a lateral path. Side by side, their saddles almost chafing against each other, to all appearance absorbed in a conversation of intense interest to both, they saw not the solitary horseman approaching them in a diagonal direction. Apparently less anxious than he to rejoin the party of picnickers, they were advancing at a slow pace, the lady a little inclining to the rear. Their proximity to one another, their attitudes in the saddle, their obvious inattention to outward objects, the snail-like pace at which they were proceeding, these, along with one or two other slighter circumstances observed by Calhoun, combined to make an impression on his mind, or rather to strengthen one already made, that almost drove him mad. To gallop rapidly up, and rudely terminate the tete-a-tete, was but the natural instinct of the chivalric southerner. In obedience to it, he spitefully plied the spur, and once more forced his jaded chestnut into an unwilling canter. In a few seconds, however, he slackened pace as if changing his determination. The sound of his horse's hoofs had not yet warned the others of his proximity, though he was now less than 200 yards behind them. He could hear the silvery tones of his cousin's voice bearing the better part of the conversation. How interesting it must be to both to have hindered them from perceiving his approach. If he could but overhear what they were saying. It seemed a most unpropitious place for playing eavesdropper, and yet there might be a chance. The seeming interest of the dialogue to the individuals engaged in it gave promise of such opportunity. The turf of the savannah was soft as velvet. The hoof gliding slowly over it gave forth not the slightest sound. Calhoun was still too impatient to confine himself to a walk, but his chestnut was accustomed to that gait, peculiar to the horse of the southwestern states, the pace, and into this was he pressed. With hooves horizontally striking the sward, elevated scarce an inch above the ground, he advanced swiftly and noiselessly, so quick withal, that in a few seconds he was close upon the heels of the spotted mustang and the red steed of the mustanger. He was then checked to a pace corresponding to theirs, while his rider, leaning forward, listened with an eagerness that evinced some terrible determination. His attitude proclaimed him in the vein for vituperation of the rudest kind, ready with ribald tongue, or, if need be, with knife and pistol. His behavior depended on a contingency on what might be overheard. As chance or fate willed it, there was nothing. If the two equestrians were insensible to external sounds, their steeds were not so absorbed. In a walk, the chestnut stepped heavily, the more so from being fatigued. His footfall proclaimed his proximity to the sharp ears, both of the blood bay and spotted mustang, that simultaneously flung up their heads, neighing as they did so. Calhoun was discovered. "Ha! Cousin Cash!" cried the lady, betraying more of pique than surprise. "You there? Where's father and Harry and the rest of the people?" "Why do you ask that, Lou? I reckon you know as well as I." "What? Haven't you come out to meet us?" "And they too. Ah, your chestnut is all in a sweat. He looks as if you had been riding a long race like ourselves." "Of course he has. I followed you from the first in hopes of being of some service to you." "Indeed. I did not know that you were after us." "Thank you, cousin. I've just been saying thanks to this gallant gentleman who also came after, and has been good enough to rescue both Luna and myself from a very unpleasant dilemma. A dreadful danger, I should rather call it. Do you know that we've been chased by a drove of wild steeds, and had actually to ride for our lives?" "I am aware of it." "You saw the chase, then?" "No. I only knew it by the tracks." "The tracks? And were you able to tell by that?" "Yes, thanks to the interpretation of Zeb Stump." "Oh, he was with you. But did you follow them to... How far did you follow them?" "To a crevasse in the prairie. You leaped over it," Zeb said. "Did you?" "Luna did. With you on her back?" "I wasn't anywhere else." "What a question, Cousin Cash. Where would you expect me to have been? Clinging to her tail?" "Ha! Ha! Ha! Ha!" "Did you leap it?" inquired the laugher, suddenly changing tone. "Did you follow us any farther?" "No, Lou. From the crevasse I came direct here, thinking you had got back before me. That's how I've chanced to come up with you." The answer appeared to give satisfaction. "Ah, I'm glad you've overtaken us. We've been riding slowly. Luna is so tired. Poor thing. I don't know how I shall ever get her back to the Leona." Since the moment of being joined by Calhoun, the mustanger had not spoken a word. However pleasant may have been his previous intercourse with the young Creole, he had relinquished it, without any apparent reluctance, and was now riding silently in the advance, as if by tacit understanding he had returned to the performance of the part for which he had been originally engaged. For all that, the eye of the ex-captain was bent blightingly upon him at times in a demoniac glare when he saw or fancied that another eye was turned admiringly in the same direction. A long journey performed by that trio of travelers might have led to a tragical termination. Such finale was prevented by the appearance of the picnickers, who soon after surrounding the returned runaway, put to flight every other thought by the chorus of their congratulations. Chapter 19. Whiskey and Water. In the embryo city springing up under the protection of Fort Inge, the hotel was the most conspicuous building. This is but the normal condition of every Texan town, whether new or founded 40 years ago, and none are older, except the sparse cities of Hispano-Mexican origin, where the presidio and convent took precedence, now surpassed by, and in some instances transformed into, the tavern. The Fort Inge establishment, though the largest building in the place, was, nevertheless, neither very grand nor imposing. Its exterior had but little pretense to architectural style. It was a structure of hewn logs, having for ground plan the letter T according to the grotesque alphabet, the shank being used for eating and sleeping rooms, while the head was a single apartment entirely devoted to drinking, smoking, and expectorating included. This last was the bar room or saloon. The sign outside, swinging from the trunk of a post oak that had been pollarded some 10 feet above the ground, exhibited on both sides the likeness of a well-known military celebrity, the hero of that quarter of the globe, General Zachariah Taylor. It did not need looking at the lettering beneath to ascertain the name of the hotel. Under the patronage of such a portrait, it could only be called Rough and Ready. There was a touch of the apropos about this designation. Outside things appeared rough enough, while inside, especially if you entered by the saloon, there was a readiness to meet you halfway, with a mint julep, a sherry cobbler, a gin sling, or any other mixed drink known to trans-Mississippian tipplers, provided always that you were ready with the picayunes to pay for them. The saloon in question would not call for description had you ever traveled in the southern or southwestern states of America. If so, no Lethean draught could ever efface from your memory the bar room of the hotel or tavern in which you have had the unhappiness to sojourn. The counter extending longitudinally by the side, the shelved wall behind, with its rows of decanters and bottles, containing liquors of not only all the colors of the prism, but every possible combination of them, the elegant young fellow standing or sidling between counter and shelves. Eucalypt clerk, don't call him a barkeeper, or you may get a decanter in your teeth, this elegant young gentleman, in blouse of blue cottonade or white linen coat, or maybe in his shirt sleeves, the latter of finest linen and lace, ruffled in the year of our Lord 1850, this elegant young gentleman who, in mixing you a sherry cobbler, can look you straight in the face, talk to you the politics of the day, while the ice and the wine and the water are passing from glass to glass, like an iris sparkling behind his shoulders, or an aureole surrounding his perfumed head. Traveler through the southern states of America, you cannot fail to remember him? If so, my words will recall him, along with his surroundings, the saloon in which he is the presiding administrator, with its shelves and colored decanters, its counter, its floor sprinkled with white sand, at times littered with cigar stumps, and the brown asterisks produced by expectoration, its odor of mint, absinthe, and lemon peel, in which luxuriate the common black fly, the bluebottle, and the sharp-tongued mosquito. All these must be sharply outlined on the retina of your memory. The hotel or tavern, Rough and Ready, though differing but little from other Texan houses of entertainment, had some points in particular. Its proprietor, instead of being a speculative Yankee, was a German in this part of the world, as elsewhere, found to be the best purveyors of food. He kept his own bar, so that on entering the saloon, instead of the elegant young gentleman with ruffled shirt and odorous chevelure, your liquor was mixed for you by a staid Teuton, who looked as sober as if he never tasted, notwithstanding the temptation of wholesale price, the delicious drinks served out to his customers. Oberdoffer was the name he had imported with him from his fatherland, transformed by his Texan customers into Old Duffer. There was one other peculiarity about the bar room of the Rough and Ready, though it scarce deserved to be so designated, since it was not uncommon elsewhere. As already stated, the building was shaped like a capital T, the saloon representing the head of the letter. The counter extended along one side, that contiguous to the shank, while at each end was a door that opened outward into the public square of the incipient city. This arrangement had been designed to promote the circulation of the air, a matter of primary importance in an atmosphere where the thermometer for half the year stands at 90 degrees in the shade. The hotels of Texas or the southwestern states, I may say every part of the American Union, serve the double purpose of exchange and clubhouse. Indeed, it is owing to the cheap accommodation thus afforded, often of the most convenient kind, that the latter can scarce be said to exist. Even in the larger cities of the Atlantic states, the club is by no means a necessity. The moderate charges of the hotels, along with their excellent cuisine and elegant accommodations, circumscribe the prosperity of this institution, which in America is, and ever must be, an unhealthy exotic. The remark is still more true of the southern and southwestern cities, where the saloon and bar room are the chief places of resort and rendezvous. The company, too, is there of a more miscellaneous character. The proud planter does not disdain, for he does not dare to drink in the same room with the poor white trash, often as proud as himself. There is no peasant in that part of the world, least of all in the state called Texas, and in the saloon of Rough and Ready might often be seen assembled representatives of every class and calling to be met with among the settlements. Perhaps not upon any occasion since Old Duffer had hung out the sign of his tavern was he favored with a larger company or served more customers across his counter than upon that night after the return of the horse-hunting party to Fort Inge. With the exception of the ladies, almost every one who had taken part in the expedition seemed to think that a half-hour spent at the Rough and Ready was necessary as a nightcap before retiring to rest, and as the Dutch clock, quaintly ticking among the colored decanters, indicated the hour of 11. One after another, officers of the fort, planters living near along the river, sutlers, commissariat contractors, sportsmen, and others who might be called nondescripts came dropping in, each as he entered marching straight up to the counter, calling for his favorite drink, and then falling back to converse with some group already occupying the floor. One of these groups was conspicuous. It consisted of some 8 or 10 individuals, half of them in uniform. Among the latter were the 3 officers already introduced, the captain of infantry, and the 2 lieutenants, Hancock of the dragoons, and Crossman of the mounted rifles. Along with these was an officer older than any of them, also higher in authority, as could be told by the embroidery on his shoulder strap that proclaimed him of the rank of major. As he was the only field officer at Fort Inge, it is unnecessary to say he was the commandant of the cantonment. These gentlemen were conversing as freely as if all were subalterns of equal rank, the subject of the discourse being the incidents of the day. "Now tell us, Major," said Hancock. "You must know. Where did the girl gallop to?" "How should I know?" answered the officer appealed to. "Ask her cousin, Mr. Cassius Calhoun. We have asked him, but without getting any satisfaction. It's clear he knows no more than we. He only met them on the return, and not very far from the place where we had our bivouac. They were gone a precious long time, and judging by the sweat of their horses, they must have had a hard ride of it. They might have been to the Rio Grande, for that matter, and beyond it." "Did you notice Calhoun as he came back?" inquired the captain of infantry. "There was a scowl upon his face that betokened some very unpleasant emotion within his mind, I should say." "He did look rather unhappy," replied the major. "But surely, Captain Sloman, you don't attribute it to—" "Jealousy. I do, and nothing else." "What? Of Maurice the Mustanger? Poe, impossible at least, very improbable." "And why, Major?" "My dear Sloman, Louise Poindexter is a lady, and Maurice Gerald may be a gentleman for aught that is known to the contrary." "Pshaw!" scornfully exclaimed Crossman. A traitor in horses. The Major is right. The thing's improbable, impossible. Ah, gentlemen, pursued the officer of infantry, with a significant shake of the head. You don't know Miss Poindexter so well as I, an eccentric young lady, to say the least of her. You may have already observed that for yourselves. Come, come, Sloman, said the Major, in a bantering way. You are inclined to be talking scandal, I fear. That would be a scandal. Perhaps you are yourself interested in Miss Poindexter, notwithstanding your pretensions to be considered a Joseph. Now I could understand your being jealous if it were handsome Hancock here, or Crossman, supposing him to be disengaged. But as for a common mustanger, Poe. He's an Irishman, Major, this mustanger, and if he be what I have some reason to suspect. Whatever he be, interrupted the Major, casting a side glance towards the door, he's there to answer for himself, and as he's a sufficiently plain-spoken fellow, you may learn from him all about the matter that seems to be of so much interest to you. I don't think you will, muttered Sloman, as Hancock and 2 or 3 others turned towards the newcomer, with the design of carrying out the Major's suggestion. Silently advancing across the sanded floor, the mustanger had taken his stand at an unoccupied space in front of the counter. A glass of whiskey and water, if you please, was the modest request with which to saluted the landlord. Whiskey und Wachter, echoed the latter, without any show of eagerness to wait upon his new guest. Ja, wo Whiskey und Wachter. It ish 2 pickayunch the glass. I was not inquiring the price, replied the mustanger. I asked to be served with a glass of whiskey and water. Have you got any? Yesh, responded the German, rendered obsequious by the sharp rejoinder. Plenty of whiskey und Wachter. Here it ish. While his simple potation was being served out to him, Maurice received nods of recognition from the officers, returning them with a free but modest air. Most of them knew him personally, on account of his business relations with the fort. They were on the eve of interrogating him, as the Major had suggested, when the entrance of still another individual caused them to suspend their design. The newcomer was Cassius Calhoun. In his presence it would scarce have been delicacy to investigate the subject any further. Advancing with his customary swagger towards the mixed group of military men and civilians, Calhoun saluted them as one who had spent the day in their company, and had been absent only for a short interval. If not absolutely intoxicated, it could be seen that the ex-officer of volunteers was under the influence of drink. The unsteady sparkle of his eyes, the unnatural pallor upon his forehead, still further clouded by 2 or 3 tossed tresses that fell over it, with the somewhat grotesque set of his forage cap, told that he had been taking one beyond the limits of wisdom. Come, gentlemen, cried he, addressing himself to the Major's party, at the same time stepping up to the counter. Let's hit the wagon a crack, or old Dunder und Blitzen behind the bar will say we're wasting his lights. Drinks all round. What say you? Agreed, replied several voices. You, Major? With pleasure, Captain Calhoun. According to universal custom, the intended imbibers fell into line along the counter, each calling out the name of the drink most to his liking at the moment. Of these were ordered almost as many kinds as there were individuals in the party, Calhoun himself shouting out, "Brown sherry for me," and immediately adding with a dash of bitters. "Prandy und pitters you calls for, Mr. Calhoun?" said the landlord, as he leant obsequiously across the counter towards the reputed partner of an extensive estate. "Certainly, you stupid Dutchman. I said brown sherry, didn't I?" "All rights, mein Herr, all rights. Prandy und pitters," repeated the German Boniface, as he hastened to place the decanter before his ill-mannered guest. With the large accession of the Major's party, to several others already in the act of imbibing, the whole front of the long counter became occupied with scarce an inch to spare. Apparently by accident, though it may have been design on the part of Calhoun, he was the outermost man on the extreme right of those who had responded to his invitation. This brought him in juxtaposition with Maurice Gerald, who alone, as regarded boon companionship, was quietly drinking his whiskey and water and smoking a cigar he had just lighted. The two were back to back, neither having taken any notice of the other. "A toast!" cried Calhoun, taking his glass from the counter. "Let us have it," responded several voices. America for the Americans, and confusion to all foreign interlopers, especially the damned Irish. On delivering the obnoxious sentiment, he staggered back a pace, which brought his body in contact with that of the mustanger, at the moment standing with the glass raised to his lips. The collision caused the spilling of a portion of the whiskey and water, which fell over the mustanger's breast. Was it an accident? No one believed it was even for a moment. Accompanied by such a sentiment, the act could only have been an affront intended and premeditated. All present expected to see the insulted man spring instantly upon his insulter. They were disappointed, as well as surprised, at the manner in which the mustanger seemed to take it. There were some who even fancied he was about to submit to it. "If he does," whispered Hancock in Sloman's ear, "he ought to be kicked out of the room." "Don't you be alarmed about that," responded the infantry officer in the same sotto voce. "You'll find it different. I'm not given to betting, as you know, but I'd lay a month's pay upon it the mustanger don't back out. And another, that Mr. Cassius Calhoun will find him an ugly customer to deal with, although just now he seems more concerned about his fine shirt than the insult put upon him. Odd devil he is." While this whispering was being carried on, the man to whom it related was still standing by the bar, to use a hackneyed phrase, the observed of all observers. Having deposited his glass upon the counter, he had drawn a silk handkerchief from his pocket, and was wiping from his embroidered shirt bosom the defilement of the spilt whiskey. There was an imperturbable coolness about the action scarce compatible with the idea of cowardice, and those who had doubted him perceived that they had made a mistake, and that there was something to come. In silence they awaited the development. They had not long to wait. The whole affair, speculations and whisperings included, did not occupy 20 seconds of time, and then did the action proceed, or the speech which was likely to usher it in. "I am an Irishman," said the mustanger, as he returned his handkerchief to the place from which he had taken it. Simple as the rejoinder may have appeared, and long delayed as it had been, there was no one present who mistook its meaning. If the hunter of wild horses had tweaked the nose of Cassius Calhoun, it would not have added emphasis to that acceptance of his challenge. Its simplicity but proclaimed the serious determination of the acceptor. "You?" scornfully retorted Calhoun, turning round and standing with his arms akimbo. "You?" he continued, with his eye measuring the mustanger from head to foot. "You an Irishman? Great God, sir, I should never have thought so. I should have taken you for a Mexican, judging by your rig and the elaborate stitching of your shirt. I can't perceive how my rig should concern you, Mr. Cassius Calhoun, and as you've done my shirt no service by spilling half my liquor upon it, I shall take the liberty of unstarching yours in a similar fashion." So saying, the mustanger took up his glass, and before the ex-captain of volunteers could duck his head or get out of the way, the remains of the mixed Monongahela were swilled into his face, sending him off into a fit of alternate sneezing and coughing that appeared to afford satisfaction to more than a majority of the bystanders. The murmur of approbation was soon suppressed. The circumstances were not such as to call for speech, and the exclamations that accompanied the act were succeeded by a hush of silence. All saw that the quarrel could not be otherwise than a serious one. The affair must end in a fight. No power on earth could prevent it from coming to that conclusion. Chapter 20. An unsafe position. On receiving the alcoholic douche, Calhoun had clutched his six-shooter and drawn it from its holster. He only waited to get the whiskey out of his eyes before advancing upon his adversary. The mustanger, anticipating this action, had armed himself with a similar weapon and stood ready to return the fire of his antagonist, shot for shot. The more timid of the spectators had already commenced making their escape out of doors, tumbling over one another, in their haste to get out of harm's way. A few stayed in the saloon from sheer irresolution, a few others of cooler courage from choice, or perhaps actuated by a more astute instinct, which told them that in attempting to escape they might get a bullet in the back. There was an interval, some 6 seconds of silence, during which a pin might have been heard falling upon the floor. It was but the interlude that often occurs between resolution and action, when the mind has completed its task and the body has yet to begin. It might have been more brief with other actors on the scene. 2 ordinary men would have blazed away at once and without reflection, but the 2 now confronting each other were not of the common kind. Both had seen street fighting before, had taken part in it, and knew the disadvantage of an idle shot. Each was determined to take sure aim on the other. It was this that prolonged the interval of inaction. To those outside who dared not even look through the doors, the suspense was almost painful. The cracking of the pistols, which they expected every moment to hear, would have been a relief. It was almost a disappointment when, instead, they heard the voice of the major, who was among the few who had stayed inside, raised in a loud, authoritative tone. "Hold!" commanded he, in the accent of one accustomed to be obeyed, at the same time whisking his saber out of its scabbard and interposing its long blade between the disputants. "Hold your fire, I command you both. Drop your muzzles, or by the Almighty I'll take the arm off the first of you that touches trigger. Hold, I say." "Why?" shouted Calhoun, purple with angry passion. "Why, Major Ringwood, after an insult like that, and from a low fellow?" "You were the first to offer it, Captain Calhoun." "Damn me if I care. I shall be the last to let it pass unpunished. Stand out of the way, Major. The quarrel is not yours, you have no right to interfere." "Indeed. Ha! Ha! Sloman, Hancock, Crossman, hear that? I have no right to interfere. Hark ye, Mr. Cassius Calhoun, ex-captain of volunteers. Know you where you are, sir? Don't fancy yourself in the state of Mississippi, among your slave-whipping chivalry. This, sir, is a military post, under military law, my humble self its present administrator. I therefore command you to return your six-shooter to the holster from which you have taken it. This instant, too, or you shall go to the guardhouse, like the humblest soldier in the cantonment." "Indeed," sneeringly replied the Mississippian, "what a fine country you intend Texas to become. I suppose a man mustn't fight, however much aggrieved, without first obtaining a license from Major Ringwood. Is that to be the law of the land?" "Not a bit of it," retorted the Major. "I am not the man, never was, to stand in the way of the honest adjustment of a quarrel. You shall be quite at liberty, you and your antagonists, to kill one another, if it so please you. But not just now. You must perceive, Mr. Calhoun, that your sport endangers the lives of other people who have not the slightest interest in it. I've no idea of being bored by a bullet not intended for me. Wait till the rest of us can withdraw to a safe distance, and you may crack away to your heart's content. Now, sir, will that be agreeable to you?" Had the Major been a man of ordinary character, his commands might have been disregarded. But to his official weight, as chief officer of the post, was added a certain reverence due to seniority and age, along with respect for one who was himself known to wield a weapon with dangerous skill, and who allowed no trilling with his authority. His saber had not been unsheathed by way of empty gesticulation. The disputants knew it, and by simultaneous consent lowered the muzzles of their pistols, still holding them in hand. Calhoun stood, with sullen brow, gritting his teeth, like a beast of prey momentarily withheld from making attack upon its victim, while the mustanger appeared to take things as coolly as if neither angry nor an Irishman. "I suppose you are determined upon fighting?" said the Major, knowing that there was not much chance of adjusting the quarrel. "I have no particular wish for it," modestly responded Maurice. "If Mr. Calhoun will apologize for what he has said, and also what he has done." "He ought to do it. He began the quarrel," suggested several of the bystanders. "Never," scornfully responded the ex-captain. "Cash Calhoun ain't accustomed to that sort of thing. Apologize indeed, and to a masquerading monkey like that." "Enough," cried the young Irishman, for the first time showing serious anger. "I gave him a chance for his life. He refuses to accept it, and now, by the Mother of God, we don't both leave this room alive. Major, I insist that you and your friends withdraw. I can stand his insolence no longer." "Ha! Ha! Ha!" responded the Southerner, with a yell of derisive laughter. "A chance for my life. Clear out, all of ye, clear out, and let me at him." "Stay," cried the Major, hesitating to turn his back upon the duelist. "It's not quite safe. You may fancy to begin your game of touch-trigger a second too soon. We must get out of doors before you do. Besides, gentlemen," he continued, addressing himself to those around him, "there should be some system about this. If they are to fight, let it be fair for both sides. Let them be armed alike, and go at it on the square." "By all means," chorused the half-score of spectators, turning their eyes towards the disputants to see if they accepted the proposal. "Neither of you can object?" continued the Major interrogatively. "I shan't object to anything that's fair," assented the Irishman. "Devil a bit." "I shall fight with the weapon I hold in my hand," doggedly declared Calhoun. "Agreed, the very weapon for me," was the rejoinder of his adversary. "I see you both carry Colt's 6-shooter number 2, said the Major, scanning the pistols held in hand. "So far all right. You're armed exactly alike." "Have they any other weapons?" inquired young Hancock, suspecting that under the cover of his coat the ex-captain had a knife. "I have none," answered the mustanger, with a frankness that left no doubt as to his speaking the truth. All eyes were turned upon Calhoun, who appeared to hesitate about making a reply. He saw he must declare himself. "Of course," he said. "I have my toothpick as well. You don't want me to give up that? A man ought to be allowed to use whatever weapon he has got." "But Captain Calhoun," pursued Hancock, "your adversary has no knife. If you are not afraid to meet him on equal terms, you should surrender yours." "Certainly he should," cried several of the bystanders. He must. "Come, Mr. Calhoun," said the Major, in a soothing tone. 6 shots ought to satisfy any reasonable man, without having recourse to the steel. Before you finish firing, one or the other of you—" "Damn the knife," interrupted Calhoun, unbuttoning his coat. Then drawing forth the proscribed weapon and flinging it to the farthest corner of the saloon, he added, in a tone of bravado intended to encowardice his adversary, "I shan't want it for such a spangled jaybird as that. I'll fetch him out of his boots at the first shot." "Time enough to talk when you've done something to justify it. Cry boo to a goose. But don't fancy your big words are going to frighten me, Mr. Calhoun. Quick, gentlemen, I'm impatient to put an end to his boasting and blasphemy." "Hound," frantically hissed out the chivalric southerner, "low dog of an Irish dam, I'll send you howling to your kennel. I'll—" "Shame, Captain Calhoun," interrupted the Major, seconded by other voices. "This talk is idle, as it is unpolite in the presence of respectable company. Have patience a minute longer, and you may then say what you like. Now, gentlemen," he continued, addressing himself to the surrounding, "there is only one more preliminary to be arranged. They must engage not to begin firing till we have got out of their way." A difficulty here presented itself. How was the engagement to be given? A simple promise would scarce be sufficient in a crisis like that. The combatants, one of them at least, would not be over-scrupulous as to the time of pulling trigger. "There must be a signal," pursued the Major. "Neither should fire till that be given. Can anyone suggest what it is to be?" "I think I can," said the quiet Captain Sloman, advancing as he spoke. "Let the gentlemen go outside along with us. There is, as you perceive, a door at each end of the room. I see no difference between them. Let them enter again, one at each door, with the understanding that neither is to fire before setting foot across the threshold." "Capital. The very thing," replied several voices. "And what for a signal?" demanded the Major. "A shot?" "No. Ring the tavern bell." "Nothing could be better. Nothing fairer," conclusively declared the Major, making for one of the doors that led outward into the square. "Mein Gott, Major," screamed the German Boniface, rushing out from behind his bar, where, up to this time, he had been standing transfixed with fear. "Mein Gott, surely the gentlemen's not going to shoot their pistols inside the saloon. Ach, they'll preek all my pottles and my splendid looking glasses, and my crystal clock, that hash cost me von $200. They'll spill my pesht liquors. Ach, Major, it'll ruin me, mein Gott, it will." "Never fear, Oberdoffer," rejoined the Major, pausing to reply. "No doubt you'll be paid for the damage. At all events, you had better betake yourself to some place of safety. If you stay in your saloon, you'll stand a good chance of getting a bullet through your body, and that would be worse than the preeking of your pottles." Without further parley, the Major parted from the unfortunate landlord, and hurried across the threshold into the street, whither the combatants, who had gone out by separate doors, had already preceded him. Old Duffer, left standing in the middle of his sanded floor, did not remain long in that perilous position. In 6 seconds after the Major's coat-tail had disappeared through the outer door, an inner one closed upon his own skirts, and the bar-room, with its camphine lamps, its sparkling decanters, and its costly mirrors, was left in untenanted silence, no other sound being heard save the ticking of its crystal clock. Chapter 21. A duel within doors. Once outside, the Major took no further part in the affair. As the commanding officer of the post, it would have been out of place for him to have given encouragement to a fight, even by his interfering to see that it should be a fair one. This, however, was attended to by the younger officers, who at once set about arranging the conditions of the duel. There was not much time consumed. The terms had been expressed already, and it only remained to appoint some one of the party to superintend the ringing of the bell, which was to be the signal for the combat to commence. This was an easy matter, since it made no difference who might be entrusted with the duty. A child might have sounded the summons for the terrible conflict that was to follow. A stranger, chancing at that moment to ride into the rude square of which the hotel Rough and Ready formed nearly a side, would have been sorely puzzled to comprehend what was coming to pass. The night was rather dark, though there was still light enough to make known the presence of a conglomeration of human beings, assembled in the proximity of the hotel. Most were in military garb, since, in addition to the officers who had lately figured inside the saloon, others, along with such soldiers as were permitted to pass the sentries, had hastened down from the fort on receiving intelligence that something unusual was going on within the square. Women, too, but scantily robed soldiers' wives, washerwomen, and señoritas of more questionable calling had found their way into the street and were endeavoring to extract from those who had forestalled them an explanation of the fracas. The conversation was carried on in low tones. It was known that the commandant of the post was present, as well as others in authority, and this checked any propensity there might have been for noisy demonstration. The crowd, thus promiscuously collected, was not in close proximity with the hotel, but standing well out in the open ground, about a dozen yards from the building. Towards it, however, the eyes of all were directed, with that steady stare which tells of the attention being fixed on some engrossing spectacle. They were watching the movements of two men, whose positions were apart, one at each end of the heavy blockhouse, known to be the bar room of the hotel, and where, as already stated, there was a door. Though separated by the interposition of two thick log walls and mutually invisible, these men were maneuvering as if actuated by a common impulse. They stood contiguous to the entrance doors at opposite ends of the bar room, through both of which glared the light of the camphine lamps, falling in broad divergent bands upon the rough gravel outside. Neither was in front of the contiguous entrance, but a little to one side, just clear of the light. Neither was in an upright attitude, but crouching, not as if from fear, but like a runner about to make a start and straining upon the spring. Both were looking inwards into the saloon, where no sound could be heard save the ticking of a clock. Their attitudes told of their readiness to enter it, and that they were only restrained by waiting for some preconcerted signal. That their purpose was a serious one could be deduced from several circumstances. Both were in their shirt sleeves, hatless and stripped of every rag that might form an impediment to action, while on their faces was the stamp of stern determination, alike legible in the attitudes they had assumed. But there was no fine reflection needed to discover their design. The stranger, chancing to come into the square, could have seen at a glance that it was deadly. The pistols in their hands, cocked and tightly clutched, the nervous energy of their attitudes, the silence of the crowd of spectators, and the concentrated interest with which the two men were regarded, proclaimed more emphatically than words that there was danger in what they were doing, in short, that they were engaged in some sort of a strife, with death for its probable consummation. So it was at that moment when the crisis had come. The duelists stood, each with eye intent upon the door, by which he was to make entrance, perhaps into eternity. They only waited for a signal to cross the threshold, and engage in a combat that must terminate the existence of one or the other, perhaps both. Were they listening for that fatal formulary, 1, 2, fire? No. Another signal had been agreed upon, and it was given. A stentorian voice was heard calling out the simple monosyllable, "Ring." 3 or 4 dark figures could be seen standing by the shorn trunk on which swung the tavern bell. The command instantly set them in motion, and, along with the oscillation of their arms dimly seen through the darkness, could be heard the sonorous tones of a bell. That bell, whose sounds had been hitherto heard only as symbols of joy calling men together to partake of that which perpetuates life, was now listened to as a summons of death. The ringing in was of short duration. The bell had made less than a score of vibrations when the men engaged at the rope saw that their services were no longer required. The disappearance of the duelists who had rushed inside the saloon, the quick, sharp cracking of pistols, the shivering of broken glass, admonished the ringers that theirs was but a superfluous noise, and dropping the rope, they stood like the rest of the crowd, listening to the conflict inside. No eyes save those of the combatants themselves were witnesses to that strange duel. At the first dong of the bell, both combatants had re-entered the room. Neither made an attempt to skulk outside. To have done so would have been a ruin to reputation. 100 eyes were upon them, and the spectators understood the conditions of the duel, that neither was to fire before crossing the threshold. Once inside, the conflict commenced, the first shots filling the room with smoke. Both kept their feet, though both were wounded, their blood spurting out over the sanded floor. The second shots were also fired simultaneously, but at random, the smoke hindering the aim. Then came a single shot, quickly followed by another, and succeeded by an interval of quiet. Previous to this, the combatants had been heard rushing about through the room. This noise was no longer being made. Instead, there was profound silence. Had they killed one another? Were both dead? No. Once more, the double detonation announced that both still lived. The suspension had been caused as they stood peering through the smoke in the endeavor to distinguish one another. Neither spoke or stirred in fear of betraying his position. Again, there was a period of tranquility similar to the former, but more prolonged. It ended by another exchange of shots, almost instantly succeeded by the falling of two heavy bodies upon the floor. There was the sound of sprawling, the overturning of chairs, then a single shot, the 11th, and this was the last that was fired. The spectators outside saw only a cloud of sulphurous smoke oozing out of both doors and dimming the light of the camphine lamps. This, with an occasional flash of brighter effulgence, close followed by a crack, was all that occurred to give satisfaction to the eye. But the ear that was gratified by a greater variety. There were heard shots, after the bell had become silent, other sounds, the sharp shivering of broken glass, the duller crash of falling furniture, rudely overturned in earnest struggle, the trampling of feet upon the boarded floor, at intervals the clear ringing crack of the revolvers. But neither of the voices of the men whose insensate passions were the cause of all this commotion. The crowd in the street heard the confused noises, and noted the intervals of silence, without being exactly able to interpret them. The reports of the pistols were all they had to proclaim the progress of the duel. 11 had been counted, and in breathless silence they were listening for the 12th. Instead of a pistol report, their ears were gratified by the sound of a voice, recognized as that of the mustanger. "My pistol is at your head. I have one shot left, an apology, or you die." By this, the crowd had become convinced that the fight was approaching its termination. Some of the more fearless, looking in, beheld a strange scene. They saw two men lying prostrate on the plank floor, both with blood-stained habiliments, both evidently disabled. The white sand around them reddened with their gore, tracked with tortuous trails, where they had crawled closer to get a last shot at each other, one of them, in scarlet scarf and slashed velvet trousers, slightly surmounting the other, and holding a pistol to his head that threatened to deprive him of life. Such was the tableau that presented itself to the spectators, as the sulphurous smoke, drifted out by the current between the two doors, gave them a chance of distinguishing objects within the saloon. At the same instant was heard a different voice from the one which had already spoken. It was Calhoun's, no longer in roistering bravado, but in low whining accents, almost a whisper. "Enough, damn it. Drop your shooting iron, I apologize." Chapter 22. An unknown donor. In Texas, a duel is not even a 9 days wonder. It oftener ceases to be talked about by the end of the 3rd day, and, at the expiration of a week, is no longer thought of, except by the principals themselves or their immediate friends and relatives. This is so, even when the parties are well known and of respectable standing in society. When the duelists are of humble position or, as is often the case, strangers in the place, a single day may suffice to doom their achievement to oblivion, to dwell only in the memory of the combatant who has survived it, oftener one than both, and perhaps some ill-starred spectator, who has been bored by a bullet or received the slash of a knife not designed for him. More than once have I been witness to a street fight, improvised upon the pavement, where some innocuous citizen, sauntering carelessly along, has become the victim even unto death of this irregular method of seeking satisfaction. I have never heard of any punishment awarded or damages demanded in such cases. They are regarded as belonging to the chapter of accidents. Though Cassius Calhoun and Maurice Gerald were both comparatively strangers in the settlement, the latter being only seen on occasional visits to the fort, the affair between them caused something more than the usual interest, and was talked about for the full period of the 9 days, the character of the former as a noted bully, and that of the latter as a man of singular habitudes, gave to their duello a certain sort of distinction, and the merits and demerits of the two men were freely discussed for days after the affair had taken place, nowhere with more earnestness than upon the spot where they had shed each other's blood, in the bar-room of the hotel. The conqueror had gained credit and friends. There were few who favored his adversary, and not a few who were gratified at the result, for, short as had been the time since Calhoun's arrival, there was more than one saloon lounger who had felt the smart of his insolence. For this it was presumed the young Irishman had administered a cure, and there was almost universal satisfaction at the result. How the ex-captain carried his discomfiture no one could tell. He was no longer to be seen swaggering in the saloon of the Rough and Ready, though the cause of his absence was well understood. It was not chagrin, but his couch, to which he was confined by wounds that, if not skillfully treated, might consign him to his coffin. Maurice was in like manner compelled to stay within doors. The injuries he had received, though not so severe as those of his antagonist, were nevertheless of such a character as to make it necessary for him to keep to his chamber, a small and scantily furnished bedroom in Old Duffer's Hotel, where, notwithstanding the éclat derived from his conquest, he was somewhat scurvily treated. In the hour of his triumph he had fainted from loss of blood. He could not be taken elsewhere, though, in the shabby apartment to which he had been consigned, he might have thought of the luxurious care that surrounded the couch of his wounded antagonist. Fortunately, Phelim was by his side, or he might have been still worse attended to. "Be St. Patrick, it's a shame," half soliloquized this faithful follower. "A burnin' shame to squeeze a gintleman into a hole like this, not bigger than a pigsty. A gentleman like you, Master Maurice, and thin such itin' and drinkin'. Och, a well-fed Irish pig would turn up its nose at such treatment. And what div yez think I've heard old Duffer talking about below?" "I haven't the slightest idea, my dear Phelim, nor do I care straw to know what you've heard Mr. Oberdoffer saying below, but if you don't want him to hear what you are saying above, you'll moderate your voice a little. Remember, ma bohil, that the partitions in this place are only lath and plaster. Divil take the partitions, and divil burn them, av he loikes. Av yez don't care fur if what's said, I don't care far if what's heard, not the snappin' av me fingers. The Dutchman can't trade us any worse than he's been doin' already. For all that, Master Maurice, I thought it best to let you know." "Let me know, then. What is it he has been saying?" "Will, thin, I heard him tellin' wan av his cronies that besoid is the mate and the drink, and the washin' and lodgin'. He intinded to make you pay for the bottles and glasses and other things that was broke on the night av the shindy." "Me pay?" "Yiz, yourself, Master Maurice, and not a penny charged to the Yankee. Now I call that downright rascally Mayne, and nobody but a dirty Dutchman would ever have thought of it. Av there be anything to pay, the man that's bait should be made to shoulder the damage, and that wasn't a descendant av the old Geralds av Ballybollag, hooch. Wouldn't I loik to shake a shaylayla about Duffer's head for the matter of 2 minutes? Wouldn't I? What reason did he give for saying that I should pay? Did you hear him state any?" "I did, master, the dirtiest av all raisins. He said that you were the bird in the hand, and he would cape ye till yez settled the score. He'll find himself slightly mistaken about that, and would perhaps do better by presenting his bill to the bird in the bush. I shall be willing to pay for half the damage done, but no more. You may tell him so if he speak to you about it. And, in troth, Phelim, I don't know how I am to do even that. There must have been a good many breakages. I remember a great deal of jingling while we were at it. If I don't mistake, there was a smashed mirror, or clock dial, or something of the kind. A big looking-glass, master, and a crystal something, that was set over the clock. They say $200. I don't believe they were worth one half of the money. Even so, it is a serious matter to me, just at this crisis. I fear, Phelim, you will have to make a journey to the Alamo and fetch away some of the household gods we have hidden there. To get clear of this scrape, I shall have to sacrifice my spurs, my silver cup, and perhaps my gun. Don't say that, master. How are we to live if the gun goes? As we best can, Mabo Hill. On horseflesh, I suppose, and the lazo will supply that. Be japers. It wouldn't be much worse than the mate old duffer sits afore us. It gives me the bellyache ivory time I ate it. The conversation was here interrupted by the opening of the chamber door, which was done without knocking. A slatternly servant whose sex it would have been difficult to determine from outward indices appeared in the doorway, with a basket of palm sinnet held extended at the termination of a long sinewy arm. "What is it, Gertrude?" asked Phelim, who, from some previous information, appeared to be acquainted with the feminine character of the intruder. "A gentleman's prot this." "A gentleman? Who? Gertrude?" "Not know, mein Herr. He wash a stranger gentleman's. Brought by a gentleman. Who can he be? See what it in, Phelim?" Phelim undid the fastenings of the lid and exposed the interior of the basket. It was one of considerable bulk, since inside were discovered several bottles, apparently containing wines and cordials, packed among a paraphernalia of sweetmeats and other delicacies, both of the confectionery and the kitchen. There was no note accompanying the present, not even a direction, but the trim and elegant style in which it was done up proved that it had proceeded from the hands of a lady. Maurice turned over the various articles, examining each, as Phelim supposed, to take note of its value. Little was he thinking of this while searching for the invoice. There proved to be none, not a scrap of paper, not so much as a card. The generosity of the supply, well-timed as it was, bespoke the donor to be some person in affluent circumstances. Who could it be? As Maurice reflected, a fair image came uppermost in his mind, which he could not help connecting with that of his unknown benefactor. Could it be Louise Poindexter? In spite of certain improbabilities, he was fain to believe it might, and, so long as the belief lasted, his heart was quivering with a sweet beatitude. As he continued to reflect, the improbabilities appeared too strong for this pleasant supposition. His faith became overturned, and there remained only a vague, unsubstantial hope. "A gentleman lift it," spoke the Connemara man in semi-soliloquy. "A gentleman," she says. "A kind gentleman, I say. Who div yez think he was, master?" "I haven't the slightest idea, unless it may have been some of the officers of the port, though I could hardly expect one of them to think of me in this fashion. Nather yez need. It wasn't one av them. No officer or gentleman aether fut them things in the basket." "Why do you think that?" "Why div I think it? Och, master, is it yourself to ask the question? Isn't there the smell avy swat fingers about it? Just look at the nate way them papers is tied up. That purty creel was niver packed by the hand av a man. It was done by a woman, and I'll warrant a ral lady at that." "Nonsense, Phelim. I know no lady who should take so much interest in me." "Oh, murder. What a thumpin' big fib. I know one that should. It would be black ungratitude if she didn't, after what yez did for her. Didn't yez save her life into the bargain?" "Of whom are you speaking?" "Now, don't be deceitful, master. Yez know that I mane the purty crather that come to the hut ridin' spotty that you presented her, widout resavin' $1 for the mare. If it wasn't her that sint ye this hamper, thin Phelim O'Nally is the biggest numbskull that was iver born about Ballybollogue. Be the vargin, master, speakin' of the owld place futs me in mind of its papal. What would the blue-eyed Colleen say if she knew yez were in such danger her?" "Danger! It's all over. The doctor has said so, and that I may go out of doors in a week from this time. Don't distress yourself about that." "Troth, master, yez be only talkin'. That isn't the danger I was drummin' av. Yez know will enough what I mane. Maybe yez have resaved a wound from bright eyes, worse than that from lid bullets. Or maybe somebody ilsa has, and that's why you've had the things sint ye." "You're all wrong, Phelim. The thing must have come from the fort, but whether it did or not, there's no reason why we should stand upon ceremony with its contents. So, here goes to make trial of them." notwithstanding the apparent relish with which the invalid partook of the products both of collar and cuisine while eating and drinking. His thoughts were occupied with a still more agreeable theme, with a string of dreamy conjectures as to whom he was indebted for the princely present. Could it be the young Creole, the cousin of his direst enemy as well as his reputed sweetheart? The thing appeared improbable. If not she, who else could it be? The mustanger would have given a horse, a whole drove, to have been assured that Louise Poindexter was the provider of that luxurious refection. 2 days elapsed, and the donor still remained unknown. Then the invalid was once more agreeably surprised by a second present, very similar to the first, another basket, containing other bottles, and crammed with fresh confections. The Bavarian wench was again questioned, but with no better result. A gentleman's had brought it, the same stranger gentleman's as before. She could only add that the gentleman's was very Schwartz, wore a glazed hat, and came to the tavern mounted upon a mule. Maurice did not appear to be gratified with this description of the unknown donor, though no one, not even Phelim, was made the confidant of his thoughts. In 2 days afterwards they were toned down to their former sobriety on the receipt of a third basket, provisioned by the Schwartz gentleman in the glazed hat, who came mounted upon a mule. The change could not be explained by the belongings in the basket, almost the counterpart of what had been sent before. It might be accounted for by the contents of a billet that accompanied the gift, attached by a ribbon to the wickerwork of palm sinnet. "'Tis only Isidora," muttered the mustanger as he glanced at the superscription upon the note. Then opening it with an air of indifference, he read, "Querido señor, soy quedando por una semana en la casa del tío Silvio. De questra desfortuna he oído, también que ve está mal ciudado en la fonda. He mandado algunas cositas. Sé graciosa usarlos, como una chiquitita memoria del servicio grande de que vuestra deudor estoy. En la silla soy escribando, con las espuelas preparadas sacar sangre de las hijadas del mío caballo. Un momento más, partir por el Río Grande. Bienhechor de mi vida Salvador, y de que a una mujer esa más querida, la honra, adiós, adiós. Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. Al Señor Don Mauricio Gerald." Literally translated, and in the idiom of the Spanish language, the note ran thus: "Dear Sir, I have been staying for a week at the house of Uncle Silvio. Of your mischance I have heard also that you are indifferently cared for at the hotel. I have sent you some little things. Be good enough to make use of them, as a slight souvenir of the great service for which I am your debtor. I ride in the saddle, with my spurs ready to draw blood from the flanks of my horse. In another moment I am off for the Rio Grande. Benefactor, preserver of my life, of what to a woman is dearer, my honor, adieu, adieu. Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos." "Thanks, thanks, sweet Isidora," muttered the mustanger, as he refolded the note and threw it carelessly upon the coverlet of his couch. "Ever grateful, considerate, kind. But for Louise Poindexter, I might have loved you." Chapter 23. Vows of Vengeance. Calhoun, chafing in his chamber, was not the object of such assiduous solicitude. Notwithstanding the luxurious appointments that surrounded him, he could not comfort himself with the reflection that he was cared for by a living creature. Truly selfish in his own heart, he had no faith in friendships, and while confined to his couch, not without some fears that it might be his deathbed, he experienced the misery of a man believing that no human being cared a straw whether he should live or die. Any sympathy shown to him was upon the score of relationship. It could scarce have been otherwise. His conduct towards his cousins had not been such as to secure their esteem, while his uncle, the proud Woodley Poindexter, felt towards him something akin to aversion, mingled with a subdued fear. It is true that this feeling was only of recent origin, and rose out of certain relations that existed between uncle and nephew. As already hinted, they stood to one another in the relationship of debtor and creditor, or mortgagor and mortgagee, the nephew being the latter. To such an extent had this indebtedness been carried, that Cassius Calhoun was in effect the real owner of Casa del Corvo, and could at any moment have proclaimed himself its master. Conscious of his power, he had of late been using it to effect a particular purpose, that is, the securing for his wife, the woman he had long fiercely loved, his cousin Louise. He had come to know that he stood but little chance of obtaining her consent, for she had taken but slight pains to conceal her indifference to his suit. Trusting to the peculiar influence established over her father, he had determined on taking no slight denial. These circumstances considered, it was not strange that the ex-officer of volunteers, when stretched upon a sick bed, received less sympathy from his relatives than might otherwise have been extended to him. While dreading death, which for a length of time he actually did, he had become a little more amiable to those around him. The agreeable mood, however, was of short continuance, and, once assured of recovery, all the natural savageness of his disposition was restored, along with the additional bitterness arising from his recent discomfiture. It had been the pride of his life to exhibit himself as a successful bully, the master of every crowd that might gather around him. He could no longer claim this credit in Texas, and the thought harrowed his heart to its very core. To figure as a defeated man before all the women of the settlement, above all in the eyes of her he adored, defeated by one whom he suspected of being his rival in her affections, a more nameless adventurer, was too much to be endured with equanimity. Even an ordinary man would have been pained by the infliction. Calhoun writhed under it. He had no idea of enduring it, as an ordinary man would have done. If he could not escape from the disgrace, he was determined to revenge himself upon its author, and as soon as he had recovered from the apprehensions entertained about the safety of his life, he commenced reflecting upon this very subject. Maurice, the mustanger, must die, if not by his, Calhoun's own hand, then by the hand of another, if such an one was to be found in the settlement. There could not be much difficulty in procuring a confederate. There are bravos upon the broad prairies of Texas, as well as within the walls of Italian cities. Alas, there is no spot upon earth where gold cannot command the steel of the assassin. Calhoun possessed gold more than sufficient for such a purpose, and to such purpose did he determine upon devoting at least a portion of it. In the solitude of his sick chamber he set about maturing his plans, which comprehended the assassination of the mustanger. He did not purpose doing the deed himself. His late defeat had rendered him fearful of chancing a second encounter with the same adversary, even under the advantageous circumstances of a surprise. He had become too much encowardized to play the assassin. He wanted an accomplice, an arm to strike for him. Where was he to find it? Unluckily he knew, or fancied he knew, the very man. There was a Mexican at the time making abode in the village, like Maurice himself, a mustanger, but one of those with whom the young Irishman had shown a disinclination to associate. As a general rule, the men of this peculiar calling are amongst the greatest reprobates, who have their home in the land of the Lone Star. By birth and breed they are mostly Mexicans or mongrel Indians, though, not unfrequently, a Frenchman or American finds it a congenial calling. They are usually the outcasts of civilized society, oftener its outlaws who, in the excitement of the chase and its concomitant dangers, find, perhaps, some sort of salvo for a conscience that has been severely tried. While dwelling within the settlements, these men are not unfrequently the pests of the society that surrounds them, ever engaged in broil and debauch, and when abroad in the exercise of their calling, they are not always to be encountered with safety. More than once is it recorded in the history of Texas how a company of mustangers has, for the nonce, converted itself into a band of quadrilla of salteadores, or, disguised as Indians, levied blackmail upon the train of the prairie traveler. One of this kidney was the individual who had become recalled to the memory of Cassius Calhoun. The latter remembered having met the man in the bar room of the hotel upon several occasions, but more especially on the night of the duel. He remembered that he had been one of those who had carried him home on the stretcher, and from some extravagant expressions he had made use of, when speaking of his antagonist, Calhoun had drawn the deduction that the Mexican was no friend to Maurice the mustanger. Since then he had learnt that he was Maurice's deadliest enemy, himself excepted. With these data to proceed upon, the ex-captain had called the Mexican to his counsels, and the two were often closeted together in the chamber of the invalid. There was nothing in all this to excite suspicion, even had Calhoun cared for that. His visitor was a dealer in horses and horned cattle. Some transaction in horseflesh might be going on between them, so anyone would have supposed, and so for a time thought the Mexican himself, for in their first interview, but little other business was transacted between them. The astute Mississippian knew better than to declare his ultimate designs to a stranger, who, after completing an advantageous horse trade, was well supplied with whatever he chose to drink, and cunningly cross-questioned as to the relations in which he stood towards Maurice the mustanger. In that first interview, the ex-officer volunteers learnt enough to know that he might depend upon his man for any service he might require, even to the committal of murder. The Mexican made no secret of his heartfelt hostility to the young mustanger. He did not declare the exact cause of it, but Calhoun could guess, by certain innuendos introduced during the conversation, that it was the same as that by which he was himself actuated, the same to which may be traced almost every quarrel that has occurred among men, from Troy to Texas, a woman. The Helen in this case appeared to be some dark-eyed doncella dwelling upon the Rio Grande, where Maurice had been in the habit of making an occasional visit, in whose eyes he had found favor, to the disadvantage of her own conpaisano. The Mexican did not give the name, and Calhoun, as he listened to his explanations, only hoped in his heart that the damsel who had slighted him might have won the heart of his rival. During his days of convalescence, several interviews had taken place between the ex-captain and the intended accomplice in his purposes of vengeance, enough, one might suppose, to have rendered them complete. Whether they were so or not, and what the nature of their hellish designs, were things known only to the brace of kindred confederates. The outside world but knew that Captain Cassius Calhoun and Miguel Diaz, known by the nickname El Coyote, appeared to have taken a fancy for keeping each other's company, while the more respectable portion of it wondered at such an ill-starred association. Chapter 24. On the Azotea. There are no sluggards on a Texan plantation. The daybreak begins the day, and the bell, conch or cowhorn, that summons the dark-skinned proletarians to their toil, is alike the signal for their master to forsake his more luxurious couch. Such was the custom of Casa del Corvo under its original owners, and the fashion was followed by the family of the American planter, not from any idea of precedent, but simply in obedience to the suggestions of nature. In a climate of almost perpetual spring, the sweet matutinal moments are not to be wasted in sleep. The siesta belongs to the hours of noon, when all nature appears to shrink under the smiles of the solar luminary, as if surfeited with their superabundance. On his reappearance at morn, the sun is greeted with renewed joy. Then do the tropical birds spread their resplendent plumage, the flowers their dew-besprinkled petals to receive his fervent kisses. All nature again seems glad to acknowledge him as its god. Resplendent as any bird that flutters among the foliage of southwestern Texas, fair as any flower that blooms within it, gladdest was she who appeared upon the housetop of Casa del Corvo. Aurora herself, rising from her roseate couch, looked not fresher than the young Creole, as she stood contemplating the curtains of that very couch, from which a Texan sun was slowly uplifting his globe of burning gold. She was standing upon the edge of the azotea that fronted towards the east, her white hand resting upon the copestone of the parapet still wet with the dews of the night. Under her eyes was the garden, enclosed within a curve of the river, beyond the bluff formed by the opposite bank, and further still, the wide-spreading plateau of the prairie. Was she looking at a landscape that could scarce fail to challenge admiration? No. Equally was she unconscious of the ascending sun, though, like some fair pagan, did she appear to be in prayer at its uprising. Listened she to the voices of the birds, from garden and grove swelling harmoniously around her. On the contrary, her ear was not bent to catch any sound, nor her eye intent upon any object. Her glance was wandering, as if her thoughts went not with it, but were dwelling upon some theme, neither present nor near. In contrast with the cheerful brightness of the sky, there was a shadow upon her brow. Despite the joyous warbling of the birds, there was the sign of sadness on her cheek. She was alone. There was no one to take note of this melancholy mood, nor inquire into its cause. The cause was declared in a few low murmured words that fell, as if involuntarily, from her lips. He may be dangerously wounded, perhaps even to death? Who was the object of this solicitude so hypothetically expressed? The invalid that lay below, almost under her feet, in a chamber of the hacienda, her cousin Cassius Calhoun. It could scarce be he. The doctor had the day before pronounced him out of danger and on the way to quick recovery. Anyone listening to her soliloquy, after a time continued in the same sad tone, would have been convinced it was not he. I may not send to inquire. I dare not even ask after him. I fear to trust any of our people. He may be in some poor place, perhaps uncourteously treated, perhaps neglected. Would that I could convey to him a message, something more, without anyone being the wiser. I wonder what has become of Zeb Stump. As if some instinct whispered her that there was a possibility of Zeb making his appearance, she turned her eyes towards the plain on the opposite side of the river, where a road led up and down. It was the common highway between Fort Inge and the plantations on the lower Leona. It traversed the prairie at some distance from the riverbank, approaching it only at one point, where the channel curved in to the base of the bluffs. A reach of the road, of half a mile in length, was visible in the direction of the fort, as also a cross path that led to a ford, thence running on to the hacienda. In the opposite direction, down the stream, the view was open for a like length, until the chaparral on both sides closing in, terminated the savanna. The young lady scanned the road leading towards Fort Inge. Zeb Stump should come that way. He was not in sight, nor was anyone else. She could not feel disappointment. She had no reason to expect him. She had but raised her eyes in obedience to an instinct. Something more than instinct caused her, after a time, to turn round and scrutinize the plain in the opposite quarter. If expecting someone to appear that way, she was not disappointed. A horse was just stepping out from among the trees where the road debouched from the chaparral. He was ridden by one who at first sight appeared to be a man, clad in a sort of Arab costume, but who on closer scrutiny, and despite the style of equitation à la Duchesse de Berry, was unquestionably of the other sex, a lady. There was not much of her face to be seen, but through the shadowy opening of the rebozo, rather carelessly tapado, could be traced an oval facial outline, somewhat brownly complected, but with a carmine tinting upon the cheeks, and above this a pair of eyes whose sparkle appeared to challenge comparison with the brightest object either on the earth or in the sky. Neither did the loosely falling folds of the lady's scarf, nor her somewhat outre attitude in the saddle, hinder the observer from coming to the conclusion that her figure was quite as attractive as her face. The man following upon the mule 6 lengths of his animal in the rear by his costume, as well as the respectful distance observed, was evidently only an attendant. "Who can that woman be?" was the muttered interrogatory of Louise Poindexter, as with quick action she raised the lorgnette to her eyes and directed it upon the oddly apparelled figure. "Who can she be?" was repeated in a tone of greater deliberation as the glass came down, and the naked eye was entrusted to complete the scrutiny. A Mexican, of course, the man on the mule her servant. "Some grand senora, I suppose? I thought they had all gone to the other side of the Rio Grande." A basket carried by the attendant. "I wonder what it contains, and what errand she can have to the port. It may be the village. 'Tis the 3rd time I've seen her passing within this week. She must be from some of the plantations below. What an outlandish style of riding. Pardieu. I'm told it's not uncommon among the daughters of Anahuac. What if I were to take to it myself? No doubt it's much the easiest way, though if such a spectacle were seen in the States it would be styled unfeminine. How our Puritan mamas would scream out against it. I think I hear them. Ha, ha, ha." The mirth thus begotten was but of momentary duration. There came a change over the countenance of the Creole, quick as a drifting cloud darkens the disk of the sun. It was not a return to that melancholy so late shadowing it, though something equally serious, as might be told by the sudden blanching of her cheeks. The cause could only be looked for in the movements of the scarfed equestrian on the other side of the river. An antelope had sprung up, out of some low shrubbery growing by the roadside. The creature appeared to have made its first bound from under the counter of the horse, a splendid animal that, in a moment after, was going at full gallop in pursuit of the affrighted pronghorn, while his rider, with her rebozo suddenly flung from her face, its fringed ends streaming behind her back, was seen describing, with her right arm, a series of circular sweeps in the air. "What is the woman going to do?" was the muttered interrogatory of the spectator upon the housetop. "Ha! As I live, 'tis a lazo." The Signora was not long in giving proof of skill in the use of the national implement, by flinging its noose around the antelope's neck and throwing the creature in its tracks. The attendant rode up to the place where it lay struggling, dismounted from his mule, and, stooping over the prostrate pronghorn, appeared to administer the coup de grace. Then, flinging the carcass over the croup of his saddle, he climbed back upon his mule and spurred after his mistress, who had already recovered her lazo, readjusted her scarf, and was riding onward as if nothing had occurred worth waiting for. It was at that moment when the noose was seen circling in the air that the shadow had reappeared upon the countenance or the Creole. It was not surprise that caused it, but an emotion of a different character, a thought far more unpleasant. Nor did it pass speedily away. It was still there, though a white hand holding the lorgnette to her eye might have hindered it from being seen, still there, as long as the mounted figures were visible upon the open road, and even after they had passed out of sight behind the screening of the acacias. I wonder if it be she. My own age, he said, not quite so tall. The description suits, so far as one may judge at this distance. Has her home on the Rio Grande. Comes occasionally to the Leona to visit some relatives. Who are they? Why did I not ask him the name? I wonder if it be she. Chapter 25. A Gift Ungiven. For some minutes after the lady of the lazo and her attendant had passed out of sight, Louise Poindexter pursued the train of reflection started by the somewhat singular episode of which she had been spectator. Her attitude and air of continued dejection told that her thoughts had not been directed into a more cheerful channel. Rather the reverse. Once or twice before had her mind given way to imaginings connected with that accomplished equestrienne, and more than once had she speculated upon her purpose in riding up the road. The incident just witnessed had suddenly changed her conjectures into suspicions of an exceedingly unpleasant nature. It was a relief to her when a horseman appeared coming out of the chaparral at the point where the others had ridden in, a still greater relief when he was seen to swerve into the cross path that conducted to the hacienda and was recognized, through the lorgnette, as Zeb Stump the hunter. The face of the Creole became bright again, almost to gaiety. There was something ominous of good in the opportune appearance of the honest backwoodsman. "The man I was wanting to see," she exclaimed in joyous accents. "He can bear me a message, and perhaps tell who she is. He must have met her on the road. That will enable me to introduce the subject, without Zeb having any suspicion of my object. Even with him I must be circumspect after what has happened. Ah, me. Not much should I care, if I were sure of his caring for me. How provoking his indifference, and to me, Louise Poindexter. Pardieu. Let it proceed much further, and I shall try to escape from the toils if I should crush my poor heart in the attempt." It need scarce be said that the individual whose esteem was so coveted was not Zeb Stump. Her next speech, however, was addressed to Zeb, as he reined up in front of the hacienda. "Dear Mr. Stump," hailed a voice to which the old hunter delighted to listen, "I'm so glad to see you. Dismount, and come up here. I know you're a famous climber, and won't mind a flight of stone stairs. There's a view from this housetop that will reward you for your trouble." "There's suthin on the housetop theer," rejoined the hunter, "the view o' which ud reward Zeb Stump for climbin' to the top o' a steamboat chimbly, and thet's yourself, Miss Louise. I'll come up, soon as I has stabled the ol' mar, which shall be dud in the shakin' o' a goat's tail. Gee up, ole gal," he continued, addressing himself to the mare, after he had dismounted. "Hold up your head, and maybe plute higher, I'll gie ye a ween o' corn shucks for your breakfast." "Ho, ho, Mass Tump," interposed the sable coachman, making his appearance in the patio. "Dat same do dis nigga gub de shucks wi de yaller corn inside ob dem. Ho ho, you guap tears to de young missa, and plute he no glek yarrow lamar. You're a dod-rotted good sample o' a nigger, plute, and the nix occasion I shows about higher, I'll fetch you a possum, wi the meat on it as tender as a 2-year-old chicken. Thet's what I'm bound to do." After delivering himself of this promise, Zeb commenced ascending the stone stairway, not by single steps, but by 2, and sometimes 3, at a stride. He was soon upon the housetop, where he was once more welcomed by the young mistress of the mansion. Her excited manner and the eagerness with which she conducted him to a remote part of the Azotea told the astute hunter that he had been summoned thither for some other purpose than enjoying the prospect. "Tell me, Mr. Stump," said she, as she clutched the sleeve of the blanket coat in her delicate fingers and looked inquiringly into Zeb's gray eye, "you must know all. How is he? Are his wounds of a dangerous nature? If you refer to Mr. Calhoun—" No. I know all about him. It's not of Mr. Calhoun I'm speaking. Wall, Miss Luas. There air only one other as I know of in these parts that have got wounds, and that air's Maurice the Mostanger. Mout it be that air individual you're inquirin' about? It is. You know I cannot be indifferent to his welfare, notwithstanding the misfortune of his having quarreled with my cousin. You are aware that he rescued me, twice I may say, from imminent peril. Tell me, is he in great danger? Such earnestness could no longer be trifled with. Zeb, without further parley, made reply. Ne'er a morsel o' danger. There's a bullet hole just above the ankle jaint. It don't signify more in the scratch o' a kidding. There's another hev good through the flesh o' the young feller's left arm. It don't signify nather, only that it drawed a good sup o' the red out o' him. Howsomedever, he's all right now, and expects to be out o' doors in a couple o' days or thereabout. He says that an hour in the settle and a scoot across the Purira would do him more good than all the doctors in Texas. I reckon it would, but the doctor, it's the sergeant o' the fort as attends on him. He won't let him get to grass yit a bit. Where is he? He air stayin' at the hotel where the scrimmage took place. Perhaps he is not well waited upon? It's a rough place, I've heard. He may not have any delicacies such as an invalid stands in need of. Stay here, Mr. Stump, till I come up to you again. I have something I wish to send to him. I know I can trust you to deliver it. Won't you? I'm sure you will. I shall be with you in 6 seconds. Without waiting to note the effect of her speech, the young lady tripped lightly along the passage and as lightly descended the stone stairway. Presently she reappeared, bringing with her a good-sized hamper, which was evidently filled with eatables, with something to send them down. Now, dear old Zeb, you will take this to Mr. Gerald? It's only some little things that Florinda has put up, some cordials and jellies and the like, such as sick people at times have a craving for. They are not likely to be kept in the hotel. Don't tell him where they come from, neither him nor anyone else. You won't? I know you won't, you dear good giant. He may depend on Zeb Stump for that, Miss Louise. Nobody air a-going to be a bit the wiser about who sent these higher delicacies, though, for the matter o' cakes and kickshaws, and all that sort of thing, the Mostanger hain't had much reason to complain. He have been surplied with enough o' them to heave filled the bellies o' a whole school o' sugar babbies. Ha! Supplied already? By whom? Wall, that there this chiel can't inform ye, Miss Louise, not be knowin' it hisself. I only hired they were fetched to the tavern in baskets, by some sort o' a sarving man as air a Mexican. I've seed the man myself. Fact, I've just this minute met him, ridden arter a woman sot stridey legs in her settle, as most o' these Mexican weemen ride. I reckon he be her sarvingt, as he wore keepin' a good ways a hint, and totin' a basket jest like one o' them Maurice had got already. Like enough it air another lot o' rickshaws they were taken to the tavern. There was no need to trouble Zeb Stump with further cross-questioning. A whole history was supplied by that single speech. The case was painfully clear. In the regard of Maurice Gerald, Louise Poindexter had a rival, perhaps something more. The lady of the lazo was either his fiancée or his mistress. It was not by accident, though to Zeb Stump it may have seemed so, that the hamper steadied for a time upon the coping of the balustrade, and still retained in the hand of the young Creole escaped from her clutch and fell with a crash upon the stones below. The bottles were broken, and their contents spilled into the stream that surged along the basement of the wall. The action of the arm that produced this effect, apparently springing from a spasmodic and involuntary effort, was nevertheless due to design, and Louise Poindexter, as she leant over the parapet and contemplated the ruin she had caused, felt as if her heart was shattered like the glass that lay glistening below. "How unfortunate," said she, making a feint to conceal her chagrin. "The dainties are destroyed, I declare. What will Florinda say? After all, if Mr. Gerald be so well attended to, as you say he is, he'll not stand in need of them. I am glad to hear he hasn't been neglected, one who has done me a service. But, Mr. Stump, you needn't say anything of this, or that I inquired after him. You know his late antagonist is our near relative, and it might cause scandal in the settlement. Dear Zeb, you promise me?" "Swa are it if ye like. Neary word, Miss Louise, neary word. Ye can depend on ole Zeb." "I know it. Come. The sun is growing hot up here. Let us go down and see whether we can find you such a thing as a glass of your favorite Monongahela. Come." With an assumed air of cheerfulness, the young Creole glided across the azotea, and trilling the New Orleans waltz, once more commenced descending the escalera. In eager acceptance of the invitation, the old hunter followed close upon her skirts, and although by habit stoically indifferent to feminine charms, and with his thoughts at that moment chiefly bent upon the promised Monongahela, he could not help admiring those ivory shoulders brought so conspicuously under his eyes. But for a short while was he permitted to indulge in the luxurious spectacle. On reaching the bottom of the stair, his fair hostess bade him a somewhat abrupt adieu. After the revelations he had so unwittingly made, his conversation seemed no longer agreeable, and she, late desirous of interrogating, was now contented to leave him alone with the Monongahela, as she hastened to hide her chagrin in the solitude of her chamber. For the first time in her life, Louise Poindexter felt the pangs of jealousy. It was her first real love, for she was in love with Maurice Gerald. A solicitude like that shown for him by the Mexican señora could scarce spring from simple friendship. Some closer tie must have been established between them. So ran the reflections of the now suffering Creole. From what Maurice had said, from what she had herself seen, the lady of the lazo was just such a woman as should win the affections of such a man. Hers were accomplishments he might naturally be expected to admire. Her figure had appeared perfect under the magnifying effect of the lens. The face had not been so fairly viewed, and was still undetermined. Was it in correspondence with the form? Was it such as to secure the love of a man so much master of his passions as the mustanger appeared to be? The mistress of Casa del Corvo could not rest till she had satisfied herself on this score. As soon as Zeb Stump had taken his departure, she ordered the spotted mare to be saddled, and riding out alone, she sought the crossing of the river, and thence proceeded to the highway on the opposite side. Advancing in the direction of the fort, as she expected, she soon encountered the Mexican señora on her return. No señora according to the exact signification of the term, but a señorita, a young lady not older than herself. At the place of their meeting, the road ran under the shadow of the trees. There was no sun to require the coifing of the rebozo upon the crown of the Mexican equestrian. The scarf had fallen upon her shoulders, laying bare a head of hair, in luxuriance rivaling the tail of a wild steed, in color the plumage of a crow. It formed the framing of a face that, despite a certain darkness of complexion, was charmingly attractive. Good breeding permitted only a glance at it in passing, which was returned by a like courtesy on the part of the stranger. But as the two rode on, back to back, going in opposite directions, neither could restrain herself from turning round in the saddle and snatching a second glance at the other. Their reflections were not very dissimilar. If Louise Poindexter had already learnt something of the individual thus encountered, the latter was not altogether ignorant of her existence. We shall not attempt to portray the thoughts of the señorita consequent on that encounter. Suffice it to say that those of the Creole were even more somber than when she sallied forth on that errand of inspection, and that the young mistress of Casa del Corvo rode back to the mansion, all the way seated in her saddle in an attitude that betokened the deepest dejection. "Beautiful," said she, after passing her supposed rival upon the road. Yes, too beautiful to be his friend. Louise was speaking to her own conscience, or she might have been more chary of her praise. "I cannot have any doubt," continued she, "of the relationship that exists between them. He loves her, he loves her. It accounts for his cold indifference to me. I've been mad to risk my heart's happiness in such an ill-starred entanglement. And now to disentangle it. now to banish him from my thoughts. Ah, 'tis easily said. Can I? I shall see him no more. That, at least, is possible. After what has occurred, he will not come to our house. We can only meet by accident, and that accident I must be careful to avoid. Oh, Maurice Gerald, tamer of wild steeds, you have subdued a spirit that may suffer long, perhaps never recover from the lesson. Chapter 26. Still on the azotea. To banish from the thoughts one who has been passionately loved is a simple impossibility. Time may do much to subdue the pain of an unreciprocated passion, and absence more. But neither time nor absence can hinder the continued recurrence of that longing for the lost loved one, or quiet the heart aching with that void that has never been satisfactorily filled. Louise Poindexter had imbibed a passion that could not be easily stifled. Though of brief existence, it had been of rapid growth, vigorously overriding all obstacles to its indulgence. It was already strong enough to overcome such ordinary scruples as parental consent or the inequality of rank, and had it been reciprocated, neither would have stood in the way so far as she herself was concerned. For the former, she was of age, and felt as most of her countrywomen do, capable of taking care of herself. For the latter, whoever really loved that cared a straw for class or caste. Love has no such meanness in its composition. At all events, there was none such in the passion of Louise Poindexter. It could scarce be called the first illusion of her life. It was, however, the first where disappointment was likely to prove dangerous to the tranquility of her spirit. She was not unaware of this. She anticipated unhappiness for a while, hoping that time would enable her to subdue the expected pain. At first she fancied she would find a friend in her own strong will, and another in the natural buoyancy of her spirit. But as the days passed, she found reason to distrust both, for in spite of both she could not erase from her thoughts the image of the man who had so completely captivated her imagination. There were times when she hated him, or tried to do so, when she could have killed him, or seen him killed, without making an effort to save him. They were but moments, each succeeded by an interval of more righteous reflection, when she felt that the fault was hers alone, as hers only the misfortune. No matter for this. It mattered not if he had been her enemy, the enemy of all mankind. If Lucifer himself, to whom in her wild fancy she had once likened him, she would have loved him all the same. And it would have proved nothing abnormal in her disposition, nothing to separate her from the rest of womankind all the world over. In the mind of man or woman either, there is no connection between the moral and the passional. They are as different from each other as fire from water. They may chance to run in the same channel, but they may go diametrically opposite. In other words, we may love the very being we hate, the one we despise. Louise Poindexter could neither hate nor despise Maurice Gerald. She could only endeavor to feel indifference. It was a vain effort, and ended in failure. She could not restrain herself from ascending to the azotea and scrutinizing the road where she had first beheld the cause of her jealousy. Each day, and almost every hour of the day, was the ascent repeated. Still more, notwithstanding her resolve to avoid the accident of an encounter with the man who had made her miserable, she was oft in the saddle and abroad, scouring the country around, riding through the streets of the village with no other object than to meet him. During the 3 days that followed that unpleasant discovery, once again had she seen from the housetop as before the lady of the lazo en route up the road, as before accompanied by her attendant with the pannier across his arm, that Pandora's box that had bred such mischief in her mind, while she herself stood trembling with jealousy, envious of the other's errand. She knew more now, though not much. Only had she learnt the name and social standing of her rival. The Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, daughter of a wealthy haciendado, who lived upon the Rio Grande, and niece to another whose estate lay upon the Leona, a mile beyond the boundaries of her father's new purchase. An eccentric young lady, as some thought, who could throw a lazo, tame a wild steed, or anything else excepting her own caprices. Such was the character of the Mexican señorita, as known to the American settlers on the Leona. A knowledge of it did not remove the jealous suspicions of the Creole. On the contrary, it tended to confirm them. Such practices were her own predilections. She had been created with an instinct to admire them. She supposed that others must do the same. The young Irishman was not likely to be an exception. There was an interval of several days during which the lady of the lazo was not seen again. "He has recovered from his wounds," reflected the Creole. "He no longer needs such unremitting attention." She was upon the azotea at the moment of making this reflection, lorgnette in hand, as she had often been before. It was in the morning, shortly after sunrise, the hour when the Mexican had been wont to make her appearance. Louise had been looking towards the quarter whence the señorita might have been expected to come. On turning her eyes in the opposite direction, she beheld that which caused her something more than surprise. She saw Maurice Gerald, mounted on horseback, and riding down the road. Though seated somewhat stiffly in the saddle, and going at a slow pace, it was certainly he. The glass declared his identity, at the same time disclosing the fact that his left arm was suspended in a sling. On recognizing him, she shrank behind the parapet as she did so, giving utterance to a suppressed cry. Why that anguished utterance? Was it the sight of the disabled arm, or the pallid face, for the glass had enabled her to distinguish both? Neither one nor the other. Neither could be a cause of surprise. Besides, it was an exclamation far differently in tone to those of either pity or astonishment. It was an expression of sorrow that had for its origin some heartfelt chagrin. The invalid was convalescent. He no longer needed to be visited by his nurse. He was on the way to visit her. Cowering behind the parapet, screened by the flower spike of the yucca, Louise Poindexter watched the passing horseman. The lorgnette enabled her to note every movement made by him, almost to the play of his features. She felt some slight gratification on observing that he turned his face at intervals and fixed his regard upon Casa del Corvo. It was increased when, on reaching a copse that stood by the side of the road and nearly opposite the house, he reined up behind the trees and for a long time remained in the same spot, as if reconnoitering the mansion. She almost conceived a hope that he might be thinking of its mistress. It was but a gleam of joy departing like the sunlight under the certain shadow of an eclipse. It was succeeded by a sadness that might be appropriately compared to such shadow, for to her the world at that moment seemed filled with gloom. Maurice Gerald had ridden on. He had entered the chaparral and become lost to view with the road upon which he was riding. Whither was he bound? Whither, but to visit Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos? It mattered not that he returned within less than an hour. They might have met in the woods within eyeshot of that jealous spectator, but for the screening of the trees. An hour was sufficient interview for lovers who could every day claim unrestricted indulgence. It mattered not that in passing upwards he again cast regards towards Casa del Corvo, again halted behind the copse, and passed some time in apparent scrutiny of the mansion. It was but mockery or exultation. He might well feel triumphant, but why should he be cruel, with kisses upon his lips, the kisses he had received from the Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos? Chapter 27. I love you. I love you. Louise Poindexter upon the azotea again to be subjected to a fresh chagrin. That broad stone stairway trending up to the housetop seemed to lead only to spectacles that gave her pain. She had mentally vowed no more to ascend it, at least for a long time. Something stronger than her strong will combated, and successfully, the keeping of that vow. It was broken ere the sun of another day had dried the dew from the grass of the prairie. As on the day before, she stood by the parapet scanning the road on the opposite side of the river. As before, she saw the horseman with the slung arm ride past. As before, she crouched to screen herself from observation. He was going downwards, as on the day preceding. In like manner did he cast long glances towards the hacienda, and made halt behind the clump of trees that grew opposite. Her heart fluttered between hope and fear. There was an instant when she felt half inclined to show herself. Fear prevailed, and in the next instant he was gone. Whither? The self-asked interrogatory was but the same as of yesterday. It met with a similar response. Whither, if not to meet Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos? Could there be a doubt of it? If so, it was soon to be determined. In less than 20 minutes after, a parted steed was seen upon the same road, and in the same direction with a lady upon its back. The jealous heart of the Creole could hold out no longer. No truth could cause greater torture than she was already suffering through suspicion. She had resolved on assuring herself, though the knowledge should prove fatal to the last faint remnant of her hopes. She entered the chaparral where the mustanger had ridden in scarce 20 minutes before. She rode on beneath the flitting shadows of the acacias. She rode in silence upon the soft turf, keeping close to the side of the path, so that the hoof might not strike against stones. The long pinnate fronds, drooping down to the level of her eyes, mingled with the plumes in her hat. She sate her saddle crouchingly, as if to avoid being observed all the while, with earnest glance scanning the open space before her. She reached the crest of a hill which commanded a view beyond. There was a house in sight, surrounded by tall trees. It might have been termed a mansion. It was the residence of Don Silvio Martinez, the uncle of Dona Isidora. So much had she learnt already. There were other houses to be seen upon the plain below, but on this one, and the road leading to it, the eyes of the Creole became fixed in a glance of uneasy interrogation. For a time she continued her scrutiny without satisfaction. No one appeared either at the house or near it. The private road leading to the residence of the haciendado and the public highway were alike without living forms. Some horses were straying over the pastures, but not one with a rider upon his back. Could the lady have ridden out to meet him, or Maurice gone in? Were they at that moment in the woods, or within the walls of the house? If the former, was Don Silvio aware of it? If the latter, was he at home, an approving party to the assignation? With such questions was the Creole afflicting herself, when the neigh of a horse broke abruptly on her ear, followed by the chinking of a shod hoof against the stones of the causeway. She looked below, for she had halted upon the crest, a steep acclivity. The mustanger was ascending it, riding directly towards her. She might have seen him sooner had she not been occupied with the more distant view. He was alone, as he had ridden past Casa del Corvo. There was nothing to show that he had recently been in company, much less in the company of an inamorata. It was too late for Louise to shun him. The spotted mustang had replied to the salutation of an old acquaintance. Its rider was constrained to keep her ground, till the mustanger came up. "Good day, Miss Poindexter," said he, "for upon the prairies it is not etiquette for the lady to speak first. Alone?" "Alone, sir. And why not? 'Tis a solitary ride among the chaparrals. But true, I think I've heard you say you prefer that sort of thing. You appear to like it yourself, Mr. Gerald. To you, however, it is not so solitary, I presume?" "In faith, I do like it, and just for that very reason, I have the misfortune to live at a tavern or hotel, as mine host is pleased to call it, and one gets so tired of the noises, especially an invalid, as I have the bad luck to be, that a ride along this quiet road is something akin to luxury. The cool shade of these acacias, which the Mexicans have vulgarized by the name of mezquites, with the breeze that keeps constantly circulating through their fan-like foliage, would invigorate the feeblest of frames. Don't you think so, Miss Poindexter?" "You should know best, sir," was the reply vouchsafed, after some seconds of embarrassment. "You, who have so often tried it." "Often? I have been only twice down this road since I have been able to sit in my saddle." "But, Miss Poindexter, may I ask how you knew that I have been this way at all?" "Oh," rejoined Louise, her color going and coming as she spoke, "how could I help knowing it? I am in the habit of spending much time on the housetop. The view, the breeze, the music of the birds, ascending from the garden below, makes it a delightful spot, especially in the cool of the morning. Our roof commands a view of this road. Being up there, how could I avoid seeing you as you passed? That is, so long as you were not under the shade of the acacias." "You saw me then?" said Maurice, with an embarrassed air, which was not caused by the innuendo conveyed in her last words, which he could not have comprehended, but by a remembrance of how he had himself behaved while riding along the reach of open road. "How could I help it?" was the ready reply. "The distance is scarce 600 yards. Even a lady, mounted upon a steed much smaller than yours, was sufficiently conspicuous to be identified. When I saw her display her wonderful skill, by strangling a poor little antelope with her lazo, I knew it could be no other than she whose accomplishments you were so good as to give me an account of." Isadora. Ah, true. She has been here for some time, and has been very kind to Mr. Maurice Gerald? Indeed, it is true. She has been very kind, though I have had no chance of thanking her. With all her friendship for poor me, she is a great hater of us foreign invaders, and would not condescend to step over the threshold of Mr. Oberdoffer's hotel. Indeed, I suppose she preferred meeting you under the shade of the acacias. I have not met her at all, at least, not for many months, and may not for months to come now that she has gone back to her home on the Rio Grande. Are you speaking the truth, sir? You have not seen her since? She has gone away from the house of her uncle? She has, replied Maurice, exhibiting surprise. Of course, I have not seen her. I only knew she was here by her sending me some delicacies while I was ill. In truth, I stood in need of them. The hotel cuisine is none of the nicest, nor was I the most welcome of Mr. Oberdoffer's guests. The Donna Isadora has been but too grateful for the slight service I once did her. A service. May I ask what it was, Mr. Gerald? Oh, certainly. It was merely a chance. I had the opportunity of being useful to the young lady in once rescuing her from some rude Indians, Wild Oat and his Seminoles, into whose hands she had fallen, while making a journey from the Rio Grande to visit her uncle on the Leona, Don Silvio Martinez, whose house you can see from here. The brutes had got drunk, and were threatening not exactly her life, though that was in some danger. But well, the poor girl was in trouble with them, and might have had some difficulty in getting away had I not chanced to ride up. A slight service, you call it? You are modest in your estimate, Mr. Gerald. A man who should do that much for me. What would you do for him? Asked the mustanger, placing a significant emphasis on the final word. I should love him, was the prompt reply. Then, said Maurice, spurring his horse close up to the side of the spotted mustang, and whispering into the ear of its rider, with an earnestness strangely contrasting to his late reticence, I would give half my life to see you in the hands of Wildcat and his drunken comrades, the other half to deliver you from the danger. Do you mean this, Maurice Gerald? Do not trifle with me. I am not a child. Speak the truth. Do you mean it? I do. As heaven is above me, I do. The sweetest kiss I ever had in my life was when a woman, a fair creature, in the hunting field, leant over in her saddle and kissed me as I sate in mine. The fondest embrace ever received by Maurice Gerald was that given by Louise Poindexter, when, standing up in her stirrup and laying her hand upon his shoulder, she cried in an agony of earnest passion, "Do with me as thou wilt. I love you. I love you." Chapter 28. A Pleasure Forbidden. Ever since Texas became the scene of an Anglo-Saxon immigration, I might go a century farther back and say, from the time of its colonization by the descendants of the conquistadores, the subject of primary importance has been the disposition of its aborigines. Whether these, the lawful lords of the soil, chanced to be in a state of open war, or whether by some treaty with the settlers they were consenting to a temporary peace, made but slight difference, so far as they were talked about. In either case, they were a topic of daily discourse. In the former, it related to the dangers to be hourly apprehended from them; in the latter, to the probable duration of such treaty as might for the moment be binding them to hold their tomahawks entombed. In Mexican times, these questions formed the staple of conversation at desayuno, almuerzo, comida, y cena. In American times, up to this present hour, they have been the themes of discussion at the breakfast, dinner, and supper tables. In the planter's piazza, as in the hunter's camp, bear, deer, cougar, and peccary are not named with half the frequency or half the fear-inspiring emphasis allotted to the word Indian. It is this that scares the Texan child instead of the stereotyped nursery ghost, keeping it awake upon its moss-stuffed mattress, disturbing almost as much the repose of its parent. Despite the surrounding of strong walls more resembling those of a fortress than a gentleman's dwelling, the inmates of Casa del Corvo were not accepted from this feeling of apprehension, universal along the frontier. As yet they knew little of the Indians, and that little only from report, but, day by day, they were becoming better acquainted with the character of this natural terror that interfered with the slumbers of their fellow settlers. That it was no mere bogey they had begun to believe, but if any of them remained incredulous, a note received from the major commanding the fort about 2 weeks after the horse-hunting expedition was calculated to cure them of their incredulity. It came in the early morning, carried by a mounted rifleman. It was put into the hands of the planter just as he was about sitting down to the breakfast table, around which were assembled the three individuals who composed his household: his daughter Louise, his son Henry, and his nephew Cassius Calhoun. "Startling news," he exclaimed after hastily reading the note. "Not very pleasant if true, and I suppose there can be no doubt of that, since the Major appears convinced." "Unpleasant news, Papa?" asked his daughter, a spot of red springing to her cheek as she put the question. The spoken interrogatory was continued by others, not uttered aloud. "What can the Major have written to him? I met him yesterday while riding in the chaparral. He saw me in company with... Can it be that? Mon Dieu, if Father should hear it. The Comanches on the war trails, so writes the Major." "Oh, that's all," said Louise, involuntarily giving voice to the phrase, as if the news had nothing so very fearful in it. "You frightened us, sir. I thought it was something worse." "Worse? What trifling, child, to talk so. There is nothing worse in Texas than Comanches on the war trail. Nothing half so dangerous." Louise might have thought there was a danger at least as difficult to be avoided. Perhaps she was reflecting upon a pursuit of wild steeds, or thinking of the trail of a lazo. She made no reply. Calhoun continued the conversation. "Is the Major sure of the Indians being up?" "What does he say, Uncle?" "That there have been rumors of it for some days past, though not reliable. Now it is certain. Last night Wildcat, the Seminole chief, came to the fort with a party of his tribe, bringing the news that the painted pole has been erected in the camps of the Comanches all over Texas, and that the war dance has been going on for more than a month. That several parties are already out upon the maraud, and may be looked for among the settlements at any moment. And Wildcat himself. What of him?" asked Louise, an unpleasant reminiscence suggesting the inquiry. "Is that renegade Indian to be trusted, who appears to be as much an enemy to the whites as to the people of his own race?" "Quite true, my daughter. You have described the chief of the Seminoles almost in the same terms as I find him spoken of, in a postscript to the Major's letter. He counsels us to beware of the two-faced old rascal, who will be sure to take sides with the Comanches, whenever it may suit his convenience to do so." "Well," continued the planter, laying aside the note, and betaking himself to his coffee and waffles, "I trust we shan't see any redskins here, either Seminoles or Comanches. In making their marauds, let us hope they will not like the look of the crenelled parapets of Casa del Corvo, but give the hacienda a wide berth." Before anyone could respond, a sable face appearing at the door of the dining room, which was the apartment in which breakfast was being eaten, caused a complete change in the character of the conversation. The countenance belonged to Pluto, the coachman. "What do you want, Pluto?" inquired his owner. "Ho, ho. Masser Woodley, dis chile want nuffin tall. Only look and tell Missa Louie dat soon she done eat her breakfast de spotty I'm under de saddle, all ready for chuck de bit into him muff. Ho, ho. Dat critter do dance bout on de paved stone as if it wa mad to treek it back to de smooth tuff ob de prairie." "Going out for a ride, Louise?" asked the planter with a shadow upon his brow, which he made but little effort to conceal. "Yes, Papa, I was thinking of it. You must not." "Indeed. I mean, that you must not ride out alone. It is not proper." "Why do you think so, Papa? I have often ridden out alone." "Yes, perhaps too often." This last remark brought the slightest tinge of color to the cheeks of the young Creole, though she seemed uncertain what construction she was to put upon it. Notwithstanding its ambiguity, she did not press for an explanation. On the contrary, she preferred shunning it, as was shown by her reply. "If you think so, Papa, I shall not go out again, though to be cooped up here in this dismal dwelling, while you gentlemen are all abroad upon business, is that the life you intend me to lead in Texas?" "Nothing of the sort, my daughter. I have no objection to your riding out as much as you please, but Henry must be with you, or your cousin Cassius. I only lay an embargo on your going alone. I have my reasons." "Reasons? What are they?" The question came involuntarily to her lips. It had scarce passed them, ere she regretted having asked it. By her uneasy air, it was evident she had apprehensions as to the answer. The reply appeared partially to relieve her. "What other reasons do you want?" said the planter, evidently endeavoring to escape from the suspicion of duplicity by the statement of a convenient fact. "What better than the contents of this letter from the Major? Remember, my child, you are not in Louisiana, where a lady may travel anywhere without fear of either insult or outrage, but in Texas, where she may dread both, where even her life may be in danger. Here there are Indians. My excursions don't extend so far from the house that I need have any fear of Indians. I never go more than 5 miles at the most." "5 miles," exclaimed the ex-officer of volunteers with a sardonic smile. "You would be as safe at 50, Cousin Lou. You are just as likely to encounter the Redskins within 100 yards of the door as at the distance of 100 miles. When they are on the war trail, they may be looked for anywhere and at any time. In my opinion, Uncle Woodley is right. You are very foolish to ride out alone." "Oh, you say so?" sharply retorted the young Creole, turning disdainfully towards her cousin. "And pray, sir, may I ask of what service your company would be to me in the event of my encountering the Comanches, which I don't believe there's the slightest danger of my doing? A pretty figure we'd cut, the pair of us in the midst of a war party of painted savages. Ha, ha. The danger would be yours, not mine, since I should certainly ride away and leave you to your own devices. Danger indeed, within 5 miles of the house. If there's a horseman in Texas, savages not excepted, who can catch up with my little Luna in a 5-mile stretch, he must ride a swift steed, which is more than you do, Mr. Cash." "Silence, daughter," commanded Poindexter. "Don't let me hear you talk in that absurd strain. Take no notice of it, nephew. Even if there were no danger from Indians, there are other outlaws in these parts quite as much to be shunned as they. Enough that I forbid you to ride abroad, as you have of late been accustomed to do." "Be it as you will, Papa," rejoined Louise, rising from the breakfast table, and with an air of resignation preparing to leave the room. "Of course I shall obey you, at the risk of losing my health for want of exercise. Go, Pluto," she added, addressing herself to the darky, who still stood grinning in the doorway. "Turn Luna loose into the corral, the pastures, anywhere. Let her stray back to her native prairies if the creature be so inclined. She's no longer needed here." With this speech, the young lady swept out of the sala, leaving the 3 gentlemen, who still retained their seats by the table, to reflect upon the satire intended to be conveyed by her words. They were not the last to which she gave utterance in that same series. As she glided along the corridor leading to her own chamber, others, low murmured, mechanically escaped from her lips. They were in the shape of interrogatories, a string of them self-asked, and only to be answered by conjecture. What can Papa have heard? Is it but his suspicions? Can anyone have told him? Does he knew that we have met? Chapter 29. El Coyote at Home. Calhoun took his departure from the breakfast table almost as abruptly as his cousin, but, on leaving the sala instead of returning to his own chamber, he sallied forth from the house. Still suffering from wounds but half healed, he was nevertheless sufficiently convalescent to go abroad into the garden, to the stables, the corrals, anywhere around the house. On the present occasion, his excursion was intended to conduct him to a more distant point. As if under the stimulus of what had turned up in the conversation, or perhaps by the contents of the letter that had been read, his feebleness seemed for the time to have forsaken him, and vigorously plying his crutch, he proceeded up the river in the direction of Fort Inge. In a barren tract of land that lay about halfway between the hacienda and the fort, and that did not appear to belong to anyone, he arrived at the terminus of his limping expedition. There was a grove of mesquite, with some larger trees shading it, and in the midst of this, a rude hovel of wattle and dab, known in southwestern Texas as a jacal. It was the domicile of Miguel Diaz, the Mexican mustanger, a lair appropriate to the semi-savage who had earned for himself the distinctive appellation of El Coyote, prairie wolf. It was not always that the wolf could be found in his den, for his jacal deserved no better description. It was but his occasional sleeping place, during those intervals of inactivity when, by the disposal of a drove of captured mustangs, he could afford to stay for a time within the limits of the settlement, indulging in such gross pleasures as its proximity afforded. Calhoun was fortunate in finding him at home, though not quite so fortunate as to find him in a state of sobriety. He was not exactly intoxicated, having, after a prolonged spell of sleep, partially recovered from this, the habitual condition of his existence. "Hala Nor," he exclaimed in his provincial patois, slurring the salutation as his visitor darkened the door of the jacale. "Par Dios, who'd have expected to see you? C&Ts. Be seated. Take a chair. There's one. A chair. Ha, ha, ha." The laugh was called up at contemplation of that which he had facetiously termed a chair. It was the skull of a mustang, intended to serve as such, and which, with another similar piece, a rude table of cleft yucca tree, and a couch of cane reeds upon which the owner of the jacal was reclining, constituted the sole furniture of Miguel Diaz's dwelling. Calhoun, fatigued with his halting promenade, accepted the invitation of his host, and sate down upon the horse skull. He did not permit much time to pass before entering upon the object of his errand. "Senor Diaz," said he, "I have come for—" "Senor Americano," exclaimed the half-drunken horse hunter, cutting short the explanation. "Why waste words upon that? Carambo, I know well enough for what you've come. You want me to wipe out that devilish Irlandese. Well, I promised you I would do it, for 500 pesos at the proper time and opportunity. I will. Miguel Diaz never played false to his promise, but the time's not come, nor Capitan, nor yet the opportunity, carajo. To kill a man outright requires skill. It can't be done even on the prairies without danger of detection, and if detected, what chance for me? You forget, nor Capitan, that I'm a Mexican. If I were of your people, I might slay Don Mauricio, and get clear on the score of its being a quarrel. Maldita, with us Mexicans it is different. If we stick our machete into a man so as to let out his life's blood, it is called murder, and you Americanos, with your stupid juries of 12 honest men, would pronounce it so, aye, and hang a poor fellow for it. Chingaro, I can't risk that. I hate the Irlandes as much as you, but I'm not going to chop off my nose to spite my own face. I must wait for the time and the chance, caray, the time and the chance." "Both are come," exclaimed the tempter, bending earnestly towards the bravo. "You said you could easily do it, if there was any Indian trouble going on?" "Of course I said so, if there was that." "You have not heard the news then?" "What news?" "That the Comanches are starting on the war trail." "Carajo!" exclaimed El Coyote, springing up from his couch of reeds and exhibiting all the activity of his namesake when roused by the scent of prey. "Santissima Virgen, do you speak the truth, nor Capitan?" "Neither more nor less. The news has just reached the fort. I have it on the best authority, the officer in command." "In that case," answered the Mexican, reflecting, "in that case, Don Mauricio may die. The Comanches can kill him." "Ha, ha, ha, ha. You are sure of it?" "I should be surer if his scalp were worth $1,000 instead of 500. "It is worth that sum." "What sum?" $1,000. "You promise it?" "I do." "Then the Comanches shall scalp him, nor Capitan. You may return to Casa del Corvo and go to sleep with confidence that whenever the opportunity arrives, your enemy will lose his hair. You understand?" "I do." "Get ready your 1,000 pesos. They wait your acceptance." "Carajo! I shall earn them in a trice. Adios, adios." "Santissima Virgen," exclaimed the profane ruffian, as his visitor limped out of sight. "What a magnificent fluke of fortune, a perfect chiripe. $1,000 for killing the man I intended to kill on my own account, without charging anybody a single clico for the deed. The Comanches upon the war trail. Chingaro, can it be true? If so, I must look up my old disguise, gone to neglect through these 3 long years of accursed peace. Viva la guerra de los indios. Success to the pantomime of the prairies. Chapter 30. A Sagittary Correspondence. Louise Poindexter, passionately addicted to the sports termed manly, could scarce have overlooked archery. She had not. The how and its adjunct, the arrow, were in her hands as toys which she could control to her will. She had been instructed in their manage by the Homa Indians, a remnant of whom, the last descendants of a once powerful tribe, may still be encountered upon the coast of the Mississippi, in the proximity of Point Coupe and the Bayou Etchafalaya. For a long time her bow had lain unbent, unpacked, indeed, ever since it had formed part of the paraphernalia brought overland in the wagon train. Since her arrival at Casa del Corvo, she had found no occasion to use the weapon of Diana, and her beautiful bow of Osage orange wood and quiver of plumed arrows had lain neglected in the lumber room. There came a time when they were taken forth and honored with some attention. It was shortly after that scene at the breakfast table, when she had received the paternal command to discontinue her equestrian excursions. To this she had yielded implicit obedience, even beyond what was intended, since not only had she given up riding out alone, but declined to do so in company. The spotted mustang stood listless in its stall or pranced frantically around the corral, wondering why its spine was no longer crossed, or its ribs compressed, by that strange caparison that more than aught else reminded it of its captivity. It was not neglected, however. Though no more mounted by its fair mistress, it was the object of her daily, almost hourly solicitude. The best corn in the granaderias of Casa del Corvo was selected, the most nutritious grass that grows upon the Lavana, the grama, furnished for its manger, while for drink it had the cool crystal water from the current of the Leona. Pluto took delight in grooming it, and, under his currycomb and brushes, its coat had attained a gloss which rivaled that upon Pluto's own sable skin. While not engaged attending upon her pet, Miss Poindexter divided the residue of her time between indoor duties and archery. The latter she appeared to have selected as the substitute for that pastime of which she was so passionately fond, and in which she was now denied indulgence. The scene of her Sagittary performances was the garden, with its adjacent shrubbery, an extensive enclosure, 3 sides of which were fenced in by the river itself, curving round it like the shoe of a racehorse, the 4th being a straight line traced by the rearward wall of the hacienda. Within this circumference a garden with ornamental grounds had been laid out, in times long gone by, as might have been told by many ancient exotics seen standing over it. Even the statues spoke of a past age, not only in their decay, but in the personages they were intended to represent. Equally did they betray the chisel of the Spanish sculptor. Among them you might see commemorated the figure and features of the great Conde, of the Campeador, of Ferdinand and his energetic queen, of the discoverer of the American world, of its 2 chief conquistadores, Cortés and Pizarro, and of her, alike famous for her beauty and devotion, the Mexican Malinche. It was not amidst these sculptured stones that Louise Poindexter practiced her feats of archery, though more than once might she have been seen standing before the statue of Malinche and scanning the voluptuous outline of the Indian maiden's form, not with any severe thought of scorn that this dark-skinned daughter of Eve had succumbed to such a conqueror as Cortés. The young Creole felt in her secret heart that she had no right to throw a stone at that statue. To one less famed than Cortés, though in her estimation equally deserving of fame, she had surrendered what the great conquistador had won from Marina, her heart of hearts. In her excursions with the bow, which were of diurnal occurrence, she strayed not among the statues. Her game was not there to be found, but under the shadow of tall trees that, keeping the curve of the river, formed a semicircular grove between it and the garden. Most of these trees were of indigenous growth, wild chinas, mulberries, and pecans, that in the laying out of the grounds had been permitted to remain where nature, perhaps some centuries ago, had scattered their seed. It was under the leafy canopy of these fair forest trees the young Creole delighted to sit or stray along the edge of the pellucid river that rolled dreamily by. Here she was free to be alone, which of late appeared to be her preference. Her father, in his sternest mood, could not have denied her so slight a privilege. If there was danger upon the outside prairie, there could be none within the garden enclosed, as it was, by a river broad and deep, and a wall that could not have been scaled without the aid of a 30-round ladder. So far from objecting to this solitary strolling, the planter appeared something more than satisfied that his daughter had taken to these tranquil habits, and the suspicions which he had conceived, not altogether without a cause, were becoming gradually dismissed from his mind. After all, he might have been misinformed. The tongue of scandal takes delight in torturing, and he may have been chosen as one of its victims. Or, perhaps, it was but a casual thing, the encounter of which he had been told, between his daughter and Maurice the mustanger. They may have met by accident in the chaparral. She could not well pass without speaking to the man who had twice rescued her from a dread danger. There might have been nothing in it beyond the simple acknowledgement of her gratitude. It looked well that she had, with such willingness, consented to relinquish her rides. It was but little in keeping with her usual custom when crossed. Obedience to that particular command could not have been irksome, and argued innocence uncontaminated, virtue still intact. So reasoned the fond father, who, beyond conjecture, was not permitted to scrutinize too closely the character of his child. In other lands, or in a different class of society, he might possibly have asked direct questions, and required direct answers to them. This is not the method upon the Mississippi, where a son of 10 years old, a daughter of less than 15 would rebel against such scrutiny and call it inquisition. Still less might Woodley Poindexter strain the statutes of parental authority, the father of a Creole belle, for years used to that proud homage whose incense often stills, or altogether destroys, the simpler affections of the heart. Though her father, and by law her controller, he knew to what a short length his power might extend, if exerted in opposition to her will. He was, therefore, satisfied with her late act of obedience, rejoiced to find that instead of continuing her reckless rides upon the prairie, she now contented herself within the range of the garden with bow and arrow, slaying the small birds that were so unlucky as to come under her aim. Father of 50 years old, why reason in this foolish fashion? Have you forgotten your own youth, the thoughts that then inspired you, the deceits you practiced under such inspiration, the counterfeits you assumed, the stories you told to cloak what, after all, may have been the noblest impulse of your nature? The father of the fair Louise appeared to have become oblivious to recollections of this kind, for his early life was not without facts to have furnished them. They must have been forgotten, else he would have taken occasion to follow his daughter into the garden, and observe her, himself unobserved, while disporting herself in the shrubbery that bordered the river bank. By doing so, he would have discovered that her disposition was not so cruel as may have been supposed. Instead of transfixing the innocent birds that fluttered in such foolish confidence around her, her greatest feat in archery appeared to be the impaling of a piece of paper upon the point of her arrow, and sending the shaft thus charged across the river, to fall harmlessly into a thicket on the opposite side. He would have witnessed an exhibition still more singular. He would have seen the arrow thus spent after a short interval, as if dissatisfied with the place into which it had been shot, and desirous of returning to the fair hand whence it had taken its departure, come back into the garden with the same, or a similar piece of paper, transfixed upon its shaft. The thing might have appeared mysterious, even supernatural, to an observer unacquainted with the spirit and mechanism of that abnormal phenomenon. There was no observer of it save the two individuals who alternately bent the bow, shooting with a single arrow, and by them it was understood. Love laughs at locksmiths. The old adage is scarce suited to Texas, where lockmaking is an unknown trade. Where there's a will, there's a way, expresses pretty much the same sentiment, appropriate to all time and every place. Never was it more correctly illustrated than in that exchange of bow shots across the channel of the Leona. Louise Poindexter had the will, Maurice Gerald had suggested the way. Chapter 31. A stream cleverly crossed. The Sagittary correspondence could not last for long. They are but lukewarm lovers who can content themselves with a dialogue carried on at bowshot distance. Hearts brimful of passion must beat and burn together in close proximity, each feeling the pulsation of the other. If there be an Elysium on earth, it is this. Maurice Gerald was not the man, nor Louise Poindexter the woman, to shun such a consummation. It came to pass, not under the telltale light of the sun, but in the lone hour of midnight, when but the stars could have been witnesses of their social dereliction. Twice had they stood together in that garden grove, twice had they exchanged love vows under the steel-gray light of the stars, and a third interview had been arranged between them. Little suspected the proud planter, perhaps prouder of his daughter than anything else he possessed, that she was daily engaged in an act of rebellion, the wildest against which parental authority may pronounce itself. His own daughter, his only daughter of the best blood of Southern aristocracy, beautiful, accomplished, everything to secure him a splendid alliance, holding knightly assignation with a horse hunter. Could he have but dreamt it when slumbering upon his soft couch, The dream would have startled him from his sleep like the call of the eternal trumpet. He had no suspicion, not the slightest. The thing was too improbable, too monstrous, to have given cause for one. Its very monstrosity would have disarmed him, had the thought been suggested. He had been pleased at his daughter's compliance with his late injunctions, though he would have preferred her obeying them to the letter and riding out in company with her brother or cousin, which she still declined to do. This, however, he did not insist upon. He could well concede so much to her caprice, since her staying at home could be no disadvantage to the cause that had prompted him to the stern counsel. Her ready obedience had almost influenced him to regret the prohibition. Walking in confidence by day and sleeping in security by night, he fancied it might be recalled. It was one of those nights known only to a southern sky, when the full round moon rolls clear across a canopy of sapphire, when the mountains have no mist and look as though you could lay your hand upon them, when the wind is hushed and the broad leaves of the tropical trees droop motionless from their boughs, themselves silent as if listening to the concert of singular sounds carried on in their midst, and in which mingle the voices of living creatures belonging to every department of animated nature, beast, bird, reptile, and insect. Such a night was it as you would select for a stroll in company with the being, the one and only being who, by the mysterious dictation of nature, has entwined herself around your heart, a night upon which you feel a wayward longing to have white arms entwined around your neck and bright eyes before your face, with that voluptuous gleaming that can only be felt to perfection under the mystic light of the moon. It was long after the infantry drum had beaten tattoo, and the cavalry bugles sounded the signal for the garrison of Fort Inge to go to bed. In fact, it was much nearer the hour of midnight when a horseman rode away from the door of Oberdorfer's hotel, and, taking the downriver road, was soon lost to the sight of the latest loiterer who might have been strolling through the streets of the village. It is already known that this road passed the hacienda of Casa del Corvo, at some distance from the house, and on the opposite side of the river. It is also known that at the same place it traversed a stretch of open prairie, with only a piece of copsewood midway between two extensive tracts of chaparral. This clump of isolated timber, known in prairie parlance as a motte or eland of timber, stood by the side of the road, along which the horseman had continued, after taking his departure from the village. On reaching the copse, he dismounted, led his horse in among the underwood, hitched him, by looping his bridle rein around the topmost twigs of an elastic bough, then detaching a long rope of twisted horsehair from the horn of his saddle, and inserting his arm into its coil, he glided out to the edge of the island, on that side that lay towards the hacienda. Before forsaking the shadow of the copse, he cast a glance towards the sky, and at the moon sailing supremely over it. It was a glance of inquiry, ending in a look of chagrin, with some muttered phrases that rendered it more emphatic. No use waiting for that beauty to go to bed. She's made up her mind, she won't go home till morning, ha, ha. The droll conceit, which has so oft amused the nocturnal inebriate of great cities, appeared to produce a like effect upon the night patroller of the prairie, and for a moment the shadow, late darkening his brow, disappeared. It returned anon, as he stood gazing across the open space that separated him from the river bottom, beyond which lay the hacienda of Casa del Corvo, clearly outlined upon the opposite bluff. If there should be anyone stirring about the place? It's not likely at this hour, unless it be the owner of a bad conscience who can't sleep. Troth, there's one such within those walls. If he be abroad, there's a good chance of his seeing me on the open ground. Not that I should care a straw, if it were only myself to be compromised. By St. Patrick, I see no alternative but risk it. It's no use waiting upon the moon, deuce take her. She don't go down for hours, and there's not the sign of a cloud. It won't do to keep her waiting. No, I must chance it in the clear light. Here goes." Saying this, with a swift but stealthy step, the dismounted horseman glided across the treeless tract, and soon readied the escarpment of the cliff that formed the second height of land rising above the channel of the Leona. He did not stay 10 seconds in this conspicuous situation, but by a path that zigzagged down the bluff, and with which he appeared familiar, he descended to the river bottom. In an instant after he stood upon the bank, at the convexity of the river's bend, and directly opposite the spot where a skiff was moored, under the somber shadow of a gigantic cotton tree. For a short while he stood gazing across the stream, with a glance that told of scrutiny. He was scanning the shrubbery on the other side, in the endeavor to make out whether anyone was concealed beneath its shadow. Becoming satisfied that no one was there, he raised the loop end of his lasso, for it was this he carried over his arm, and giving it half a dozen whirls in the air, cast it across the stream. The noose settled over the cutwater of the skiff, and closing around the stem, enabled him to tow the tiny craft to the side on which he stood. Stepping in, he took hold of a pair of oars that lay along the planking at the bottom, and placing them between the thole pins, pulled the boat back to its moorings. Leaping out, he secured it as it had been before, against the drift of the current, and then, taking stand under the shadow of the cotton tree, he appeared to await either a signal or the appearance of someone expected by appointment. His maneuvers up to this moment, had they been observed, might have rendered him amenable to the suspicion that he was a housebreaker about to crack the crib of Casa del Corvo. The phrases that fell from his lips, however, could they have been heard, would have absolved him of any such vile or vulgar intention. It is true he had designs upon the hacienda, but these did not contemplate either its cash, plate, or jewelry, if we accept the most precious jewel it contained, the mistress of the mansion herself. It is scarce necessary to say that the man who had hidden his horse in the motte, and so cleverly effected the crossing of the stream, was Maurice the mustanger. Chapter 32. Light and Shade. He had not long to chafe under the trysting tree, if such it were. At the very moment when he was stepping into the skiff, a casement window that looked to the rear of the hacienda commenced turning upon its hinges, and was then for a time held slightly ajar, as if someone inside was intending to issue forth, and only hesitated in order to be assured that the coast was clear. A small white hand, decorated with jewels that glistened under the light of the moon, grasping the sash, told that the individual who had opened the window was of the gentler sex. The tapering fingers, with their costly garniture, proclaimed her a lady, while the majestic figure soon after exhibited outside, on the top of the stairway that led down to the garden, could be no other than that of Louise Poindexter. It was she. For a second or two the lady stood listening. She heard, or fancied she heard, the dip of an oar. She might be mistaken, for the stridulation of the cicadas filled the atmosphere with confused sound. No matter. The hour of assignation had arrived, and she was not the one to stand upon punctilios as to time, especially after spending 2 hours of solitary expectation in her chamber that had appeared like as many. With noiseless tread descending the stone stairway, she glided sylph-like among the statues and shrubs, until, arriving under the shadow of the cottonwood, she flung herself into arms eagerly outstretched to receive her. Who can describe the sweetness of such embrace? Strange to say, sweeter from being stolen. Who can paint the delicious emotions experienced at such a moment, too sacred to be touched by the pen? It is only after long throes of pleasure had passed, and the lovers had begun to converse in the more sober language of life, that it becomes proper or even possible to report them. Thus did they speak to each other, the lady taking the initiative. "Tomorrow night you will meet me again? Tomorrow night, dearest Maurice?" Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, if I were free to say the word. And why not? Why are you not free to say it? Tomorrow, by break of day, I am off for the Alamo. Indeed. Is it imperative you should go? The interrogatory was put in a tone that betrayed displeasure. A vision of a sinister kind always came before the mind of Louise Poindexter at mention of the lone hut on the Alamo. And why? It had afforded her hospitality. One would suppose that her visit to it could scarce fail to be one of the pleasantest recollections of her life. And yet it was not. "I have excellent reasons for going," was the reply she received. "Excellent reasons. Do you expect to meet anyone there?" "My follower Phelim, no one else. I hope the poor fellow is still above the grass. I sent him out about 10 days ago, before there was any tidings of these Indian troubles." "Only Phelim you expect to meet? Is it true, Gerald?" "Dearest, do not deceive me. Only him." "Why do you ask the question, Louise?" "I cannot tell you why. I should die of shame to speak my secret thoughts." "Do not fear to speak them. I could keep no secret from you, in truth I could not. So tell me what it is, love. Do you wish me, Maurice? I do, of course I do. I feel sure that whatever it may be, I shall be able to explain it. I know that my relations with you are of a questionable character, or might be so deemed if the world knew of them. It is for that very reason I am going back to the Alamo. And to stay there? Only for a single day or two at most. Only to gather up my household gods, and bid a last adieu to my prairie life. Indeed. You appear surprised. No, only mystified. I cannot comprehend you. Perhaps I never shall. 'Tis very simple, the resolve I have taken. I know you will forgive me when I make it known to you. Forgive you, Maurice. For what do you ask forgiveness? For keeping it a secret from you, that I am not what I seem. God forbid you should be otherwise than what you seem to me, noble, grand, beautiful, rare among men. Oh, Maurice, you know not how I esteem, how I love you. Not more than I esteem and love you. It is that very esteem that now counsels me to a separation. A separation? Yes, love, but it is to be hoped only for a short time. How long? While a steamer can cross the Atlantic and return. An age. And why this? I am called to my native country, Ireland, so much despised, as you already know. 'Tis only within the last 20 hours I received the summons. I obey it the more eagerly, that it tells me I shall be able soon to return, and prove to your proud father that the poor horse hunter who won his daughter's heart, have I won it, Louise? Idle questioner. Won it? You know you have more than won it, conquered it to a subjection from which it can never escape. Mock me not, Maurice, nor my stricken heart henceforth, and forevermore your slave. During the rapturous embrace that followed this passionate speech, by which a high-born and beautiful maiden confessed to have surrendered herself, heart, soul, and body to the man who had made conquest of her affections, there was silence perfect and profound. The grasshopper amid the green herbage, the cicada on the tree leaf, the mock bird on the top of the tall cottonwood, and the nightjar soaring still higher in the moonlit air, apparently actuated by a simultaneous instinct, ceased to give utterance to their peculiar cries, as though one and all, by their silence, designed to do honor to the sacred ceremony transpiring in their presence. But that temporary cessation of sounds was due to a different cause. A footstep grating upon the graveled walk of the garden, and yet touching it so lightly that only an acute ear could have perceived the contact, was the real cause why the nocturnal voices had suddenly become stilled. The lovers, absorbed in the sweet interchange of a mutual affection, heard it not. They saw not that dark shadow in the shape of man or devil flitting among the flowers, now standing by a statue, now cowering under cover of the shrubbery, until at length it became stationary behind the trunk of a tree, scarce 10 paces from the spot where they were kissing each other. Little did they suspect, in that moment of celestial happiness when all nature was hushed around them, that the silence was exposing their passionate speeches, and the treacherous moon at the same time betraying their excited actions. That shadowy listener, crouching guilty-like behind the tree, was a witness to both. Within easy earshot, he could hear every word, even the sighs and soft low murmurings of their love, while under the silvery light of the moon, with scarce a sprig coming between, he could detect their slightest gestures. It is scarce necessary to give the name of the dastardly eavesdropper. That of Cassius Calhoun will have suggested itself. It was he. Chapter 33. A torturing discovery. How came the cousin of Louise Poindexter to be astir at that late hour of the night, or, as it was now, the earliest of the morning? Had he been forewarned of this interview of the lovers, or was it merely some instinctive suspicion that had caused him to forsake his sleeping chamber and make a tour of inspection within the precincts of the garden? In other words, was he an eavesdropper by accident, or a spy acting upon information previously communicated to him? The former was the fact. Chance alone, or chance aided by a clear night, had given him the clue to a discovery that now filled his soul with the fires of hell. Standing upon the housetop at the hour of midnight, what had taken him up there cannot be guessed, breathing vile tobacco smoke into an atmosphere before perfumed with the scent of the night-blooming cereus, the ex-captain of cavalry did not appear distressed by any particular anxiety. He had recovered from the injuries received in his encounter with the mustanger, and although that bit of evil fortune did not fail to excite within him the blackest chagrin, whenever it came up before his mind, its bitterness had been, to some extent, counteracted by hopes of revenge, towards a plan for which he had already made some progress. Equally with her father, he had been gratified that Louise was contented of late to stay within doors, for it was himself who had secretly suggested the prohibition to her going abroad. Equally had he remained ignorant as to the motive of that garden archery, and in a similar manner had misconceived it. In fact, he had begun to flatter himself that after all her indifference to himself might be only a feint on the part of his cousin, or an illusion upon his. She had been less cynical for some days, and this had produced upon him the pleasant impression that he might have been mistaken in his jealous fears. He had as yet discovered no positive proof that she entertained a partiality for the young Irishman, and as the days passed without any renewed cause for disquiet, he began to believe that in reality there was none. Under the soothing influence of this restored confidence, had he mounted up to the azotea, and, although it was the hour of midnight, the careless insouciance with which he applied the light to his cigar, and afterwards stood smoking it, showed that he could not have come there for any very important purpose. It may have been to exchange the sultry atmosphere of his sleeping room for the fresher air outside, or he may have been tempted forth by the magnificent moon, though he was not much given to such romantic contemplation. Whatever it was, he had lighted his cigar, and was apparently enjoying it, with his arms crossed upon the coping of the parapet, and his face turned towards the river. It did not disturb his tranquility to see a horseman ride out from the chaparral on the opposite side, and proceed onward across the open plain. He knew of the road that was there. Some traveler, he supposed, who preferred taking advantage of the cool hours of the night, a night, too, that would have tempted the weariest wayfarer to continue his journey. It might be a planter who lived below, returning home from the village, after lounging an hour too long in the tavern saloon. In daytime, the individual might have been identified. By the moonlight, it could only be made out that there was a man on horseback. The eyes of the ex-officer accompanied him as he trotted along the road, but simply with mechanical movement, as one musingly contemplates some common waif drifting down the current of a river. It was only after the horseman had arrived opposite the island of timber and was seen to pull up, and then ride into it, that the spectator upon the housetop became stirred to take an interest in his movements. "What the devil can that mean?" muttered Calhoun to himself, as he hastily plucked the cigar stump from between his teeth. "Damn the man, he's dismounted," continued he as the stranger reappeared on foot by the inner edge of the copse, and coming this way towards the bend of the river, straight as he can streak it, down the bluff into the bottom, and with a stride that shows him well acquainted with the way. Surely to God he don't intend making his way across into the garden. He'd have to swim for that, and anything he could get there would scarce pay him for his pains. What the old scratch can be his intention? A thief? This was Calhoun's first idea, rejected almost as soon as conceived. It is true that in Spanish-American countries even the beggar goes on horseback. Much more might the thief. For all this, it was scarce probable that a man would make a midnight expedition to steal fruit or vegetables in such cavalier style. What else could he be after? The odd maneuver of leaving his horse under cover of the copse, and coming forward on foot, and apparently with caution, as far as could be seen in the uncertain light, was of itself evidence that the man's errand could scarce be honest, and that he was approaching the premises of Casa del Corvo with some evil design. What could it be? Since leaving the upper plain, he had been no longer visible to Calhoun upon the housetop. The underwood skirting the stream on the opposite side, and into which he had entered, was concealing him. What can the man be after? After putting this interrogatory to himself, and for about the 10th time, each with increasing emphasis, the composure of the ex-captain was still further disturbed by a sound that reached his ear, exceedingly like a plunge in the river. It was slight, but clearly the concussion of some hard substance brought in contact with water. "The stroke of an oar," muttered he on hearing it. "Is, by the holy Jehovah. He's got hold of the skiff, and's crossing over to the garden. What on earth can he be after?" The questioner did not intend staying on the housetop to determine. His thought was to slip silently downstairs, rouse the male members of the family, along with some of the servants, and attempt to capture the intruder by a clever ambuscade. He had raised his arm from the copestone and was in the act of stepping back from the parapet when his ear was saluted by another sound that caused him again to lean forward and look into the garden below. This new noise bore no resemblance to the stroke of an oar, nor did it proceed from the direction of the river. It was the creaking of a door as it turned upon its hinge, or, what is much the same, a casement window, while it came from below, almost directly underneath the spot where the listener stood. On craning over to ascertain the cause, he saw what blanched his cheeks to the whiteness of the moonlight that shone upon them, what sent the blood curdling through every corner of his heart. The casement that had been opened was that which belonged to the bed-chamber of his cousin Louise. He knew it. The lady herself was standing outside upon the steps that led to the level of the garden, her face turned downward, as if she was meditating a descent. Loosely attired in white, as though in the negligee of a robe de chambre, with only a small kerchief coiffed over her crown, she resembled some fair nymph of the night, some daughter of the moon, whom Luna delighted to surround with a silvery effulgence. Calhoun reasoned rapidly. He could not do otherwise than connect her appearance outside the casement with the advent of the man who was making his way across the river. And who could this man be? Who but Maurice the mustanger? A clandestine meeting, and by appointment. There could be no doubt of it, and if there had, it would have been dissolved at seeing the white-robed figure glide noiselessly down the stone steps and along the gravelled walks, till it at length disappeared among the trees that shadowed the mooring place of the skiff. Like one paralyzed with a powerful stroke, the ex-captain continued for some time upon the azotea, speechless and without motion. It was only after the white drapery had disappeared, and he heard the low murmur of voices rising from among the trees, that he was stimulated to resolve upon some course of proceeding. He thought no longer of awaking the inmates of the house, at least not then. Better first to be himself the sole witness of his cousin's disgrace, and then. In short, he was not in a state of mind to form any definite plan, and acting solely under the blind stimulus of a fell instinct, he hurried down the escalera and made his way through the house and out into the garden. He felt feeble as he pressed forward. His legs had tottered under him while descending the stone steps. They did the same as he glided along the gravelled walk. They continued to tremble as he crouched behind the tree trunk that hindered him from being seen, while playing spectator of a scene that afflicted him to the utmost depths of his soul. He heard their vows, their mutual confessions of love, the determination of the mustanger to be gone by the break of the morrow's day, as also his promise to return, and the revelation to which that promise led. With bitter chagrin, he heard how this determination was combated by Louise, and the reasons why she at length appeared to consent to it. He was witness to that final and rapturous embrace that caused him to strike his foot nervously against the pebbles and make that noise that had scared the cicadas into silence. Why at that moment did he not spring forward, put a termination to the intolerable tête-à-tête, and with a blow of his bowie knife lay his rival low at his own feet and that of his mistress? Why had he not done this at the beginning, for to him there needed no further evidence than the interview itself to prove that his cousin had been dishonored? There was a time when he would not have been so patient. What, then, was the punctilio that restrained him? Was it the presence of that piece of perfect mechanism that, with a sheen of steel, glistened upon the person of his rival, and which under the bright moonbeams could be distinguished as a Colt's six-shooter? Perhaps it may have been. At all events, despite the terrible temptation to which his soul was submitted, something not only hindered him from taking an immediate vengeance, but in the mid-moments of that maddening spectacle, the final embrace prompted him to turn away from the spot, and with an earnestness even keener than he had yet exhibited, hurry back in the direction of the house, leaving the lovers, still unconscious of having been observed, to bring their sweet interview to an ending, sure to be procrastinated. Chapter 34. A chivalrous dictation. Where went Cassius Calhoun? Certainly not to his own sleeping room. There was no sleep for a spirit suffering like his. He went not there, but to the chamber of his cousin. Not hers, now untenanted, with its couch unoccupied, its coverlet undisturbed, but to that of her brother, young Henry Poindexter. He went direct as crooked corridors would permit him in haste, without waiting to avail himself of the assistance of a candle. It was not needed. The moonbeams penetrating through the open bars of the Reja filled the chamber with light sufficient for his purpose. They disclosed the outlines of the apartment, with its simple furniture, a washstand, a dressing table, a couple of chairs, and a bed with mosquito curtains. Under those last was the youth reclining, in that sweet silent slumber experienced only by the innocent. His finely formed head rested calmly upon the pillow, over which lay scattered a profusion of shining curls. As Calhoun lifted the muslin bar, the moonbeams fell upon his face, displaying its outlines of the manliest aristocratic type. What a contrast between those two sets of features, brought into such close proximity. Both physically handsome, but morally as Hyperion to the satyr. "Awake, Harry, awake," was the abrupt salutation extended to the sleeper, accompanied by a violent shaking of his shoulder. "Oh, you Cousin Cash? What is it? Not the Indiana, I hope? Worse than that. Worse. Worse. Quick. Rouse yourself and see. Quick, or it will be too late. Quick, and be the witness of your own disgrace, the dishonor of your house. Quick, or the name of Poindexter will be the laughingstock of Texas." After such summons there could be no inclination for sleep, at least on the part of a Poindexter, and at a single bound, the youngest representative of the family cleared the mosquito curtains, and stood upon his feet in the middle of the floor, in an attitude of speechless astonishment. "Don't wait to dress," cried his excited counselor. "Stay, you may put on your pants. Damn the clothes. There's no time for standing upon trifles. Quick, quick." The simple costume the young planter was accustomed to wear, consisting of trousers and Creole blouse of Atticapa's cottonade, were adjusted to his person in less than 20 seconds of time, and in 20 more, obedient to the command of his cousin, without understanding why he had been so unceremoniously summoned forth, he was hurrying along the graveled walks of the garden. "What is it, Cash?" he inquired, as soon as the latter showed signs of coming to a stop. "What does it all mean? See for yourself. Stand close to me. Look through yonder opening in the trees that leads down to the place where your skiff is kept. Do you see anything there?" "Something white. It looks like a woman's dress." "It is that. It's a woman." "It is a woman. Who do you suppose she is?" "I can't tell." "Who do you say she is?" "There's another figure, a dark one by her side." "It appears to be a man?" "It is a man. And who do you suppose he is?" "How should I know, Cousin Cash? Do you?" "I do. That man is Maurice the mustanger." "And the woman?" "Is Louise, your sister, in his arms." As if a shot had struck him through the heart, the brother bounded upward, and then onward along the path. "Stay," said Calhoun, catching hold of and restraining him. "You forget that you are unarmed. The fellow, I know, has weapons upon him. Take this and this," continued he, passing his own knife and pistol into the hands of his cousin. "I should have used them myself long ere this, but I thought it better that you, her brother, should be the avenger of your sister's wrongs. On, my boy. See that you don't hurt her, but take care not to lose the chance at him. Don't give him a word of warning. As soon as they are separated, send a bullet into his belly, and if all 6 should fail, go at him with the knife. I'll stay near and take care of you, if you should get into danger. Now, steal upon him and give the scoundrel hell." It needed not this blasphemous injunction to inspire Henry Poindexter to hasty action. The brother of a sister, a beautiful sister, erring, undone. In 6 seconds he was by her side, confronting her supposed seducer. "Lo, villain," he cried, "unclasp your loathsome arm from the waist of my sister. Louise, stand aside, and give me a chance of killing him. Aside, sister, aside, I say." Had the command been obeyed, it is probable that Maurice Gerald would at that moment have ceased to exist, unless he had found heart to kill Henry Poindexter, which, experienced as he was in the use of his 6-shooter, and prompt in its manipulation, he might have done. Instead of drawing the pistol from its holster, or taking any steps for defense, he appeared only desirous of disengaging himself from the fair arms still clinging around him, and for whose owner he alone felt alarm. For Henry to fire at the supposed betrayer was to risk taking his sister's life, and, restrained by the fear of this, he paused before pulling trigger. That pause produced a crisis favorable to the safety of all three. The Creole girl, with a quick perception of the circumstances, suddenly released her lover from the protecting embrace, and almost in the same instant, threw her arms around those of her brother. She knew there was nothing to be apprehended from the pistol of Maurice. Henry alone had to be held doing mischief. "Go, go!" she shouted to the former, while struggling to restrain the infuriated youth. "My brother is deceived by appearances. Leave me to explain. Away, Maurice, away." "Henry Poindexter," said the young Irishman, as he turned to obey the friendly command. "I am not the sort of villain you have been pleased to pronounce me. Give me but time, and I shall prove that your sister has formed a truer estimate of my character than either her father, brother, or cousin. I claim but 6 months. If at the end of that time I do not show myself worthy of her confidence, her love, then shall I make you welcome to shoot me at sight, as you would the cowardly coyote that chanced to cross your track. Till then, I bid you adieu." Henry's struggle to escape from his sister's arms, perhaps stronger than his own, grew less energetic as he listened to these words. They became feebler and feebler, at length ceasing when a plunge in the river announced that the midnight intruder into the enclosed grounds of Casa del Corvo was on his way back to the wild prairies he had chosen for his home. It was the first time he had recrossed the river in that primitive fashion. On the 2 previous occasions he had passed over in the skiff, which had been drawn back to its moorings by a delicate hand, the tow rope consisting of that tiny lazo that had formed part of the caparison presented along with the spotted mustang. "Brother, you are wronging him. Indeed you are wronging him," were the words of expostulation that followed close upon his departure. "Oh, Henry, dearest Hal, if you but knew how noble he is. So far from desiring to do me an injury, 'tis only this moment he has been disclosing a plan to prevent scandal, I mean to make me happy. Believe me, brother, he is a gentleman. And if he were not, if only the common man you take him for, I could not help what I have done, I could not, for I love him. Louise, tell me the truth. Speak to me, not as to your brother, but as to your own self. From what I have this night seen, more than from your own words, I know that you love this man. Has he taken advantage of your unfortunate passion? No, no, no. As I live, he has not. He is too noble for that. Even had I Henry, he is innocent. If there be cause for regret, I alone am to blame. Why, oh brother, why did you insult him? Have I done so? You have, Henry, rudely, grossly. I shall go after and apologize. If you speak truly, sister, I owe him that much. I shall go this instant. I liked him from the first, you know I did. I could not believe him capable of a cowardly act. I can't now. Sister, come back into the house with me. And now, dearest Lou, you had better go to bed. As for me, I shall be off instanter to the hotel, where I may still hope to overtake him. I cannot rest till I have made reparation for my rudeness. So spoke the forgiving brother, and gently leading his sister by the hand, with thoughts of compassion, but not the slightest trace of anger, he hastily returned to the hacienda, intending to go after the young Irishman, and apologize for the use of words that, under the circumstances, might have been deemed excusable. As the two disappeared within the doorway, a third figure, hitherto crouching among the shrubbery, was seen to rise erect and follow them up the stone steps. This last was their cousin, Cassius Calhoun. He, too, had thoughts of going after the mustanger. Chapter 35. An uncourteous host. The chicken-hearted fool. Fool myself, to have trusted to such a hope. I might have known she'd cajole the young calf, and let the scoundrel escape. I could have shot him from behind the tree, dead as a drowned rat, and without risking anything, even disgrace. Not a particle of risk. Uncle Woodley would have thanked me. The whole settlement would have said I had done right. My cousin, a young lady, betrayed by a common scamp, a horse, traitor, who would have said a word against it? Such a chance. Why have I missed it? Death and the devil, it may not trump up again. Such were the reflections of the ex-captain of cavalry, while at some paces' distance following his two cousins on their return to the hacienda. "I wonder," muttered he, on re-entering the patio, "whether the blubbering baby be in earnest, going after to apologize to the man who has made a fool of his sister. Ha, ha! It would be a good joke were it not too serious to be laughed at. He is in earnest, else why that row in the stable? 'Tis he bringing but his horse. It is, by the Almighty." The door of the stable, as is customary in Mexican haciendas, opened upon the paved patio. It was standing ajar, but just as Calhoun turned his eye upon it, a man coming from the inside pushed it wide open and then stepped over the threshold, with a saddled horse following close after him. The man had a Panama hat upon his head and a cloak thrown loosely around his shoulders. This did not hinder Calhoun from recognizing his cousin Henry, as also the dark brown horse that belonged to him. "Fool! So you've let him off?" spitefully muttered the ex-captain as the other came within whispering distance. "Give me back my bowie and pistol. They're not toys suited to such delicate fingers as yours. Bah! Why did you not use them as I told you? You've made a mess of it." "I have," tranquilly responded the young planter. "I know it. I've insulted, and grossly too, a noble fellow." "Insulted a noble fellow? Ha, ha, ha! You're mad, by heavens, you're mad. I should have been had I followed your counsel, cousin Cash. Fortunately, I did not go so far. I have done enough to deserve being called worse than fool, though perhaps under the circumstances, I may obtain forgiveness for my fault. At all events, I intend to try for it, and without losing time." "Where are you going?" "After Maurice the mustanger to apologize to him for my misconduct." "Misconduct? Ha, ha, ha! Surely you are joking?" "No, I'm in earnest. If you come along with me, you shall see." "Then I say again you are mad. Not only mad, but a damned natural-born idiot. You are, by Jesus Christ and General Jackson." "You're not very polite, cousin Cash, though after the language I've been lately using myself, I might excuse you. Perhaps you will, one day, imitate me, and make amends for your rudeness." Without adding another word, the young gentleman, one of the somewhat rare types of southern chivalry, sprang to his saddle, gave the word to his horse, and rode hurriedly through the saguan. Calhoun stood upon the stones till the footfall of the horse became but faintly distinguishable in the distance. Then, as if acting under some sudden impulse, he hurried along the veranda to his own room, entered it, reappeared in a rough overcoat, crossed back to the stable, went in, came out again with his own horse saddled and bridled, led the animal along the pavement, as gently as if he was stealing him, and once outside upon the turf, sprang upon his back, and rode rapidly away. For a mile or more he followed the same road that had been taken by Henry Poindexter. It could not have been with any idea of overtaking the latter, since, long before, the hoofstrokes of Henry's horse had ceased to be heard, and proceeding at a slower pace, Calhoun did not ride as if he cared about catching up with his cousin. He had taken the upriver road. When about midway between Casa del Corvo and the fort, he reined up, and after scrutinizing the chaparral around him, struck off by a bridle path leading back toward the bank of the river. As he turned into it, he might have been heard muttering to himself. "A chance still left, a good one, though not so cheap as the other. It will cost me $1,000. What of that, so long as I get rid of this Irish curse, who has poisoned every hour of my existence?" If true to his promise, he takes the route to his home by an early hour in the morning. What time, I wonder? These men of the prairies call it late rising, if they be abed till daybreak. Never mind. There is yet time for the coyote to get before him on the road. I know that. It must be the same as we followed to the Wild Horse Prairies. He spoke of his hut upon the Alamo. That's the name of the creek where we had our picnic. The hovel cannot be far from there. The Mexican must know the place, or the trail leading to it, which last will be sufficient for his purpose and mine. A fig for the shanty itself. The owner may never reach it. There may be Indians upon the road. There must be, before daybreak in the morning. As Calhoun concluded this string of strange reflections, he had arrived at the door of another shanty, that of the Mexican mustanger. The jacale was the goal of his journey. Having slipped out of his saddle and knotted his bridle to a branch, he set foot upon the threshold. The door was standing wide open. From the inside proceeded a sound, easily identified as the snore of a slumberer. It was not as of one who sleeps either tranquilly or continuously. At short intervals it was interrupted now by silent pauses, anon by hog-like gruntings, interspersed with profane words, not perfectly pronounced, but slurred from a thick tongue, over which, but a short while before, must have passed a stupendous quantity of alcohol. Carambo, caray, carajo, chingara, mil diablos, mingled with more, perhaps less, reverential exclamations of Sangre de Cristo, Jesus, Santísima Virgen, Santa Maria, Dios, Madre de Dios, and the like, were uttered inside the jacale, as if the speaker was engaged in an apostrophic conversation with all the principal characters of the popish pantheon. Calhoun paused upon the threshold and listened. "Maldito," muttered the sleeper, concluding the exclamation with a hiccup. Buenos novedades, good news por sangre Cristo, si snor americano, novedades spurbos, los indios cocomanches on the war trail el rastro de guerra, God bless the cocomanches. "The brute's drunk," said his visitor, mechanically speaking aloud. "Hala snore," exclaimed the owner of the jacale, aroused to a state of semi-consciousness by the sound of a human voice. "Quien lama, who has the honor, that is, have I the happiness, I, Miguel Diaz el Cocoyote, as the leperos call me. Ha, ha, coyote. Bah, what's in a name? Yours, snore? Mil demonios, who are you?" Partially raising himself from his reed couch, the inebriate remained for a short time in a sitting attitude, glaring, half interrogatively, half unconsciously, at the individual whose voice had intruded itself into his drunken dreams. The unsteady examination lasted only for a score of seconds. Then the owner of the jacale, with an unintelligible speech, subsided into a recumbent position, when a savage grunt, succeeded by a prolonged snore, proved him to have become oblivious to the fact that his domicile contained a guest. "Another chance lost," said the latter, hissing the words through his teeth as he turned disappointedly from the door. "A sober fool and a drunken knave, two precious tools wherewith to accomplish a purpose like mine. Curse the luck. All this night it's been against me. It may be 3 long hours before this pig sleeps off the swill that has stupefied him. 3 long hours, and then what would be the use of him? 'Twould be too late. Too late." As he said this, he caught the rein of his bridle and stood by the head of his horse, as if uncertain what course to pursue. "No use my staying here. It might be daybreak before the damned liquor gets out of his skull. I may as well go back to the hacienda and wait there, or else. The alternative that at this crisis presented itself was nor spoken aloud. Whatever it may have been, it had the effect of terminating the hesitancy that living over him and stirring him to immediate action. Roughly tearing his rein from the branch and passing it over his horse's head, he sprang into the saddle and rode off from the jacale in a direction the very opposite to that in which he had approached it. Chapter 36. 3 travelers on the same track. No one can deny that a ride upon a smooth turfed prairie is one of the most positive pleasures of sublunary existence. No one will deny it, who has had the good fortune to experience the delightful sensation. With a spirited horse between your thighs, a well-stocked valise strapped to the cantle of your saddle, a flask of French brandy slung handy over the horn, and a plethoric cigar case protruding from under the flap of your pistol holster, you may set forth upon a day's journey, without much fear of feeling weary by the way. A friend riding by your side like yourself, alive to the beauties of nature, and sensitive to its sublimities, will make the ride, though long and otherwise arduous, a pleasure to be remembered for many, many years. If that friend chance to be some fair creature, upon whom you have fixed your affections, then will you experience a delight to remain in your memory forever. Ah, if all prairie travelers were to be favored with such companionship, the wilderness of western Texas would soon become crowded with tourists. The Great Plains would cease to be pathless. The savannas would swarm with snobs. It is better as it is. As it is, you may launch yourself upon the prairie, and once beyond the precincts of the settlement from which you have started, unless you keep to the customary road, indicated only by the hoofprints of half a dozen horsemen who have preceded you, you may ride on for hours, days, weeks, months, perhaps a whole year, without encountering aught that bears the slightest resemblance to yourself or the image in which you have been made. Only those who have traversed the great plain of Texas can form a true estimate of its illimitable vastness, impressing the mind with sensations similar to those we feel in the contemplation of infinity. In some sense may the mariner comprehend my meaning. Just as a ship may cross the Atlantic Ocean and in tracks most frequented by sailing craft, without sighting a single sail, so upon the prairies of southwestern Texas, the traveler may journey on for months amid a solitude that seems eternal. Even the ocean itself does not give such an impression of endless space. Moving in its midst, you perceive no change, no sign to tell you are progressing. The broad circular surface of azure blue, with the concave hemisphere of a tint but a few shades lighter, are always around and above you, seeming ever the same. You think they are so, and fancy yourself at rest in the center of a sphere and a circle. You are thus to some extent hindered from having a clear conception of magnificent distances. On the prairie it is different. The landmarks there are such in the shape of mottets, mounds, trees, ridges, and rocks, constantly changing before your view, admonish you that you are passing through space, and this very knowledge imbues you with the idea of vastness. It is rare for the prairie traveler to contemplate such scenes alone, rarer still upon the plains of southwestern Texas. In twos at least, but oftener in companies of 10 or a score, go they whose need it is to tempt the perils of that wilderness claimed by the Comanches as ancestral soil. For all this, a solitary traveler may at times be encountered, for on the same night that witnessed the tender and stormy scenes in the garden of Casa del Corvo, no less than 3 such made the crossing of the plain that stretches southwestward from the banks of the Leona River. Just at the time that Calhoun was making his discontented departure from the jacal of the Mexican mustanger, the foremost of these nocturnal travelers was clearing the outskirts of the village, going in a direction which, if followed far enough, would conduct him to the Nueces River, or one of its tributary streams. It is scarcely necessary to say that he was on horseback. In Texas there are no pedestrians beyond the precincts of the town or plantation. The traveler in question bestrode a strong steed, whose tread, at once vigorous and elastic, proclaimed it capable of carrying its rider through a long journey, without danger of breaking down. Whether such a journey was intended could not have been told by the bearing of the traveler himself. He was equipped, as any Texan cavalier might have been, for a 10-mile ride perhaps to his own house. The lateness of the hour forbade the supposition that he could be going from it. The serape on his shoulders, somewhat carelessly hanging, might have been only put on to protect them against the dews of the night. But as there was no dew on that particular night, nor any outlying settlement in the direction he was heading to, the horseman was more like to have been a real traveler, en route for some distant point upon the prairies. For all this he did not appear to be in haste, or uneasy as to the hour at which he might reach his destination. On the contrary, he seemed absorbed in some thought that linked itself with the past, sufficiently engrossing to render him unobservant of outward objects and negligent in the management of his horse. The latter, with the rein lying loosely upon his neck, was left to take his own way, though instead of stopping or straying, he kept steadily on, as if over ground oft-trodden before. Thus, leaving the animal to its own guidance, and pressing it neither with whip nor spur, the traveler rode tranquilly over the prairie, till lost to view not by the intervention of any object, but solely through the dimness of the light, where the moon became misty in the far distance. Almost on the instant of his disappearance, and as if the latter had been taken for a cue, a second horseman spurred out from the suburbs of the village, and proceeded along the same path. From the fact of his being habited in a fashion to defend him against the chill air of the night, he too might have been taken for a traveler. A cloak clasped across his breast hung over his shoulders, its ample skirts draping backward to the hips of his horse. Unlike the horseman who had preceded him, he showed signs of haste, plying both whip and spur as he pressed on. He appeared intent on overtaking someone. It might be the individual whose form had just faded out of sight. This was all the more probable from the style of his equitation, at short intervals bending forward in his saddle, and scanning the horizon before him, as if expecting to see some form outlined above the line of the sky. Continuing to advance in this peculiar fashion, he also disappeared from view exactly at the same point, where his precursor had ceased to be visible to anyone whose gaze might have been following him from the fort or village. An odd contingency, if such it were, that just at that very instant a third horseman rode forth from the outskirts of the little Texan town, and like the other two, continued advancing in a direct line across the prairie. He also was costumed as if for a journey. A blanket coat of scarlet color shrouded most of his person from sight, its ample skirts spread over his thighs, half concealing a short Jaeger rifle, strapped aslant along the flap of his saddle. Like the foremost of the three, he exhibited no signs of a desire to move rapidly along the road. He was proceeding at a slow pace, even for a traveler. For all that, his manner betokened a state of mind far from tranquil, and in this respect he might be likened to the horseman who had more immediately preceded him. But there was an essential difference between the actions of the two men. Whereas the cloaked cavalier appeared desirous of overtaking someone in advance, he in the red blanket coat seemed altogether to occupy himself in reconnoitering towards his rear. At intervals he would slew himself round in the stirrups, sometimes half-turn his horse, and scan the track over which he had passed, all the while listening, as though he expected to hear someone who should be coming after him. Still keeping up this singular surveillance, he likewise in due time reached the point of disappearance, without having overtaken anyone or been himself overtaken. Though at nearly equal distances apart while making the passage of the prairie, not one of the three horsemen was within sight of either of the others. The second, halfway between the other two, was beyond reach of the vision of either, as they were beyond his. At the same glance no eye could have taken in all three or any two of them, unless it had been that of the great Texan owl perched upon the summit of some high eminence, or the whip-poor-will soaring still higher in pursuit of the moon-loving moth. An hour later, and at a point of the prairie 10 miles farther from Fort Inge, the relative positions of the three travelers had undergone a considerable change. The foremost was just entering into a sort of alley or gap in the chaparral forest, which here extended right and left across the plain, far as the eye could trace it. The alley might have been likened to a strait in the sea, its smooth turfed surface contrasting with the darker foliage of the bordering thickets, as water with dry land. It was illumined throughout a part of its length, a half-mile or so, the moon showing at its opposite extremity. Beyond this, the dark tree line closed it in, where it angled round into somber shadow. Before entering the alley, the foremost of the trio of travelers, and for the first time exhibited signs of hesitation. He reined up, and for a second or two sate in his saddle regarding the ground before him. His attention was altogether directed to the opening through the trees in his front. He made no attempt at reconnoitering his rear. His scrutiny, from whatever cause, was of short continuance. Seemingly satisfied, he muttered an injunction to his horse, and rode onward into the gap. Though he saw not him, he was seen by the cavalier in the cloak, following upon the same track, and now scarce half a mile behind. The latter, on beholding him, gave utterance to a slight exclamation. It was joyful, nevertheless, as if he was gratified by the prospect of at length overtaking the individual whom he had been for 10 miles so earnestly pursuing. Spurring his horse to a still more rapid pace, he also entered the opening, but only in time to get a glimpse of the other, just passing under the shadow of the trees, at the point where the avenue angled. Without hesitation he rode after, soon disappearing at the same place, and in a similar manner. It was a longer interval before the third and hindmost of the horsemen approached the pass that led through the chaparral. He did approach it, however, but instead of riding into it, as the others had done, he turned off at an angle towards the edge of the timber, and, after leaving his horse among the trees, crossed a corner of the thicket and came out into the opening on foot. Keeping along it to all appearance still more solicitous about something that might be in his rear than anything that was in front of him, he at length arrived at the shadowy turning where, like the two others, he abruptly disappeared in the darkness. An hour elapsed, during which the nocturnal voices of the chaparral that had been twice temporarily silenced by the hoofstroke of a horse, and once by the footsteps of a man, had kept up their choral cries by 1,000 stereotyped repetitions. Then there came a further interruption, more abrupt in its commencement, and of longer continuance. It was caused by a sound very different from that made by the passage of either horseman or pedestrian over the prairie turf. It was the report of a gun, quick, sharp, and clear, the spang that denotes the discharge of a rifle. As to the authoritative wave of the conductor's baton, the orchestra yields instant obedience. So did the prairie minstrels simultaneously take their cue from that abrupt detonation that inspired one and all of them with a peculiar awe. The tiger cat mauling in the midst of the chaparral, the coyote howling along its skirts, even the jaguar, who need not fear any forest foe that might approach him, acknowledged his dread of that quick, sharp explosion, to him unexplainable, by instantly discontinuing his cries. As no other sound succeeded the shot, neither the groan of a wounded man, nor the scream of a stricken animal, the jaguar soon recovered confidence, and once more essayed to frighten the denizens of the thicket with his hoarse growling. Friends and enemies, birds, beasts, insects, and reptiles, disregarding his voice in the distance, reassumed the thread of their choral strain until the chaparral was restored to its normal noisy condition, when two individuals standing close together can only hold converse by speaking in the highest pitch of their voices. Chapter 37. A Man Missing. The breakfast bell of Casa del Corvo had sounded its second and last summons, preceded by a still earlier signal from a horn intended to call in the stragglers from remote parts of the plantation. The field hands laboring near had collected around the quarter, and in groups, squatted upon the grass or seated upon stray logs, were discussing their diet, by no means spare of hog and hominy cornbread and corn coffee, with a jocosity that proclaimed a keen relish of these, their ordinary comestibles. The planter's family assembled in the sala were about to begin breakfast, when it was discovered that one of its members was missing. Henry was the absent one. At first there was but little notice taken of the circumstance, only the conjecture that he would shortly make his appearance. As several minutes passed without his coming in, the planter quietly observed that it was rather strange of Henry to be behind time, and wonder where he could be. The breakfast of the southwestern American is usually a well-appointed meal. It is eaten at a fixed hour and table-d'hôte fashion, all the members of the family meeting at the table. This habit is exacted by a sort of necessity, arising out of the nature of some of the viands peculiar to the country, many of which, as Virginia biscuit, buckwheat cakes, and waffles, are only relished coming fresh from the fire, so that the hour when breakfast is being eaten in the dining room is that in which the cook is broiling her skin in the kitchen. As the laggard or late riser may have to put up with cold biscuit and no waffles or buckwheat cakes, there are few such on a southern plantation. Considering this custom, it was somewhat strange that Henry Poindexter had not yet put in an appearance. "Where can the boy be?" asked his father, for the fourth time, in that tone of mild conjecture that scarce calls for reply. None was made by either of the other two guests at the table. Louise only gave expression to a similar conjecture. For all that, there was a strangeness in her glance, as in the tone of her voice, that might have been observed by one closely scrutinizing her features. It could scarce be caused by the absence of her brother from the breakfast table. The circumstance was too trifling to call up an emotion, and clearly at that moment was she subject to one. What was it? No one put the inquiry. Her father did not notice anything odd in her look, much less Calhoun, who was himself markedly laboring to conceal some disagreeable thought under the guise of an assumed naivete. Ever since entering the room he had maintained a studied silence, keeping his eyes averted, instead of, according to his usual custom, constantly straying towards his cousin. He sate nervously in his chair, and once or twice might have been seen to start as a servant entered the room. Beyond doubt he was under the influence of some extraordinary agitation. "Very strange Henry not being here to his breakfast," remarked the planter, for about the 10th time. "Surely he is not abed till this hour? No, he never lies so late. And yet if abroad, he couldn't be at such a distance as not to have heard the horn. He may be in his room? It is just possible. Pluto. Ho, d'ye call me, Mass Woodley? Ease here." The sable coachee, acting as table waiter, was in the sala, hovering around the chairs. "Go to Henry's sleeping room. If he's there, tell him we're at breakfast, half through with it. He no dar, Masses Woodley." "You have been to his room?" Ho? Yes. Dat eyes no been to de room itsef, but I's been to de table to look at her Massa Henry hoss, and gib him fodder and corn. Ho ho. Dat same ola hoss he ain't dar, nor hant a been all up dis mornin'. I wore up by de fuss screek ob day. No hoss dar, no saddle, no bridle, and ob coas no Massa Henry. Ho ho, he been and gone out for and be were Tyran bout to place. Are you sure? Asked the planter, seriously stirred by the intelligence. Sadden, shoe, Mass Woodley. Dar's no hoss doings in dat air table, seppin de sorrel ob Massa Cahoon. Spotty am in de closure outside. Massa Henry hoss ain't noha. It don't follow that Master Henry himself is not in his room. Go instantly, and see. Ho, ho. Ease go on de instum, masser, but for all dat dis child no spec find de young genlum dar. Ho, ho, Weber de ola hosam. Dar Masser Henry am too. There's something strange in all this, pursued the planter, as Pluto shuffled out of the sala. Henry from home and at night too. Where can he have gone? I can't think of anyone he would be visiting at such unseasonable hours. He must have been out all night, or very early, according to the nigger's account. At the port, I suppose, with those young fellows. Not at the tavern, I hope. Oh, no, he wouldn't go there, interposed Calhoun, who appeared as much mystified by the absence of Henry as was Poindexter himself. He refrained, however, from suggesting any explanation, or saying aught of the scenes to which he had been witness on the preceding night. It is to be hoped he knows nothing of it, reflected the young Creole. If not, it may still remain a secret between brother and myself. I think I can manage Henry. But why is he still absent? I've sate up all night waiting for him. He must have overtaken Maurice, and they have fraternized. I hope so, even though the tavern may have been the scene of their reconciliation. Henry is not much given to dissipation, but after such a burst of passion, followed by his sudden repentance, he may have strayed from his usual habits. Who could blame him if he has? There can be little harm in it, since he has gone astray in good company. How far the string of reflections might have extended it is not easy to say, since it did not reach its natural ending. It was interrupted by the reappearance of Pluto, whose important air as he re-entered the room proclaimed him the bearer of eventful tidings. "Well," cried his master, without waiting for him to speak, "is he there?" "No, Mass Woodley," replied the black, in a voice that betrayed a large measure of emotion. "He are not dar. Massa Henry am not. But, he hesitatingly continued, "Dis child grieved to say dat him hoss am dar." "His horse there? Not in his sleeping room, I suppose?" "No, massa, nor in de table neither, but out da, by de big gate." "His horse at the gate? And why, pray, do you grieve about that?" "Because, Mass Woodley, because de hoss, dat am Massa Henry hoss, because de animal." "Speak out, you stammering nigger. What because? I suppose the horse has his head upon him? Or is it his tail that is missing?" "Ah, Mass Woodley, dis nigger fear dat am missin' wuss dan either him head or him tail. Ease fear dat de ola hos hab loss him rider." "What? Henry thrown from his horse? Nonsense, Pluto. My son is too good a rider for that. Impossible that he should have been pitched out of the saddle, impossible." "Ho, ho, I don't say he wore frown out ob de saddle. Goramity, I fear de trouble wuss dan dat. Oh dear old massa, I tell you no mo. Come to de gate ob du Hashashanti, and Sifo Yusef." By this time, the impression conveyed by Pluto's speech, much more by his manner, notwithstanding its ambiguity, had become sufficiently alarming, and not only the planter himself, but his daughter and nephew, hastily forsaking their seats, and preceded by the sable coachman, made their way to the outside gate of the hacienda. A sight was there awaiting them, calculated to inspire all three with the most terrible apprehensions. A Negro man, one of the field slaves of the plantation, stood holding a horse that was saddled and bridled. The animal, wet with the dews of the night, and having been evidently uncared for in any stable, was snorting and stamping the ground, as if but lately escaped from some scene of excitement in which he had been compelled to take part. He was speckled with a color darker than that of the dewdrops, darker than his own coat of bay brown. The spots scattered over his shoulders, the streaks that ran parallel with the downward direction of his limbs, the blotches showing conspicuously on the saddle flaps, were all of the color of coagulated blood. Blood had caused them spots, streaks, and blotches. Whence came that horse? From the prairies. The Negro had caught him, on the outside plain, as, with the bridle trailing among his feet, he was instinctively straying towards the hacienda. To whom did he belong? The question was not asked. All present knew him to be the horse of Henry Poindexter. Nor did anyone ask whose blood bedaubed the saddle flaps. The three individuals most interested could think only of that one, who stood to them in the triple relationship of son, brother, and cousin. The dark red spots on which they were distractedly gazing had spurted from the veins of Henry Poindexter. They had no other thought. Chapter 38. The Avengers. Hastily, perhaps too truly, construing the sinister evidence, the half-frantic father leaped into the bloody saddle and galloped direct for the fort. Calhoun, upon his own horse, followed close after. The hue and cry soon spread abroad. Rapid riders carried it up and down the river, to the remotest plantations of the settlement. The Indians were out, and near at hand, reaping their harvest of scalps. That of young Poindexter was the first fruits of their sanguinary gleaning. Henry Poindexter, the noble, generous youth who had not an enemy in all Texas. Who but Indians could have spilled such innocent blood? Only the Comanches could have been so cruel. Among the horsemen, who came quickly together on the parade ground of Port Inge, no one doubted that the Comanches had done the deed. It was simply a question of how, when, and where. The blood drops pretty clearly, proclaimed the first. He who had shed them must have been shot or speared while sitting in his saddle. They were mostly on the offside, where they presented an appearance as if something had been slaked over them. This was seen both on the shoulders of the horse and the flap of the saddle. Of course, it was the body of the rider as it slipped lifeless to the earth. There were some who spoke with equal certainty as to the time old frontiersmen experienced in such matters. According to them, the blood was scarce 10 hours old. In other words, must have been shed about 10 hours before. It was now noon. The murder must have been committed at 2 o'clock in the morning. The third query was, perhaps, the most important, at least now that the deed was done. Where had it been done? Where was the body to be found? After that, where should the assassins be sought for? These were the questions discussed by the mixed council of settlers and soldiers hastily assembled at Port Inge, and presided over by the commandant of the fort, the afflicted father standing speechless by his side. The last was of special importance. There are 32 points in the compass of the prairies, as well as in that which guides the ocean wanderer, and therefore in any expedition going in search of a war party of Comanches, there would be 32 chances to 1 against its taking the right track. It mattered not that the home of these nomadic savages was in the west. That was a wide word, and signified anywhere within a semicircle of some hundreds of miles. Besides, the Indians were now upon the war trail and, in an isolated settlement such as that of the Leona, as likely to make their appearance from the east. More likely, indeed, since such is a common strategic trick of these astute warriors. To have ridden forth at random would have been sheer folly, with such odds against going the right way as 32 to 1. A proposal to separate the command into several parties and proceed in different directions met with little favor from anyone. It was directly negatived by the major himself. The murderers might be 1,000. The avengers were but the 10th of that number, consisting of some 50 dragoons who chanced to be in garrison, with about as many mounted civilians. The party must be kept together or run the risk of being attacked and perhaps cut off in detail. The argument was deemed conclusive. Even the bereaved father and cousin, who appeared equally the victim of a voiceless grief, consented to shape their course according to the counsels of the more prudent majority, backed by the authority of the major himself. It was decided that the searchers should proceed in a body. In what direction? This still remained the subject of discussion. The thoughtful captain of infantry now became a conspicuous figure, by suggesting that some inquiry should be made as to what direction had been last taken by the man who was supposed to be murdered. Who last saw Henry Poindexter? His father and cousin were first appealed to. The former had last seen his son at the supper table, and supposed him to have gone thence to his bed. The answer of Calhoun was less direct, and, perhaps, less satisfactory. He had conversed with his cousin at a later hour, and had bidden him good night, under the impression that he was retiring to his room. Why was Calhoun concealing what had really occurred? Why did he refrain from giving a narration of that garden scene to which he had been witness? Was it that he feared humiliation by disclosing the part he had himself played? Whatever was the reason, the truth was shunned, and an answer given, the sincerity of which was suspected by more than one who listened to it. The evasiveness might have been more apparent had there been any reason for suspicion, or had the bystanders been allowed longer time to reflect upon it. While the inquiry was going on, light came in from a quartet hitherto unthought of. The landlord of the Rough and Ready, who had come uncalled to the council after forcing his way through the crowd, proclaimed himself willing to communicate some facts worth their hearing, in short, the very facts they were endeavoring to find out, when Henry Poindexter had been last seen, and what the direction he had taken. Oberdoffer's testimony, delivered in a semi-Teutonic tongue, was to the effect that Maurice the mustanger, who had been staying at his hotel ever since his fight with Captain Calhoun, had that night ridden out at a late hour, as he had done for several nights before. He had returned to the hotel at a still later hour, and finding it open on account of a party of bons vivants who had supped there, had done that which he had not done for a long time before, demanded his bill, and to old Duffer's astonishment, as the latter naively confessed, settled every cent of it. Where he had procured the money God only knew, or why he left the hotel in such a hurry. Oberdoffer himself only knew that he had left it, and taken all his traps along with him, just as he was in the habit of doing whenever he went off upon one of his horse-catching expeditions. On one of these the village Boniface supposed him to have gone. What had all this to do with the question before the council? Much indeed, though it did not appear till the last moment of his examination, when the witness revealed the more pertinent facts, that about 20 minutes after the mustanger had taken his departure from the hotel, Heinrich Poindexter knocked at the door, and inquired after Mr. Maurice Gerald, that on being told the latter was gone, as also the time and probable direction he had taken, the young gentleman rode off a quick pace, as if with the intention of overtaking him. This was all Mr. Oberdoffer knew of the matter, and all he could be expected to tell. The intelligence, though containing several points but ill understood, was nevertheless a guide to the expeditionary party. It furnished a sort of clue to the direction they ought to take. If the missing man had gone off with Maurice the mustanger, or after him, he should be looked for on the road the latter himself would be likely to have taken. Did anyone know where the horse hunter had his home? No one could state the exact locality, though there were several who believed it was somewhere among the headwaters of the Nueces, on a creek called the Alamo. To the Alamo, then, did they determine upon proceeding in quest of the missing man, or his dead body perhaps, also to find that of Maurice the mustanger, and at the same time avenge upon the savage assassins 2 murders instead of 1. Chapter 39. The Pool of Blood. Notwithstanding its number larger than usual for a party of borderers merely in search of a strayed neighbor, the expedition pursued its way with considerable caution. There was reason. The Indians were upon the war trail. Scouts were sent out in advance, and professed trackers employed to pick up and interpret the sign. On the prairie, extending nearly 10 miles to the westward of the Leona, no trail was discovered. The turf, hard and dry, only showed the tracks of a horse when going in a gallop. None such were seen along the route. At 10 miles distance from the fort, the plain is traversed by a tract of chaparral running northwest and southeast. It is a true Texan jungle, laced by lianas, and almost impenetrable for man and horse. Through this jungle, directly opposite the fort, there is an opening, through which passes a path, the shortest that leads to the headwaters of the Nueces. It is a sort of natural avenue among the trees that stand closely crowded on each side, but refrain from meeting. It may be artificial, some old war trail of the Comanches, erst trodden by their expeditionary parties on the maraud to Tamaulipas, Coahuila, or New Leon. The trackers knew that it conducted to the Alamo, and, therefore guided the expedition into it. Shortly after entering among the trees, one of the latter, who had gone afoot in the advance, was seen standing by the edge of the thicket, as if waiting to announce some recently discovered fact. "What is it?" demanded the major, spurring ahead of the others and riding up to the tracker. "Sign? Aye, that there is, Major, and plenty of it. Look there. In that bit of soddish ground you see. The tracks of a horse." "Of 2 horses, Major," said the man, correcting the officer with an air of deference. "True, there are 2. Farther on they become 4, though they're all made by the same 2 horses. They have gone up this open in a bit, and come back again. Well, Spangler, my good fellow, what do you make of it?" "Not much," replied Spangler, who was one of the paid scouts of the cantonment. "Not much of that. I haven't been far enough up the opening to make out what it means, only far enough to know that a man has been murdered." "What proof have you of what you say? Is there a dead body?" "No, not as much as the little finger, not even a hair of the head, so far as I can see." "What then?" "Blood, a regular pool of it, enough to have cleared out the carcass of a Hull buffalo. Come and see for yourself. But," continued the scout in a muttered undertone, "if you wish me to follow up the sign as it ought to be done, you'll order the others to stay back, especially them as are now nearest you." This observation appeared to be more particularly pointed at the planter and his nephew, as the tracker, on making it, glanced furtively towards both. "By all means," replied the major. "Yes, Spangler, you shall have every facility for your work. Gentlemen, may I request you to remain where you are for a few minutes? My tracker, here, has to go through a performance that requires him to have the ground to himself. He can only take me along with him." Of course, the major's request was a command, courteously conveyed, to men who were not exactly his subordinates. It was obeyed, however, just as if they had been, and one and all kept their places, while the officer, following his scout, rode away from the ground. About 50 yards further on, Spangler came to a stand. "You see that, Major?" said he, pointing to the ground. "I should be blind if I didn't," replied the officer. "A pool of blood, as you say, big enough to have emptied the veins of a buffalo. If it has come from those of a man, I should say that whoever shed it is no longer in the land of the living." "Dead!" pronounced the tracker. "Dead before that blood had turned purple as it is now." "Whose do you think it is, Spangler?" "That of the man we're in search of, the son of the old gentleman down there. That's why I didn't wish him to come forward. He may as well know the worst. He must find it out in time." "True what you say, Major, but we had better first find out how the young fellow has come to be thrown in his tracks. That's what is puzzling me." "How? By the Indians, of course. The Comanches have done it." "Not a bit of it," rejoined the scout, with an air of confidence. "Who? Why do you say that, Spangler?" "Because, you see, if the Indians had been here, there would be 40 horse tracks instead of 4, and them made by only 2 horses. There's truth in that. It isn't likely a single Comanche would have had the daring, even to assassinate. No Comanche, Major. No Indian of any kind committed this murder. There are 2 horse tracks along the opening. As you see, both are shod, and they're the same that have come back again. Comanches don't ride shod horses, except when they've stolen them. Both these were ridden by white men. One set of the tracks has been made by a Mustang, though it was a big Un. The other is the hoof of an American horse. Going west, the Mustang was foremost. You can tell that by the overlap. Coming back, the States horse was in the lead, the other following him, though it's hard to say how far behind. I may be able to tell better. If we keep on to the place where both must have turned back, it can't be a great ways off." "Let us proceed thither, then," said the major. "I shall command the people to stay where they are." Having issued the command, in a voice loud enough to be heard by his following, the major rode away from the blood-stained spot, preceded by the tracker. For about 400 yards further on, the 2 sets of tracks were traceable, but by the eye of the major, only where the turf was softer under the shadow of the trees. So far, the scout said the horses had passed and returned in the order already declared by him. That is, the Mustang in the lead while proceeding westward, and in the rear while going in the opposite direction. At this point, the trail ended, both horses, as was already known, having returned on their own tracks. Before taking the back track, however, they had halted and stayed some time in the same place, under the branches of a spreading cottonwood. The turf, much trampled around the trunk of the tree, was evidence of this. The tracker got off his horse to examine it, and, stooping to the earth, carefully scrutinized the sign. "They've been here thigither," said he, after several minutes spent in his analysis, "and for some time, though neither's been out of the saddle. They've been on friendly terms, too, which makes it all the more unexplainable. They must have quarreled afterwards. If you are speaking the truth, Spangler, you must be a witch. How on earth can you know all that?" "By the sign, Major, by the sign. It's simple enough. I see the shoes of both horses lapping over each other a score of times, and in such a way that shows they must have been thigither. The animals, it might be, restless and moving about. As for the time, they've taken long enough to smoke a cigar apiece, close to the teeth too. Here are the stumps, not enough left to fill a fellow's pipe." The tracker, stooping as he spoke, picked up a brace of cigar stumps and handed them to the Major. "By the same token," he continued, "I conclude that the two horsemen, whoever they were, while under this tree could not have had any very hostile feelings, the one to the t'other. Men don't smoke in company with the design of cutting each other's throats or blowing out one another's brains the instant afterwards. The trouble between them must have come on after the cigars were smoked out. That it did come there can be no doubt. As sure, Major, as you're sittin' in your saddle, one of them has wiped out the other. I can only guess which has been wiped out, by the errand we're on. Poor Mr. Poindexter will never more see his son alive." "'Tis very mysterious," remarked the Major. "It is, by jingo. And the body, too, where can it be? That's what perplexes me most of all. If 't'had been Indians, I wouldn't have thought much o' its being missin'. They might have carried the man off with them to make a target of him, if only wounded, and if dead, to eat him maybe. But there's been no Indians here, not a redskin. Take my word for it, Major. One o' the two men who rid these horses has wiped out the other, and sartainly he have wiped him out in the literalest sense o' the word. What he's done with the body beats me, and perhaps only hisself can tell." "Most strange," exclaimed the Major, pronouncing the words with emphasis. "Most mysterious." "It's possible we may yet unravel some o' the mystery," pursued Spangler. "We must follow up the tracks of the horses after they started from this, that is, from where the deed was done. We may make something out of that. There's nothing more to be learnt here. We may as well go back, Major. Am I to tell him? Mr. Poindexter, you mean?" "Yes. You are convinced that his son is the man who has been murdered?" "Oh, no, not so much as that comes to. Only convinced that the horse the old gentleman is now riding is one of the two that's been over this ground last night. The State's horse, I feel sure. I have compared the tracks, and if young Poindexter was the man who was on his back, I fear there's not much chance for the poor fellow. It looks ugly that the other rid after him. Spangler, have you any suspicion as to who the other may be?" "Not a spark, Major. If 't'ad hadn't been for the tale of old Duffer, I'd never have thought of Maurice the mustanger. True, it's the track o' a shod mustang, but I don't know it to be his'n. Surely it can't be. The young Irishman ain't the man to stand nonsense from nobody, but as little air he the one to do a deed like this, that is, if it's been cold-blooded killin'. I think as you about that. And you may think so, Major. If young Poindexter's been killed, and by Maurice Gerald, there's been a fair stand-up fight atween them, and the planter's son has gone under. That's how I shed reckon it up. As to the disappearance o' the dead body, for them 2 quarts o' blood could only have come out o' a body that's now dead, that trees me. We must follow the trail, howsoever, and maybe it'll fetch us to some sensible conclusion. Am I to tell the old gentleman what I think o't?" "Perhaps better not. He knows enough already. It will at least fall lighter upon him if he find things out by piecemeal. Say nothing of what we've seen. If you can take up the trail of the 2 horses after going off from the place where the blood is, I shall manage to bring the command after you without anyone suspecting what we've seen." "All right, Major," said the scout. "I think I can guess where the off-trail goes. Give me 10 minutes upon it, and then come on to my signal." So saying, the tracker rode back to the place of blood, and after what appeared a very cursory examination, turned off into a lateral opening in the chaparral. Within the promised time, his shrill whistle announced that he was nearly a mile distant, and in a direction altogether different from the spot that had been profaned by some sanguinary scene. On hearing the signal, the commander of the expedition, who had in the meantime returned to his party, gave orders to advance while he himself, with Poindexter and the other principal men, moved ahead without his revealing to any one of his retinue the chapter of strange disclosures for which he was indebted to the instincts of his tracker. Chapter 40. The Marked Bullet. Before coming up with the scout, an incident occurred to vary the monotony of the march. Instead of keeping along the avenue, the major had conducted his command in a diagonal direction through the chaparral. He had done this to avoid giving unnecessary pain to the afflicted father, who would otherwise have looked upon the lifeblood of his son, or at least what the major believed to be so. The gory spot was shunned, and as the discovery was not yet known to any other save the major himself, and the tracker who had made it, the party moved on in ignorance of the existence of such a dread sign. The path they were now pursuing was a mere cattle track, scarce broad enough for two to ride abreast. Here and there were glades where it widened out for a few yards, again running into the thorny chaparral. On entering one of these glades, an animal sprang out of the bushes and bounded off over the sward. A beautiful creature it was, with its fulvous coat oscillated with rows of shining rosettes, its strong lithe limbs supporting a smooth cylindrical body, continued into a long tapering tail, the very type of agility, a creature rare even in these remote solitudes, the jaguar. Its very rarity rendered it the more desirable as an object to test the skill of the marksman, and, notwithstanding the serious nature of the expedition, two of the party were tempted to discharge their rifles at the retreating animal. They were Cassius Calhoun and a young planter who was riding by his side. The jaguar dropped dead in its tracks, a bullet having entered its body and traversed the spine in a longitudinal direction. Which of the two was entitled to the credit of the successful shot? Calhoun claimed it, and so did the young planter. The shots had been fired simultaneously, and only one of them had hit. "I shall show you," confidently asserted the ex-officer, dismounting beside the dead jaguar and unsheathing his knife. "You see, gentlemen, the ball is still in the animal's body. If it's mine, you'll find my initials on it, CC with a crescent. I mold my bullets so that I can always tell when I've killed my game." The swaggering air with which he held up the leaden missile after extracting it told that he had spoken the truth. A few of the more curious drew near and examined the bullet. Sure enough, it was molded as Calhoun had declared, and the dispute ended in the discomfiture of the young planter. The party soon after came up with the tracker, waiting to conduct them along a fresh trail. It was no longer a track made by two horses with shod hooves. The turf showed only the hoof marks of one, and so indistinctly that at times they were undiscernible to all eyes save those of the tracker himself. The trace carried them through the thicket, from glade to glade after a circuitous march, bringing them back into the lane-like opening, at a point still further to the west. Spangler, though far from being the most accomplished of his calling, took it, up as fast as the people could ride after him. In his own mind he had determined the character of the animal whose footmarks he was following. He knew it to be a mustang, the same that had stood under the cottonwood whilst its rider was smoking a cigar. The same whose hoof mark he had seen deeply indented in a sod saturated with human blood. The track of the state's horse he had also followed for a short distance in the interval, when he was left alone. He saw that it would conduct him back to the prairie through which they had passed, and thence, in all likelihood, to the settlements on the Leona. He had forsaken it to trace the footsteps of the shod mustang, more likely to lead him to an explanation of that red mystery of murder, perhaps to the den of the assassin. Hitherto perplexed by the hoofprints of two horses alternately overlapping each other, he was not less puzzled now, while scrutinizing the tracks of but one. They went not direct, as those of an animal urged onwards upon a journey, but here and there zigzagging, occasionally turning upon themselves in short curves, then forward for a stretch, and then circling again, as if the mustang was either not mounted or its rider was asleep in the saddle. Could these be the hoofprints of a horse with a man upon his back, an assassin skulking away from the scene of assassination, his conscience freshly excited by the crime? Spangler did not think so. He knew not what to think. He was mystified more than ever. So confessed he to the major, when being questioned as to the character of the trail. A spectacle that soon afterwards came under his eyes, simultaneously seen by every individual of the party, so far from solving the mystery, had the effect of rendering it yet more inexplicable. More than this, what had hitherto been but an ambiguous affair, a subject for guess and speculation, was suddenly transformed into a horror of that intense kind that can only spring from thoughts of the supernatural. No one could say that this feeling of horror had arisen without reason. When a man is seen mounted on a horse's back, seated firmly in the saddle, with limbs astride in the stirrups, body erect, and hand holding the rein, in short, everything in air and attitude required of a rider, when, on closer scrutiny, it is observed that there is something wanting to complete the idea of a perfect equestrian, and on still closer scrutiny, that this something is the head. It would be strange if the spectacle did not startle the beholder, terrifying him to the very core of his heart. And this very sight came before their eyes, causing them simultaneously to rein up, and with as much suddenness as if each had rashly ridden within less than his horse's length of the brink of an abyss. The sun was low down, almost on a level with the sward. Facing westward, his disk was directly before them. His rays, glaring redly in their eyes, hindered them from having a very accurate view towards the quarter of the west. Still could they see that strange shape above described a horseman without a head. Had only one of the party declared himself to have seen it, he would have been laughed at by his companions as a lunatic. Even two might have been stigmatized in a similar manner. But what everybody saw at the same time could not be questioned, and only he would have been thought crazed who should have expressed incredulity about the presence of the abnormal phenomenon. No one did. The eyes of all were turned in the same direction, their gaze intently fixed on what was either a horseman without the head or the best counterfeit that could have been contrived. Was it this? If not, what was it? These interrogatories passed simultaneously through the minds of all. As no one could answer them, even to himself, no answer was vouchsafed. Soldiers and civilians sat silent in their saddles, each expecting an explanation, which the other was unable to supply. There could be heard only mutterings expressive of surprise and terror. No one even offered a conjecture. The Headless Horseman, whether phantom or real, when first seen, was about entering the avenue near the debouchure of which the searchers had arrived. Had he continued his course, he must have met them in the teeth, supposing their courage to have been equal to the encounter. As it was, he had halted at the same instant as themselves, and stood regarding them with a mistrust that may have been mutual. There was an interval of silence on both sides, during which a cigar stump might have been heard falling upon the sward. It was then the strange apparition was most closely scrutinized by those who had the courage, for the majority of the men sat shivering in their stirrups, through sheer terror, incapable even of thought. The few who dared face the mystery with any thought of accounting for it were baffled in their investigation by the glare of the setting sun. They could only see that there was a horse of large size and noble shape, with a man upon his back. The figure of the man was less easily determined on account of the limbs being inserted into overalls, while his shoulders were enveloped in an ample cloak-like covering. What signified his shape, so long as it wanted that portion most essential to existence? A man without a head on horseback, sitting erect in the saddle, in an attitude of ease and grace, with spurs sparkling upon his heels, the bridle rein held in one hand, the other where it should be, resting lightly upon his thigh. Great God! What could it mean? Was it a phantom? Surely it could not be human? They who viewed it were not the men to have faith either in phantoms or phantasmagoria. Many of them had met nature in her remotest solitudes and wrestled with her in her roughest moods. They were not given to a belief in ghosts. But the confidence of the most incredulous was shaken by a sight so strange, so absolutely unnatural, and to such an extent that the stoutest-hearted of the party was forced mentally to repeat the words. Is it a phantom? Surely it cannot be human. Its size favored the idea of the supernatural. It appeared double that of an ordinary man upon an ordinary horse. It was more like a giant on a gigantic steed, though this might have been owing to the illusory light under which it was seen, the refraction of the sun's rays passing horizontally through the tremulous atmosphere of the parched plain. There was but little time to philosophize, not enough to complete a careful scrutiny of the unearthly apparition, which every one present, with hands spread over his eyes to shade them from the dazzling glare, was endeavoring to make. Nothing of color could be noted, neither the garments of the man, nor the hairy coat of the horse. Only the shape could be traced, outlined in sable silhouette against the golden background of the sky, and this in every change of attitude, whether fronting the spectators, or turned stern towards them, was still the same, still that inexplicable phenomenon, a horseman without a head. Was it a phantom? Surely it could not be human? "'Tis old Nick upon horseback," cried a fearless frontiersman, who would scarce have quailed to encounter his satanic majesty even in that guise. "By the Tarnal Almighty, it's the devil himself." The boisterous laugh which succeeded the profane utterance of the reckless speaker, while it only added to the awe of his less courageous comrades, appeared to produce an effect on the Headless Horseman. Wheeling suddenly round his horse at the same time sending forth a scream that caused either the earth or the atmosphere to tremble, he commenced galloping away. He went direct towards the sun, and continued this course until only by his motion could he be distinguished from one of those spots that have puzzled the philosopher, at length altogether disappearing, as though he had ridden into the dazzling disk. Chapter 41. Cuatro Caballeros. The party of searchers, under the command of the Major, was not the only one that went forth from Fort Ingo on that eventful morning. Nor was it the earliest to take saddle. Long before, in fact, close following the dawn of day, a much smaller party, consisting of only 4 horsemen, was seen setting out from the suburbs of the village and heading their horses in the direction of the Nueces. These could not be going in search of the dead body of Henry Poindexter. At that hour no one suspected that the young man was dead, or even that he was missing. The riderless horse had not yet come in to tell the tale of woe. The settlement was still slumbering, unconscious that innocent blood had been spilt. Though setting out from nearly the same point, and proceeding in a like direction, there was not the slightest similarity between the two parties of mounted men. Those earliest to start were all of pure Iberian blood, or this commingled with Aztecan. In other words, they were Mexicans. It required neither skill nor close scrutiny to discover this. A glance at themselves and their horses, their style of equitation, the slight muscular development of their thighs and hips, more strikingly observable in their deep tree saddles, the gaily colored serapes shrouding their shoulders, the wide velveteen calzoneros on their legs, the big spurs on their boots, and broad-brimmed sombreros on their heads, declared them either Mexicans or men who had adopted the Mexican costume. That they were the former there was not a question. The sallow hue, the pointed Van Dyke beard, covering the chin sparsely, though not from any thinning by the shears, the black, close-cropped chevelure, the regular facial outline were all indisputable characteristics of the Hispano-Moro-Aztecan race, who now occupy the ancient territory of the Moctezumas. One of the 4 was a man of larger frame than any of his companions. He rode a better horse, was more richly apparelled, carried upon his person arms and equipments of a superior finish, and was otherwise distinguished, so as to leave no doubt about his being the leader of the Cuartilla. He was a man of between 30 and 40 years of age, nearer to the latter than the former, though a smooth, rounded cheek, furnished with a short and carefully trimmed whisker, gave him the appearance of being younger than he was. But for a cold animal eye, and a heaviness of feature that betrayed a tendency to behave with brutality if not with positive cruelty, the individual in question might have been described as handsome. A well-formed mouth, with twin rows of white teeth between the lips, even when these were exhibited in a smile, did not remove this unpleasant impression. It but reminded the beholder of the sardonic grin that may have been given by Satan, when, after the temptation had succeeded, he gazed contemptuously back upon the mother of mankind. It was not his looks that had led to his having become known among his comrades by a peculiar nickname, that of an animal well known upon the plains of Texas. His deeds and disposition had earned for him the unenviable sobriquet El Coyote. How came he to be crossing the prairie at this early hour of the morning, apparently sober, and acting as the leader of others, when on the same morning, but a few hours before, he was seen drunk in his jack-ale, so drunk as to be unconscious of having a visitor, or at all events, incapable of giving that visitor a civil reception? The change of situation, though sudden and to some extent strange, is not so difficult of explanation. It will be understood after an account has been given of his movements, from the time of Calhoun's leaving him, till the moment of meeting him in the saddle, in company with his 3 conpaisanos. On riding away from his hut, Calhoun had left the door, as he had found it, ajar, and in this way did it remain until the morning, El Coyote all the time continuing his sonorous slumber. At daybreak he was aroused by the raw air that came drifting over him in the shape of a chilly fog. This to some extent sobered him, and springing up from his skin-covered truck, he commenced staggering over the floor, all the while uttering anathemas against the cold, and the door for letting it in. It might be expected that he would have shut to the latter on the instant, but he did not. It was the only aperture, excepting some holes arising from dilapidation, by which light was admitted into the interior of the jacale, and light he wanted, to enable him to carry out the design that had summoned him to his feet. The gray dawn, just commencing to creep in through the open doorway, scarce sufficed for his purpose, and it was only after a good while spent in groping about, interspersed with a series of stumblings, and accompanied by a string of profane exclamations, that he succeeded in finding that he was searching for a large 2-headed gourd with a strap around its middle, used as a canteen for carrying water, or more frequently mezcal. The odor escaping from its uncorked end told that it had recently contained this potent spirit, but that it was now empty was announced by another profane ejaculation that came from the lips of its owner as he made the discovery. "Sangre de Cristo!" he cried, in an accent of angry disappointment, giving the gourd a shake to assure himself of its emptiness. Not a drop, not enough to drown a chiga, and my tongue sticking to my teeth. My throat feels as if I had bolted a brasero of red-hot charcoal. Por Dios, I can't stand it. What's to be done? Daylight? It is. I must up to the Pueblita. It's possible that Senor Doffer may have his trap open by this time to catch the early birds. If so, he'll find a customer in the Coyote. Ha! 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 Slinging the gourd strap around his neck, and thrusting his head through the slit of his serape, he set forth for the village. The tavern was but a few hundred yards from his hut, on the same side of the river, and approachable by a path that he could have traveled with his eyes under topollos. In 20 minutes after, he was staggering past the signpost of the Rough and Ready. He chanced to be in luck. Oberdoffer was in his bar-room, serving some early customers, a party of soldiers who had stolen out of quarters to swallow their morning dram. "Mein Gott, Mr. Dees!" said the landlord, saluting the newly arrived guest, and without ceremony forsaking 6 credit customers for one that he knew to be cash. "Mein Gott, is it you I sees so early a stier? I know vat you want. You want your pig cord fill mit ze Mexican spirits, ag vat you call it? Aguardiente, you've guessed it, Cavallero. That's just what I want. A taller von taller-ish the price. Carambo, I've paid it often enough to know that. Here's the coin, and there's the canteen. Fill, and be quick about it. Ha! You ish in a hurry, mein Herr. Fell, I vont keeps you waitin'. I suppose you ish off for the wild horse prairish. If there's anything goot among the droves, I'm a fart that the Irishmans will pick it up before you. He went off last night. He left my house at a late hour, after midnight at wash, a very late hour, to go a shurney. But he's a queer customer is that mushtanger, Mr. Maurice Charalt. Nobody knows his ways. I shouldn't say anything's against him. He hash been a goot customer to me. He has paid his bill like a rich man, and he hash plenty peside. Mein Gott, his pockets wash cram mit dollars. On hearing that the Irishman had gone off to the horse prairish, as Oberdoffer termed them, the Mexican by his demeanor betrayed more than an ordinary interest in the announcement. It was proclaimed, first by a slight start of surprise and then by an impatience of manner that continued to mark his movements, while listening to the long rigmarole that followed. It was clear that he did not desire anything of this to be observed. Instead of questioning his informant upon the subject thus started, or voluntarily displaying any interest in it, he rejoined in a careless drawl. "It don't concern me, Cavallero. There are plenty of mustanos on the plains, enough to give employment to all the horse catchers in Texas. Look alive, senor, and let's have the aguardiente." A little chagrined at being thus rudely checked in his attempt at a gossip, The German Boniface hastily filled the gourd canteen, and without essaying farther speech, handed it across the counter, took the dollar in exchange, chucked the coin into his till, and then moved back to his military customers, more amiable because drinking upon the score. Diaz, notwithstanding the eagerness he had lately exhibited to obtain the liquor, walked out of the bar-room and away from the hotel, without taking the stopper from his canteen or even appearing to think of it. His excited air was no longer that of a man merely longing for a glass of ardent spirits. There was something stronger stirring within that for the time rendered him oblivious of the appetite. Whatever it may have been, it did not drive him direct to his home, for not until he had paid a visit to 3 other hovels somewhat similar to his own, all situated in the suburbs of the Pueblita, and inhabited by men like himself, not till then did he return to his jacal. It was on getting back that he noticed for the first time the tracks of a shod horse, and saw where the animal had been tied to a tree that stood near the hut. "Carambo!" he exclaimed on perceiving this sign. "The Capitan Americano has been here in the night. Por Dios! I remember something, I thought I had dreamt it. I can guess his errand. He has heard of Don Mauricio's departure. Perhaps he'll repeat his visit when he thinks I'm in a proper state to receive him. Ha! Ha! It don't matter now. The thing's all understood, and I shan't need any further instructions from him till I've earned his $1,000. 1,000 pesos. What a splendid fortune. Once gained, I shall go back to the Rio Grande and see what can be done with Isidora." After delivering the above soliloquy, he remained at his hut only long enough to swallow a few mouthfuls of roasted tazajo, washing them down with as many gulps of mezcal. Then, having caught and caparisoned his horse, buckled on his huge heavy spurs, strapped his short carbine to the saddle, thrust a pair of pistols into their holsters, and belted the leathern-sheathed machete on his hip, he sprang into the stirrups and rode rapidly away. The short interval that elapsed before making his appearance on the open plain was spent in the suburbs of the village, waiting for the 3 horsemen who accompanied him, and who had been forewarned of their being wanted to act as his coadjutors in some secret exploit that required their assistance. Whatever it was, his trio of confreres appeared to have been made acquainted with the scheme, or at all events that the scene of the exploit was to be on the Alamo. When a short distance out upon the plain, seeing Diaz strike off in a diagonal direction, they called out to warn him that he was not going the right way. "I know the Alamo well," said one of them, himself a mustanger. "I've hunted horses there many a time. It's southwest from here. The nearest way to it is through an opening in the chaparral you see out yonder. You are heading too much to the west, Don Miguel." "Indeed," contemptuously retorted the leader of the cartilla. "You're a gringo, Senor Vicente Barajo. You forget the errand we're upon, and that we are riding shod horses? Indians don't go out from Port Inge and then direct to the Alamo to do, no matter what. I suppose you understand me?" "Oh, true," answered Senor Vicente Barajo. "I beg your pardon, Don Miguel. Carambo! I did not think of that." And without further protest, the 3 coadjutors of El Coyote fell into his tracks, and followed him in silence, scarce another word passing between him and them, till they had struck the chaparral, at a point several miles above the opening of which Barajo had made mention. Once under cover of the thicket, the 4 men dismounted, and after tying their horses to the trees, commenced a performance that could only be compared to a scene in the gentleman's dressing room of a suburban theater, preliminary to the representation of some savage and sanguinary drama. Chapter 42. Vultures on the Wing. He who has traveled across the plains of southern Texas cannot fail to have witnessed a spectacle of common occurrence, a flock of black vultures upon the wing. 100 or more in the flock, swooping in circles or wide spiral gyrations, now descending almost to touch the prairie award, or the spray of the chaparral, annons soaring upward by a power in which the wing bears no part, their pointed pinions sharply cutting against the clear sky. They constitute a picture of rare interest, one truly characteristic of a tropical clime. The traveler who sees it for the first time will not fail to rein up his horse and sit in his saddle, viewing it with feelings of curious interest. Even he who is accustomed to the spectacle will not pass on without indulging in a certain train of thought which it is calculated to call forth. There is a tale told by the assemblage of base birds. On the ground beneath them, whether seen by the traveler or not, is stretched some stricken creature, quadruped, or it may be man dead, or it may be dying. On the morning that succeeded that somber night, when the 3 solitary horsemen made the crossing of the plain, a spectacle similar to that described might have been witnessed above the chaparral into which they had ridden. A flock of black vultures, of both species, was disporting above the tops of the trees near the point where the avenue angled. At daybreak not one could have been seen. In less than an hour after, hundreds were hovering above the spot on widespread wings, their shadows sailing darkly over the green spray of the chaparral. A Texan traveler entering the avenue and observing the ominous assemblage would at once have concluded that there was death upon his track. Going farther, he would have found confirmatory evidence in a pool of blood trampled by the hooves of horses. Not exactly over this were the vultures engaged in their aerial evolutions. The center of their swoopings appeared to be a point some distance off among the trees, and there, no doubt, would be discovered the quarry that had called them together. At that early hour there was no traveler Texan or stranger to test the truth of the conjecture. But, for all that, it was true. At a point in the chaparral, about a quarter of a mile from the blood-stained path, lay stretched upon the ground the object that was engaging the attention of the vultures. It was not carrion nor yet a quadruped, but a human being, a man. A young man, too, of noble lineaments and graceful shape, so far as could be seen under the cloak that shrouded his recumbent form, with a face fair to look upon even in death. Was he dead? At first sight anyone would have said so, and the black birds believed it. His attitude and countenance seemed to proclaim it beyond question. He was lying upon his back, with face upturned to the sky, no care being taken to shelter it from the sun. His limbs, too, were not in a natural posture, but extended stiffly along the stony surface, as if he had lost the power to control them. A colossal tree was near, a live oak, but it did not shadow him. He was outside the canopy of its frondage, and the sun's beams, just beginning to penetrate the chaparral, were slanting down upon his pale face, paler by reflection from a white Panama hat that but partially shaded it. His features did not seem set in death, and as little was it like sleep. It had more the look of death than sleep. The eyes were but half closed, and the pupils could be seen glancing through the lashes, glassy and dilated. Was the man dead? Beyond doubt, the black birds believed that he was, but the black birds were judging only by appearances. Their wish was parent to the thought. They were mistaken. Whether it was the glint of the sun striking into his half-screened orbs or nature becoming restored after a period of repose, the eyes of the prostrate man were seen to open to their full extent, while a movement was perceptible throughout his whole frame. Soon after he raised himself a little and, resting upon his elbow, stared confusedly around him. The vultures soared upward into the air, and for the time maintained a higher flight. "Am I dead or living?" muttered he to himself. "Dreaming or awake? Which is it? Where am I?" The sunlight was blinding him. He could see nothing till he had shaded his eyes with his hand, then only indistinctly. Trees above around me, stones underneath, that I can tell by the aching of my bones. A chaparral forest. How came I into it? Now I have it, continued he, after a short spell of reflection. My head was dashed against a tree. There it is, the very limb that lifted me out of the saddle. My left leg pains me. Ah, I remember it came in contact with the trunk. By heavens, I believe it is broken. As he said this, he made an effort to raise himself into an erect attitude. It proved a failure. His sinister limb would lend him no assistance. It was swollen at the knee joint, either shattered or dislocated. Where is the horse? Gone off, of course. By this time in the stables of Casa del Corvo. I need not care now. I could not mount him if he were standing by my side. The other? He added after a pause. Good heavens, what a spectacle it was. No wonder it scared the one I was riding. What am I to do? My leg may be broken. I can't stir from this spot without someone to help me. 10 chances to 1, 100, 1,000 against anyone coming this way, at least not till I've become food for those filthy birds. Ugh, the hideous brutes. They stretch out their beaks, as if already sure of making a meal upon me. How long have I been lying here? The surf don't seem very high. It was just daybreak as I climbed into the saddle. I suppose I've been unconscious about an hour. By my faith, I'm in a serious scrape. In all likelihood, a broken limb. It feels broken with no surgeon to set it. A stony couch in the heart of a Texan chaparral, the thicket around me, perhaps for miles. No chance to escape from it of myself. No hope of human creature coming to help me. Wolves on the earth, and vultures in the air. Great God, why did I mount, without making sure of the rain? I may have ridden my last ride. The countenance of the young man became clouded, and the cloud grew darker and deeper as he continued to reflect upon the perilous position in which a simple accident had placed him. Once more he essayed to rise to his feet, and succeeded, only to find that he had but one leg on which he could rely. It was no use standing upon it, and he lay down again. 2 hours were passed without any change in his situation, during which he had caused the chaparral to ring with a loud hallooing. He only desisted from this, under the conviction that there was no one at all likely to hear him. The shouting caused thirst, or at all events hastened the advent of this appetite, surely coming on as the concomitant of the injuries he had received. The sensation was soon experienced to such an extent that everything else, even the pain of his wounds, became of trifling consideration. "It will kill me if I stay here," reflected the sufferer. "I must make an effort to reach water. If I remember aright, there's a stream somewhere in this chaparral, and not such a great way off. I must get to it, if I have to crawl upon my hands and knees. Knees. And only one in a condition to support me. There's no help for it but try. The longer I stay here, the worse it will be. The sun grows hotter. It already burns into my brain. I may lose my senses, and then the wolves, the vultures." The horrid apprehension caused silence and shuddering. After a time he continued, "If I but knew the right way to go. I remember the stream well enough. It runs towards the chalk prairie. It should be southeast from here. I shall try that way. By good luck the sun guides me. If I find water, all may yet be well. God give me strength to reach it." With this prayer upon his lips, he commenced making his way through the thicket, creeping over the stony ground, and dragging after him his disabled leg, like some huge saurian whose vertebrae have been disjointed by a blow. Lizard-like, he continued his crawl. The effort was painful in the extreme, but the apprehension from which he suffered was still more painful, and urged him to continue it. He well knew there was a chance of his falling a victim to thirst, almost a certainty, if he did not succeed in finding water. Stimulated by this knowledge, he crept on. At short intervals he was compelled to pause and recruit his strength by a little rest. A man does not travel far on his hands and knees without feeling fatigued, much more when one of the four members cannot be employed in the effort. His progress was slow and irksome. Besides, it was being made under the most discouraging circumstances. He might not be going in the right direction. Nothing but the dread of death could have induced him to keep on. He had made about 1/4 of a mile from the point of starting, when it occurred to him that a better plan of locomotion might be adopted, one that would at all events vary the monotony of his march. "Perhaps," said he, "I might manage to hobble a bit, if I only had a crutch. Ho, my knife is still here, thank fortune for that. And there's a sapling of the right size, a bit of blackjack. It will do." Drawing the knife, a bowie, from his belt, he cut down the dwarf oak, and soon reduced it to a rude kind of crutch, a fork in the tree serving for the head. Then rising erect, and fitting the fork into his armpit, he proceeded with his exploration. He knew the necessity of keeping to one course, and as he had chosen the southeast, he continued in this direction. It was not so easy. The sun was his only compass, but this had now reached the meridian, and in the latitude of southern Texas, at that season of the year, the midday sun is almost in the zenith. Moreover, he had the chaparral to contend with, requiring constant detours to take advantage of its openings. He had a sort of guide in the sloping of the ground, for he knew that downward he was more likely to find the stream. After proceeding about a mile, not in one continued march, but by short stages with intervals of rest between, he came upon a track made by the wild animals that frequent the chaparral. It was slight, but running in a direct line, a proof that it led to some point of peculiar consideration, in all likelihood a watering place, stream, pond, or spring. Any of these three would serve his purpose, and without longer looking to the sun or the slope of the ground, he advanced along the trail, now hobbling upon his crutch, and at times, when tired of this mode, dropping down upon his hands and crawling as before. The cheerful anticipations he had indulged in on discovering the trail soon came to a termination. It became blind. In other words, it ran out, ending in a glade surrounded by impervious masses of underwood. He saw to his dismay that it led from the glade instead of towards it. He had been following it the wrong way. Unpleasant as was the alternative, there was no other than to return upon his track. To stay in the glade would have been to die there. He retraced the trodden path, going on beyond the point where he had first struck it. Nothing but the torture of thirst could have endowed him with strength or spirit to proceed, and this was every moment becoming more unendurable. The trees through which he was making way were mostly acacias, interspersed with cactus and wild agave. They afforded scarce any shelter from the sun that now in mid-heaven glared down through their gossamer foliage with the fervor of fire itself. The perspiration oozing through every pore of his skin increased the tendency to thirst until the appetite became an agony. Within reach of his hand were the glutinous legumes of the mezquites, filled with mellifluous moisture. The agaves and cactus plants, if tapped, would have exuded an abundance of juice. The former was too sweet, the latter too acrid to tempt him. He was acquainted with the character of both. He knew that, instead of allaying his thirst, they would only have added to its intensity. He passed the depending pods without plucking them. He passed the succulent stalks without tapping thorn. To augment his anguish, he now discovered that the wounded limb was, every moment, becoming more unmanageable. It had swollen to enormous dimensions. Every step caused him a spasm of pain. Even if going in the direction of the doubtful streamlet, he might never succeed in reaching it. If not, there was no hope for him. He could but lie down in the thicket and die. Death would not be immediate. Although suffering acute pain in his head, neither the shock it had received nor the damage done to his knee were like to prove speedily fatal. He might dread a more painful way of dying than from wounds. Thirst would be his destroyer, of all shapes of death perhaps the most agonizing. The thought stimulated him to renewed efforts, and despite the slow progress he was able to make, despite the pain experienced in making it, he toiled on. The black birds hovering above kept pace with his halting step and laborious crawl. Now more than a mile from the point of their first segregation, they were all of them still there, their numbers even augmented by fresh detachments that had become warned of the expected prey. Though aware that the quarry still lived and moved, they saw that it was stricken. Instinct, perhaps rather experience, told them it must soon succumb. Their shadows crossed and recrossed the track upon which he advanced, filling him with ominous fears for the end. There was no noise, for these birds are silent in their flight, even when excited by the prospect of a repast. The hot sun had stilled the voices of the crickets and tree toads. Even the hideous horned frog reclined listless along the earth, sheltering its tuberculated body under the stones. The only sounds to disturb the solitude of the chaparral were those made by the sufferer himself, the swishing of his garments as they brushed against the hirsute plants that beset the path, and occasionally his cries, sent forth in the faint hope of their being heard. By this time, blood was mingling with the sweat upon his skin. The spines of the cactus and the claw-like thorns of the agave had been doing their work, and scarce an inch of the epidermis upon his face, hands, and limbs that was not rent with a laceration. He was near to the point of despondence. In real truth, he had reached it, for after a spell of shouting he had flung himself prostrate along the earth, despairingly indifferent about proceeding farther. In all likelihood, it was the attitude that saved him. Lying with his ear close to the surface, he heard a sound so slight that it would not have been otherwise discernible. Slight as it was, he could distinguish it as the very sound for which his senses were sharpened. It was the murmur of moving water. With an ejaculation of joy, he sprang to his feet as if nothing were amiss, and made direct towards the point whence proceeded the sound. He plied his improvised crutch with redoubled energy. Even the disabled leg appeared to sustain him. It was strength and the love of life struggling against decrepitude and the fear of death. The former proved victorious, and in 10 minutes after, he lay stretched along the sward, on the banks of a crystal streamlet, wondering why the want of water could have caused him such indescribable agony. Chapter 43. The Cup and the Jar. Once more the mustanger's hut. Once more his henchman, astride of a stool in the middle of the floor. Once more his hound lying astretch upon the skin-covered hearth, with snout half buried in the cinders. The relative positions of the man and the dog are essentially the same as when seen on a former occasion, their attitudes almost identical. Otherwise, there is a change in the picture since last painted, a transformation at once striking and significant. The horsehide door, standing ajar, still hangs upon its hinges, and the smooth coats of the wild steeds shine lustrously along the walls. The slab table, too, is there, the trestle bedstead, the 2 stools, and the shakedown of the servitor. But the other chattels wont to be displayed against the skin tapestry are either out of sight or displaced. The double gun has been removed from its rack. The silver cup, hunting horn, and dog call are no longer suspended from their respective pegs. The saddle, bridles, ropes, and serapes are unslung, and the books, ink, pens, and papeterie have entirely disappeared. At first sight it might be supposed that Indians have paid a visit to the jackal and pillaged it of its penates. But no. Had this been the case, Phelim would not be sitting so unconcernedly on the stool, with his carroty scalp still upon his head. Though the walls are stripped, nothing has been carried away. The articles are still there, only with a change of place, and the presence of several corded packages, lying irregularly over the floor, among which is the leathern portmanteau, proclaims the purpose of the transposition. Though a clearing out has not been made, it is evident that one is intended. In the midst of the general displacement, one piece of plenishing was still seen in its accustomed corner, the demijohn. It was seen by Phelim oftener than any other article in the room, for no matter in what direction he might turn his eyes, they were sure to come round again to that wicker-covered vessel that stood so temptingly in the angle. "Ach, me jewel, it's there yez are," said he, apostrophizing the demijohn for about the 20th time. "Wid more than 2 quarts av the crather inside your bitiful belly, and not doing ye a bit of good, nather. If the 10th part of it was inside av me, it would be a moighty benefit to me intestines. Trath would it that same, wouldn't it, Tara?" On hearing his name pronounced, the dog raised his head and looked inquiringly around, to see what was wanted of him. Perceiving that his human companion was but talking to himself, he resumed his attitude of repose. "Facts. I don't want any answer to that, old boy. It's myself that knows it, widout tillin'. A hape of good a glass of that same pocheen would do me, and I daren't touch a drap, after what the master said to me about it. After all that packin' too, till me throat is stickin' to me tongue, as if I had been thryin' to swallow a pitch plaster. Soul. It's a shame av Master Maurice to make me promise against touchin' the drink, especially when it's not going to be wanted. Didn't he say he wouldn't stay more than 1 night, when he come back here, and sure he won't consume 2 quarts in 1 night, unless that old sinner Stump comes along wid him. Bad luck to his greedy gut. He gets more av the Monongahela than the master himself. There's one consolation, and thank the Lord for it. We're going back to the Owl's sad, and the Owl place at Ballybollogue. Won't I have a skinful when I get there? Have the raw stuff too, instead of this American rotgut. Hooch, hoop, horoo. The thought of it's enough to sit a man mad wid Deloitte. Hooch, hoop, horoo. Tossing his wide-awake up among the rafters, and catching it as it came down again, the excited Galwegian several times repeated his ludicrous shibboleth. Then, becoming tranquil, he sat for a while in silence, his thoughts dwelling with pleasant anticipation on the joys that awaited him at Ballybollogue. They soon reverted to the objects around him, more especially to the demijohn in the corner. On this once more his eyes became fixed in a gaze, in which increasing covetousness was manifestly visible. "Ara, me jewel," said he, again apostrophizing the vessel, "you're extremely betwifful to look at that same ye are. Sure now, yez wouldn't till upon me, if I gave yez a thrifle av a kiss, ye wouldn't be the thrader to bethray me, One smack only. There can be no harm in that. Trath, I don't think the master would mind it when he thinks ave the throwble I've had with this packin', and the dry dust gettin' down me throat. Sure, he didn't Mayne me to kape that promise for this time, which differs entirely from all the rest, by raison of our going away. A dry flittin', they say, makes a short sittin'. I'll tell the master that when he comes back, and sure it'll pacify him. Besoid is there's another excuse. He's all 10 hours byint his time, and I'll say I took a thriflin' drap to kape me from thinkin' long for him. Sure he won't say a word about it. Be Sant Patrick. I'll take a smell at the demijohn, and trust to good luck for the wrist. Loy down, Tara. I'm not a-goin' out. The staghound had risen, seeing the speaker step towards the door. But the dumb creature had misinterpreted the purpose, which was simply to take a survey of the path by which the jackal was approached, and make sure that his master was not likely to interrupt him in his intended dealings with the demijohn. Becoming satisfied that the coast was clear, he glided back across the floor, uncorked the jar, and, raising it to his lips, swallowed something more than a thriflin' drap of its contents. Then, putting it back in its place, he returned to his seat on the stool. After remaining quiescent for a considerable time, he once more proceeded to soliloquize, now and then changing his speech to the apostrophic form, Tara and the demijohn being the individuals honored by his discourse. In the name of all the angels, and the divils to boot, I wonder what's capin' the master. He sid he wud be here by 8 of the clock in the marnin', and it's now good 6 in the afternoon, if there's any truth in a Tix's son. Sure there's something detaining him? Don't yez think so, Tara? This time Tara did vouchsafe the affirmative sniff, having poked his nose too far into the ashes. Be the powers. Then, I hope it's no harm that's befallen him. If there has, owl dog, for to become av you and me, there might be no ballybollogue for Mayne a month to come, unless we cald pay our passage with these thraps av the masters. The drinkin' cup ral silver it is would cover the whole expense av the voyage. Be japers. Now that it strikes me, I niver had a drink out av that purty little vessel. I'm sure the liquor must taste swatter that way. Does it, I wonder, trath? Now's just the time to thry. Saying this, he took the cup out of the portmanteau in which he had packed it, and once more uncorking the demijohn, poured out a portion of its contents of about the measure of a wineglassful. Quaffing it off at a single gulp, he stood smacking his lips as if to assure himself of the quality of the liquor. Sowl. I don't know that it does taste better, said he, still holding the cup in one hand and the jar in the other. After all, I think, it's swatter out av the demijohn itself, that is, as far as I cyan remember, but it isn't given the goblet fair play. It's so long since I had the jar to me mouth that I a'most forget how it tasted that way. I cowed till better if I thried thim the gither. I'll do that before I decoyed. The demijohn was now raised to his lips, and after several glucks was again taken away. Then succeeded a second series of smacking in true connoisseur fashion, with the head held reflectingly steadfast. Trath, and I am wrong again, said he, accompanying the remark with another doubtful shake of the head. Althegither asthray, it's swatter from the silver. Or is it only me imagination that's decavin' me? It's worthwhile to make sure, and I can only do that by tastin' another thrifle out of the cup. That wud be given fair play to both av the vessels, for I've drunk twice from the jar, and only once from the silver. Fair play's a jewel all the world over, and there's no reason why this beautiful little mug shouldn't be traded as decently as that big basket av a jar. Be japers, but it shall though. The cup was again called into requisition, and once more a portion of the contents of the demijohn were transferred to it, to be poured immediately after down the insatiable throat of the unsatisfied connoisseur. Whether he eventually decided in favor of the cup, or whether he retained his preference for the jar, is not known. After the fourth potation, which was also the final one, he appeared to think he had tasted sufficiently for the time, and laid both vessels aside. Instead of returning to his stool, however, a new idea came across his mind, which was to go forth from the hut and see whether there was any sign to indicate the advent of his master. Come, Tara, cried he, striding towards the door. Let us stip up to the bluff beyant and take a look over the big plain. If master's comin' at all, he should be in sight by this. Come along, ye ould dog. Master Maurice'll think all the better of us for being a little uneasy about his getting back." Taking the path through the wooded bottom with the staghound close at his heels, the Galwegian ascended the bluff by one of its sloping ravines and stood upon the edge of the upper plateau. From this point he commanded a view of a somewhat sterile plain that stretched away eastward more than a mile from the spot where he was standing. The sun was on his back, low down on the horizon, but shining from a cloudless sky. There was nothing to interrupt his view. Here and there, a stray cactus plant or a solitary stem of the arborescent yucca raised its hirsute form above the level of the plain. Otherwise the surface was smooth, and a coyote could not have crossed it without being seen. Beyond, in the far distance, could be traced the darker outline of trees where a tract of chaparral or the wooded selvage of a stream stretched transversely across the llano. The Galwegian bent his gaze over the ground in the direction in which he expected his master should appear, and stood silently watching for him. Ere long his vigil was rewarded. A horseman was seen coming out from among the trees upon the other side, and heading towards the Alamo. He was still more than a mile distant, but, even at that distance, the faithful servant could identify his master. The striped serape of brilliant hues, a true Navajo blanket, which Maurice was accustomed to take with him when traveling, was not to be mistaken. It gleamed gaudily under the glare of the setting sun, its bands of red, white, and blue contrasting with the somber tints of the sterile plain. Phelim only wondered that his master should have it spread over his shoulders on such a sultry evening instead of folded up and strapped to the cantle of his saddle. "Trath, Tara, it looks quare, doesn't it? It's hot enough to roast a steak upon these stones, and yet the master don't seem to think so. I hope he hasn't caught a cold from stayin' in that close crib at Owl Duffer's Tavern. It wasn't fit for a pig to dwell in. Our own shanty's a splendid parlor to it." The speaker was for a time silent, watching the movements of the approaching horseman, by this time about half a mile distant, and still drawing nearer. When his voice was put forth again, it was in a tone altogether changed. It was still that of surprise, with an approach towards merriment, but it was mirth that doubted of the ludicrous, and seemed to struggle under restraint. "Mother av Moses," cried he, "what can the master mane? Not content with having the blanket upon his shoulders, be japers, he's got it over his head. He's playin' us a thrick, Tara. He wants to give you and me a surprise. He wants to have a joke against us. Sowl. But it's quare anyhow. It looks as if he had no head. In fact, does it? Och, what cyan it mane? Be the Howly Virgin. It's enough to frighten one. Av they didn't know it was the master." "Is it the master? Be the powers, it's too short for him. The head? St. Patrick preserve us, where is it? It scient be smothered up in the blanket? There is no shape there. Be Jesus, there is something wrong. What does it mean, Tara?" The tone of the speaker had again undergone a change. It was now close bordering upon terror, as was also the expression of his countenance. The look and attitude of the staghound were not very different. He stood a little in advance, half cowering, half inclined to spring forward, with eyes glaring wildly, while fixed upon the approaching horseman now scarce 200 yards from the spot. As Phelim put the question that terminated his last soliloquy, the hound gave out a lugubrious howl that seemed intended for an answer. Then, as if urged by some canine instinct, he bounded off towards the strange object which puzzled his human companion and was equally puzzling him. Rushing straight on, he gave utterance to a series of shrill yelps, far different from the soft, sonorous baying with which he was accustomed to welcome the coming home of the mustanger. If Phelim was surprised at what he had already seen, he was still further astonished by what now appeared to him. As the dog drew near, still yelping as he ran, the blood bay which the ex-groom had long before identified as his master's horse turned sharply round and commenced galloping back across the plain. While performing the wheel, Phelim saw, or fancied he saw, that which not only astounded him, but caused the blood to run chill through his veins and his frame to tremble to the very tips of his toes. It was a head, that of the man on horseback, but Instead of being in its proper place, upon his shoulders, it was held in the rider's hand, just behind the pommel of the saddle. As the horse turned side towards him, Phelim saw, or fancied he saw, the face ghastly and covered with gore half hidden behind the shaggy hair of the holster. He saw no more. In another instant his back was turned towards the plain, and, in another, he was rushing down the ravine as fast as his enfeebled limbs would carry him. Chapter 44. A Quartet of Comanches. With his flame-colored curls bristling upward, almost raising the hat from his head, the Galwegian continued his retreat, pausing not scarce, looking back, till he had re-entered the jacale, closed the skin door behind him, and barricaded it with several large packages that lay near. Even then he did not feel secure. What protection could there be in a shut door, barred and bolted besides, against that which was not earthly? And surely what he had seen was not of the earth, not of this world. Who on earth had ever witnessed such a spectacle, a man mounted upon horseback and carrying his head in his hand? Who had ever heard of a phenomenon so unnatural? Certainly not Phelim O'Nale. His horror still continuing, he rushed to and fro across the floor of the hut, now dropping down upon the stool, anon rising up, and gliding to the door, but without daring either to open it or look out through the chinks. At intervals he tore the hair out of his head, striking his clenched hand against his temples and roughly rubbing his eyes as if to make sure that he was not asleep, but had really seen the shape that was horrifying him. One thing alone gave him a moiety of comfort, though it was of the slightest. While retreating down the ravine, before his head had sunk below the level of the plain, he had given a glance backward. He had derived some gratification from that glance, as it showed the headless rider afar off on the prairie, and with back turned toward the Alamo, going on at a gallop. But for the remembrance of this, the Galwegian might have been still more terrified, if that were possible, while striding back and forth upon the floor of the jacale. For a long time he was speechless, not knowing what to say, and only giving utterance to such exclamations as came mechanically to his lips. As the time passed, and he began to feel, not so much a return of confidence, as of the power of ratiocination, his tongue became restored to him, and a continuous fire of questions and exclamations succeeded. They were all addressed to himself. Tara was no longer there to take part in the conversation. They were put, moreover, in a low, whispered tone, as if in fear that his voice might be heard outside the jacale. "Ochone, Ochone, it's scient have been him. Sant Patrick protect me, but what was it thin? There was everything av his, the horse, the streeped blanket, them spotted wather guards upon his legs, and the head itself, all except the features. Thim I saw too, but wasn't sure about identification, for who could till a face all covered over wid rid blood? Och, it couldn't be Master Maurice at all. It's all a drame. I must have been asleep and drammin', or was it the whiskey that did it? Sure, I wasn't drunk enough for that. 2 goes out av the little cup, and 2 more from the dimijan, not over a couple av naggins in all. That wouldn't make me drunk. I've taken twice that, without as much as thrippin' in my spash. Trath have I. Bezoides, if I had been the worse for the liquor, why am I not so still? There's not half an hour past since I saw it, and I'm as sober as a judge upon the bench of magistrates. Sowl, a drapu do me a power av good just now. If I don't take one, I'll not get a wink av slape. I'll be sure to cape awake all the night long thinking about it. Ochone, Ocone, what Cyan it be anyhow? And where Cyan the master be if it wasn't him? Howly Sant Patrick. Look down and watch over a miserable sinner that's lift all alone be himself, wid nothin' but ghosts and goblins around him." After this appeal to the Catholic saint, the Connemara man addressed himself with still more zealous devotion to the worship of a very different divinity, known among the ancients as Bacchus. His suit in this quarter proved perfectly successful, for in less than an hour after he had entered upon his genuflections at the shrine of the pagan god, represented by the demijohn of Monongahela whiskey, he was shrived of all his sufferings if not of his sins, and lay stretched along the floor of the jacale, not only oblivious of the spectacle that had so late terrified him to the very center of his soul, but utterly unconscious of his soul's existence. There is no sound within the hut of Maurice the mustanger, not even a clock, to tell by its continuous ticking that the hours are passing into eternity and that another midnight is mantling over the earth. There are sounds outside, but only as usual. The rippling of the stream close by, the whispering of the leaves stirred by the night wind, the chirrup of cicadas, the occasional cry of some wild creature are but the natural voices of the nocturnal forest. Midnight has arrived, with a moon that assimilates it to morning. Her light illumines the earth, here and there penetrating through the shadowy trees and flinging broad silvery lists between them. Passing through these alternations of light and shadow, apparently avoiding the former, as much as possible goes a group of mounted men. Though few in number, as there are only 4 of them, they are formidable to look upon. The vermilion glaring redly over their naked skins, the striped and spotted tattooing upon their cheeks, the scarlet feathers standing stiffly upright above their heads, and the gleaming of weapons held in their hands, all bespeak strength of a savage and dangerous kind. Whence come they? They are in the war costume of the Comanche. Their paint proclaims it. There is the skin fillet around the temples, with the eagle plumes stuck behind it. The bare breasts and arms, the buckskin breechclouts, everything in the shape of sign by which these Ishmaelites of Texas may be recognized when out upon the maraud. They must be Comanches, and therefore have come from the west. Whither go they? This is a question more easily answered. They are closing in upon the hut, where lies the unconscious inebriate. The jackal of Maurice Gerald is evidently the butt of their expedition. That their intentions are hostile is to be inferred from the fact of their wearing the war costume. It is also apparent from their manner of making approach. Still further, by their dismounting at some distance from the hut, securing their horses in the underwood, and continuing their advance on foot. Their stealthy tread taking care to plant the foot lightly upon the fallen leaves, the precaution to keep inside the shadow, the frequent pauses, spent in looking ahead and listening, the silent gestures with which these movements are directed by him who appears to be the leader, all proclaim design, to reach the jackal unperceived by whoever may chance to be inside it. In this they are successful, so far as may be judged by appearances. They stand by the stockade walls without any sign being given to show that they have been seen. The silence inside is complete, as that they are themselves observing. There is nothing heard, not so much as the screech of a hearth cricket. And yet the hut is inhabited. But a man may get drunk beyond the power of speech, snoring, or even audibly breathing, and in this condition is the tenant of the jackal. The 4 Comanches steal up to the door, and in skulking attitudes scrutinize it. It is shut, but there are chinks at the sides. To these the savages set their ears all at the same time and stand silently listening. No snoring, no breathing, no noise of any kind. It is possible, says their chief to the follower nearest him, speaking in a whisper, but in good grammatical Castilian, just possible he has not yet got home, though by the time of his starting he should have reached here long before this. He may have ridden out again? Now I remember, there's a horse shed at the back. If the man be inside the house, the beast should be found in the shed. Stay here, camarados, till I go round and see. 6 seconds suffice to examine the substitute for a stable. No horse in it. As many more are spent in scrutinizing the path that leads to it. No horse has been there, at least not lately. These points determined, the chief returns to his followers, still standing by the doorway in front. Maldito, he exclaims, giving freer scope to his voice. He's not here, nor has he been this day. We had better go inside and make sure, suggests one of the common warriors in Spanish fairly pronounced. There can be no harm in our seeing how the Irlandese has housed himself out here? Certainly not, answers a third, equally well versed in the language of Cervantes. Let's have a look at his larder too. I'm hungry enough to eat raw tasajo. Por Dios, adds the fourth and last of the quartet, in the same sonorous tongue. I've heard that he keeps a cellar. If so, the chief does not wait for his follower to finish the hypothetical speech. The thought of a cellar appears to produce a powerful effect upon him, stimulating to immediate action. He sets his heel upon the skin door, with the intention of pushing it open. It resists the effort. Carambo! It's barred inside, done to keep out intruders in his absence. Lions, tigers, bears, buffaloes, perhaps Indians. Ha ha ha! Another kick is given with greater force. The door still keeps its place. Barricaded with something heavy too. It won't yield to kicking. No matter. I'll soon see what's inside. The machete is drawn from its sheath, and a large hole cut through the stretched skin that covers the light framework of wood. Into this, the Indian thrusts his arm and, groping about, discovers the nature of the obstruction. The packages are soon displaced, and the door thrown open. The savages enter, preceded by a broad moonbeam that lights them on their way and enables them to observe the condition of the interior. A man lying in the middle of the floor. Carajo! Is he asleep? He must be dead not to have heard us? Neither, says the chief after stooping to examine him. Only dead drunk borracho embriaguado. He's the servitor of the Irlandes. I've seen this fellow before. From his manner one may safely conclude that his master is not at home, nor has been lately. I hope the brute hasn't used up the cellar in getting himself into this comfortable condition. Ah, a jar, and smelling like a rose. There's a rattle among these rods. There's stuff inside. Thank the Lady Guadalupe for this. A few seconds suffice for distributing what remains of the contents of the demijohn. There is enough to give each of the four a drink, with two to their chief, who, notwithstanding his high rank, has not the superior politeness to protest against this unequal distribution. In a trice the jar is empty. What next? The master of the house must come home some time or other. An interview with him is desired by the men who have made a call upon him, particularly desired, as may be told by the unseasonable hour of their visit. The chief is especially anxious to see him. What can four Comanche Indians want with Maurice the mustanger? Their talk discloses their intentions, for among themselves they make no secret of their object in being there. They have come to murder him. Their chief is the instigator, the others are only his instruments and assistants. The business is too important to permit of his trifling. He will gain $1,000 by the deed besides a certain gratification independent of the money motive. His three braves will earn 100 each, a sum sufficient to tempt the cupidity of a Comanche and purchase him for any purpose. The travesty need not be carried any further. By this time the mask must have fallen off. Our Comanches are mere Mexicans. Their chief, Miguel Diaz, the mustanger. We must lie in wait for him. This is the counsel of El Coyote. He cannot be much longer now, whatever may have detained him. You, Barajo, go up to the bluff and keep a lookout over the plain. The rest remain here with me. He must come that way from the Leona. We can meet him at the bottom of the gorge under the big cypress tree. 'Tis the best place for our purpose. Had we not better silence him? Hints the bloodthirsty Barajo, pointing to the Galwegian, fortunately unconscious of what is transpiring around him. Dead men tell no tales, adds another of the conspirators, repeating the proverb in its original language. It would tell a worse tale were we to kill him, rejoins Diaz. Besides, it's of no use. He's silent enough as it is, the droll devil. Let the dog have his day. I've only bargained for the life of his master. Come, Barajo. Vayate, vayate. Up to the cliff. We can't tell the moment Don Mauricio may drop in upon us. A miscarriage must not be made. We may never have such a chance again. Take your stand at the top of the gorge. From that point you have a view of the whole plain. He cannot come near without your seeing him, in such a moonlight as this. As soon as you've set eyes on him, hasten down and let us know. Be sure you give us time to get under the cypress. Barajo is proceeding to yield obedience to this chapter of instructions, but with evident reluctance. He has, the night before, been in ill luck, having lost to El Coyote a large sum at the game of Monte. He is desirous of having his revanche, for he well knows how his confreres will spend the time in his absence. Quick, Senor Vicente, commands Diaz, observing his dislike to the duty imposed upon him. If we fail in this business, you will lose more than you can gain at an alber of Monte. Go, man, continues El Coyote, in an encouraging way. If he come not within the hour, someone will relieve you. Go. Barajo obeys and, stepping out of the jacal, proceeds to his post upon the top of the cliff. The others seat themselves inside the hut, having already established a light. Men of their class and calling generally go provided with the means of killing time, or, at all events, hindering it from hanging on their hands. The slab table is between them, upon which is soon displayed, not their supper, but a pack of Spanish cards, which every Mexican vagabondo carries under his serape. Cavallo and Soto, queen and knave, are laid face upward. A monte table is established. The cards are shuffled, and the play proceeds. Absorbed in calculating the chances of the game, an hour passes without note being taken of the time. El Coyote is banker, and also croupier. The cries, Cavallo en la puerta, Soto mozo, the queen in the gate, the knave winner, at intervals announced in set phrase, echo from the skin-covered walls. The silver dollars are raked along the rough table, their sharp chink contrasting with the soft shuffle of the cards. All at once a more stentorous sound interrupts the play, causing a cessation of the game. It is the screech of the inebriate who, awaking from his trance of intoxication, perceives for the first time the queer company that share with him the shelter of the jacale. The players spring to their feet and draw their machetes. Phelim stands a fair chance of being skewered on 3 long Toledos. He is only saved by a contingency, another interruption that has the effect of staying the intent. Barajo appears in the doorway panting for breath. It is scarce necessary for him to announce his errand, though he contrives to gasp out. He is coming on the bluff already at the head of the Canada. Quick, comrades, quick! The Galwegian is saved. There is scarce time to kill him, even were it worthwhile. But it is not, at least so think the masqueraders, who leave him to resume his disturbed slumber and rush forth to accomplish the more profitable assassination. In a score of seconds they are under the cliff, at the bottom of the sloping gorge by which it must be descended. They take stand under the branches of a spreading cypress and await the approach of their victim. They listen for the hoofstrokes that should announce it. These are soon heard. There is the clinking of a shod hoof, not in regular strokes, but as if a horse was passing over an uneven surface. One is descending the slope. He is not yet visible to the eyes of the ambuscaders. Even the gorge is in gloom like the valley below, shadowed by tall trees. There is but one spot where the moon throws light upon the turf, a narrow space outside the somber shadow that conceals the assassins. Unfortunately, this does not lie in the path of their intended victim. He must pass under the canopy of the cypress. "Don't kill him," mutters Miguel Diaz to his men, speaking in an earnest tone. "There's no need for that just yet. I want to have him alive for the matter of an hour or so. I have my reasons. Lay hold of him and his horse. There can be no danger, as he will be taken by surprise and unprepared. If there be resistance, we must shoot him down. But let me fire first." The Confederates promise compliance. They have soon an opportunity of proving the sincerity of their promise. He for whom they are waiting has accomplished the descent of the slope and is passing under the shadow of the cypress. "Abajo las armas, a tierra, down with your weapons, to the ground," cries El Coyote, rushing forward and seizing the bridle, while the other 3 fling themselves upon the man who is seated in the saddle. There is no resistance, either by struggle or blow, no blade drawn, no shot discharged, not even a word spoken in protest. They see a man standing upright in the stirrups. They lay their hands upon limbs that feel solid flesh and bone, and yet seem insensible to the touch. The horse alone shows resistance. He rears upon his hind legs, makes ground backward, and draws his captors after him. He carries them into the light, where the moon is shining outside the shadow. Merciful heaven, what does it mean? His captors let go their hold and fall back with a simultaneous shout. It is a scream of wild terror. Not another instant do they stay under the cypress, but commence retreating at top speed towards the thicket where their own steeds have been left tied. Mounting in mad haste, they ride rapidly away. They have seen that which has already stricken terror into hearts more courageous than theirs, a horseman without a head. Chapter 45. A trail gone blind. Was it a phantom? Surely it could not be human? So questioned El Coyote and his terrified companions. So too had the scared Galwegian interrogated himself, until his mind, clouded by repeated appeals to the demijohn, became temporarily relieved of the terror. In a similar strain had run the thoughts of more than 100 others, to whom the Headless Horseman had shown himself, the party of searchers who accompanied the Major. It was at an earlier hour, and a point in the prairie 5 miles farther east, that to these the weird figure had made itself manifest. Looking westward, with the sun glare in their eyes, they had seen only its shape, and nothing more, at least nothing to connect it with Maurice the mustanger. Viewing it from the west, with the sun at his back, the Galwegian had seen enough to make out a resemblance to his master, if not an absolute identification. Under the light of the moon, the 4 Mexicans who knew Maurice Gerald by sight had arrived at a similar conclusion. If the impression made upon the servant was one of the wildest awe, equally had it stricken the conspirators. The searchers, though less frightened by the strange phenomenon, were none the less puzzled to explain it. Up to the instant of its disappearance, no explanation had been attempted, save that jocularly conveyed in the bizarre speech of the borderer. "What do you make of it, gentlemen?" said the Major, addressing those that had clustered around him. "I confess it mystifies me." "An Indian trick?" suggested one. "Some decoy to draw us into an ambuscade?" "A most unlikely lure, then," remarked another. "Certainly the last that would attract me." "I don't think it's Indian," said the Major. "I don't know what to think. What's your opinion of it, Spangler?" The tracker shook his head as if equally uncertain. "Do you think it's an Indian in disguise?" urged the officer, pressing him for an answer. "I know no more than yourself, Major," replied he. "It should be something of that kind, for what else can it be? It must either be a man or a dummy." "That's it, a dummy," cried several, evidently relieved by his hypothesis. "Whatsomever it is, man, dummy, or devil," said the frontiersman, who had already pronounced upon it, "thar's no reason why we should be frightened from following its trail. Has it left any, I wonder?" "If it has," replied Spangler, "we'll soon see. Ours goes the same way, so fur as can be judged from here. Shall we move forrad, Major?" "By all means. We must not be turned from our purpose by a trifle like that. Forward." The horsemen again advanced, some of them not without a show of reluctance. There were among them men who, if left to themselves, would have taken the back track. Of this number was Calhoun, who, from the first moment of sighting the strange apparition, had shown signs of affright even beyond the rest of his companions. His eyes had suddenly assumed an unnatural glassiness, his lips were white as ashes, while his drooping jaw laid bare 2 rows of teeth, which he appeared with difficulty to restrain from chattering. But for the universal confusion, his wild manner might have been observed. So long as the singular form was in sight, there were eyes only for it, and when it had at length disappeared, and the party advanced along the trail, the ex-captain hung back, riding unobserved among the rearmost. The tracker had guessed aright. The spot upon which the ghostly shape had for the moment stood still lay direct upon the trail they were already taking up. But, as if to prove the apparition a spirit, on reaching the place there were no tracks to be seen. The explanation, however, was altogether natural. Where the horse had wheeled round, and for miles beyond, the plain was thickly strewn with white shingle. It was, in trapper parlance, a chalk prairie. The stones showed displacement, and here and there an abrasion that appeared to have been made by the hoof of a horse. But these marks were scarce discernible, and only to the eyes of the skilled tracker. It was the case with the trail they had been taking up, that of the shod mustang, and as the surface had lately been disturbed by a wild herd, the particular hoof marks could no longer be distinguished. They might have gone further in the direction taken by the headless rider. The sun would have been their guide, and after that the evening star. But it was the rider of the shod mustang they were desirous to overtake, and the half-hour of daylight that followed was spent in fruitless search for his trail gone blind among the shingle. Spangler proclaimed himself at fault as the sun disappeared over the horizon. They had no alternative but to ride back to the chaparral and bivouac among the bushes. The intention was to make a fresh trial for the recovery of the trail at the earliest hour of the morning. It was not fulfilled, at least as regarded time. The trial was postponed by an unexpected circumstance. Scarce had they formed camp, when a courier arrived, bringing a dispatch for the major. It was from the commanding officer of the district, whose headquarters were at San Antonio do Bexar. It had been sent to Fort Inge, and thence forwarded. The major made known its tenor by ordering boots and saddles to be sounded, and before the sweat had become dry upon the horses, the dragoons were once more upon their backs. The dispatch had conveyed the intelligence that the Comanches were committing outrage, not upon the Leona, but 50 miles farther to the eastward, close to the town of San Antonio itself. It was no longer a mere rumor. The maraud had commenced by the murder of men, women, and children, with the firing of their houses. The major was commanded to lose no time, but bring what troops he could spare to the scene of operations, hence his hurried decampment. The civilians might have stayed, but friendship, even parental affection, must yield to the necessities of nature. Most of them had set forth without further preparation than the saddling of their horses and shouldering their guns, and hunger now called them home. There was no intention to abandon the search. That was to be resumed as soon as they could change horses and establish a better system of commissariat. Then would it be continued, as one and all declared, to the bitter end. A small party was left with Spangler to take up the trail of the American horse, which according to the tracker's forecast would lead back to the Leona. The rest returned along with the dragoons. Before parting with Poindexter and his friends, the major made known to them what he had hitherto kept back, the facts relating to the bloody sign, and the tracker's interpretation of it. As he was no longer to take part in the search, he thought it better to communicate to those who should, a circumstance so important. It pained him to direct suspicion upon the young Irishman, with whom in the way of his calling he had held some pleasant intercourse. But duty was paramount, and, notwithstanding his disbelief in the mustanger's guilt, or rather his belief in its improbability, he could not help acknowledging that appearances were against him. With the planter and his party, it was no longer a suspicion. Now that the question of Indians was disposed of, men boldly proclaimed Maurice Gerald a murderer. That the deed had been done, no one thought of doubting. Oberdoffer's story had furnished the first chapter of the evidence, Henry's horse returning with the blood-stained saddle the last. The intermediate links were readily supplied, partly by the interpretations of the tracker, and partly by conjecture. No one paused to investigate the motive, at least with any degree of closeness. The hostility of Gerald was accounted for by his quarrel with Calhoun, on the supposition that it might have extended to the whole family of the Poindexters. It was very absurd reasoning, but men upon the track of a supposed murderer rarely reason at all. They think only of destroying him. With this thought did they separate, intending to start afresh on the following morning, throw themselves once more upon the trail of the two men who were missing, and follow it up, till one or both should be found, one or both, living or dead. The party left with Spangler remained upon the spot which the major had chosen as a camping ground. They were in all less than a dozen. A larger number was deemed unnecessary. Comanches in that quarter were no longer to be looked for, nor was there any other danger that called for a strength of men. 2 or 3 would have been sufficient for the duty required of them. 9 or 10 stayed, some out of curiosity, others for the sake of companionship. They were chiefly young men, sons of planters and the like. Calhoun was among them, the acknowledged chief of the party, though Spangler, acting as guide, was tacitly understood to be the man to whom obedience should be given. Instead of going to sleep, after the others had ridden away, they gathered around a roaring fire, already kindled within the thicket glade. Among them was no stint for supper, either of eatables or drinkables. The many who had gone back, knowing they would not need them, had surrendered their haversacks and the heel taps of their canteens to the few who remained. There was liquor enough to last through the night, even if spent in continuous carousing. Despite their knowledge of this, despite the cheerful crackling of the logs, as they took their seats around the fire, they were not in high spirits. One and all appeared to be under some influence that, like a spell, prevented them from enjoying a pleasure perhaps not surpassed upon earth. You may talk of the tranquil joys of the domestic hearth. At times upon the prairie I have myself thought of, and longed to return to them. But now, looking back upon both and calmly comparing them, one with the other, I cannot help exclaiming, "Give me the circle of the campfire, with half a dozen of my hunter comrades around it. Once again give me that, and be welcome to the wealth I have accumulated. and the trivial honors I have gained thrice welcome to the care and the toil that must still be exerted in retaining them. The somber abstraction of their spirits was easily explained. The weird shape was fresh in their thoughts. They were yet under the influence of an indefinable awe. Account for the apparition as they best could, and laugh at it as they at intervals affected to do, they could not clear their minds of this unaccountable incubus, nor feel satisfied with any explanation that had been offered. The guide Spangler partook of the general sentiment, as did their leader Calhoun. The latter appeared more affected by it than any of the party. Seated with moody brow under the shadow of the trees, at some distance from the fire, he had not spoken a word since the departure of the dragoons. Nor did he seem disposed to join the circle of those who were basking in the blaze, but kept himself apart, as if not caring to come under the scrutiny of his companions. There was still the same wild look in his eyes, the same scared expression upon his features that had shown itself before sunset. "I say, Cash Calhoun," cried one of the young fellows by the fire, who was beginning to talk tall under the influence of the oft-repeated potations. "Come up, old fellow, and join us in a drink. We all respect your sorrow, and will do what we can to get satisfaction for you and yours. But a man mustn't always mope, as you're doing. Come along here, and take a smile of the Monongahela. It'll do you a power of good, I promise you." Whether it was that he was pleased at the interpretation put upon his silent attitude, which the speech told him had been observed, or whether he had become suddenly inclined towards a feeling of good fellowship, Calhoun accepted the invitation, and stepping up to the fire, fell into line with the rest of the roisterers. Before seating himself, he took a pull at the proffered flask. From that moment his air changed, as if by enchantment. Instead of showing somber, he became eminently hilarious, so much so as to cause surprise to more than one of the party. The behavior seemed odd for a man whose cousin was supposed to have been murdered that very morning. Though commencing in the character of an invited guest, he soon exhibited himself as the host of the occasion. After the others had emptied their respective flasks, he proved himself possessed of a supply that seemed inexhaustible. Canteen after canteen came forth from his capacious saddlebags, the legacy left by many departed friends, who had gone back with the major. Partaking of these at the invitation of their leader, encouraged by his example, the young planter bloods who encircled the campfire talked, sang, danced, roared, and even rolled around it, until the alcohol could no longer keep them awake. Then, yielding to exhausted nature, they sank back upon the sward, some perhaps to experience the dread slumber of a first intoxication. The ex-officer of volunteers was the last of the number who laid himself along the grass. If the last to lie down, he was the first to get up. Scarce had the carousal ceased, scarce had the sonorous breathing of his companions proclaimed them asleep, when he rose into an erect attitude, and with cautious steps stole out from among them. With like stealthy tread he kept on to the confines of the camp, to the spot where his horse stood hitched to a tree. Releasing the rein from its knot, and throwing it over the neck of the animal, he clambered into the saddle and rode noiselessly away. In all these actions there was no evidence that he was intoxicated. On the contrary, they proclaimed a clear brain, bent upon some purpose previously determined. What could it be? Urged by affection, was he going forth to trace the mystery of the murder by finding the body of the murdered man? Did he wish to show his zeal by going alone? Some such design might have been interpreted from a series of speeches that fell carelessly from his lips as he rode through the chaparral. Thank God there's a clear moon and 6 good hours before those youngsters will think of getting to their feet. I'll have time to search every corner of the thicket for a couple of miles around the place, and if the body be there I cannot fail to find it. But what could that thing have meant? If I'd been the only one to see it, I might have believed myself mad. But they all saw it, every one of them. Almighty heavens, what could it have been? The closing speech ended in an exclamation of terrified surprise, elicited by a spectacle that at the moment presented itself to the eyes of the ex-officer, causing him to rein up his horse, as if some dread danger was before him. Coming in by a side path, he had arrived on the edge of the opening already described. He was just turning into it, when he saw that he was not the only horseman who at that late hour was traversing the chaparral. Another, to all appearance as well mounted as himself, was approaching along the avenue not slowly as he, but in a quick trot. Long before the strange rider had come near, the moonlight, shining full upon him, enabled Calhoun to see that he was headless. There could be no mistake about the observation. Though quickly made, it was complete. The white moonbeams, silvering his shoulders, were reflected from no face, above or between them. It could be no illusion of the moon's light. Calhoun had seen that same shape under the glare of the sun. He now saw more the missing head, ghastly and gory, half shrouded behind the hairy holsters. More still, he recognized the horse, the striped serape upon the shoulders of the rider, the water guards upon his legs, the complete caparison, all the belongings of Maurice the mustanger. He had ample time to take in these details. At a stand in the embouchure of the side path, terror held him transfixed to the spot. His horse appeared to share the feeling. Trembling in its tracks, the animal made no effort to escape, even when the headless rider pulled up in front and, with a snorting, rearing steed, remained for a moment confronting the frightened party. It was only after the blood bay had given utterance to a wild whire, responded to by the howl of a hound close following at his heels, and turned into the avenue to continue his interrupted trot, only then that Calhoun became sufficiently released from the spell of horror to find speech. "God of heaven," he cried in a quivering voice, "what can it mean? Is it man or demon that mocks me? Has the whole day been a dream? Or am I mad, mad, mad?" The scarce coherent speech was succeeded by action, instantaneous but determined. Whatever the purpose of his exploration, it was evidently abandoned, for, turning his horse with a wrench upon the rein, he rode back by the way he had come, only at a far faster pace, pausing not till he had re-entered the encampment. Then, stealing up to the edge of the fire, he lay down among the slumbering inebriates, not to sleep, but to stay trembling in their midst, till daylight disclosed a haggard pallor upon his cheeks, and ghastly glances sent forth from his sunken eyes. Chapter 46. A Secret Confided. The first dawn of day witnessed an unusual stir in and around the hacienda of Casa del Corvo. The courtyard was crowded with men armed, though not in the regular fashion. They carried long hunting rifles having a caliber of 60 to the pound, double-barreled shotguns, single-barreled pistols, revolvers, knives with long blades, and even tomahawks. In their varied attire of red flannel shirts, coats of colored blanket and Kentucky jeans, trousers of brown homespun and blue cottonade, hats of felt and caps of skin, tall boots of tanned leather, and leggings of buck, these stalwart men furnished a faithful picture of an assemblage, such as may be often seen in the frontier settlements of Texas. Despite the bizarrerie of their appearance and the fact of their carrying weapons, there was nothing in either to proclaim their object in thus coming together. Had it been for the most pacific purpose, they would have been armed and apparelled just the same. But their object is known. A number of the men so met had been out on the day before, along with the dragoons. Others had now joined the assemblage, settlers who lived farther away, and hunters who had been from home. The muster on this morning was greater than on the preceding day, even exceeding the strength of the searching party when supplemented by the soldiers. Though all were civilians, there was one portion of the assembled crowd that could boast of an organization. Irregular it may be deemed, notwithstanding the name by which its members were distinguished. These were the regulators. There was nothing distinctive about them, either in their dress, arms, or equipments. A stranger would not have known a regulator from any other individual. They knew one another. Their talk was of murder, of the murder of Henry Poindexter, coupled with the name of Maurice the mustanger. Another subject was discussed of a somewhat cognate character. Those who had seen it were telling those who had not of the strange spectacle that had appeared to them the evening before on the prairie. Some were at first incredulous and treated the thing as a joke, but the wholesale testimony and the serious manner in which it was given could not long be resisted, and the existence of the Headless Horseman became a universal belief. Of course, there was an attempt to account for the odd phenomenon, and many forms of explanation were suggested. The only one that seemed to give even the semblance of satisfaction was that already set forward by the frontiersman, that the horse was real enough, but the rider was a counterfeit. For what purpose such a trick should be contrived, or who should be its contriver, no one pretended to explain. For the business that had brought them togther, there was but little time wasted in preparation. All were prepared already. Their horses were outside, some of them held in hand by the servants of the establishment, but most hitched to whatever would hold them. They had come warned of their work, and only waited for Woodley Poindexter, on this occasion their chief, to give the signal for setting forth. He only waited in the hope of procuring a guide, one who could conduct them to the Alamo, who could take them to the domicile of Maurice the Mustanger. There was no such person present. Planters, merchants, shopkeepers, lawyers, hunters, horse and slave dealers were all alike ignorant of the Alamo. There was but one man belonging to the settlement supposed to be capable of performing the required service, old Zeb Stump. But Zeb could not be found. He was absent on one of his stalking expeditions, and the messengers sent to summon him were returning, one after another, to announce a bootless errand. There was a woman in the hacienda itself who could have guided the searchers upon their track to the very hearthstone of the supposed assassin. Woodley Poindexter knew it not, and perhaps well for him it was so. Had the proud planter suspected that in the person of his own child, there was a guide who could have conducted Kim to the lone hut on the Alamo, his sorrow for a lost son would have been stifled by anguish for an erring daughter. The last messenger sent in search of Stump came back to the hacienda without him. The thirst for vengeance could be no longer stayed, and the avengers went forth. They were scarce out of sight of Casa del Corvo, when the two individuals who could have done them such signal service became engaged in conversation within the walls of the hacienda itself. There was nothing clandestine in the meeting, nothing designed. It was a simple contingency, Zeb Stump having just come in from his stalking excursion, bringing to the hacienda a portion of the plunder, as he was wont to term it, procured by his unerring rifle. Of course, to Zeb Stump, Louise Poindexter was at home. She was even eager for the interview, so eager as to have kept almost a continual watch along the river road, all the day before, from the rising to the setting of the sun. Her vigil, resumed on the departure of the noisy crowd, was soon after rewarded by the sight of the hunter, mounted on his old mare, the latter laden with the spoils of the chase, slowly moving along the road on the opposite side of the river and manifestly making for the hacienda. A glad sight to her, that rude but grand shape of colossal manhood. She recognized in it the form of a true friend, to whose keeping she could safely entrust her most secret confidence. And she had now such a secret to confide to him, that for a night and a day had been painfully pent up within her bosom. Long before Zeb had set foot upon the flagged pavement of the patio, she had gone out into the veranda to receive him. The air of smiling nonchalance with which he approached proclaimed him still ignorant of the event which had cast its melancholy shadow over the house. There was just perceptible the slightest expression of surprise at finding the outer gate shut, chained, and barred. It had not been the custom of the hacienda, at least during its present proprietary. The somber countenance of the black, encountered within the shadow of the saguan, strengthened Zeb's surprise sufficiently to call forth an inquiry. "Why, Pluto, ole fellower, what somediver air the matter wi' ye? You're looking like a coon wi' his tail chopped off, close to the stump at thet. And why air the big gate shet and barred in the middle o' breakfast time? I hope there hain't nothin' gone astray." "Ho, ho! Mass Tump, dat's jes what dar hab goot stray, dat's precise de ting. Dis chile, sorry to say, berry much goot stray." "Ho, berry much. Hey!" exclaimed the hunter, startled at the lugubrious tone. "Thur air so mate amiss? What isn't, nigger? Tell me sharp quick. It can't be no wuss than your face shows it. Nothin' happened to your young mistress, I hope, Miss Louise." "Ho! Nuffin happened to de young Missa Louie." "Ho ho! Bad enough thout dat. Ho, de young Missa inside de house yar. Tep in, Mass Tump. She tell you de drefful news hersef. Ain't your master inside, too? He's at home, ain't he?" "Golly, no. Dis time no. Massa ain't bout de house at all no har. He wahia I most a quarter ob an hour ago. He no hia now. He off to de Hos Preras, where de hab de big hunt bout a month ago. You know, Massa Zeb? The Hos Pereiras. What's took him thur? Who's along wi' him? Ho, ho, dar's Mass Cahoon and gobs o' otter white genlum. Ho, ho, dar's a mighty big crowd ob dem dis nigga tell you. And your young master Henry, ere he gone too? Oh, Mass Tump, dat's why am be trouble. Dat's de whole obit. Mass Hen he gone too. He neber mo come back. De hoss he been brought home all kibbered over whiff blood. Ho, ho, de folks say Massa Henry he gone dead. Dead? You're jokin'? Air ye in earnest, nigger? Oh, I is Mass Tump. Sorry dis chile am to hab say dat am too true. Dey all gone to sarch atter de body. Hiya, take these things to the kitchen. There's a gobbler and some perira chickens. Where can I find Miss Louisy? Here, Mr. Stump. Come this way, replied a sweet voice well known to him, but now speaking in accents so sad he would scarce have recognized it. Alas, it is too true what Pluto has been telling you. My brother is missing. He has not been seen since the night before last. His horse came home, with spots of blood upon the saddle. Oh, Zeb, it's fearful to think of it. Sure enough that air ugly news. He rode out somewhere, and the hoss kim backeth out him? I don't wish to gie ye unnecessary pain, Miss Louisy, but as they air still sarchin' I mout be some help at that air business, and maybe ye won't mind tellin' me the particulars? These were imparted, as far as known to her. The guard's scene and its antecedents were alone kept back. Oberdoffer was given as authority for the belief that Henry had gone off after the mustanger. The narrative was interrupted by bursts of grief, changing to indignation, when she came to tell Zeb of the suspicion entertained by the people that Maurice was the murderer. "It air a lie," cried the hunter, partaking of the same sentiment, "a false, parjured lie, and he air a stinkin' skunk that invented it. The thing's impossible. The mustanger ain't the man to a dud sech a deed as that. And why shed he have dud it? If there had been an ill feelin' atween them. But there want. I can answer for the mustanger, for more'n oncest I've hearn him talk o' your brother in the tallest kind o' tarms. In course he hated your cousin Cash, and who doesn't, I shed like to know. Excuse me for saying it. As for the other, it air different. If thar had been a quarrel and hot blood atween them. No, no, cried the young Creole, forgetting herself in the agony of her grief. It was all over. Henry was reconciled. He said so, and Maurice. The astounded look of the listener brought a period to her speech. Covering her face with her hands, she buried her confusion in a flood of tears. "Ho, oh," muttered Zeb. "There hev been somethin'? D'ye I say, Miss Louise, there war a quarrel atween your brother?" "Dear, dear Zeb," cried she, removing her hands and confronting the stalwart hunter with an air of earnest entreaty. "Promise me you will keep my secret? Promise it, as a friend, as a brave, true-hearted man. You will, you will?" The pledge was given by the hunter raising his broad palm and extending it with a sonorous slap over the region of his heart. In 5 minutes more he was in possession of a secret which woman rarely confides to man, except to him who can profoundly appreciate the confidence. The hunter showed less surprise than might have been expected, merely muttering to himself, "I thought it wild come to somethin' o' the sort, specially arter thet ere chase across the Pereira." "Wall, Miss Louise," he continued, speaking in a tone of kindly approval, "Zeb Stump don't see anything to be ashamed o' in all thet. Weemen will be weemen all the world over, on the Pereiras or off o' them, and ef ye have lost your young heart to the mustanger, it would be the tallest kind o' a mistake to suppose ye have displaced your affections, as they calls it. Though he air Irish, he ain't none o' the common sort, thet he ain't. As for the rest ye've been tellin' me, it only sarves to substantify what I've been saying, that it air parfectly unpossible for the mustanger to hev dud the dark deed. That is, ef there's been one dud at all. Let's hope there's nothin' o' the kind. What proof has been found? Only the hoss comin' home with some rid spots on the settle? Alas, there is more. The people were all out yesterday. They followed a trail and saw something. They would not tell me what. Father did not appear as if he wished me to know what they had seen, and I feared, for reasons, to ask the others. They've gone off again, only a short while, just as you came in sight on the other side. But the mustanger? What do it say for hisself? Oh, I thought you knew. He has not been found either. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu. He too may have fallen by the same hand that has struck down my brother. Ye say they wore on a trail? His'n, I suppose? If he be livin', he oughter be found at his shanty on the crick. Why didn't they go thar? Ah, now I think o't, thurs nobody knows the exact situation o' that ere domicile, ceptin myself, I reckon. And if it wore that greenhorn spangler as war guidin' o' them, he'd niver be able to lift a trail across the chalk Pereira. Have they gone that way again? They have. I heard some of them say so. Wall, if they're gone in sarch o' the Mostanger, I reckon I mout as well go too. I'll gie tall odds I find him afore they do. It is for that I've been so anxious to see you. There are many rough men along with Papa. As they went away, I heard them use wild words. There were some of those called regulators. They talked of lynching and the like. Some of them swore terrible oaths of vengeance. Oh my God! If they should find him, and he cannot make clear his innocence, in the height of their angry passions, Cousin Cassius among the number, you understand what I mean, who knows what may be done to him. Dear Zeb, for my sake, for his whom you call friend, go. Reach the Alamo before them, and warn him of the danger. Your horse is slow. Take mine, any one you can find in the stable. Thur's some truth in what ye say, interrupted the hunter, preparing to move off. Thur mout be a smell o' danger for the young feller, and I'll do what I kin to avart it. Don't be uneasy, Miss Louise. Thur's not sech a particular hurry. Thet air shanty ain't a-going to be found without a spell o' sarchin'. As to readin' your spotty, I'll manage better on my old mar. Beside, the critter air ready now if Plute hain't took off the saddle. Don't be greedin' your eyes out, that's a good chile. Maybe it'll be all right yit 'bout your brother, and as to the Mostanger, I hain't no more suspicion o' his innocence than a unborn babby. The interview ended by Zeb making obeisance in backwoodsman style and striding out of the veranda, while the young Creole glided off to her chamber to soothe her troubled spirit in supplications for his success. Chapter 47. An intercepted epistle. Urged by the most abject fear, had El Coyote and his 3 comrades rushed back to their horses and scrambled confusedly into the saddle. They had no idea of returning to the jackale of Maurice Gerald. On the contrary, their only thought was to put space between themselves and that solitary dwelling whose owner they had encountered riding towards it in such strange guise. That it was Don Mauricio, not one of them doubted. All 4 knew him by sight, Diaz better than any, but all well enough to be sure it was the Irlandes. There was his horse, known to them, his armas de agua of jaguar skin, his Navajo blanket, in shape differing from the ordinary serape of Saltillo, and his head. They had not stayed to scrutinize the features, but the hat was still in its place, the sombrero of black glaze which Maurice was accustomed to wear. It had glanced in their eyes as it came under the light of the moon. Besides, they had seen the great dog, which Diaz remembered to be his. The staghound had sprung forward in the midst of the struggle, and with a fierce growl attacked the assailant, though it had not needed this to accelerate their retreat. Fast as their horses could carry them, they rode through the bottom timber, and ascending the bluff by one of its ravines, not that where they had meant to commit murder, they reached the level of the upper plateau. Nor did they halt there for a single second, but, galloping across the plain, re-entered the chaparral, and spurred on to the place where they had so skillfully transformed themselves into Comanches. The reverse metamorphosis, if not so carefully, was more quickly accomplished. In haste they washed the war paint from their skins, availing themselves of some water carried in their canteens. In haste they dragged their civilized habiliments from the hollow tree in which they had hidden them, and, putting them on in like haste, they once more mounted their horses and rode towards the Leona. On their homeward way they conversed only of the Headless Horseman, but, with their thoughts under the influence of a supernatural terror, they could not satisfactorily account for an appearance so unprecedented, and they were still undecided as they parted company on the outskirts of the village, each going to his own jackale. "Caray!" exclaimed the coyote as he stepped across the threshold of his and dropped down upon his cane couch. Not much chance of sleeping after that. Santos Dios, such a sight! It has chilled the blood to the very bottom of my veins, and nothing here to warm me. The canteen empty, the posada shut up, everybody in bed. Madre de Dios, what can it have been? Ghost it could not be, Flesh and bones I grasped myself, so did Vicente on the other side. I felt that, or something very like it, under the tiger skin. Santissima. It could not be a cheat. If a contrivance, why and to what end? Who cares to play carnival on the prairies except myself and my camarados? Mil demonios. What a grim masquerader. Carajo, am I forestalled? Has some other had the offer, and earned the $1,000? Was it the Irlandese himself, dead, decapitated, carrying his head in his hand? Bah! It could not be ridiculous, unlikely, altogether improbable. But what then?
Ha! I have it! 100 to 1, I have it!
He may have got warning of our visit, or at least had suspicions of it. 'Twas a trick got up to try us. Perhaps himself in sight, a witness of our disgraceful flight. Maldito. But who could have betrayed us? No one. Of course, no one could tell of that intent. How then should he have prepared such an infernal surprise? Ah, I forget. It was broad daylight as we made the crossing of the long prairie. We may have been seen and our purpose suspected. Just so. Just so. And then, while we were making our toilet in the chaparral, the other could have been contrived and effected. That and that only can be the explanation. Fools, to have been frightened at a scarecrow. Carambo, it shan't long delay the event. Tomorrow I go back to the Alamo. I'll touch that 1,000 yet, if I should have to spend 12 months in earning it, and whether or not the deed shall be done all the same. Enough to have lost Isadora. It may not be true, but the very suspicion of it puts me beside myself. If I but find out that she loves him, that they have met since, Mother of God, I shall go mad, and in my madness destroy not only the man I hate, but the woman I love. O Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, angel of beauty, and demon of mischief, I could kill you with my caresses. I can kill you with my steel. One or other shall be your fate. It is for you to choose between them. His spirit becoming a little tranquilized, partly through being relieved by this conditional threat, and partly from the explanation he had been able to arrive at concerning the other thought that had been troubling it, he soon after fell asleep. Nor did he awake until daylight looked in at his door, and along with it a visitor. "Jose!" he cried out in a tone of surprise in which pleasure was perceptible. "You here?" "Si, señor, yo estoy." "Glad to see you, good Jose. The Dona Isidora here? On the Leona, I mean?" "Si, señor." "So soon again. She was here scarce 2 weeks ago, was she not? I was away from the settlement, but had word of it. I was expecting to hear from you, good Jose. Why did you not write?" "Only, Señor Don Miguel, for want of a messenger that could be relied upon. I had something to communicate that could not with safety be entrusted to a stranger. Something, I am sorry to say, you won't thank me for telling you, but my life is yours, and I promised you should know all." The prairie wolf sprang to his feet, as if pricked with a sharp-pointed thorn. "Of her and him?" "I know it by your looks. Your mistress has met him?" "No, señor. She hasn't, not that I know of, not since the first time." "What then?" inquired Diaz, evidently a little relieved. "She was here while he was at the posada." "Something passed between them?" "True, Don Miguel, something did pass, as I well know, being myself the bearer of it. 3 times I carried him a basket of dulces, sent by the Dona Isidora, the last time also a letter." "A letter? You know the contents? You read it?" "Thanks to your kindness to the poor peon boy, I was able to do that. More still, to make a copy of it." "You have one?" "I have. You see, Don Miguel, you did not have me sent to school for nothing. This is what the Dona Isidora wrote to him." Diaz reached out eagerly and, taking hold of the piece of paper, proceeded to devour its contents. It was a copy of the note that had been sent among the sweetmeats. Instead of further exciting, it seemed rather to tranquilize him. "Carambo!" he carelessly exclaimed as he folded up the epistle. "There is not much in this, good Jose. It only proves that your mistress is grateful to one who has done her a service, if that's all. But it is not all, Señor Don Miguel, and that's why I've come to see you now. I'm on an errand to the Pueblita. This will explain it." "Ha! Another letter? Si, senor. This time the original itself, and not a poor copy scribbled by me. With a shaking hand, Diaz took hold of the paper, spread it out, and read. Al Señor Don Mauricio Gerald, querido amigo, otra vez aquí estoy con tío Silvio quedando. Sin novedades de usted no puedo más tiempo existir. La incertidumbre me malaba. Dígame que es usted convalescente. Ojalá que estuviera así. Suspiro en vuestros ojos mirar, estos ojos tan lindos y tan expresivos, a ver si es restablecido vuestra salud. Sea graciosa darme este favor. Hay oportunidad. En una cortita media de hora estuviera quedando en la cima de loma, sobre la cosa del tío. Ven, caballero, ven. Isidora Covarrubio de los Llanos. With a curse, El Coyote concluded the reading of the letter. Its sense could scarce be mistaken. Literally translated, it read thus. Dear friend, I am once more here, staying with Uncle Silvio. Without hearing of you, I could not longer exist. The uncertainty was killing me. Tell me if you are convalescent. Oh, that it may be so. I long to look into your eyes, those eyes so beautiful, so expressive, to make sure that your health is perfectly restored. Be good enough to grant me this favor. There is an opportunity. In a short half hour from this time, I shall be on the top of the hill, above my uncle's house. Come, sir, come. Isidora Covarrubio de los Llanos. Carajo, an assignation, half-shrieked the indignant Diaz. That and nothing else. She too the proposer. Ha! Her invitation shall be answered, though not by him for whom it is so cunningly intended. Kept to the hour, to the very minute, and by the divinity of vengeance. Here, Jose. This note's of no use. The man to whom it is addressed isn't any longer in the Pueblita, nor anywhere about here. God knows where he is. There's some mystery about it. No matter. You go on to the posada and make your inquiries all the same. You must do that to fulfill your errand. Never mind the papelcito. Leave it with me. You can have it to take to your mistress as you come back this way. Here's $1 to get you a drink at the inn. Señor Doffer keeps the best kind of aguardiente. Hasta luego. Without staying to question the motive for these directions given to him, Jose, after accepting the douceur, yielded tacit obedience to them and took his departure from the jacale. He was scarce out of sight before Diaz also stepped over its threshold. Hastily setting the saddle upon his horse, he sprang into it and rode off in the opposite direction. Chapter 48. Isidora. The sun has just risen clear above the prairie horizon, his round disk still resting upon the sward, like a buckler of burnished gold. His rays are struggling into the chaparral, that here and there diversifies the savanna. The dew beads yet cling upon the acacias, weighting their feathery fronds, and causing them to droop earthward, as if grieving at the departure of the night, whose cool breeze and moist atmosphere are more congenial to them than the fiery sirocco of day. Though the birds are stirring, for what bird could sleep under the shine of such glorious sunrise? It is almost too early to expect human being abroad, elsewhere than upon the prairies of Texas. There, however, the hour of the sun's rising is the most enjoyable of the day, and few there are who spend it upon the unconscious couch, or in the solitude of the chamber. By the banks of the Leona, some 3 miles below Fort Inge, there is one who has forsaken both to stray through the chaparral. This early wanderer is not afoot, but astride a strong, spirited horse that seems impatient at being checked in his paces. By this description, you may suppose the rider to be a man, but remembering that the scene is in southern Texas, still sparsely inhabited by a Spano-Mexican population, you are equally at liberty to conjecture that the equestrian is a woman. And this, too, despite the round hat upon the head, despite the serape upon the shoulders, worn as a protection against the chill morning air, despite the style of equitation, so outre to European ideas, since the days of La Duchesse de Berry, and still further, despite the crayon-like coloring on the upper lip, displayed in the shape of a pair of silken mustaches. More especially may this last mislead, and you may fancy yourself looking upon some Spanish youth, whose dark but delicate features bespeak the hijo de algo, with a descent traceable to the times of the Cid. If acquainted with the character of the Spano-Mexican physiognomy, this last sign of virility does not decide you as to the sex. It may be that the rider in the Texan chaparral, so distinguished, is, after all, a woman. On closer scrutiny, this proves to be the case. It is proved by the small hand clasping the bridle rein, by the little foot, whose tiny toes just touch the estribo, looking less in contrast with the huge wooden block that serves as a stirrup, by a certain softness of shape and pleasing rotundity of outline, perceptible even through the thick serape of Saltillo, and lastly, by the grand luxuriance of hair coiled up at the back of the head and standing out in shining clump beyond the rim of the sombrero. After noting these points, you become convinced that you are looking upon a woman, though it may be one distinguished by certain idiosyncrasies. You are looking upon the Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. You are struck by the strangeness of her costume, still more by the way she sits her horse. In your eyes, unaccustomed to Mexican modes, both may appear odd, unfeminine, perhaps indecorous. The Dona Isidora has no thought, not even a suspicion of there being anything odd in either. Why should she? She is but following the fashion of her country and her kindred. In neither respect is she peculiar. She is young, but yet a woman. She has seen 20 summers and perhaps one more. Passed under the sun of a southern sky, it is needless to say that her girlhood is long since gone by. In her beauty there is no sign of decadence. She is fair to look upon, as in her buen quince, beautiful 15, perhaps fairer. Do not suppose that the dark lining on her lip damages the feminine expression of her face. Rather does it add to its attractiveness. Accustomed to the glowing complexion of the Saxon blonde, you may at first sight deem it a deformity. Do not so pronounce till you have looked again. A second glance, and my word for it, you will modify your opinion. A third will do away with your indifference. A fourth change it to admiration. Continue the scrutiny, and it will end in your becoming convinced that a woman wearing a mustache, young, beautiful, and brunette, is one of the grandest sights which a beneficent nature offers to the eye of man. It is presented in the person of Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. If there is anything unfeminine in her face, it is not this, though it may strengthen a wild, almost fierce expression, at times discernible, when her white teeth gleam conspicuously under the sable shadow of the bigotite. Even then is she beautiful, but, like that of the female jaguar, 'tis a beauty that inspires fear rather than affection. At all times it is a countenance that bespeaks for its owner the possession of mental attributes not ordinarily bestowed upon her sex. Firmness, determination, courage, carried to the extreme of reckless daring are all legible in its lines. In those cunningly carved features, slight, sweet, and delicate, there is no sign of fainting or fear. The crimson that has struggled through the brown skin of her cheeks would scarce forsake them in the teeth of the deadliest danger. She is riding alone through the timbered bottom of the Leona. There is a house not far off, but she is leaving it behind her. It is the hacienda of her uncle, Don Silvio Martinez, from the portals of which she has late issued forth. She sits in her saddle as firmly as the skin that covers it. It is a spirited horse, and has the habit of showing it by his prancing paces. But you have no fear for the rider. You are satisfied of her power to control him. A light lazo, suited to her strength, is suspended from the saddle bow. Its careful coiling shows that it is never neglected. This almost assures you that she understands how to use it. She can throw it with the skill of a mustanger. The accomplishment is one of her conceits, a part of the idiosyncrasy already acknowledged. She is riding along a road, not the public one that follows the direction of the river. It is a private way leading from the hacienda of her uncle, running into the former near the summit of a hill, the hill itself being only the bluff that abuts upon the bottom lands of the Leona. She ascends the sloping path steep enough to try the breathing of her steed. She reaches the crest of the ridge, along which trends the road belonging to everybody. She reins up, though not to give her horse an opportunity of resting. She is halted because of having reached the point where her excursion is to terminate. There is an opening on one side of the road, of circular shape, and having a superficies of some 2 or 3 acres. It is grass-covered and treeless, a prairie in petto. It is surrounded by the chaparral forest, very different from the bottom timber out of which she has just emerged. On all sides is the enclosing thicket of spinous plants, broken only by the embouchures of 3 paths, their triple openings scarce perceptible from the middle of the glade. Near its center she is pulled up, patting her horse upon the neck to keep him quiet. It is not much needed. The scaling of the cuesta has done that for him. He has no inclination either to go on or tramp impatiently in his place. "I am before the hour of appointment," mutters she, drawing a gold watch from under her serape. "If, indeed, I should expect him at all, he may not come? God grant that he be able. I am trembling. Or is it the breathing of the horse? Valga me Dios, no, 'tis my own poor nerves. I never felt so before. Is it fear? I suppose it is. 'Tis strange, though, to fear the man I love, the only one I ever have loved, for it could not have been love I had for Don Miguel. A girl's fancy. Fortunate for me to have got cured of it. Fortunate my discovering him to be a coward. That disenchanted me, quite dispelled the romantic dream in which he was the foremost figure. Thank my good stars for the disenchantment, for now I hate him. Now that I hear he has grown Santissima, can it be true that he has become a salteador? And yet I should have no fear of meeting him, not even in this lone spot. Ay de me, fearing the man I love, whom I believe to be of kind, noble nature, and having no dread of him I hate, and know to be cruel and remorseless. 'Tis strange, incomprehensible. No, there is nothing strange in it. I tremble not from any thought of danger, only the danger of not being beloved. That is why I now shiver in my saddle, why I have not had one night of tranquil sleep since my deliverance from those drunken savages. I have never told him of this, nor do I know how he may receive the confession. It must, and shall be made. I can endure the uncertainty no longer. In preference I choose despair, death, if my hopes deceive me. Ha! There is a hoof stroke. A horse comes down the road. It is his? Yes. I see glancing through the trees the bright hues of our national costume. He delights to wear it. No wonder. It so becomes him. Santa Virgin, I'm under a serape with a sombrero on my head. He'll mistake me for a man. Off, ye ugly disguises, and let me seem what I am, a woman. Scarce quicker could be the transformation in a pantomime. The casting off the serape reveals a form that Hebe might have envied, the removal of the hat, a head that would have inspired the chisel of Canova. A splendid picture is exhibited in that solitary glade, worthy of being framed by its bordering of spinous trees, whose hirsute arms seem stretched out to protect it. A horse of symmetrical shape, half-backed upon his haunches, with nostrils spread to the sky, and tail sweeping the ground. On his back one whose aspect and attitude suggest a commingling of grand, though somewhat incongruous ideas, uniting to form a picture, statuesque as beautiful. The pose of the rider is perfect. Half sitting in the saddle, half standing upon the stirrup, every undulation of her form is displayed, the limbs just enough relaxed to show that she is a woman. Notwithstanding what she has said, on her face there is no fear, at least no sign to betray it. There is no quivering lip, no blanching of the cheeks. The expression is altogether different. It is a look of love, couched under a proud confidence, such as that with which the she-eagle awaits the wooing of her mate. You may deem the picture overdrawn, perhaps pronounce it unfeminine, and yet it is a copy from real life, true as I can remember it, and more than once had I the opportunity to fix it in my memory. The attitude is altered, and with the suddenness of a coup d'éclair, the change being caused by recognition of the horseman who comes galloping into the glade. The shine of the gold-laced vestments had misled her. They are worn not by Maurice Gerald, but by Miguel Diaz. Bright looks become black. From her firm seat in the saddle she subsides into an attitude of listlessness, despairing rather than indifferent, and the sound that escapes her lips, as for an instant they part over her pearl-like teeth, is less a sigh than an exclamation of chagrin. There is no sign of fear in the altered attitude, only disappointment, dashed with defiance. El Coyote speaks first. "Hala, Snorita, who'd have expected to find your ladyship in this lonely place? wasting your sweetness on the thorny chaparral. In what way can it concern you, Don Miguel Diaz? Absurd question, Snorita. You know it can and does, and the reason why. You well know how madly I love you. Fool was I to confess it, and acknowledge myself your slave. 'Twas that cooled you so quickly? You are mistaken, senor. I never told you I loved you. If I did admire your feats of horsemanship and said so, you had no right to construe it as you've done. I meant no more than that I admired them, not you. 'Tis 3 years ago. I was a girl then, of an age when such things have a fascination for our sex, when we are foolish enough to be caught by personal accomplishments rather than moral attributes. I am now a woman. All that is changed, as it ought to be. Caray, why did you fill me with false hopes? On the day of the Heredero, when I conquered the fiercest bull and tamed the wildest horse in your father's herds, a horse not one of his vaqueros dared so much as lay hands upon, on that day you smiled, looked love upon me. You need not deny it, Dona Isidora. I had experience, and could read the expression, could tell your thoughts as they were then. They are changed, and why? Because I was conquered by your charms, or rather because I was the silly fool to acknowledge it, and you, like all women, once you had won and knew it, no longer cared for your conquest. It is true, Snorita. It is true. It is not Don Miguel Diaz. I never gave you word or sign to say that I loved, or thought of you otherwise than as an accomplished cavalier. You appeared so then, perhaps were so. What are you now? You know what's said of you, both here and on the Rio Grande. I scorn to reply to calumny, whether it proceeds from false friends or lying enemies. I have come here to seek explanations, not to give them. Prom whom? Prom your sweet self, Dona Isidora. You are presumptive, Don Miguel Diaz. Think, senor, to whom you are addressing yourself. Remember, I am the daughter of one of the proudest haciendados in Tamaulipas, and niece to one of the proudest in Texas. I have thought of all that, and thought too that I was once a haciendado myself, and am now only a hunter of horses. Carambo, what of that? You're not the woman to despise a man for the inferiority of his rank. A poor mustanger stands as good a chance in your eyes as the owner of 100 herds. In that respect, I have proof of your generous spirit. What proof? Asked she, in a quick, entreating tone, and for the first time showing signs of uneasiness. What evidence of the generosity you are so good as to ascribe to me? This pretty epistle I hold in my hand, indited by the Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, to one who, like myself, is but a dealer in horseflesh. I need not submit it to very close inspection. No doubt you can identify it at some distance? She could, and did, as was evinced by her starting in the saddle by her look of angry surprise directed upon Diaz. Senor, how came you in possession of this? She asked, without any attempt to disguise her indignation. It matters not. I am in possession of it, and of what for many a day I have been seeking. A proof, not that you had ceased to care for me, for this I had good reason to know, but that you had begun to care for him. This tells that you love him, words could not speak plainer. You long to look into his beautiful eyes. Mil demonios, you shall never see them again. What means this, Don Miguel Diaz? The question was put not without a slight quivering of the voice that seemed to betray fear. No wonder it should. There was something in the aspect of El Coyote at that moment well calculated to inspire the sentiment. Observing it, he responded, You may well show fear, you have reason. If I have lost you, my lady, no other shall enjoy you. I have made up my mind about that. About what? What I have said, that no other shall call you his, and least of all Maurice the mustanger. Indeed. Aye, indeed. Give me a promise that you and he shall never meet again, or you depart not from this place. You are jesting, Don Miguel? I am in earnest, Dona Isidora. The manner of the man, too, truly betrayed the sincerity of his speech. Coward as he was, there was a cold, cruel determination in his looks, whilst his hand was seen straying towards the hilt of his machete. Despite her Amazonian courage, the woman could not help a feeling of uneasiness. She saw there was a danger, with but slight chance of averting it. Something of this she had felt from the first moment of the encounter, but she had been sustained by the hope, that the unpleasant interview might be interrupted by one who would soon change its character. During the early part of the dialogue, she had been eagerly listening for the sound of a horse's hoof, casting occasional and furtive glances through the chaparral in the direction where she hoped to hear it. This hope was no more. The sight of her own letter told its tale. It had not reached its destination. Deprived of this hope hitherto sustaining her, she next thought of retreating from the spot. But this too presented both difficulties and dangers. It was possible for her to wheel round and gallop off, but it was equally possible for her retreat to be intercepted by a bullet. The butt of El Coyote's pistol was as near to his hand as the hilt of his machete. She was fully aware of the danger. Almost any other woman would have given way to it. Not so Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. She did not even show signs of being affected by it. "Nonsense!" she exclaimed, answering his protestation with an air of well-dissembled incredulity. "You are making sport of me, senor. You wish to frighten me. Ha ha, ha. Why should I fear you? I can ride as well, fling my lazo as sure and far as you. Look at this, I see how skillfully I can handle it." While so speaking, smiling as she spoke, she had lifted the lazo from her saddle bow and was winding it round her head, as if to illustrate her observations. The act had a very different intent, though it was not perceived by Diaz, who, puzzled by her behavior, sat speechless in his saddle. Not till he felt the noose closing around his elbows did he suspect her design, and then too late to hinder its execution. In another instant his arms were pinioned to his sides, both the butt of his pistol and the hilt of his machete beyond the grasp of his fingers. He had not even time to attempt releasing himself from the loop. Before he could lay hand upon the rope, it tightened around his body, and with a violent pluck jerked him out of his saddle, throwing him stunned and senseless to the ground. "Now, Don Miguel Diaz," cried she who had caused this change of situation, and who was now seen upon her horse, with head turned homeward, the lazo strained taut from the saddle tree. "Menace me no more. Make no attempt to release yourself. Stir but a finger, and I spur on. Cruel villain. Coward as you are, you would have killed me, I saw it in your eye. Ha! The tables are turned, and now—" Perceiving that there was no rejoinder, she interrupted her speech, still keeping the lazo at a stretch, with her eyes fixed upon the fallen man. El Coyote lay upon the ground, his arms enlaced in the loop, without stirring, and silent as a stick of wood. The fall from his horse had deprived him of speech and consciousness at the same time. To all appearance he was dead, his steed alone showing life by its loud neighing as it reared back among the bushes. "Holy Virgin! Have I killed him?" she exclaimed, reining her horse slightly backward, though still keeping him headed away, and ready to spring to the spur. "Mother of God! I did not intend it, though I should be justified in doing even that, for too surely did he intend to kill me. Is he dead, or is it a ruse to get me near? By our good Guadalupe, I shall leave others to decide. There's not much fear of his overtaking me before I can reach home, and if he's in any danger, the people of the hacienda will get back soon enough to release him. Good day, Don Miguel Diaz. Hasta luego." With these words upon her lips, the levity of which proclaimed her conscience clear of having committed a crime, she drew a small, sharp-bladed knife from beneath the bodice of her dress, severed the rope short off from her saddle bow, and driving the spur deep into the flanks of her horse, galloped off out of the glade, leaving Diaz upon the ground, still encircled by the loop of the lazo. Continued in the next part.
A whole galaxy to go.